During the Meiji era, it was said that after sunset fiendish demons roamed the land devouring humans. There was also a demon slayer corps formed by demon hunters who slew these monsters and protected mankind. Haruto, wearing a blindfold and earplugs, lay prone on the back of a member of the Kikushi, swaying unsteadily in the darkness. As a child who grew up in the Swordsmith Village, this was his first time leaving it. Because the Swordsmith Village was a crucial logistics division of the Demon Slayer Corps dedicated solely to forging Nichiren blades for the Demon Slayers. To prevent their route from being exposed and attacked by demons, anyone entering or leaving the Swordsmith Village had to be carried on the backs of members of another logistics division of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Kikushi. Although Haruto had lived in the Swordsmith Village since childhood, he was not an official swordsmith. Thus, when he left, his eyes were still covered and his ears plugged. It felt so strange, as if he were a piece of cargo being handed over from one Kikushi to another beneath him. The journey was extremely complicated, and the Kikushi responsible for carrying him changed frequently, each person only in charge of one section of the road. Every time he was transferred, Haruto would grope inside his pack and take out 2 rice balls his master had shaped, handing them to the Kikushi who had just carried him. "Thank you for your hard work. Please enjoy them properly." He did not know what kind of expression the other person wore or what they said in response. But every time the rice balls in his hands were taken away, so the other party must have sincerely accepted his gratitude. "Why are you so heavy?" The last Kikushi member was walking down a narrow path, panting hard, following the directions of a messenger crow as he trudged forward with heavy steps. "You don't even look that sturdy, yet this is harder than carrying Himejimisen." At last they reached their destination. The Kikushi set him down by the roadside and removed Haruto's blindfold and earplugs. After so long without light, the pupils in those misty blue eyes contracted, then slowly focused on the Kikushi's face. The Kikushi, clearly a girl beneath her face cloth, froze when she saw Haruto's features, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. "Mr. Takanashi, from here on you must walk on your own." Seeing the sweat streaming down her face, Haruto felt a bit embarrassed and took out 2 pieces of hand-pressed sushi. "Thank you for your hard work. Please enjoy them properly." "Mr. Takanashi, you've been carrying this many rice balls with you. You must have given out quite a lot along the way, haven't you? Do you still have enough left to sustain you until you reach Fujikase Mountain?" "Don't worry about it." Haruto slapped the pack on his back with a bright laugh. "Before I left, Master prepared 200 rice balls for me." 200 rice balls. For some reason, the expression beneath the girl's face cloth turned faintly resentful. "By the way, how did you know my surname is Takanashi?" Haruto scratched the back of his head. "I don't think I ever introduced myself." The Kikushi chat about odd rumors when everyone knows there's a demon swordsman taught by a swordsmith in the Swordsmith Village who is heading to Fujikase Mountain to take part in the selection. But speaking of which, as a child from the Swordsmith Village, why did you choose to become a demon slayer? "Maybe because I never had any talent for forging blades and I eat a lot. To keep me from turning into a big fat pig, Master had to find something else for me to do." Haruto flexed the muscles on his arms. "Don't let my slim appearance fool you, my muscles are actually quite developed." Somehow, when the girl bid him farewell, her complexion did not look too good, and she kept bracing her waist. It seemed the work of the Kikushi was heavy as well. Haruto lifted his spirits and hitched his pack higher on his shoulder. 14 years. After traversing worlds for 14 years, he was finally leaving the tiny Swordsmith Village today, about to embark on the journey of his new life. In the 3rd year after his transmigration, Haruto gathered from the conversations around him that he had been transported into the world of Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba.
Sasuke remained silent, his eyes fixated on the spot where Qianxia had disappeared, his Sharingan subtly hinting at a transformation into the 3-Demo.
Even the main characters. Who could tell him who exactly his roommates, so-called big brother, third brother, scummy boss, head pillar, sleep pillar, and shinobu wife were? For a moment, he did not even know whether his roommate had been watching a classic hot-blooded series or SpongeBob SquarePants. Although his master constantly warned that the world outside the village was dangerous, that vicious demons prowled the land devouring people, the constant comings and goings of powerful Demon Slayer Corps members in the village also proved that the outside world was. Yet for the transmigrated Haruto, if he were to spend his whole life in a sheltered village blankly watching his master swing his hammer at the anvil day after day, what meaning would such a life hold? Thus, at the age of 11, he gave up on the smithing he had never managed to learn and began studying swordsmanship under his master. Goto River was not a trainer specialized in cultivating the next generation of swordsmen, so what he taught Haruto was merely the simple breathing techniques and swordsmanship he himself had mastered. After 2.5 years of groping his way forward and seeking guidance from Rengoku Shinjiro, who rarely visited the Swordsmith Village, Haruto mastered flame breathing and its first 5 forms. "You don't seem suited to learn flame breathing," the flame Hashira Rengoku Shinjiro once said, stroking his chin. "There is no will within your chest, as blazing hot as flames." Haruto understood what he meant. He truly could not pour boundless passion into everything the way Rengoku did. Yet when he gripped his blade, he nonetheless executed the forms of flame breathing, albeit very weakly. Master Goto River often doubted whether Haruto could even pass the Demon Slayer examination, surviving 7 days on Fujikase Mountain where demons had been left to roam. He would always feel that with Haruto's half-baked skills, forget surviving 7 days. He might end up so scared he soiled his pants within a single day. Yes, that was exactly what he said, soiled his pants. If when the time comes you realize you truly lack the ability, go back to the area covered in wisteria and choose to withdraw. I've at least got 2.5 years of solo demon slaying practice under my belt. Have a little faith in me, will you? Although his master was deeply worried, Haruto's resolve was already firm. As a dignified transmigrator, he refused to believe he could not even pass the selection trial, right? After thinking so much, his stomach was already growling. Haruto sat down in the shade of a tree, set his pack before him, raised his water flask to his lips, and stuffed hand-pressed sushi into his mouth. If there was any physical change brought about by his transmigration, it was surely that his appetite had greatly increased, and he grew hungry very quickly. At most, he had eaten 300 pieces of hand-pressed sushi in one sitting, turning Goto River's face green with shock. The massive amounts of food were swiftly absorbed and digested by his body, transforming into nourishment that strengthened his muscles and bones, allowing him to recover his strength and energy much faster. There was still more than a day's journey from here to Fujikase Mountain, so he decided to eat only 50 pieces for now. Before he finished the last piece of sushi from his pack, he had already arrived at Fujikase Mountain. This mountain belonged to the Ubuyashiki family, the hereditary leaders of the Demon Slayer Corps. Demon Slayers had captured and imprisoned some weaker demons here to temper newcomers. The moment he stepped in, Haruto was greeted by a sea of wisteria blossoms. He climbed the steps, and amid the interlaced wisteria and torii gates, he saw many youths standing. Each of them wore a long sword at the waist, their garments all different. When they saw someone walking up, they cast over cold, measuring glances. Haruto looked around, straining to recall what the protagonist of Demon Slayer actually looked like. He could only barely remember that his name was Tanjiro, and that on the cover, he wore a haori with a black and green checkered pattern. He scrutinized those around him, but did not see anyone wearing black and green checkers. Instead, in a corner, he spotted two strange youths standing with arms crossed, both wearing fox masks. They both looked quite young. The one on the left had medium-length hair the color of tender pink flesh and wore a haori woven from yellow, orange, and green. The other had black hair and a dark red haori draped over his shoulders. Strange people. Wouldn't wearing masks while slaying demons obstruct their vision? Just then, Haruto's vision suddenly, a row of simplified Chinese characters in song typeface on a white background swept across his field of vision. Senior brother, the husband destined for me. Haruto rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was hallucinating from running for so long. Unlike the Japanese he usually heard with its mix of kanji, hiragana, and katakana, this line was neat standard Chinese through and through. What on earth was this? Had the world glitched? Had a barrage of comments gotten stuck in his eyes? Haruto felt that something was wrong. White characters were still appearing, gliding from the right edge of his vision to the left before vanishing from sight. Is this senior brother at 13? And there's also Tanjiro at 13, my precious. Ju. Something unclean had slipped into the flow of words. Haruto frowned, feeling as though his world suddenly began to crumble. Why had such barrage comments never appeared in the past 14 years? His gaze shifted toward the sea of wisteria blossoms, and a suspicion took shape in his heart. Perhaps he had encountered some story character here. Maybe this world truly was an anime hosted on a video website, and the appearance of a plot character had triggered the barrage comments. In the past 14 years, his life had never intersected with the plot, so he had not been part of the anime, and naturally no barrage comments had appeared.
Chinxia shook her head, immediately dismissing the idea of returning to Konoha. She extended a hand to pinch her chin deep.
While he was covertly observing whether the Ubuyashiki family would provide a final meal for the youths participating in the selection, a line of text sliding across his vision caught his attention. This white-haired guy is really handsome. What a pity he's going to die in the very next second. Indeed, in this cohort, aside from Tanjiro, he's probably the unluckiest. Gets taken away by the hand demon and killed the moment they meet. White-haired guy? Haruto's gaze drifted slowly over the crowd, and then he realized. The so-called white-haired guy seemed to be Haruto himself. Among all the youths present, only his hair was a mid-length cascade of soft, beautiful silver-white strands with a slight wave, the tips tinged with a faint blue. Huh. Who? Me? Die in the very next second. This can't be right, can it? Aren't I the protagonist? The barrage-like characters in his field of vision vanished again, as if everything just now had been nothing more than a dream Haruto had. Just as he was letting his thoughts run wild, the Ubuyashiki family announced that the final selection had officially begun, and everyone surged into Fujikase Mountain. Things had come to this point. If he turned tail and fled because of a single barrage line, that might well have been a hallucination. He would become a laughingstock for the rest of his life. He would even bring disgrace upon his master, who toiled so diligently in the Swordsmith Village. Haruto grit his teeth. The two odd fox-masked boys from earlier had already vanished from sight. There was no helping it. He could only take one step at a time. Around the outskirts of Fujikase Mountain grew many wisteria blossoms, and they were not planted in such abundance by the Ubuyashiki family merely for their beauty. These blossoms were bitterly loathed by demons. Demon slayers captured weak demons and brought them to Fujikase Mountain, and only the wisteria barrier kept them from escaping. The central region of Fujikase Mountain, however, had no wisteria planted, allowing the captured demons to move freely within. Haruto tightened his grip on the Nichiren blade in his hand. This was prepared for him by Godai River. Although Haruto had not yet officially become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Godai River had still taken a portion from his own stipend to forge a Nichiren sword for Haruto. Only now, with a sword in hand, did Haruto's racing heartbeat slowly steady. He could sense the heavy reek of demons pervading this forest. Were there many demons here? It should be so. The demons within Fujikase Mountain could not be too strong, or they would never have been chosen as training for newcomers. Thinking this, he recalled his usual training and began searching the mountain forest for cover. After all, to survive here for 7 days, both supplies and safety were indispensable. Oh, Haruto lifted his head. He seemed to hear someone's scream carried from far away. Had one of the prospective swordsmen already encountered a demon? Should he go take a look? What if? Haruto shook his head. Wasn't it this white-haired guy who just had his death foretold? Why am I suddenly worrying about others again? His wooden clogs pressed down on the ground, crushing brittle leaves. Haruto frowned, closed his eyes, and let his consciousness spread outward like flowing water. A heavy thud landed nearby, accompanied by a whisper dripping with malice. A demon. He drew his Nichiren blade, at once licking his dry lips. A sharp wind grazed past his ear. Haruto reversed his grip and slashed backhand, the blade's cold gleam carving through empty air. Gone. Haruto froze for a heartbeat, then his heart clenched tight. A dark green monstrosity, its body sprouting countless arms and bulging with thick veins, appeared within his field of view. Its whole body was bloated and swollen like a toad walking on several legs at once, each step landing with a heavy thump. Its tiny pupils glared from vicious eyes as it turned toward him, locking directly onto Haruto's gaze. The hand holding Haruto's blade began to tremble uncontrollably. This was the first demon he had ever seen in his life. No matter how many powerful swordsmen he had watched slaughter demons as casually as dogs, this was still the first time he had faced a real demon himself. And this demon was so hideously, unbearably ugly. The beautiful female ghosts in strange tales from a Chinese studio who transformed into beauties to seduce destitute scholars clearly did not exist in reality at all. Haruto's Adam's apple bobbed as he forced down the urge to retch. His heart hammered wildly in his chest. His limbs felt weak before the battle had even begun. No, this was no weak demon at all. The multi-armed demon stood at a distance. No one could tell where its mouth was, yet a low rumbling voice emerged from its body. Another year's selection. Without realizing it, I've been imprisoned here for nearly 40 years. Haruto's misty blue pupils shrank sharply. 40 years. How could there be a demon that had survived here for 40 years? According to the Ubuyashiki family's explanation, the demons here had each only eaten 2 or 3 people at most. 40 years. The demon seemed to reminisce for a moment, then clenched its jaw and said, since I haven't yet seen any of Urokadaki's foxbrats, I'll just make you the first lucky one this year to end up in my belly. Foxbrats. Haruto had no time to think further. The moment the hand demon's words fell, without giving him any chance to react, a dark green hand came hurtling through the air. Slash. Slash. Haruto reacted in time, swinging his Nichiren blade to instantly sever the flying hand. Yet in an instant the smooth cross-section bulged with dark green muscle, and a new hand sprouted, reaching once more for Haruto's head. Haruto leapt backward at once, narrowly evading the demon hand strike. His toes pressed hard against the trunk behind him as he launched forward, blade raised.
Feeling embarrassed, Qianxia lowered her arms and bent slightly, kindly asking, Gaara, is there anything you'd like to learn? I can teach you, you know.
Turned a blazing red, flame-breathing second form. The flamered Nichiren blade carved a brilliant arc of crimson light through the air from below to above. Rising flame heaven. Blazing flames scorched the dark green muscles, swiftly severing the demon hand that had not yet been withdrawn. Haruto heard something darting through the underbrush. Was it a human? Or another demon? The hand demon, its arm severed, seemed oblivious to pain. Haruto's body paused midair for a heartbeat. Without hesitation, he dove straight toward the demon. The blade shifted direction in the air. His strongest killing strike was already prepared. Flame-breathing fifth. The swinging Nichiren blade crackled in the air like burning fire, the edge trembling slightly. His control strained, his strength nearly spent. Yet in the end, a blazing tiger still leapt from the tip of his sword, pouncing straight at the hand demon. Flame tiger. The flaming tiger lunged with roaring flames toward the hand demon, its light washing the dark forest in searing brightness. Haruto's heart clenched without warning. What he had assumed to be layers of thick fat around the hand demon's neck turned out not to be fat at all. The creature had folded countless arms over and over, wrapping its own head in layer upon layer. What a crafty monster. In that case, the flame tiger he had barely managed to unleash would. Watch out. A sharp voice suddenly rang by his ear. From the forest to one side came chaotic footsteps. A fox-masked youth with flesh-colored long hair leapt high, the long blade in his hand, tracing rippling waves of blue. At some unknown moment, a thick cluster of arms had slipped past Haruto's notice, erupting from the ground to strike. Squelch. Something ruptured. Haruto lowered his head. A dark green arm, slick with his own blood and flesh, withdrew from his chest cavity, leaving behind a hole the size of a human head. It was over. He was done for. A chill spread from Haruto's chest all the way to the back of his skull. The fox-masked youth's shouts seemed still to echo by his ear, and at the same time, as if they had already faded into the distant sky. The white-haired youth collapsed to the ground, his beautiful mist-blue eyes gradually losing their luster. A 40-year-old old demon had ambushed a trainee with only 2.5 years of practice. The Ubuyashiki family had utterly failed him. Tachibana Haruto fell in battle. The story ended there. During the Meiji era, it was said that after sunset, evil spirits would feast upon the living. Ho! Suddenly Sarayu opened his eyes in the midst of sleep, finding himself before his master Wudo. He, like all the blacksmiths in the village of dueling blades Wudo, he regularly wore a fireman mask. Beneath that strange and grotesque mask was a small old man with thick short eyebrows and a serious demeanor. The old man held a hammer for forging blades in his hand, emanating a burning scent of scorched flames. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? It seems so. Sarayu slowly reached toward his chest, still dazed, and only took a breath after feeling the heart. So it was just a dream. But it was a dream that felt too real. He could still remember the overwhelming sensation of power dissipating from every corner of his body when that massive, ghostly hand pierced through his chest. It was truly terrifying. Since you're awake, get up. The hidden should be arriving soon. Wudo, he spoke tersely, then returned to his work of forging blades. Startled by hearing his disciple's voice, he hadn't even put on his wooden clogs. Yet he said nothing, remaining silent like the hammer in his hand. His beautiful disciple sat under the corridor lost in thought as she gazed at the wind chimes swaying in the breeze. Was it really a dream? But why could he so vividly remember the scene of that hand ghost protecting its neck with its arms? And that boy with the pale pink long hair alongside his companions wearing fox masks. In the end, it must have been him who slain the ghost. He wondered if he had contacted the Kanemori family to send his body back to the village of dueling blades. Sarayu wondered. In the dream, what expression would Wudo he have upon seeing his own corpse? Shock? Sadness? Or still silently hammering away at the blade blank like now? Sarayu's thoughts wandered, drifting out of the Wu family and over the village, faintly sensing a steady-footed person hurrying towards him. It's Ian. Sarayu immediately snapped back to reality, scrambling to collect his satchel from the floor. It was heavy, filled with the 200 rice balls Wudo he had made overnight, his satchel, the Nichiren blade, and his Haori. He walked to the rack where 2 Haori were draped. One was his own, adorned with red and yellow flame patterns. The other was Wudo he's a somewhat antiquated blue Haori with landscape embroidery. In the dream, he had died wearing that red and yellow Haori. Sarayu raised an eyebrow and donned the landscape embroidered Haori. When Ian arrived at the Wu family's door, Wudo he finally set down his work and turned to look at Sarayu, momentarily stunned. Master, I'll wear this today. The young man stood in the hall wearing the blue Haori and a long sword at his waist, looking spear. He really resembled Wudo he's son, who had passed away 30 years ago. At that time, Ryoji, who had just become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, had said to him with such enthusiasm, "Father, I'll wear this today." Though the Haori was no longer the same, the spirited expression was strikingly similar. Wudo he swallowed hard, not. Sarayu lay on the back of a hidden with an eye mask and earplugs, swaying in the darkness. Although it was his first time leaving the village of blacksmiths, he felt as though he had already traversed this road in a dream. He still took out rice balls to comfort the hidden, carrying him loudly, saying, "You've worked hard. Please enjoy them." When the last hidden set Sarayu down at the designated spot, she removed the young man's eye mask and earplugs, becoming lost in the depths of his misty blue eyes. Sarayu's pupils suddenly constricted, his gaze fixated on the hidden's eyes. "What's wrong, Mr. Tsubikyo?" The hidden hurriedly asked. "Did I do something disrespectful?" Sarayu quickly replied, "No, I'm sorry, I was a bit distracted." This hidden's appearance was exactly the same as the one he had seen in his dream. "Well then, Mr. Tsubikyo, from here on it's up to you." The hidden spoke the exact same words as in his memory. Sarayu dutifully handed her 2 rice balls, but his mind was preoccupied, and he didn't engage in further conversation. Something felt off. Very off. He swallowed a few times, standing by the roadside, unsure of what to do. When in doubt, he decided to fill his belly first. He pondered while eating the rice balls under the shade of a tree. If everything in the dream was real, what was his current situation? A reload. Would the events that transpired earlier play out again? Sarayu glanced down at his chest, imagining it being opened up again. However, the best news for now was that he already knew where the hand ghost would appear at the start. He just needed to avoid that place and take a detour, or find a powerful swordsman to follow behind it. He thought the boy in the fox mask seemed quite capable. With this thought, after filling his stomach halfway, he felt more confident and stood up, striding towards Wisteria Mountain. The sea of wisteria flowers on Wisteria Mountain was breathtakingly beautiful. Sarayu climbed the long steps, and before him appeared a scene identical to that in his dream. The cold eyes of the swordsman and the 2 boys in fox masks standing in the corner. "Senior brother, my destined husband." After a few more strange bullet comments passed by, Sarayu held his breath and arrived. Damn, a death notice. Teacher Crocodile is really strange. This white-haired young man in blue is drawn so handsomely, but is just a background character appearing in one frame. Had this line appeared before? Sarayu slightly furrowed his brow, a sense of doubt rising within. Earlier it appeared again during the Infinite City battle. Indeed, looking at that face, I thought he was a member of the main cast, but it turns out he's just a background character, haha. He might be the most handsome character in the entire work, with melancholic blue eyes and white hair. PR. It's a pity he's weak and can't save Kanetsu. The bullet comments became different. His pupils fixated on the words drifting by. Indeed, there was no mention of terms like died or took a box lunch. Moreover, they stated that he would appear again in the so-called Infinite City battle. Had his fate line been altered? Why? And, for heaven's sake, why do the bullet comments keep criticizing his strength? Has my weakness transcended dimensions? Besides, I'm just a personal demon slayer swordsman with 2.5 years of practice. Don't place the hope of saving anyone on me. And, what does that word mean, Ching 200? If judging the importance of characters by their attire and artistic style, besides himself, the most likely main characters in this scene would be those 2 boys in fox masks. Moreover, Sarayu vaguely recalled that the hand ghost had mentioned those fox boys of Rentaki before engaging him. If his guess was correct, it should refer to the 2 boys before him. He had seen the boy with pale pink hair when he was close to death. From his voice and tone, he seemed to be a very gentle child. As for the cool and aloof boy holding a long sword beside him, he looked like someone difficult to get along with. Sarayu quietly edged a few steps closer, preparing to stick close to them at the start. Not good. It seems I've lost track. What kind of fanatic fans are these two boys in fox masks? Why do they run away faster than rabbits at the sound of a ghost or the call of a demon slayer? He hesitated just for a moment about whether to follow closely, and those two kids vanished without a trace. So in the end, I should have directly reported this matter to the Tsushima family's guide. It's absurd that there are demons born 40 years ago in the selection area of the Wisteria Mountain. But what if I say something and get asked how I know about it when the selection hasn't even started? Just thinking about having to face those complicated explanations makes my head hurt. While thinking this, it seemed like something ran past in the woods beside him. At the same time, a foul stench of decay invaded. He didn't even need to spread his senses to search. He immediately gripped the hilt of his sword, cautiously surveying his surroundings. It's the smell of a demon. A shadow suddenly darted through the leaves, swinging its sharp claws straight at him. He stepped back 2 paces, reversed his grip on the sword hilt, drawing it from its sheath, and traced a circle in the air with the gleaming blade. The sound of the blade severing the demon's arm was exceptionally clear and melodious. The demon howled and jumped back, afraid to advance, its tiny pinprick eyes glaring at him with malice. Compared to the last hand demon he encountered, this one seemed considerably weaker. He hadn't even used his breathing technique. With just his swordsmanship, he had severed its arm. He quickly adjusted his breathing. From those fearsome eyes, he saw the demon's thirst for his flesh. So hungry, so hungry. The demon licked its long tongue, drooling as it hesitated for a moment before swinging its claws forward again. Breath of flame first form. With his center of gravity shifting forward, the intense flames burned within his chest. At the whisper of unknown fire, flames ignited on the Nicaran blade. He leaped forward, and as he brushed past the demon, a scorching flash of the blade swept across its misty blue eyes. With a gurgle, the demon's head was severed. The grotesque head rolled to the ground, and the body without a head collapsed, gradually turning to dust. He sheathed his sword with a clean and brisk motion, glancing back at the demon's corpse, and let out a light sigh of relief. Hooray, I recorded my first successful demon kill. After going out, I'll treat myself to a big feast. The first night on Wisteria Mountain will forever be the hardest night of the entire 7-day trial. Everyone needs to concentrate fully, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the first light of dawn. With his outstanding perception, he moved through the woods. Aside from that hand demon, the other demons on Wisteria Mountain really posed no significant threat. He continued along the mountain path, trying to distance himself from the area where he last saw the hand demon. While the sky was still dark, a boy approached him. He was carrying an unconscious swordsman on his back, and he noticed that the swordsman was wearing a dark red haori. He asked aloud. He stepped forward to support them, and indeed the one who had fainted was one of the fox boys. His fox mask was missing, revealing a very handsome face beneath his messy black hair. Even passed out, he looks quite arrogant. He must be a difficult person to get along with. The boy carrying him had a center-parted hairstyle and looked panicked. I don't know. It was a boy wearing the same fox mask who handed him over to me. I was just about to find a safe place to stay. Where did the person who entrusted you go? Yes, his voice sounded very young. Murata wiped the sweat from his forehead and pointed behind him. He probably went up that slope over there. It seems that good-looking people are all warm-hearted. With a thoughtful expression, he asked, what is his name? Iyong Tomioka. Iyong. That boy named Kenroji introduced him like this. Oh, so that character is pronounced as Iyong. He suddenly understood, then patted Murata on the shoulder. Then this boy named Iyong, I'll leave it to you. No need to. Hey, are you asking me to take care of him alone? Of course. Since you've promised someone, you must follow through. He clenched his fist to encourage him, then walked toward the direction Murata pointed. As long as it's not in the area of the hand demon, even if I walk a little further in, it should be fine, right? As for why he wanted to follow, the first thing that came to his mind was the scene before his last death, when Kenroji appeared to try to rescue. And from the bullet comments, it seems that he survived this time, but the one who might take his place in death could be Kenroji. He couldn't accept letting someone else bear a fate that belonged to him, especially someone who had once tried to pull him out of despair. Following in Kenroji's footsteps, he traveled far and encountered many aspiring swordsmen. Whenever he inquired, someone would always point him in the right direction. I know the boy with a gentle voice. He helped us a lot before. If it weren't for him, I might not have survived. He went down the mountain. Oh, I heard he killed many demons along the way, panting heavily. He just left not long ago. He really is a kind person. I hope we can all pass this selection. Everyone's attitude seemed less cold than when they were at the entrance of Wisteria Mountain. Who knows what Kenroji did to earn? As he walked, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, moving further ahead. But this is the area of the hand demon. How could there be such a monster on Wisteria Mountain? Kenroji gripped the hilt of his sword tightly from his fingertips to his arms and thighs. They trembled slightly from prolonged running and excessive use of the breathing technique. He pushed the mask crafted by his master Urokadaki Sakanji to his ear, revealing a pair of silver eyes fixated on the hand demon. Fox boy. His deep voice carried sharp malice. The disgusting dark green muscles of the hand demon writhed, transforming into a multitude of arms lunging at Kenroji. Let's reunite with your comrades in my belly. To say such things, to do such things. So many of Urokadaki's exceptional children had been devoured by him. Kenroji swung his long blade, the waves of blue slicing through those arms, and with a nimble leap, he pointed his toes to the hand demon's outstretched limbs, dashing toward the head wrapped in those arms. Absolutely. Unforgivable. Water-breathing third form flowing dance. The Nichiren blade enveloped in flowing water brought Kanroji closer to the hand demon. When the blade touched the demon's head, he trembled all over. The Nichiren blade broke. After a long battle, not only had his body reached its limit, but the sword in his hand could no longer withstand it. Kanroji's heart sank suddenly. He had already seen the hand demon squinting its iron arm rapidly elongating toward his head. Swish! A hot wind blew from somewhere, and a flash of blue swept past. The hand that had seemed like a deadly claw to Kanroji was severed by a single strike. Just before he was about to be killed, the evening breeze tousled his silver hair, the pale blue tips brushing against his smooth chin. The boy before him bent over with a sword, opened his eyes, and the tip of his blade was engulfed in fierce flames. Tanjiro Kamado arriving just in time. Shinrin sprinted along the mountain path, easily stimulating his lungs to enter a state of complete concentration. The barrage of comments flooded his vision. If it weren't for the fact that the G2 had killed almost all the ghosts on the mountain, he wouldn't have died from exhaustion, and would that boy in the fox mask really die? Do the words on the barrage always come true? But the history they spoke of was what Shinrin was experiencing now. Oh, for him history was not predetermined, but rather something that could be altered. In the distance he saw a flash of blue light dancing within the dark green ghostly claws. Would Shinrin rush in to save the day in this world of barges? As he felt his toes touch the ground, Shinrin recalled the last time he died at the hands of the ghost, when G2 had also rushed in to save him. Only this time the positions of the two seemed to have reversed. So close, a G2 danced to the front of the ghost, and after the outpouring of blade light, the sound that followed was not the crisp sound of a demon's head being severed, but rather, ding, G2's blade snapped. At a crucial moment, Shinrin did not notice that the barrage in front of him had vanished. He forcefully pushed off the ground, hot breath escaping his nostrils. The blade dragged flame as he unleashed a technique called Unknown Fire with an unstoppable momentum. The ghostly hand reaching for G2 was severed at its root. G2 was momentarily stunned, but immediately reacted, his toes tapping against the ghost's body, landing behind it, with his broken blade poised in front. One in front and one behind, with one engulfed in flames, and the other in azure water, the two youths subtly formed a pincer movement against the massive evil spirit. Shinrin maintained a calm demeanor, appearing ethereal and graceful, yet he was already on the verge of losing his soul. The sensation of being pierced through the chest by the ghost was too real, causing him to feel a chill when he met its malicious, sinister gaze. Oh, what a pity, just a little short. The ghost rotated its eyes, scrutinizing the two youths. Foxboy, what will you use to defend against my attack next? Those yellow eyes rolled around as the ghost lowered its head, emitting a cunning laugh. That fellow Rinlong not only prepares disaster masks for his disciples, even the swords he bestows are so fragile. Shinrin blinked in confusion. Although he did not know who Rinlong was, seeing Ji-Tu's face turn pale with anger indicated that this person must be very important to him. Talkative. The white-haired boy raised his head, his gaze low. Do ghosts understand human emotions too? His misty blue eyes held no compassion, only pure disdain and indifference. This statement suddenly caused the ghost's pupils to shrink. It recalled again. When it was captured by that damned Rinlong, the eyes hidden beneath that Tengu mask were exactly the same cold eyes. It suddenly became agitated, dozens of hands striking the ground in unison. Damn Rinlong, damn Rinlong, damn Rinlong, damn Rinlong. Why is he still haunting me after 40 years? The ghost no longer focused on G2. It let out a piercing howl, and multiple ghostly hands surged towards the Kill him. Kill him. Dig out his eyes just like Rinlong's and swallow them just like those fox boys. Be careful. Ji-Tu's urgent call overlapped with a voice from memory. Shinrin raised his eyes, the blade in his hand gleaming. What had this giant been stimulated by? What did I just say? What did I say? Even when fighting G2 it wasn't this intense. Is it targeting me? Shinrin struggled to fend off the ghost's attacks. Fortunately, although his breathing technique was quite poor, his swordsmanship was exceptional. His figure swept past, stirring up dry leaves as Shinrin wielded the Nichiren blade to sever several of the ghost's arms once more. Boy, merely severing my arms won't defeat me. Shinrin gasped a few times, feeling his limbs gradually grow weak. Is he really that useless? He couldn't shake the feeling that the flame-breathing technique repelled his body. No matter how well he trained, he couldn't maintain concentration for long. G2 disappeared. Ran away. It shouldn't be. Shinrin sensed another swordsman's presence in this space. That presence was hidden, always ready to launch a lethal attack. Shinrin adjusted his breathing to ease the soreness and suddenly made a move, launching an attack against the ghost. His footwork was exceptionally agile. Mr. Shinsuke had once commented that if he weren't born in such an era, Shinrin would be an outstanding swordsman. Yet in an era where demons devour humans, merely possessing excellent swordsmanship is useless. Without a good combination with breathing techniques, one cannot become an excellent demon slayer. Then it was only a matter of time before misfortune would befall him. Shinrin bent down to evade the flying ghost hand, pursing his thin lips. The ghost's eyes rolled around, and in its view that pair of icy eyes drew closer. Come here. Come to me. Rinlong. Come die in my stomach. The yellow eyes suddenly squinted, realizing something. This kid's opening. The ghost had no time to think. All of its arms surged toward the white-haired boy. I will tear this guy to pieces and dig out his eyes and tongue. What human emotions? Are all just nonsense. But suddenly a sense of crisis surged within the ghost. The thought had barely crossed its mind when a low murmur sounded in its ear. Water breathing fourth form. G2 holding the broken blade suddenly appeared behind it, his figure as light as a stream of flowing water. Impossible. His blade is already broken. A complete blade can't even sever my head, let alone a broken one. Tide of strikes. The azure waves swept across its head, and the ghost felt the world spin around it. It was severed. In the ghost's vision, its massive body began to turn to ash. The hand that shot towards the white-haired boy truly struck him. Oh Qingren took a solid punch, crashing to the ground like a bird that had collided with an airplane, letting out a low cry. Damn it. He struggled to maintain his contorted features, watching the smoking ghost let out a long sigh of relief. Finally killed it. G2 gently landed on the ground, looking at him with concern. Are you okay? The pink-haired boy frowned. Indeed, just as the barrage had said, he was a very gentle child. I'm temporarily fine. Qingren gradually recovered. His ears twitched as he heard the half-dissipated ghost's head. Unwilling. I clearly sacrificed so much to become strong. Damn Rinlong, it's all because of him. And the one who turned me into a ghost. Because of him, I even devoured my brother. The yellow eyes filled with malice. Brother. Qingren gazed at it coldly. White-haired boy, you are mistaken. As if recalling something, large tears began to roll down the ghost's eyes. Ghosts are humans transformed. How could ghosts not understand human emotions? Brother, please wait for me, hold my hand. Returning once more to the shrine adorned with wisteria flowers, Haruto beheld a sea of human heads. The swordsmen who successfully passed the selection of the Demon Slayer Corps chatted animatedly, their faces reflecting a sense of relief from having survived. Kanado stood under the torii gate, arms crossed, his broken blade firmly sheathed at his waist. Ju Tomioka stood beside him. After being cared for by Murata, he found Haruto and Kanado, who were forming a team to hunt monsters, and silently joined the battle. This is my fellow disciple Ju Tomioka. Kanado had quietly told Haruto, don't be fooled by his frowning face, he's actually quite timid. Upon hearing that Kanado had nearly been killed by the hand demon, Ju turned pale. To ease the burden of Kanado, who wielded a broken blade, the dark-haired youth displayed remarkable determination. At that moment, they watched as Haruto furrowed his brows, demanding an explanation from the guide of the Kanmaki family. I mean, isn't it excessive for a demon that has survived for over 40 years to appear in the selection? Don't you check every year? For such a large creature to have been living in the mountains for 40 years, do you know how many youths with infinite potential it has devoured? The guide's expression was grave. I sincerely apologize, although we conducted a thorough inspection. Do you know how much stamina it takes to stay in such a mountain every day? Do you know what stamina means for a swordsman? I sincerely apologize. Haruto. Suddenly a voice as gentle as a breeze reached his ears. Haruto turned around to see a handsome youth with long black hair before him. He had a pair of beautiful purple eyes, though marred by terrifying scars around his left eye. Nevertheless, he wore a warm smile on his face. Long time no see, Mr. Goto. How have you been? The youth waved his hand, and the guide bowed before stepping back. It was Yoya Kanamaki, the current leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, at just 15 years old, whom Haruto knew well. Despite their vast differences in status, they were of similar age and had met a few times in the sword-forging village. The first time they met, Yoya was just 6 years old and had already been the leader for 2 years. Though his face was still youthful, his demeanor was remarkably composed. Kanmaki. Haruto opened his mouth, intending to address him in the usual manner, but then recalled that he had passed the selection of the Demon Slayer Corps and switched to my lord. My master is doing well. The last time he saw him was 2 or 3 years ago, at which time Yoya did not yet bear those scars, as those scars now covered his entire face. Haruto lowered his gaze, choosing not to dwell on it any longer. Yoya's bright eyes flickered and his smile became even warmer. If you don't mind, shall we go inside to chat? He gestured towards the shrine. You haven't met my wife yet, have you? Her name is Amano, the daughter of a priest. Of course, children of the Kanmaki family could only marry the children of the priestly families to delay the curse of fate, barely extending their lifespan to 30 years. This is the fate of the Kanmaki family, a punishment from the divine for the emergence of Kibutsuji Musen from the Kanmaki lineage. Haruto moved his lips, but could only nod in agreement. Mr. Mitsuri, Mr. Tomioka, you should come too. The two fox boys exchanged a glance and nodded nervously. Amano, the daughter of the priestly family, was a beautiful and gentle young lady. She married Yoya 2 years ago when he was 13 and bore him a pair of twin daughters. Haruto, Kanado, and Jun knelt on the smooth floor as Amano served them tea. The latter two seemed a bit anxious. They didn't understand why the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps would appear here and specially host them when it was merely a final selection. In contrast to the anxiousness of Kanado, and Ju, Haruto appeared somewhat reflective. Damn it, they were only a year apart in age, so why did this Kanmaki fellow have both a wife and daughters while he, after years of cultivation, could hardly find a suitable girl? Let alone in the village where everyone was obsessed with mining stones and burning coal. Even in the selection, he only encountered boys like Kanado and Ju. Haruto stared resentfully at the teacup before him, grinding his molars before speaking. I want to eat. Kanado and Ju were both taken aback when meeting the Lord. To say one wants to eat. Yoya, however, seemed unfazed, even smiling with a look of I knew this would happen. Amano, please take care of it. Amano went to prepare the meal while Yoya sat cross-legged on the tatami, first glancing at the two anxious fox boys. How is Mr. Mitsuri's health? Kanado straightened his back and replied earnestly, my master is doing well. He's recently been out on demon hunting missions. Thanks to him, the area around the Misty Mountain is quite safe. Also thanks to him, you two have been nurtured to become such Mr. Mitsuri is not only an exceptional Hashira, but also an outstanding mentor. Haruto perked up. A mentor. He really needed an excellent mentor to help him overcome the difficulties in his cultivation journey. If he could hear your praise, my master would certainly be very pleased. Kanado smiled gently. His eyes were very similar to Yoya's, both shining with a gentle light. Soon you can try on your uniforms for the Demon Slayer Corps at the place you were just sitting. Next you will receive Tamashii steel, which is the material used to forge Nichiren blades. Your Nichiren blades will be completed within 10 to 15 days and delivered to you. This I'm sure Haruto is already familiar with. Yoya looked at Haruto, his eyes curving with a smile. Who will the assigned swordsmith be? Who would you like it to be? As long as it's not Mr. Kanatetsu, that's fine, Haruto replied. I don't want to be chased by him with a cleaver after the battle. He recalled the peculiar swordsmith adorned with wind chimes on his hat, and his muscular build shivering involuntarily. Yoya chuckled, his bright smile causing Amano, who had just entered the room, to momentarily lose her train of thought. Behind her were two servants from the Kanmaki family, each carrying heavy food boxes. I haven't asked about your appetites yet. Amano smiled shyly, placing two exquisite food boxes in front of Kanado. No need to trouble yourself, ma'am. This is enough. Kanado looked at the substantial portions in the food box, glanced at the nearly 20 boxes in the servant's hands, and waved his hand quickly. This is too much. We can't possibly eat all of that. Zhu's face also showed a hint of panic. For the first time, one box is enough. Amano breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Ew, I was worried I prepared too little. In the astonished gaze of Kanado and Zhu, she placed all 20 food boxes next to Haruto. 20 boxes, filled to the brim with grilled eel and yellow rice. The white-haired youth picked up his chopsticks, reverently pressing his palms together. Before the food, I shall begin. In the two fox boys' dazed eyes, one box after another was devoured clean, as if the eel and yellow rice had fallen into a bottomless pit. Haruto treated the food with reverence and focus, completely ignoring the barrage that began to flow anew. Reserved for the iconic food scene. Yay, it's the 15-year-old handsome leader. Laughing to death, Kanado and Zhu were scared out of their wits. Let's hope the two boys realized that the Lord called them here just so Haruto could have a hearty meal. Yaozai pushed open the door and entered the room, seeing his husband Yaozai sitting by the corridor. She walked over and gently placed her hand on his shoulder. Have they left? Yaozai gazed at the swaying wisteria flowers in the courtyard, a gentle smile appearing on his face. After selecting the jade steel and receiving their uniforms, the three gentlemen took their crows. To her surprise, Mr. Takanashi received a parrot, a mix of white and soft blue, the same color as his hair. A parrot. Truly he is an extraordinary person. Yaozai paused for a moment, then smiled and said, Tianin, you can call him Haruto. He likes it when others call his name. Okay. Yaozai and Haruto seem to have a very close relationship. Tianin recalled the bright smile Yaozai had when she entered with the food box. It had been a long time since she had seen such a joyful smile on her husband's face. On the contrary, to her surprise, although Haruto and I have known each other for a long time, we haven't met often and our relationship cannot be considered close. However, this person is different from others. Despite only a few encounters, he gives one a sense of comfort in entrusting their emotions to him. Yaozai fell into memories. He is an extremely wise and magnanimous person, different from ordinary people since childhood. When I first met him, I was 6 years old, and he was only 5. From that moment, I felt that he and I were kindred spirits. However, my magnanimity and maturity were merely a facade. Deep down, I was still a timid child who had to muster the courage to sit in the position of the master. But Haruto is different. His early wisdom and maturity are evident in his actions and words, which makes one very envious. Tianin poured him a glass of water. She rarely heard Yaozai talk about the past, so it was quite interesting to listen now. He never calls me master, although he has always lived in the Swordsmith Village following his master Mr. Wudu as an apprentice swordsmith. However, it is said that he does not have a talent for swordsmithing and has been carrying coal and transporting materials for Mr. Wudu since childhood. He called me Shinyashika boy and later Shinyashika youth, until today, he finally called me master for the first time. Yaozai couldn't help but chuckle, but I clearly feel that he has a lot of appetite. Mr. Takanashi, Haruto seems to have a huge appetite. Yaozai was taken aback and looked at Tianin, then burst into laughter which quickly turned into a fit of coughing. Tianin hurriedly patted his back, taking a while to help him catch his breath. What do you mean he seems to have a big appetite? Yaozai raised his voice. This guy is just a bottomless pit. He once ate 300 sushi in one meal. Mr. Wudo almost had to abandon him for that. The almost abandoned Takanashi Haruto was planning to return to the Foggy Mountain with Kanado and Ion. The three young men had grown close due to having fought side by side, and since Kanado was a very gentle boy with him around, Haruto also changed his initial impression of Ion. This black-haired boy always seemed expressionless, but he was just not good at expressing himself. He was kind-hearted and somewhat timid. Visiting the water pillar Mr. Rentaki at the Foggy Mountain was not a spontaneous idea from Haruto. In fact, finding a true mentor to discover and correct his mistakes in the water-breathing technique had been something Haruto had long wanted to do. Although he had never met Mr. Rentaki in the Swordsmith Village, it was generally known that swordsmen practicing the water-breathing technique were calm, steady, kind, and gentle, which led Haruto to decide to propose joining them to the Foggy Mountain. That should be the case. Kanado nodded. You saved my life, though I certainly won't decline these small favors. Can I ask you for a favor? Please go ahead. Kanado glanced at Iyong and said, our master cares for us greatly, so before we leave he always carves a protective mask for us brothers. Haruto shifted his gaze to the fox mask he was carrying, immediately understanding what he was trying to say. If Mr. Rintaki knew that the disciples he sent out were targeted and devoured one by one due to wearing the protective masks he made with his own hands, that would be too cruel. Don't worry, I won't bring it up once we reach Foggy Mountain. A grateful smile appeared on Kanado's face. Thank you for that. Iyong gently exhaled. You're quite clever. His tone was somewhat haughty and nonsensical. If it weren't for the sincerity on his face, Haruto would have doubted he was provoking him. No one expresses gratitude in that tone, Iyong. The white-haired youth patted him on the shoulder. If you communicate like this with others, people will dislike you. Yong's face turned pale, showing signs of being at a loss. Senior brother, I am not disliked. Kanado smiled indulgently. You're quite clever. How did senior brother say that, ha? A row of bullet comments floated up, making even Haruto chuckle. Is he like this at home too? Yes, Mikomo often says he is the brother who doesn't understand the art of conversation. I can talk. I didn't mean you're physically mute, I meant you were mute in thought. Mr. Takanashi. Just call me Haruto. Mr. Haruto. It's Haru, too. The three boys who had just undergone life and death trials walked down the mountain path lined with wisteria, their long-lost youthful chatter ringing out. Kanado gripped the hilt of the broken blade as a wisteria-scented breeze brushed against his face. Before him was Iyong, who was earnestly chasing after Haruto, insisting that he was not devoid of emotional intelligence, surrounded by vegetation filled with the sounds of birds and insects under the pouring sunlight. What's going on? A strange feeling surged in his heart. Why does it feel like a sense of rebirth It was as if he was embraced by sunlight after a long time. He ruffled his light pink hair and chased after them, saying, hey, you guys slow down. At the foot of the foggy mountain, Mikomo pushed the door open and saw his master Rintaki Zokunji standing in front of the house looking up the mountain path. Under that unchanging great Tengu mask, one could only wonder what kind of expression lay beneath. Teacher. Mikomo called gently, and Rintaki Zokunji turned around. You're awake. Don't worry, Teacher Kanado, and Iyong will definitely come back safely. The girl with dark green hair tilted her head and smiled brightly. They are the best swordsmen in Foggy Mountain besides Teacher Rintaki. Zokunji nodded, and just then a sudden flurry of wings sounded nearby. It was Rintaki Zokunji's crow, which was now hoarsely flapping its wings. They passed. Kanado and Iyong both passed the selection. After several decades, Zokunji finally heard the good news about his disciples. His shoulders relaxed slightly, and facing Mikomo's delighted smile, he let out a long sigh of relief. Great, finally. Kanado and Iyong are bringing friends back. Quick, prepare food. Quick, prepare food. Quick, prepare food. Kanado said that kid named Haruto. He is a special eater. Chingren arrived at the narrow mist mountain as the sun sank in the west. Earlier, he had sent Sankong, the parrot fond of blue skies, to convey his message about heading to the narrow mist mountain to Wudu. Wudu's response was, your bladesmith Steelgrave Hoyo is waiting for you in Blade Village to discuss the forging of the... Chingren thought, truly, the more one fears something, the more it comes to pass. No wonder that guy from the production house laughed so happily when he heard the mention of Steelgrave Hoyo. Well, I should bring some Yusho washi dumplings for Mr. Steelgrave when I return. I hope he won't be angry for my delayed return. At the foot of the mountain, Chingren saw the current water Hashira Rintaki Sakanji with his hair turned gray. He wore a large Tengu mask resembling the work of Tanjiro and Zenitsu, giving him an air of mystery and calm. Beside him stood a slender short girl clad in a plum blossom patterned short kimono with long dark green hair, appearing pure and adorable. She tilted her head slightly and shyly smiled at the white-haired youth. The three first greeted Mr. Rintaki, and Chingren presented the visiting gift he had bought from the village at the foot of the mountain, then turned to Mikomo and pulled out a beautifully wrapped gift from his backpack. A visiting gift. Mikomo's emerald green eyes widened in surprise and confusion. Is this for me? Yes, I picked it out on the way after hearing that there was a young sister at home. It's not a valuable gift, please accept it. Chingren nodded as if it were natural. After all, it is quite normal to bring gifts to others' homes, or even just to bring something back for family or acquaintances from a trip. It would indeed be strange if these two boys returned empty-handed. Two fox boys, when did you buy this? Zenitsu's face fell, and he spread his hands to Mikomo. You know him broke. Iyong nodded. I have money, but I forgot. It would have been better if he hadn't said that. Mikomo thanked him and went back inside with the gift. Rintaki's house is not large, but it was just enough for the four of them to live together, giving it a warm atmosphere. Mr. Sakanji was indeed a very approachable person, especially when he saw Iyong, who despite his expressionless face still proactively communicated with Chingren. The interior was cramped, so they set up a stove outside. Rintaki had prepared a large quantity of meat and vegetables which relieved Zenitsu secretly. Did the teacher take out all the preserved food? He quietly asked. No, Sakanji replied after a moment of silence. I heard the name Tachibana Chingren from a bladesmith. He recalled how Steelgrave Hoyo had danced before him. How could a 10-year-old child eat an entire pig? Oh, it seems that the master is also quite familiar with Chingren. After all, he is a child who grew up in Blade Village, and he has had many opportunities to meet the master and the Hashira-level swordsman. This is a cooking technique from Huaxia. Makomo and Iyong sat by the fire listening to him as they deftly added ingredients to the cast iron. If there are lotus ponds nearby, wrap the marinated fish in lotus leaves, coat it with a layer of pond mud, and throw it into the fire. When the pond mud cracks open, the fish inside will be very tender and juicy. This is a cooking technique from Huaxia. Makomo and Iyong sat by the fire listening to him as they deftly added ingredients to the cast iron pot hanging over the charcoal. Makomo's eyes sparkled, but she was truly very cute. Iyong, however, had a blank expression, unsure what he was listening for. Once the group had eaten their fill, Qingren turned to Rintaki Sakanji and stated the purpose of his visit. Your swordsmanship is good, but is it too poorly fused with the breathing technique? Sakanji pondered, then spoke to Qingren. Have you mastered the techniques of the flame breathing? Qingren shook his head. So far I've only mastered 5 forms. Show me. The young man put down his chopsticks, picked up the sun will blade, and stood in the center of the open space. Demonstrating the flame breathing in front of a group of water Hashira was unexpectedly a bit nerve-wracking and embarrassing. Qingren adjusted his breathing, entering a state of total concentration. Flame breathing, first form. Rintaki Sakanji observed closely with his hands behind his back, the firelight dancing upon his red mask. The flame tiger surged forth from the blade, and Qingren gasped for breath, feeling exhaustion and soreness. And he looked to Sakanji, who paused before speaking. No offense meant, but I believe you should give up on the flame breathing technique. Huh? Qingren was somewhat at a loss. Sakanji stepped closer, pulling his arm out from his sleeve. You've met Rengoku Kaijiro, right? What kind of person do you think he is? Qingren pondered and replied, Mr. Kaijiro is a very passionate person. Even though I often disturb him with my training issues, he never shows any impatience. Rengoku Kaijiro can become an excellent flame-breathing swordsman, not only due to his family heritage, but also because of his character. To practice the flame-breathing, one must be passionate and optimistic, holding a conviction as fierce as a flame. Unfortunately, I cannot see either of these qualities in you. Though saying no offense meant, Rintaki Sakanji's words were not at all merciful. You have chosen the wrong path. This path is destined not to lead you to success. Chosen the wrong path. Qingren raised his hand to touch his chest where his heart beat, yet it lacked the fiery passion of Mr. Kaijiro. Your swordsmanship is exceptional, comparable even to Hashira-level swordsmen, yet it is poorly fused with the breathing technique. Sakanji shook his head. The integration of swordsmanship and breathing technique is a matter of talent, and a lack of talent is a hard problem to solve even for a nurturing teacher. Find a belief to ignite your passion, Sakanji said. Or, join the Demon Slayer Corps. There is not too much. Qingren felt somewhat disappointed, but still sincerely thanked Sakanji. Soon he would be participating in various demon hunting missions. Must he continue to stumble along like this? Don't lose heart, I believe there will definitely be a solution. Zenitsu patted his shoulder, warmth and kindness shining. What did Qingren give you? Iyong asked Makomo. Iyong, I'm just a bit curious. It's none of your business. On the knife rack in the house, Makomo's sun will blade was placed neatly. On the circular knife guard, a new wisteria-patterned tassel was wrapped. Even the wrapping cloth bag was neatly folded and placed in a drawer. Master, she's on her period. Just as he reached the entrance of the Swordsmith Village, still astride the shinobi mount, Haruai waved eagerly toward the direction of what he remembered as his childhood home. Goto, wearing the fierce fire mask, lifted his head and tapped the railing with his iron rod. Over here. Haruai instantly pivoted 180 degrees and waved again. I'm back. The shinobi gently set him down, removed his earplugs and blindfold, and took several deep breaths. Mr. Tachibana, this is where I leave you. As was customary, Haruai reached into the woven basket and offered small gifts to the shinobi, then smiled faintly. You may call me Haruai, Mr. Anonymous Shinobi. The shinobi accepted the oil-wrapped Mitarashi dango and replied gratefully, I shall savor them thoroughly. After bidding farewell to the shinobi, Haruai first set down the basket, slipped off his haori, and changed into the underrobe draped over the railing. Then, hoisting his everyday charcoal-carrying basket and gripping his iron shovel, he dashed toward the charcoal shed to fill it, and in turn replenished the corner of the house piled high with fuel. Wearing his mask, Goto's expression remained inscrutable, until Haruai finished restocking the charcoal pile and brushed soot from his clothes. Is Master Sakanji's cooking truly that delicious? Goto's petty side resurfaced once more. Haruai suppressed a private chuckle and answered with solemn composure. Master Sakanji lives high in the mountains. Provisions there are scarce. Yet the live fish raised in mountain spring water are remarkably flavorful. I ate 24 of them myself. So you. And Master Sakanji has a daughter. She's quite lovely too. Goto fell silent. He glanced at Haruai, then at the Swordsmith Village, paused, and finally said, That is rather commendable. What is the girl's name? How old is she? Where are her parents from? Is she also an apprentice demon slayer? Haruai stared at the fire mask looming inches from his face and stammered. Her name is Makomo. Her surname should be Sakanji as well. Her birth year. That. I'm not sure. Goto's aura darkened steadily, until he erupted into a furious flame-eyed figure. You remember devouring 24 mountain spring fish, but not the girl's birthday. Oh, come now. I couldn't possibly ask such a thing on our very first meeting, Master. Go marry a bottomless rice bowl. Having only recently passed the Demon Slayer selection, Haruai stood utterly defenseless before the swordsmith. Reprimanded by Goto, for what felt like an eternity, his ear firmly pinched. Why, no one knew. Why did Goto care so fiercely about Haruai's personal life? especially after learning that Harui's childhood friend, older by a year, fond of cross-dressing Yuruzawa, and wed at 13, had already married. Had there been any marriageable girls in the Swordsmith Village, Harui half feared he'd have been wed before even Kageyoshi Ubuyashiki himself. Indeed, wed. Kagetsubo has been awaiting your return ever since he heard word of the Demon Slayer Corps. When your white parrot delivered the message postponing your arrival, he flew into a towering rage, claiming you'd squandered his most precious time. After the scolding, Goto slid his hands into his sleeves, a posture nearly identical to Sakanji's. It matters little. I've brought plenty of Mitarashi dango. Remembering the basket, Harui slapped his forehead. All right. He rummaged inside and withdrew 2 paper-wrapped parcels. The gifts he'd brought for Goto: a pair of new wooden sandals and a fresh haori. The haori bore the same indigo landscape embroidery as his own, yet tailored more deliberately to an elder's frame and traditional cut. Goto accepted the gifts, and his first reaction was sharp suspicion. Did you buy a gift for that girl, Makomo? Good. Then the flourishing of the Tachibana line rests upon your shoulders. Master, Harui sighed helplessly. With this face of mine, it's hardly likely I'll remain unwed. Wait, why did I say wed? Hardly likely I'll remain unmarried, I mean. Goto's gaze lingered on that exceptionally striking visage before he murmured low and grave, that face. That is precisely the trouble. Always speaking only half-truths. How utterly vexing. Harui carried a large bundle of Mitarashi dango across half the village to visit Kagetsubo Hataru. Hataru was a singularly eccentric swordsmith, often dismissed from his post due to the demon slayer's aversion to his abrasive nature. If Jutomioka of Kabuto Mountain struggled with social grace, then Hataru suffered from terminal communicative dysfunction. Yet Goto insisted Hataru's near-total absorption in crafting Nichiren blades justified his social shortcomings. After all, true mastery rarely coexists with perfection in every realm. In summer, Hataru often retreated to the mountains for training, where he maintained a modest forge hut, and swept up in fervent practice would strip bare to reveal sinewy, powerful musculature while sprinting wildly through the woods, and was routinely mistaken for a wild boar descending the slopes. Harui found him at a wooden cottage in the village, engrossed in discussion with fellow swordsmith Tetsukabe Kozo over blueprints spread across a table. To sharpen the blade, we must reduce its thickness, but if it grows too slender, it risks snapping outright. Thus, forging demands extraordinary skill, achieving both razor-thin precision and unyielding resilience. A formidable challenge indeed. All because of that brat. His swordsmanship is peerless, yet his breathing technique is abysmal. He ought to remain an apprentice forever. Huh, who's that supposed to be? Harui pouted, then raised his voice and strode forward. Excuse me, Mr. Tetsukabe. Mr. Hataru. Hataru turned, his eyes visible beneath the mask locked sharply onto Harui. At last, you've returned, young. Hataru loathed being called Hataru. Harui detested the surname Tachibana. Each had danced gleefully upon the other's most sensitive nerve, thus declaring mutual stalemate. Harui placed the bundle of Mitarashi dango upon the table and leaned in to inspect the blueprints. Is this my blade? Indeed. No other demon slayer has ever burdened us with such complications. Hataru unwrapped the dango, and Harui could immediately sense his mood brighten. Grilled mochi balls glazed in sweet soy sauce possessed such irresistible charm. Even a muscle-bound warrior could fall under their spell. Harui rubbed his stomach and diverted his gaze from the cooling dango. Don't believe Hataru's grumbling. He was overjoyed at the chance to forge your blade. Tetsukabe whispered softly into Harui's ear he was thrilled to have wrested the commission from Master Goto and sketched this blueprint in a single night. The blueprint upon the table bore countless revisions, its surface worn thin and frayed at the edges. Is the blade thinner? Hataru removed his mask and stuffed the dango into his mouth. Beneath the grotesque fire mask lay the visage of a strikingly handsome man. Harui pointed to the measurements marked on the paper. To maximize your swordsmanship's advantage in combat. Harui sighed, a man intimately acquainted with his own flaws. Forging is your domain. Oh, I offer no but one request. Moi. Harui gestured toward the tsuba and nikago on the blueprint. Could they be made I confess, I question your aesthetic judgment. Hataru, still swaddled in a wave-patterned headscarf resembling a Kansai grandmother's, stared silently at Harui for several long seconds. Then, brandishing a skewer of grilled mochi, he transformed into a roaring kettle. How dare you underestimate me? I'll slaughter you where you stand. Unforgivable. The new sword for Haruka arrived in his hands after 13 days. Perhaps stimulated by his comment of poor taste, Kodetsuka Akira put a lot of thought into the appearance of this sword. He narrowed the blade's edge and extended the tang, making it more convenient for two-handed grip. The handle was wrapped in intertwined light purple and white cords, while the scabbard was entirely snow white, looking very complementary to Haruka's hair color. Such a beautiful sword should be wielded by a swordsman of the breath of the mist or breath of water. It's yours now. Kodetsuka Akira arrogantly handed the sword to him, leaving behind a threatening remark. Take good care of it, or I will personally slay you. Haruka drew the long sword and performed a set of sword techniques in the courtyard, the sharp blade glinting in the sunlight. Having passed the selection, and with the new sword in hand, the next thing to arrive should be the mission from the Demon Slayer Corps, brought by Soku. However, after waiting for more than a week, Soku merely circled in the blue sky, as if disconnected from headquarters. Puzzled, Haruka one day stopped the gentle by Mingyu, who was on his way to the hot springs. From Wudu's words, he learned that this man, always gentle with others, had been promoted to a Hashira and was the new stone Hashira. Bai Mingyu was quite tall. Even Haruka, who had developed well, felt his 170 centimeters height was insignificant standing in front of him. His attire resembled that of a monk with a shaved head, a large string of prayer beads around his neck, and another string of 108 beads wrapped around his hand. Bai Mingyu's eyes were completely blind. He always kept his hands together in prayer, reciting sutras, yet his sensitivity to changes in the surrounding environment was sharper than that of some with functioning eyes. "Is there something you need?" he said politely, hands pressed together. "Congratulations on becoming the new stone Hashira." Haruka first offered his congratulations. "And congratulations to you for passing the swordsman selection and becoming a member of the Demon Slayer Corps." Although Haruka and Bai Mingyu had met a few times, they could hardly be considered familiar. Despite his friendly demeanor towards Haruka, this guy always hinted at an underlying distrust. Perhaps it was due to some psychological trauma in his youth. Haruka consoled himself with this reasoning, as most who joined the Demon Slayer Corps carried burdens of hatred. If it weren't for Mr. Makashiro's absence in the sword-making village recently, Haruka decided to be straightforward. "Mr. Bai Mingyu, I have been part of the Demon Slayer Corps for nearly a month, and it's been over 10 days since I received my sword. Why have I not yet received any assignment?" "The reason is that there are too many people now." "Too many people, eh?" Haruka raised an eyebrow. "This batch of newly promoted rank G swordsmen has over 20 individuals." "The reason is that there are too many people now." "Too many people, eh?" Haruka raised an eyebrow. "This batch of newly promoted rank G swordsmen has over 20 individuals, but the number of demons that match your rank is scarce." Haruka was speechless. So it was because there were too many graduates and demons suited for their level couldn't be assigned to him for the time being. Wasn't it said that the Demon Slayer Corps was short-handed? Why was there a shortage of demons? "Well, Mr. Haruka, waiting is also a form of cultivation." Bai Mingyu's voice was firm yet gentle, and his attitude improved considerably. "If you find no progress in your breathing techniques, perhaps you should strengthen your physical body instead." "Is this your advice to me, Mr. Bai Mingyu?" Even while harboring doubts, was he also concerned about the troubles of a stranger? Haruka smiled, slightly unsure if the other could perceive it. "Thank you, Mr. Bai Mingyu." Hey. Haruka trained shirtless in front of the sword-making house, running while carrying a heavy stone supplying charcoal to every swordsmith nearby, continuously swinging and chopping with his sword. He trained with meticulous precision, just as he had for the past 2.5 years. Bai Mingyu. Wudu stood with his hands tucked in his sleeves, watching him practice, murmuring to himself. "That's the tall monk who appeared in the village a year ago. I remember he was personally brought back by the Lord, said to have been rescued from the execution platform." Wudu's sources of information are much broader than Haruka's. He recalled, stroking his masked chin. "I heard he was originally a monk from a temple who adopted many children. But one day, all the children were killed by demons, and after he used all his strength to slay the evil spirit, he was accused as the murderer by the surviving children and sent to the execution ground. If not for the Lord's timely rescue, he would have likely died long ago. No wonder." After completing 500 one-handed handstand push-ups on the ground, Haruka switched hands and did another 500. Sweat streamed down his muscular body like a small stream pooling on the ground into a wet patch. No wonder he harbored doubts about his younger self before joining the Demon Slayer Corps. It turned out he had experienced betrayal. And expressing goodwill towards himself again was because Haruka had passed the Demon Slayer Corps assessment, and the 14-year-old boy was no longer a child but a warrior who could stand alongside Bai Mingyu. Haruka continued training in silence, and after every muscle was thoroughly exercised, he endured the soreness, picked up his sword, and began to practice his sword techniques. The sword techniques without the breathing method were sharp, the blade cutting through the air with a series of whooshing sounds accompanied by a terrifying blade song that made one feel weak. Wudu, wearing his Green Mountain Haori, maintained a tranquil expression. 30 years ago, Ryoji stood here wielding the Nichiren blade. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. The demon that killed Ryoji must have already become one of the 12 Kazuki. Whenever he thought of the ashes of his son placed in the bedroom, Wudu's hands would tremble uncontrollably. No, he couldn't tell Haruka. Haruka was a gentle child, but his abilities were limited. If he told him, the boy would surely seek revenge on that demon. "Wudu, this is your grudge. Do not let it burden the child." Taking a deep breath, Wudu opened his eyes and suddenly saw a white figure swirling around Haruka in the night. Chiba. Fishermen frequently go missing near Chiba Huron, suspected to be hiding demons. It was Soku bringing news from the Demon Slayer Corps. Is it time for action? Haruka bent his index finger, allowing Soku to land. The number of missing persons exceeds 15. 5 rank G swordsmen have already been summoned. Wudu looked at Haruka without saying much, just nodding calmly. "Prepare to set off with peace of mind. I will ready provisions for your journey. Be careful. If you encounter troublesome demons, run as far away as possible." The true thought remained silent in his throat as Wudu returned to the house to prepare his specialty rice balls for Haruka. "I feel like Master is very worried." Haruka watched the old man's back and sighed softly, raising an eyebrow at the parrot. "We will return safely, right, Soku?" "Not necessarily. You should say something auspicious." Hirabayashi is located in Chiba Prefecture southeast of Tokyo and is a town that relies on fishing for its livelihood. When Sabito arrived, the atmosphere of the town was completely different from what he had imagined. Everywhere were hot spring inns and seafood shops, bustling with residents and tourists. There were no tightly shut doors and windows, no fear or anxiety. Fishermen carried their gear to the sea, chatting in a relaxed and peaceful manner. Missing fisherman. The owner of a hot spring inn was somewhat surprised to learn of Sarito's intention. What missing? They all ran off with those lowly courtesans. An elderly woman sitting in the inn scoffed at this. How can they be called men when they abandon their own starving children, leaving their recently born wives and courtesans to indulge in Tokyo? Ran off. The owner shook his head. Men, how can they compete with these courtesans? In just a few moments they are left with empty pockets and even risk their lives to seek fortune in the big city. Well, if they don't even care for their wives and children, can they still be considered men? The elderly woman looked down on them. That Yuki from the Marucci family, always pretending to love Saori, yet he vanished without a trace, didn't he? Sarito nodded thoughtfully. Is it related to the festival? Or is the festival merely a coincidence? Excuse me, has any swordsman dressed like me come here recently? The owner looked him up and down. There have been wandering swordsmen, but I haven't seen anyone as well dressed as you. Thank you. After inquiring about the location of the Marucci family mentioned by the elderly woman, Sarito reluctantly glanced at the fresh sea bream and lobsters displayed on the hot spring inn's counter, wiped his mouth and left. Now he should prioritize catching the possible evil spirit, and afterward, he could celebrate with a big feast. He found the Marucci house mentioned by the elderly woman, but there was no one home. The neighbor told him that Saori had gone fishing early in the morning and had been out for many days. Wasn't she just giving birth? Sarito was taken aback. Well, life is like that. The kind neighbor shook his head. Her husband ran off, and with little food left at home, if she doesn't fish, they won't even have enough to eat. Saori was also a stubborn person who refused our food, saying she would find a way. You look well dressed, or are you a relative of Saori? I heard she originally lived near Asakusa, and her family was in business. Sarito politely made small talk. The wind outside was damp, mixed with the salty scent of the sea. Such an environment would be extremely harmful to a woman who had just given birth. Moreover, he looked up at the gradually darkening sky and quickened his search. Finally, he spotted Saori among the returning fishermen. She was a very young girl with a cloth headscarf tied on her head, her beautiful face, pale, carrying a basket on her back. A cloth pouch was tied around her chest, and he could faintly hear the weak cries of a baby. She wore a pair of worn wooden sandals. Her feet and calves were white and covered in wounds. The basket contained only a thin layer of shellfish, and just these had already exhausted all her strength. She passed by Sarito, dragging her weary body home. The people around her cast looks of pity, which made Saori pushing open the door to the Marucci house. The room was as cold and quiet as ever. She placed the basket in the corner and first took out Rika from the cloth pouch at her chest. Rika was a well-behaved little girl, and Yuki was very happy when she was born, spending hours searching the dictionary to name her. Yet people would whisper that Yuki ran off with a courtesan because she gave birth to a daughter. How ridiculous. What do they know? Yuki would never abandon her or their child. She and Yuki swore an oath to the deities when they escaped from Asakusa. Tears rolled down the girl's delicate cheeks, dripping onto the baby's face. The starving baby stuck out its tongue in vain to lick, unable to fill its belly, and then cried like a little kitten. Saori was jolted awake, but she hadn't eaten properly in a long time. Even her milk supply was insufficient. Just then someone knocked on the wooden door of the Marucci house. Saori looked up and saw a striking young man with white hair, a sword at his waist. He carried a backpack and lowered his gaze as if avoiding suspicion. Sorry to disturb you. Well-dressed, exceptionally handsome. Saori suddenly jumped up from the ground, her face filled with endless despair and fear. You found your way here. From Asakusa to Hirabayashi. She rushed around the yard, throwing everything she could see at him. Sarito dodged the debris in confusion. Asakusa. No, I came from. In short, I'm not from Asakusa. He raised the paper bag in his hand. Do you want something to eat? Even if you don't want it, your child might need to eat something. Upon mentioning the child, Saori seemed to regain her rationality for a moment. She watched Sarito warily, his handsome face reminding her of some bad memories. I don't need pity. She gritted her teeth in response. How stubborn. Even if such a person were thrown into a furnace, they'd still come out with a complete set of lips. Sarito sighed inwardly but said, this is not pity, it's a transaction. I want to know about your missing husband. If you don't mind, these items, including this pack of baby rice powder, are the payment. An adult can endure hunger for a few days, but a child cannot. Saori glanced at Rika in her arms, and after a moment replied, you may come in. Sarito pushed the door open and walked in, leaving it ajar to avoid suspicion. He placed the rice powder and some prepared food bought from the town in front of Saori, then sat at a distance, and also took out his lunchbox to eat. Chiba truly is a paradise for seafood. The eels produced here have a special milky aroma. After a simple frying, they were neatly arranged on sweet potato rice, their golden color enticing. Sarito ate deliciously, and Saori's throat also moved. She first prepared rice powder for Rika and fed her with a wooden spoon before picking up the same eel rice in front of her to swallow greedily. Even in a state of hunger, she still covered her mouth with her sleeve, maintaining a dignified demeanor, coupled with the panic she had shown when mentioning Asakusa. Perhaps it was not the courtesans who took the souls of the fishermen, but rather the fishermen who captured the hearts of the courtesans. Yonghui vanished 3 days ago. After returning from a day's fishing, he went to deliver fresh seafood to 2 hot spring inns and did not come back until late. Does he often come home late? No, never. Since Li Xiang was born, he has never stayed out late. Qingren stroked his chin and said, so the problem lies with those 2 hot spring establishments. Shaji only shook her head. I don't know. The young man hesitated then asked, why would people say? Your husband ran off with a geisha? That's a lie. Shaji raised her voice and snapped. At her cry, half-awake Li Xiang was startled and began to... Her fierce composure melted away as she cradled the infant and rocked gently. Li Xiang, my Li Xiang. After a while, Shaji murmured in a low voice, perhaps this is retribution. Qingren said nothing, feigning attentive silence. 3 years earlier, the country boy Yonghui had met the geisha Shaji from Qiansha at the town festival. Shaji was extraordinarily beautiful and knew how to entangle men. Yonghui, a rustic youth from a small place, could not resist the temptation. He abandoned the parents who raised him and his underage siblings and followed Shaji to Qiansha. What could a boy who only knew how to fish do in bustling Dongjing? Naturally the lowest, most degrading, and filthy. Raised amid his parents' hopes, the boy lived at the very bottom of Qiansha society, pained as he watched his beloved Shaji return to a life of selling her charms. Shaji did not completely lack genuine feeling for Yonghui. When she was alone and destitute in Dongjing, his devotion gave her the will to survive. So one day after the new year, the two eloped from Qiansha. Shaji stole the brothel mother's money pouch, took a train with Yonghui to shake off the pleasure quarters pursuit, and boldly settled in the adjacent Qinya County. It was from him that Shimi learned about the demon-slaying team that had been secretly hunting demons, seeing the uniform he wore, which was similar to that of the white-haired youth. But Yonghui swore before the gods to never betray me, to live with me forever. Shotzi's shoulders trembled and silent tears slid down her nose. Nothing has been decided yet, Qingren said. What are the names of those 2 hot spring inns? Shaji lifted her tear-blurred eyes. What do you mean? Perhaps it really is the inn's fault. To so hastily deem your husband a deserter. After all your hardship, what would make you, whether from unwillingness to accept it or from absolute trust in her husband? Qingren obtained the names of the 2 inns. One was called Wanheish, the very one he had inquired inside when he first came to Pinji. Goose flesh rose on Qingren's arm. A hot spring inn laden with delectable sea brim fresh lobster and sweet king crab might astonishingly hide a man-eating demon. It was horrifying. He had barged in like a greenhorn. If they had shut the door on him and set upon him, then he would have truly been a foolish dog. Better to check the other one first. Qingren resolved to investigate the other inn called Rekawu before the other demon-slaying corps members arrived. Night fell, and the fishermen, tired from the day's work, shuffled in wooden clogs to the town's brightly lit, hot spring street. If people from Dongjing went to Qiansha and Jiyuan to amuse themselves, Pingya's hot spring street was Qinya people's favored place to unwind. Rekawu stood in the most bustling spot. Qingren attempted to slip in with the crowd, but was stopped by the guard at the door. Swordsmen are not permitted inside. With the clear path blocked, he took the hidden route. Qingren easily scaled the wall into Rekawu, wrapped his Riluan Dao in his Haori, and swaggered through the inn as if on casual business. It looked no different from the hot springs of later times, a sea of bodies bathing like dumplings in hot water, a steaming towel balanced on each head. To the naked eye there seemed nothing amiss. Qingren closed his eyes, drew a deep breath, and his awareness spread out like a... These inns were not only for bathing. There were scrubbers, foot massagers, and other services. Qingren arched an eyebrow, skipping the rooms where couples sought carnal harmony, and carefully swept the shadowed chambers with his perception. He discovered nothing. Could he really be inexplicably lucky? Was Wanheish the true haunted place? He frowned and retracted his awareness, but as he passed that room of intimacy, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Why was one person's consciousness missing? The indistinct presence of a man and a woman that had been there moments ago now held only the woman's awareness. Already finished. Already gone. Qingren felt the unease and turned toward the room. The closer he drew, the clearer its interior became in his mind. He saw a woman half sitting in a single-person bath, her long hair loose like a satiated beast, contentedly licking her palm. Those palms, veins standing out, coarse bones, nails like claws, undeniably a demon's paw. The woman in the spring was a man-eating oni. At that very moment, the long-haired she-demon sensed the gaze and bared a mouthful of needle-like teeth at the empty air. Umph! Qingren made a low sound as his awareness surged back into his body like a tide. Was it good luck or bad? On his first attempt at acting as a sentinel, he had witnessed the demon devouring its prey. Qingren broke into a sprint. The verdant mountain embroidered Haori on his back fluttered as he ran, his Riluan Dao already in his hand. The white-haired youth reached the door of the room his awareness had detected and kicked it open. The room was empty. No demon, not a single figure. Only the single bath still steamed. Escaped. He stepped forward and peered into the spring and let out a sharp exclamation. In the faintly yellowed water floated innumerable human bones. This room was the lair of that long-haired she. These human remains were of unknown origin. Flesh had been eaten clean from the bones. He could not tell whether the body of Majing Yonghui lay among them. Squeak. The wooden door, kicked open by Qingren and then sprung shut by recoil, was pushed again. A girl with glossy black hair timidly poked half her head in, her eyes clear as glass beads and full of fear. Excuse me. Whom are you looking for? Qingren said nothing. He glanced swiftly back at the bath. The slightly yellow spring gave off a sharp scent of sulfur. The pool was spotlessly clean, as if the earlier scene of scattered corpses had been a hallucination conjured by his senses. Are you a guest who reserved me? Shall we begin? Seeing Qingren silent, the girl revealed half her body. Her kimono collar gaped toward her waist, exposing a broad expanse of pale skin. Qingren narrowed his mist blue eyes, and a mocking smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Madam, or grandmother, Did the one who turned you into a demon not warn you that you would encounter a demon-slaying swordsman with keen senses, eh? He bowed slightly, gripping his sword as his body coiled like a drawn bowstring. Shall I first cleanse that stench from your body? His hot breath ignited his chest. He swung the long blade, and a shower of sparks bloomed. The bright light of the blade mingled with flames struck like thunder, hitting the young girl standing at the doorway. A blood streak instantly carved across the pure snow-like face of the girl, crimson blood flowing down half of her face. A soft laugh escaped the girl's lips. Her originally slender and fair fingers suddenly swelled and thickened, with nails becoming sharp and pointed. Her long hair instantly unfurled, nearly filling the half of the room. Ah, dear boy, you truly do not understand the tenderness of a maiden. The long-haired ghost gently brushed her hand across her face, instantly healing the blood streak. I initially thought you had a beautiful face and planned to let you savor the pleasures of the mortal realm before devouring you. Who knew you would turn out to be such an unsophisticated sword wielder? The swirling black hair clumped together, making Siren feel a wave of nausea. This ghost had been here for who knows how long, and he had no idea how many people she had consumed. Looking at her imposing aura, she was almost comparable to the hand demon of Tengu Mountain. The cramped space was not conducive for Siren to evade, and going outside raised concerns about causing a commotion, even more so about the malicious ghost preying on him. Siren furrowed his brows tightly, the blade in his hand shimmering as he struck back, each strand of long hair flying towards him. Ghosts, depending on their talents, could awaken their own unique blood demon techniques, perhaps akin to sword techniques, or perhaps like the long hair of the ghost. Hard as iron, they emitted a crisp metallic sound when clashing with blades. However, no matter how hard the hair is, ultimately it is still hair. Siren lifted his head, firelight flickering. The ghost's heart skipped a beat as her long hair surged, enveloping the handsome white-haired swordsman, attempting to suffocate him directly. The black hair immediately wrapped around Siren like a cocoon, just like the countless men who had been enchanted by the ghost's charm in the past. Who? She exhaled lightly. What's this? Such a grand show. I thought I had encountered a formidable character. Her long hair could serve as her feeding chamber, and once it wrapped around her prey, she could begin to feed. Countless strands of hair transformed into sharp spikes with mouths piercing into the prey's body, beginning from the viscera, turning the ensnared human into a skeleton draped in a thin layer of human skin, just like how humans consume mud snails. Wait, why is it burning so fiercely? The human-shaped cocoon made of black hair suddenly emitted a burnt odor, followed by a flash of firelight and a low growl of gritted teeth. The tightly wound hair actually began to burst apart inch by inch. Breath of flame, fourth form, blazing flame vortex. The slender blade sliced through the layers of black hair. With unstoppable force, a vortex of flames blossomed from the wielding blade, incinerating the black hair in an instant. The blazing flames spread along the long hair towards its source. Umph! The long-haired ghost grunted, automatically severing her hair. Black hair fell to the ground in droves, rapidly igniting as they intertwined. The flame-wielding swordsman. She grinned, exposing her menacing teeth, truly troublesome. Siren immediately leaped high into the air, the newly reappearing black hair woven a net in front of him, which he severed with his slashing blade. Very well, the momentum is on the rise, so let's maintain this unstoppable force. He pressed on his white hair, whipping behind him like a flag. Clang, clang, clanged. The continuous clashes of the hair and the Nicaran blade revealed the ghost's bulging veins, her once pure face now twisted in a fierce expression. Damn you, damn swordsman. She let out a piercing scream, her long hair pouring out from behind her. Go to hell. Hoo-hoo. Siren, aware of his inability to sustain, leapt around the room, dodging the long hair that pierced through the house like a torrential rain. His gaze locked tightly on the source of the long hair. As he swung his blade, swish, 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 he quickly approached the ghost. Under the increasingly magnified gaze of the twisted ghost face and his pupils, his heartbeat seemed to slow. Sucking in a breath, the hot air surged in his chest, heat flowing between his lips and teeth. The blade in Siren's hand drooped as if a blazing sun was rising from the blade. Breath of flame, second form. The blade rose from below the scorching air, engulfing the entire room. Flame ascension. With a sizzling sound. Amidst the cascading black hair, the fiery blade carved out a path. The grotesque head flew high, rolling and crashing against the wooden window before falling to the ground. The headless body could no longer support itself, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Hoo. Siren panted heavily, the soreness and weakness rolling through every muscle, his hand trembling to the point he could barely hold the Nicaran blade. No, this cannot continue. In this world, not all ghosts are so weak. He gripped the hilt tightly, his finger. What if he encounters a stronger ghost in the future? What if he faces the 12 Kazuki, whether upper or lower moons, or even the Demon King Muzan Kabutsuji? Just like now, if he couldn't finish off his combo, would he just wait for death? Siren gazed at the gradually burning head. Suddenly his pupils constricted. In his line of sight, white warning messages began to roll. And those messages were not about anything amusing, but danger, danger, danger. A line of danger symbols hovered in his vision, sending goosebumps all over Siren's body. What danger? Hadn't the long-haired ghost already died? Her head was beginning to burn under the scorching heat of the Nicaran blade, wasn't it? Cold sweat dripped down Siren's forehead. Compared to known dangers, the unknown was truly terrifying. White-furred, handsome guy? My little lover. Returning from the Yoshiwara arc to pay respect. In Japanese folklore, the Nurera Heian and the Ushioni often act together. Finally, senior brother has arrived, but it's a shame that my friend is about to perish. Who has arrived? What do the new Rara Hyon and the Ushioni mean? Siren's breath became labored with anxiety. Had some plot character arrived here? Most importantly, the long-haired ghost was indeed dead, but why had the ghostly energy in the room not dissipated? Had she not truly died, or was there another ghost present? Outside, it seemed noisy. Countless people were screaming, causing the entire hot spring street to boil with chaos. What had happened? Confused, Siren turned to push open the window to see, only to find that the window opened on its own. A massive, slimy octopus tentacle crashed through the wooden window, grabbing Siren by the waist. As the world spun, Siren tried to draw his blade, but found his limbs numb and unable to move. The suction cups on the octopus tentacle injected toxins into him upon contact. Helplessly ensnared, he was pulled out of the hot room. In his dimming vision, he saw the monster outside. It was a gigantic octopus demon with a cow's head writhing its body and stuffing itself into its mouth. Huh, is this the Ushioni? Was the Nurere Hyon referring to the long-haired ghost he had just slain? The hot spring street was in chaos, with people fleeing and crying all around. In Siren's line of sight, a disheveled youth with messy black hair and striking blue eyes clad in a dark red haori was rushing towards him. His expression was anxious, his brows knit tightly together. Siren, looks like Tenjin Yuzi is down. No, everything went dark as he was shoved into the mouth of the Ushioni. Takaoka Siren meets his end. Young man. Haruto jolted awake, his body trembling as the lingering agony of shattered bones felt in his final moments, forced a pained groan from his lips. Before him stood his employer, the owner of the Yunhai, and wearing an anxious expression. Did you fall ill? Angina, perhaps? It took Haruto several long moments to recover from the neural aftershock. His face turned as pale as his snow-white hair. He recognized this moment, the very beginning of his arrival in Hirano, and steadied his breath before asking, what happened? I should be the one asking that. The innkeeper exhaled in visible relief upon seeing Haruto unharmed, then added with mild reproach, the moment you stepped inside, before uttering a single word, you collapsed. Had I not caught you in time, you might have struck your face hard enough to split it open. Haruto pushed himself upright from the floor and shook his head. Time had indeed reverted once more. Each death triggered a full temporal rewind across this entire plane, back to the instant before his demise. Stepping outside the Yunhai, and he gazed across the street at another establishment bearing the sign Nikia. His brow furrowed tightly. 2 demons. One resided within Nikia, a female demon named Nurari, whose blood demon art manifested through her hair. The second, a bull demon, remained unlocated. Its form a grotesque fusion of bovine head and octopus-like body, its tentacles lined with suction cups secreting a neuroparalytic toxin. Its blood demon art remained unknown. What was the connection between these 2 demons? Why had the bull demon remained absent until Nurari's death, only to erupt into action the instant she fell? Haruto dismissed such tangled speculation and simply returned to the Yunhai Inn. Guest, what dishes are available now? He pointed toward the array of fresh seafood displayed in the cabinet. Sea bream, snow crab, Nurari bull demon. Set them aside for now. First fill the stomach. Mikoto-ju arrived in Hirano somewhat later. His messenger Crow Kansaburo informed him that another Demon Slayer Corps member had already preceded him there. As for who it was, or where exactly they were stationed, Kansaburo could only shake his head helplessly. Ju thus wandered aimlessly through the streets, until his gaze settled upon a hot spring and teeming with onlookers at its entrance. What's happening? Well, heard a young outsider just challenged Yato Kazuma. Yato, isn't he Hirano's legendary glutton? Indeed, he devoured 200 sea bream sushi rolls not long ago. Didn't he claim even Tokyo's sumo wrestlers couldn't match his appetite? How did he find competition here in Hirano? That outsider lad has snow-white hair and strikingly handsome features. White hair, handsome, glutton. Those 3 words rearranged themselves in Ju's mind, again and again, until only one name emerged: Takanashi Haruto. Without hesitation, Ju drew his long sword close and slipped through the crowd like a silver fish entering the inn. His first sight was a colossal, sweating man seated at a table, his hair tied in the traditional sumo top knot, as he shoveled sushi into his mouth with frantic speed. Beside him, several sushi chefs also glistened with sweat, their hands moving so swiftly they nearly abandoned all notion of artisanal craft, just to keep pace with the ravenous guest. Across from the mountainous Yato sat a youth with long flowing white hair. Whereas Yato dripped with perspiration, the youth ate with effortless grace, 1 bite per piece, barely chewing before swallowing whole. Ju stood beside the table, gazing down at Yato with quiet pity. How dare you challenge him? How could you possibly hope to Leaving aside the 20-odd overflowing boxes of eel rice he'd consumed atop Fujishiba Mountain, even the staggering feat of devouring 24 arms-length fermented fish, enough to leave Mikomo awestruck for an entire year on Kabamori Mountain, was astounding in itself. And yet, after finishing those 24 fermented fish alongside several steaming bowls of hot pot, Haruto had still drawn his blade and performed the flame-breathing sequence with serene, fluid mastery. Such a person must harbor an entire world within his stomach. Though their physiques differed vastly, any astute observer could see Yato Kazuma nearing collapse, while the outsider youth seemed capable of consuming another 100 pieces. Stop eating, Yato, surrender. Don't burst your gut, someone shouted from the crowd. Shamed and defiant, Yato slammed his fleshy palm onto the table and seized a ladle, scooping raw sushi rice straight from the tub into his mouth. Haruto flinched momentarily, considering doing the same, when suddenly Yato froze mid-motion. He's choking. A panicked voice rang out from the crowd. It's blocked, completely jammed from stomach to esophagus. Haruto looked up to see Yato's eyes glazed over his plump face, flushed crimson breath failing him entirely. Good grief. You shouldn't eat what you can't swallow. As Haruto moved to administer emergency aid, a stern-faced youth stepped forward beside him. First he raised a kettle and poured water forcefully into Yato's mouth. Then as the giant began to falter, he reversed his long sword and delivered sharp percussive blows to Yato's abdomen and chest with the hilt. After several such strikes, Yato finally vomited a torrent of waterlogged sushi rice onto the floor. Collapsed and gasping, he lay spent, but alive. A stunned murmur swept through the onlookers. No one had expected a gluttony contest to nearly end in tragedy. Ju. Haruto's eyes lit up. You're the one assigned to this mission. Have you eaten? He slid a plate of sushi toward Ju. Ju's gaze swept slowly across the wreckage on the floor, and then with deliberate calm, he shook his head. I'm not hungry. What exactly is going on? Don't ask, Haruto chuckled wryly. Out of nowhere this fellow barged in. Wanted to challenge me to a gluttony duel. Said whoever lost would pay the other's bill. But judging by Yato's current state, half dead and certainly unable to rise and settle accounts, the farce had ended prematurely. Thus concluded the absurd spectacle. Haruto paid his meal to the Yunhai-in's proprietor, only for the kind-hearted man to wave it off with a quiet murmur. Thanks to you, look how bustling my inn has become. Haruto glanced lightly at the inn now packed to capacity and smiled, then counted out coins anew. Please prepare some takeout for me, and a box of infant rice cereal. He remembered Sayuri, widowed grieving, and her child Rika. Without these provisions, mother and daughter would go hungry tonight. He led the bewildered Ju to the Mei residence. Sayuri remained guarded wary. Having already confirmed Nurari's presence at Nekia, Haruto didn't linger long, departing swiftly with Ju in tow. When did you arrive? Ju asked. Around noon. Half a month apart, and Ju's hair appeared slightly longer. Why didn't you reply to my letters? Haruto complained. I thought you hadn't received them. I sent several. All your letters were taken by Makomo to read. Ju grimaced. And frankly, they were rather chaotic, filled mostly with tales of the past. Makomo? That girl learned from Shinobu that you saved him, and now vows to emulate you as her ultimate aspiration. Ju watched the sky dim, steering the conversation back to purpose. What happened to the missing fisherman? Haruto recalled the fragments of information he'd gathered earlier at the Yunhai Inn. That too is a story. Have you heard the legends of Nurari and the bull demon? In traditional Japanese folklore, the names of the Ru woman and the Ushi Oni often appear together. They collaborate, typically with the Ru woman luring humans and the Ushi Oni preying upon them. The origin of the Ru woman comes from a human girl who drowned in the sea, her spirit transformed into a malevolent ghost that attacks humans. Meanwhile, the Ushi Oni's origins can be traced back to the great General Minamoto no Yorimitsu of the Heian period. Of course, these supernatural beings do not exist in this world. The tales of these monsters are merely fabrications spun by those who have encountered man-eating fiends. All the existing demons were originally human, transformed by the demon king Muzan Kabutsuji through his blood. So, how do you know there are two demons? Ju looked puzzled. You clearly only arrived half a day ago. Ugh, should I tell you that I've already been fed an octopus once? Akihiko replied earnestly. It's a matter of perception. I sense the presence of two distinct demons. Some people are born with extraordinary sensory abilities that others lack, like Tanjiro's sense of smell, so this explanation was easily accepted by Ju. So what should we do now? Akihiko raised his head. The lanterns had been lit, and everything looked just as it had. The difference was that last time he was alone in the hot water house preparing to infiltrate the Ru woman's lair. Now he was coldly observing the hot water house from the perspective of a bystander standing beside Ju, who was gripping his sword. What should we do? Is killing the Ru woman the only way to draw out the Ushi Oni? But what is the relationship between the Ru woman and the Ushi Oni? Since they are not twin demons, after one is slain, the other should logically hide even deeper. How could the Ushi Oni rush out immediately? As Akihiko was pondering, his gaze suddenly froze on the hot water house. The pure girl in the beige cherry blossom kimono walking out from it. Is that not the Ru woman? That silky long hair, the way it could ensnare a person, was something he still couldn't forget. Ju followed Akihiko's line of sight, his breath catching as he tightened his grip on his Nichiren blade. It's a demon. Wait a moment. Akihiko grasped his arm, lowering his voice. Don't rush, let's see where she goes. Calculating the time, Akihiko realized that at this moment last time, he should have already infiltrated the hot water house, scanning the entire inn with his consciousness. It was at this moment that he discovered the Ru woman had consumed a person and had drawn his sword to slay her. Akihiko, after feeding, does she go out? Utilizing Akihiko's exceptional awareness, the two followed the Ru woman, who was walking away from the bustling hot spring street into the secluded coastline. Time to eat, the Ru woman said as she slashed her own arm, blood gushing from the wound and spilling into the sea. In the distant darkness, a massive shadow moved from the depths of the ocean. Gurgle, gurgle. This was the sound of slime rubbing against itself as the bull-headed octopus monster appeared on the shore, hungrily lunging toward the Ru woman, its tentacles coiling around her limbs. After its limbs were torn off, a chilling crunch echoed, followed by the sound of limbs regenerating. The Ru woman's voice sounded extremely angry. Hey, that's enough. This is what I deserve. The Ushi Oni's voice was deep, suddenly filled with rage after chewing it all. Tastes like men. Uffed. One tentacle shot out, piercing through the Ru woman's chest. I said enough already. Her hair flew out, wrapping around the tentacle that had pierced her chest. Her face was filled with impatience, hiding in a hot spring, and only men would come. Bitch. Bitch. The Ushi Oni's tentacles frantically slapped the water's surface. You don't want. I don't want. Yes, I am a bitch. The Ru woman scoffed. Who made my man a useless demon? Scared out of his wits by the demon slayer who passed by years ago, now he only dares to hide in the deep sea. Huh. What else is there to eat? Akihiko and Ju exchanged glances, both perking up their ears. That guy is dangerous. The Ushi Oni paused its slapping tentacles. He is stronger than any swordsman I have ever seen. But the blood given by Lord Doma is not for us to hide away. We must consume more humans. Weak demons will be forgotten by the adults. The Ru woman's expression turned ferocious. If in a few years we cannot even make it to the lower moons, we will be turned into his fertilizer by the Lord Doma. Akihiko raised an eyebrow in confusion, preparing to ask Ju if he had heard of him, when suddenly bullet comments began to float up. Akihiko's scalp tingled. Fortunately, there were no death warnings among the comments, nor was there the same barrage of danger as last time. Why is it him again? Why does Doma like turning men and women into demons so much? Even after drinking the blood of Upper Moon 2, he is still so weak. You guys should restart. Laughing to death, my husband and his little husband listening to gossip. Their expressions are really funny. Expression Omega Omega. Wait a minute. Doma is Upper Moon 2. Akihiko gasped, realizing he had stumbled upon significant information. You must understand, over a century of battling demons, the Demon Slayer Corps has only had information about a few low, let alone the Demon King Muzan Kabutsuji. Even the 6 upper moons among his 12 Kazuki are shrouded in mystery to the Demon Slayer Corps. The snippets of information learned today are crucial intelligence for the Demon Slayer Corps. However, this news cannot be directly reported to Ubuyashiki Kagaya, as he cannot explain the source. Ju gently touched Akihiko's arm. We can't wait any longer. That octopus is heading back. From a distance, the Ru woman and the Ushi Oni had completed their strange meal, the massive body of the octopus writhing as it headed back to the sea. Akihiko nodded slightly. The sky was swirling above the plains, ready to summon aid as soon as any demon slayers arrived. Since preparations are complete, then let's go. The two youths split apart, their wooden sandals making rustling sounds on the fine sand, causing the Ushi Oni to turn its head in alert. Bitch. You attracted the demon slayers. Akihiko was the first to charge at the Ru woman, having faced her once before, and with her long hair, he had an advantage with his flame breathing. Ju leaped forward, a streak of blue blade light, aimed at the Ushi Oni. Watch out for his tentacles. Akihiko shouted loudly, slashing at the long hair beside him. Bastards. Just 2 little brats. What are you afraid of? Seeing the Ushi Oni cowering in the sea, the Ru woman scolded loudly. Useless guy, you were useless as a human, and you're still useless as a demon. The white-haired boy's swordplay was sharp, each strike aimed at her vital points, as if he were very familiar with her attack patterns. Under such intense pressure, the Ru woman retreated step by step, nearly having half her face cleaved off by the move, one form, unknown fire. Witnessing the Ru woman suffer a heavy blow, the Ushi Oni finally ceased to hide. It extended its tentacles to attack Ju. After the latter skillfully dodged, its massive body leaped onto the shore. What seemed to be a desperate situation for the Ru woman suddenly transformed. Her lower half morphed into a long serpentine tail. As the 2 youths and 2 demons faced off, Akihiko and Ju exchanged glances, both knowing that a fierce battle. Chingren focused intently on dealing with the Ru girl. The girl with the serpent's tail had significantly increased her speed. Compared to that embarrassing moment in the room, the Ru girl was now much more dangerous. This felt like facing the strength of a human who had emerged from a hot spring. Smack! The long serpent tail swung at him, and Chingren raised his blade in defense, but the immense force knocked him and his sword to the ground. He quickly got back on his feet and rolled aside just before countless strands of hair could pierce his body, narrowly avoiding the attack. Chingren. Yoshiyuki Fujimoto was forced to divert his attention, but his opponent was even more troublesome, with 8 writhing tentacles continuously dismantling his water-breathing technique. Focus on your opponent. Chingren shouted loudly. He once again deftly dodged the Ru girl's long tail attack, his foot striking heavily against the rock beside him, propelling him into the air like a hunting eagle. The flowing hair that had nearly struck him became a springboard for his advance. He stepped lightly on the taut, hard strands and rushed towards the Ru girl. Clang, clang, clanged. The needle-like black hair was blocked by the blade, and Chingren finally got closer to the Ru girl. Sensing the threat to her life, she immediately flipped herself over, transforming into a giant serpent. Swoosh. The blade, infused with flames, severed one of her arms, and the strong scent of blood filled the air. The Nyogoe, engaged in battle with Yoshiyuki Fujimoto, roared in anger, no longer paying attention to the swordsman who had severed its octopus leg, and quickly turned towards Chingren. What's happening? Chingren retreated rapidly, dodging the tentacles that bore suction cups. To his surprise, Nyogoe did not continue attacking him, but instead used its tentacles to scoop up the Ru girl's severed arm that had fallen into the sea, stuffing it into its mouth and devouring it. The crunching sound echoed in his ears, reminding Chingren of his last moments when he had been stuffed into its mouth. The two swordsmen were granted a momentary respite. They leaned against each other exchanging glances, both unsure of what had just occurred. I say, that's enough. The Rue girl suddenly erupted in fury as she watched Nyogue devour the arm, her flowing black hair, changing direction, in an instant raining down arrows towards Nyogue. The sound of piercing filled the air as Nyogue was thoroughly pierced, its blue blood staining the ocean an even deeper shade of blue. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Nyogue roared as it used its tentacles to sever the strands of hair seeking to pierce the Rue girl's chest, as if it were killing all its prey. Yet on that massive bull's head its two large eyes simply spun wildly. Not fighting. Qingren felt a bit disappointed, but this was indeed a good opportunity. He nudged Yoshiyuki with his shoulder, who nodded in understanding. Blue water patterns and red flames emerged from the two blades as the swordsman charged at the demon once more. Let's deal with these pests first. The Rue girl screamed as her severed arms sprouted another in a grotesque display. The white-haired lad enveloped in flames had arrived before them. She understood that the demon's weakness lay in its head, so she quickly retracted her hair, firmly protecting her neck. Strike the snake at its critical point. But who would have thought that Qingren would shout loudly, the blade flowing as he swung it towards the Rue girl's abdomen. The black hair surged and wrapped around her midsection. Truly unpredictable. Qingren chuckled softly, twisting the hilt of his blade. Though I am not a woman, I can be just as unpredictable. With a powerful control of his body, he twisted in midair, rising up from his originally descending position. By the time the Rue girl reacted with lightning speed, Qingren's face was already raised in a mocking smile before her. Flame-breathing third form, blazing manifestation. With a single slash, he cut downwards. The blade drew a fiery arc, and in the Rue girl's shocked and furious gaze, her head soared high, crashing down onto the jagged rocks at the shore before rolling into the sea. After slaying the Rue girl, Qingren did not relent. He quickly landed and immediately jumped back as the octopus tentacles that flew towards him pierced the spot where he had just landed. Yoshiyuki Fujimoto stepped forward, his Nichiren blade causing ripples in the air. Qingren utilized his momentum to leap into the air, his long blade emitting a series of sharp sounds. Water-breathing first form, water surface, slash. Flame-breathing first form, unknowing fire. As the young swordsman crossed paths, the two Nichiren blades intertwined, merging fire and water. In the final moment before the bull's head flew away, a venomous tentacle struck violently against Qingren's chest. Puff! He heard the sound of his rib breaking, then flew backward, crashing onto the soft sandy beach. The enormous bull's head took flight, burning together with the octopus body. Phew! Finally resolved. Mr. Toryu, a somewhat unfamiliar voice called out beside him. The invasion of toxins caused his vision to darken, and Qingren laboriously lifted his head, seeing a boy with a middle part running over to support him. Is it Murata calling me? Qingren closed his eyes and fainted. Darkness. Before him lay an abyss of black. What's happening? Did I die again? Qingren felt somewhat lost. Could it be that after this death time could not be rewound? Fortunately, his confusion did not last long as familiar messages flew past him. A nostalgic flashback from the Demon Slayer series. Haha. Who would have thought we could see a flashback in a side story? So did the white-haired husband survive or not? I want to know too. Suddenly a beam of light appeared in the pitch-black space, and within the light was a very young— Give it up, Huitai. An old man shouted at him. The Hino clan will never ally with the Kyudai clan. Unless I die, you will never be able to marry Kyudai Miho. The scene shifted and he appeared at the seaside dressed in a kimono and wooden clogs, staggering forward a few steps. Miho. Before him lay a girl pushed ashore by the waves who had long since passed away. She had a pure and beautiful appearance with a face identical to that of the Rue girl. Miho. Huitai trembled and fell to his knees, cradling Miho as he wept bitterly. Lord God, why have you treated— He did not know how long he cried until blood tears flowed from his eyes. A gentle laughter echoed in his ears. Oh dear, what a lovely little girl. It's definitely you. Musen, come out and bask in the sun. The first trash demon under the boss. Huitai lifted his head, and suddenly a handsome man dressed in Western-style kimono appeared before him. Do you wish to become a member of the Eternal Paradise sect? The handsome man ignored Huitai, instead reaching out towards the deceased Miho. Silence means consent, you know. His sharp nails cut into his own palm, and a few drops of blood floated towards Miho's mouth. As for you. He turned to look at the trembling Huitai, contemplating for a moment before grabbing his neck and throwing, just die already, don't become a hindrance to my followers. He hummed a tune softly, clearly in a good mood. Oh dear, I've saved another beautiful child. When Qingren gradually woke, he could not tell whether he still lay within a dream or had returned to reality. Time itself felt uncertain. It was not until two men appeared before his eyes that he knew he was awake. Chietu. Eon. Qingren closed his eyes and opened them again, forcing out a long breath once he convinced himself he was not dreaming. The good news, Renu and Nyogue had been dealt with and he had not died. But, why are you here? The moment the question left his lips, a sharp pain stabbed his chest. Even breathing and speaking felt difficult. He had directed the question at Chietu, who had inexplicably appeared. He distinctly remembered that the last person he had seen before blacking out had been Suentian. Chietu saw the anguish on his face and hurriedly motioned for him to be quiet. You have 4 broken ribs. You'll probably need 2 weeks to recover. As for me, my mission was in Shanya, only half a day's travel from here. I was actually on my way to find Yong, so I didn't expect to find you here as well. What is this place? The news of his wounds did not surprise Qingren. He took in his surroundings and found them utterly unfamiliar. But judging from the wisteria motifs painted on the walls, this must be the Tengji Jia. Sure enough, Chietu replied, this is a Tengji Jia in Qinya. Because it's close to the battle site, you were temporarily placed here, and we are tending our own wounds here as well. Only then did Qingren notice that besides himself in bed, both Chietu and Iyong bore injuries to varying degrees. Chietu's arm was bound in bandages. Iyong had several shallow cuts on both forearms. I swear I thought I saw Tsuentian before I passed out. Oh, that fellow was not harmed at all. He's already gone home. Completely unscathed. Both he and Tsuentian had taken the same task from Hirano, yet only Qingren lay bedridden for 2 weeks. Was he really that inept? The two youths noticed the color drain from the patient's face. The brothers exchanged puzzled looks, not understanding what had happened. A single-hand demon, a male-female pair, and 2 nameless fiends had all easily felled him. And if they ever faced the 12 demon moons, even the weakest of the lower moons would probably best him. Qingren stared at the wooden ceiling and sank into melancholy. Was this how his life would end? The pillars coming to Duandao Cun slaughtered lower moons like dogs while I was cut down like a foolish cur. Chietu watched Qingren's gloom and sighed inwardly. In this demon-ravaged world, despair often springs from a lack of strength. He nudged the worried Iyong and motioned for him to step outside with him so Qingren could rest in quiet. On the 4th day after Qingren woke, Iyong and Chietu each received missions and departed from the Tengji Jia. The monsters continued to wreak havoc across the land. The demon-slaying corps could not afford to pause. A body trained in the breathing technique recovered remarkably fast. Within a week, his injuries were no longer serious. After bidding farewell to the Tengji Jia's master, Qingren rode a carriage to Tokyo and then took a train back to Duandao Cun. 2 weeks round trip yielded little change in the village. Wudu, who had learned of Qingren's injury from Tsankong, looked considerably relieved to see him return safely. The next day, he bought a huge bundle of marrow bones to make soup for him. Back in the familiarity of home, Qingren nevertheless felt unsettled. When Wudu told him a certain piece of news, his spirits sank further. The flame pillar Lianyu Mishulang's wife, Lianyu Liuhua, had passed away. It had happened a week earlier when Qingren had just gone out on a demon hunt. What I mean is your breathing technique was learned from him. No matter what, you should pay your respects. You should go. Qingren's face darkened. Lianyu Mishulang and his wife Liuhua had been deeply devoted to one another. They had 2 sons, Xingshulang and Qianshulang. When Qingren arrived at the Rengoku household, evening was falling. A funeral banner hung over the gate. A young man bearing a resemblance to Mishulang was sweeping the ground. Excuse me. Xingshulang looked up to see a white-haired youth standing before him. He wore a pristine white robe and carried a familiar Riluan Dao at his waist. The young man moved awkwardly as if nursing an injury. Qingren swallowed the question lodged in his throat. The boy before him was almost a cast replica of Mishulang, the same Redan gold hair and large owl-like eyes. I am Qingren of the demon-slaying corps, half a disciple of Mishulang. I have come to offer my condolences. Please come in. I am Xingshulang. The wide-eyed youth set down his broom and led him inside. Mother has already been buried, but a mourning hall has been set up. At the memorial altar in the main hall knelt an even smaller Mishulang. Tears welled in his eyes as he glanced over, and he hurried to wipe them away at the sight of a stranger. This is my younger brother Qianshulang. Qingren bowed solemnly before Lianyu Liuhua's spirit tablet. Though he had never met her before, from Mishulang's words, Qingren could tell that Mrs. Liuhua had been a woman of great inner strength and tenderness. He heard the clack of wooden clogs on floorboards. Who has come? Lianyu Mishulang appeared at the doorway and paused in mild surprise. Qingren bowed. Master Mishulang. Mishulang's gaze swept over the Riluan Dao at his waist before falling. Have you paid your respects? Once you have paid them, you may go. Father. Xingshulang hesitated in protest. Qingren furrowed his brow. Why would Mishulang say such a thing? The man before him seemed transformed. His face was stubbled, his eyes bloodshot, and his spirit hollowed out, so different from the warm, vivacious flame pillar he once knew. The loss of his wife had truly been a grievous misfortune. Very well. I will go now. Though he had many questions, Qingren was not insensitive to others' moods. The house was shrouded in a low pressure of grief. He had no reason to linger. As he rose, a sudden movement jarred his unhealed chest, and he emitted a muffled groan, a cold sweat beading on his brow. Mr. Qingren. Xingshulang's face changed, and he rushed to steady him. Are you all right? I'm fine. Mishulang watched Qingren's pallid, pain-stricken face, his expression wavering. What happened? He asked. It's nothing. I injured my ribs on a mission. It's no longer serious. Qingren shook his head. He and Mishulang had been both teacher and friend, and he did not wish to trouble him with worry. To his surprise, Mishulang fell silent for a long moment before forcing out a few words through clenched teeth. Useless person. Qingren snapped his head up and looked straight into his eyes. Those were severe words, an actual rebuke. For such words to come from Mishulang's mouth directed at him stunned Qingren. Mishulang met his gaze and managed a bitter smile. You and I are both useless people. Qingren was taken aback. He raised his head to find tears welling in the eyes of Rengoku Shinjuro. You should leave. Don't come back again. Rengoku Shinjuro lowered his head and after a pause said, I have resigned from the position of Flame Hashira. From now on, the affairs of the Demon Slayer Corps have nothing to do with me. He moved his lips, perhaps wanting to apologize for his earlier words, but in the end he remained silent. This cheerful and optimistic man was deeply affected after his wife left, giving up the demon-slaying career he once cherished as if it were his life. As Qingren left the Rengoku household, the young Kaijiro came to see him off. Are you alright? Kaijiro asked with concern almost identical to his father, sharing the same passionate care and fiery heart. It's nothing, you don't need to see me off too far. What your father said wasn't really an accusation, he was just taking it out on himself. Don't take it to heart. Qingren smiled gently. I understand. It's just. He turned back to look at the Rengoku household in the sunset, slightly melancholic as he said, has Mr. Shinjiro really decided to leave the Demon Slayer Corps? Since the birth of the Breath of Flame, the position of Flame Hashira had never been vacant. Now that Rengoku Shinjiro was quitting, who would fill the role of Flame Hashira? The Ubuyashiki family has not yet approved my father's resignation, Kaijiro replied with bright eyes. I am already prepared to join the Demon Slayer Corps, striving to become a Hashira in place of my father. With his back to the evening glow, Kaijiro's eyes were as fervent and bright as his father's, his burning faith within him hotter than the sun itself. On the mountaintop of the Swordsmith Village, the cold wind blew at night, stars fell, clouds dispersed, and the moon and stars brightly adorned the sky. Protected heavily by the Demon Slayer Corps, the night here was free from the terror of man-eating demons. Qingren lay on the meadow, the scent of grass mixed with the faint fragrance of wildflowers bringing him immense tranquility. After greeting Wado, he ran up the mountain and had already been there for 2 or 3 days. He called it training, but it was merely aimlessly lying on the ground staring at the sky. Mr. Shinjiro had lost his faith, and the belief that supported the Breath of Flame had also vanished. Kaijiro, however, solidified his faith, his breath firm and steady, truly capable of becoming the next Flame Hashira. And what about him? What about Qingren? What was his faith? The white-haired boy rolled over on the ground, pondering for a long time, but he could not find an answer. He had never known who his parents were and had always lived with his great-uncle. After his great-uncle passed away, he bowed 3 times to Wado, who came to pay respects, and then followed him to the Swordsmith Village, becoming an apprentice under Wado. His life was that simple. Slaying demons was not out of hatred, but simply because he needed to do so. Man-eating demons and those who harm the innocent are no different. They need to be brought into the sunlight to be scorched by the blazing sun until they turn to ashes. He had no firm beliefs in his heart, and without firm beliefs and passionate aspirations, one could not become an excellent sword master of the Breath of Flame. This was the question that Qingren had been contemplating these past few days. You and I are both useless people. Rengoku Shinjiro's tearful, lamenting words seemed to echo in his ears, pressing heavily on his heart. Useless people? Who? Me? The young man gazed at the sky, connecting the brilliant stars with his sight. I am a street-level worker in my 20s, having crossed over to another world. From a weakling who couldn't lift a finger to a powerful swordsman with 8-pack abs. Are you calling me useless? I absolutely do not accept that. It's merely a mismatch between the breathing techniques and my body. Since the Breath of Flame cannot satisfy me, then I shall change to another breathing technique. Qingren did not know that normal Demon Slayer swordsmen could not use 2 different breathing techniques. He only knew that occasionally, when he skimmed through Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba, the protagonist Tanjiro sometimes used the blue rippling water breathing and at other times used the flame-like Breath of Flame. It suggests that swordsmen can indeed use 2 different breathing techniques. Water breathing, wind breathing, thunder breathing. Or should I ask Mr. Kanroji about the rock breathing? The stars in his vision formed a curved line according to his thoughts, soft, yet hiding a sharp edge. Qingren closed his eyes as if he had transformed into the vast sky, deeply plunging into the ocean of the heavens. The clear night brought a refreshing feeling. Such a beautiful scene should not be marred by evil demons. His thoughts danced beneath the night sky, reaching out to touch the moon and kiss the myriad stars. It felt as though something was stirring in his chest, as if he had inhaled a large breath of minty air, his mind becoming clear. The cool air surged into his chest, making his limbs feel as if they were floating in the air. The constellations before him were connected, resembling star signs, or perhaps sword techniques. Qingren began to outline those sword techniques in his consciousness, his body leaping up from the grass, grasping the Nichiren blade that had been set aside. In his disregarded line of sight, a white barrage of comments filled the screen. Famous scene scheduled. Qingren has finally abandoned the flame breathing, turning towards the path of creating his own breathing technique. The second person after Tanjiro to use 2 sets of breathing techniques. For those upstairs, Qingren appeared much earlier than Tanjiro. If we are to rank, Qingren is definitely first. Old man Steelbone Kyo covered his ears and rolled over in bed. Damn, who the hell is making that whooshing sound in the mountains at night? He came up to the mountain to train just to escape these nonsensical noises. After enduring for several minutes, Steelbone Kyo jumped up in anger, without even putting on his fireman mask, grabbing 2 of his self-forged kitchen knives and storming out. Ga 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 ga. Steelbone Kyo transformed into a high-grade cursed spirit, sprinting towards the source of the sound with both kitchen knives in hand. Let me find out who it is. I will definitely chop him up myself. That annoying little brat. With his muscular arms swinging the 2 knives to cut through the obstructing bushes, Steelbone Kyo finally found the guy who had been keeping him awake at night. The white-haired youth stood under the starlight, holding the Nichiren blade he had painstakingly forged. Leap, turn, thrust. His footwork was agile, his body stable, and the hand holding the blade was as steady as a rock. Excluding the sound of the blade slicing through the air, it was indeed a beautiful picture of the fusion of strength and grace. But isn't this kid with the surname Tosaka a user of the Breath of Flame? Why is his blade a blue-purple like? Is there a breathing technique whose blade is blue-purple? Steelbone Kyo crouched in the bushes pondering with both. The most important point is that this blade was forged based on Qingren using the breath of flame, so it must not be able to unleash Qingren's full power without the breath of flame. The swordsman he was responsible for could not unleash the full power with the Nichiren blade he forged. This was simply the greatest failure of his blacksmith career. Qingren let out a long breath as he fell to the ground, unable to suppress the joy in his heart. There was no exhaustion and muscle soreness from using the breath of flame. Although the power of this breathing technique which he discovered among the stars was unknown, at least it wouldn't consume his stamina as madly as the breath of flame. Ga 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 ga. A strange sound suddenly echoed in his ears, and Qingren immediately looked around warily. As he glanced over at the nearby bushes, he almost scared himself out of his wits. An unidentified creature with extremely low air pressure was crouching there, shaking violently, while making a ga 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 sound, its two shiny kitchen knives reflecting eerie light in the moonlight. Holy shit, scared me to death. Ga 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 ga. A muscular man jumped out of the bushes, his eyes wide with bloodshot fury, unforgivable. You damn Steelbone Kyo. This is terrifying. Let me forge you a new blade. I absolutely cannot allow my swordsman to wield such a blade. Several days later, in the forging knife village, Qingren stood calmly in front of a training wooden figure holding the newly forged sunwheel blade. Behind him stood Bei Ming Yuxingming, who, although blind, could control everything in front of him through his consciousness. What pure power! He clasped his hands together and took a deep breath. It feels as though one is immersed in a sea of stars. In front of the wooden figure, Qingren softly spoke. There are no stars during the day. Because there are no stars during the day, his power cannot reach its peak. Demons come out at night, Bei Mingyu replied. Indeed, it doesn't matter that there are no stars during the day, for demons only appear at night. Qingren calmed his mind and took a deep breath. Breath of the stars first formed tier of light. His figure flickered like a star in sudden brightness and darkness, disappearing from this spot and instantaneously reappearing in front of the wooden figure. The blue-violet blade, like an aurora, cleaved forward, carrying countless stars. The wooden head soared high and moments later exploded with a loud bang, shattering from the inside out. The white wooden head fell to the ground, leaving Bei Ming Yuxingming momentarily stunned. Such a powerful technique. Coupled with this ghostly, flickering movement, ordinary evil spirits would be unable to withstand the might of this strike. Qingren did not stop his steps, darting off the damaged wooden figure and turning to strike at another wooden figure. Breath of the stars, second form wildfire. The sharp sun wheel blade swiftly glided across the wooden figure, starry light bursting forth from its limbs, and then a gentle glow appeared on the wooden figure's chest. Boom. Beneath the seemingly gentle starlight was the unbearable damage the training wooden figure could not sustain. Its chest exploded entirely, leaving a large hole burning from the chest to the neck, and its head rolled away. For the last wooden figure, Qingren turned the blade, holding the hilt against his chest with stars twinkling behind him, and even the sky seemed to darken. Before him appeared a vague round moon, and in front of this beautiful night scene, he lowered his voice and softly chanted, Breath of the stars, ninth form moonfall. A sliver of blade light swept across the bright moon, and the wooden figure representing the bright moon gently cracked open, replaced by a brilliant star. There would no longer be 100 stars inferior to a single moon, nor would there be a multitude of stars supporting the moon. I want to declare that in this world only stars remain. Qingren's toes lightly touched the ground, sheathing his blade, yet his breath showed no sign of disturbance, much stronger than when he previously used the breath of flames. Bei Ming, you seem to be in a daze. Mr. Yanzhu. Qingren tugged at his white hair. How strong is this breathing technique? Bei Ming, you sighed, deeply stronger than I expected, Qingren. Without encountering a suitable breathing technique, even the strongest swordsman is like a pearl covered in dust. By the way, he suddenly recalled, ninth form. Have you already comprehended the ninth technique? Indeed, a genius swordsman, not only did he master a new breathing technique overnight, but he even... No, I haven't. Qingren's eyes widened. Genius is genius, but I'm not a freak. He merely felt that the technique Moonfall was exceptionally powerful, and placing it at the forefront seemed quite unworthy. Plus, with a third form that enhances perception and speeds up physical recovery, called Detailed Star, bowing constructing 4 techniques in one night was already quite remarkable. Bei Ming Yuxingming gazed at him deeply. Perhaps in the future, there might really be an additional star pillar among the 9 pillars. Qingren chuckled softly. Become a pillar. To become a pillar, would that fellow Chuan Yashiki no longer die? Would those commoners who become pillars be able to walk freely in the night? Becoming a pillar is not merely an ending. His goal has always been to end the dark era brought by Kibutsuji. Yet now the opportunity has shifted from an absolute impossibility to a minuscule chance. Due to the need to undertake demon-slaying missions, Qingren, who frequently entered and exited Forging Knife Village, didn't want to trouble the hermit anymore, so he decided to find a place outside the village to settle down. With so many houses in the Chuan Yashiki family to choose from, I will charge you a reasonable rent. This was a letter from Chuan Yashiki Yose, still appearing pure on the surface, while being dark-hearted inside, just like in childhood. Qingren grimaced and drew a large turtle on the reply letter. The Rengoku family has vacant houses. That kid Kaijiro was indeed very enthusiastic, but Qingren worried it would once again provoke Shinjiro, so he politely declined. So the last option left was, come on, let's build a house for you together, it will be quick. Qingren held that letter, and before his eyes the gentle smile of Kanroji appeared. At the Narukami mountain, it seemed that besides the thin air there were no disadvantages. After Wudo he packed up his things. He fell silent for a moment before replying, "That girl named Mikomo. Master, she's still just a little girl. Can't we reserve her for now? It's not impossible for you to marry her when you're of age. You haven't even met her. I'm not a feudal patriarch. As long as you like her you don't need my consent." Qingren with his backpack blocked his ears, and was carried away by the hermit for a distance. Still could hear Wudo, he's shouting from afar. "You must hurry to start a family. Mikomo, I really have only spoken to her a few times." Narukami Mountain isn't small, and Qingren didn't choose to build a house right next to the Kanroji family, but rather built his small house at a place that was neither too far nor too close. After all, the people of the Kanroji family were not truly his family, and he didn't want to intrude on them. He only wished to occasionally ask Mr. Kanroji for guidance on his training. After all, he was a professional cultivator. However, things seemed to be somewhat unexpected for Qingren. On the first night after the house was built, Qingren fell silent as he looked at Kanroji and Yu, who appeared in his home, each holding their own bedding. What does this mean? So this is a boys' dormitory. I'm not here to join this family strikeout. Are you all here to join me? Kanroji recalled what his teacher told him before. Free people are always safer. No one would be eaten by a demon in their dreams with their stomach torn open. He shook his head, raised his smile, and spread his bedding on the ground. Teacher Kanroji means that since you want him to guide you, our schedules must align. Every morning at 6 we train on the mountain, and we must return to the Kanroji house before noon, or there will be no food for lunch. Yu still had no expression, but his words carried an uncontainable excitement. Our room is given to Mikomo. She got such a large room for free. How could she still be unhappy? You idiot, Kanroji. The girl with dark green hair gazed longingly at the small wooden house at the end of her sight, pouting her lips high in discontent. Sensing Mikomo's emotions, Kanroji also felt puzzled. Yes, she got such a large room for free. How could she still be unhappy? In the mist-shrouded Shimu Mountain, the silence of the mountain is regularly shattered each morning by several young boys who bear heavy stones on their bare backs as they climb, while a girl leaps through the forest like a wraith. The young demon-slaying swordsman and the trainee swordsman sweat profusely on this mountain, all in preparation to sever the heads of evil spirits in the battles that lay ahead. Upon arriving at Shimu Mountain, Qingren finally understood what it meant to undergo devilish training. Compared to his training in the Forging Blade Village, Lin Longzhua was indeed a top-notch instructor. During the training he arranged, Qingren quickly regained his peak condition after resting for 2 weeks due to a rib injury. Gradually, the concept of constant concentration emerged, as simply maintaining full concentration breathing could no longer meet Mr. Lin's requirements. Regardless of whether eating, sleeping, or using the restroom, every muscle cell must remain in a state of full concentration, saturated with oxygen. Although maintaining constant concentration is incredibly challenging, the rewards are substantial. Qingren could distinctly feel the enhancement in his physique. Even his swordsmanship, which had previously plateaued, the boys who ran the mountains daily had become a unique landscape of Shimu Mountain, undeterred by wind or rain. Only on certain days, when a raven or parrot lands on a boy's shoulder, does someone leave the group, donning the demon-slaying squad uniform and gripping their Nichiren blade to rush to the task of slaying evil spirits. Half a year later, 3 boys sat obediently in a row, while the girl with long dark green hair stood behind them, her face radiating a smile. She held a pair of scissors, trimming the boys' excessive long hair. Yato's flesh-colored hair was fine, and Sofyeon's black hair was coarse, while Qingren's hair was the most interesting. After cutting the light blue tips, it would turn back to blue within a few days. A snow-white figure circled twice in the sky before diving down, shouting the request of Lord Kanroji. The request of Lord Kanroji. Qingren curled his index finger, allowing the crow to land on it. His large palm bore numerous calluses and scars, the result of a year of training and injuries sustained while hunting demons. The crow shook its feathers and devoured a fish's back meat that Qingren had offered. Lord Kanroji's request: there are suspected demons lurking in Takayachikawa village. Assigned to Shin-level member Takanashi. Qingren, proceed quickly. Proceed quickly. So they know I'm a Shin-level member, and the Hashira has entrusted this to me. He muttered, grumbling about the monk, yet his movements were swift. Shaking off the dust from his hair, he quickly showered, changing into his demon-slaying squad uniform and his Haori. Takayachikawa village. Where's that? It's in Kitabuto district of Tokyo, and if you run it shouldn't take a day. Make it quick and return. Shinobu is about to participate in the final selection. Qingren smiled as he ruffled Shinobu's hair, saying, don't worry, I'll bring you a gift. That's not what I meant. Shinobu replied with a helpless smile. I want one too. Eong turned his head, his blue eyes serious as he looked at him. A gift. Yato's silver eyes narrowed, smiling radiantly. Come back safe. Gifts seemed to become an agreement among the boys that didn't necessarily mean bringing something back, as a safe return was the best gift for everyone. Mr. Lin Longzhua was still wearing that blue-patterned Haori, sitting in front of the house with a Tengu mask. When Qingren said his goodbyes, he paused for a moment, then retrieved a fox mask from inside. This mask was identical to the one used by the boys from the Lin family, all hand-carved by him. Since Qingren's face bore no scars, stars replaced the scars as his distinctive feature carved into the side of the mask. Lin Longzhua silently handed it to him, and then said after a few seconds, if you don't mind. The white-haired boy took the mask, and like Yato, placed it over his face. Indeed, it didn't obstruct his vision. No wonder Mr. Lin wore it every day. Behind the Tengu mask, Qingren seemed to sense a gentle smile. Go, and when you return, I will prepare delicious food for you. Lin Longzhua patted his shoulder. Don't forget to visit your map. As night fell, Takachikawa village in Kitabuto district, Tokyo, descended into a state of panic. Recently, rumors had spread in the village about a ferocious beast descending from the mountain to eat people, and many villagers had been devoured at night. However, how could it possibly be a wild beast? The village doctor had visited the scene of the villagers' deaths, and upon returning warned his wife and 2 daughters to keep the doors and windows tightly closed and not to go out at night. Nin was nestled in her sister's embrace, tightly wrapped in a blanket by Kanai. Kanai held her sister tightly, whispering in Nin's ear, "Don't be afraid, Nin. As long as the doors and windows are shut tight, nothing will happen, no one will harm us." Although she spoke these words, she seemed to lack confidence and continued to tremble. How could it possibly be a wild beast? Blood splattered all over the wall. Oh, it seemed more like an attack by some deranged killer. The low conversation of their parents seeped into her ears, causing Kanai to recall the horror novels she had read. Instead, it was Nin who embraced her sister, repeatedly murmuring, "It's just a wild beast, they can't break into the house." A howling sound seemed to echo through the village as the sisters clung to each other, trembling in the room. Their father was already downstairs, axe in hand, while their mother stayed by his side. Whether it was a killer or a wild beast, it should be difficult for it to harm them. But in the next moment, they heard something pounding on their wooden door. Their father shouted loudly downstairs, attempting to scare away the attacking beast, or the murderer. Bang! The beast broke through the door. Kanai and Nin widened their eyes in the darkness, immediately flipping over and rushing downstairs. "Nin, you stay here." 14-year-old Kanai whispered to her sister. "I have to go down. If it's a criminal, I can help too." However, 11-year-old Nin was very determined as she picked up a wooden stick from the room and followed her sister down the stairs. But what did the sisters see? A reptilian creature covered in blood with sharp teeth and claws flew toward their father. Its speed was so fast that their father didn't even have time to react before being knocked to the ground. Then, it bit through his neck. Blood from the carotid artery sprayed across the walls, staining them bright red. The creature was not a wild beast at all. It was a hideous demon with horns protruding from its forehead. Their mother let out a piercing scream as she looked at her daughters, who were rushing down in a daze, and saw her husband struggling on the ground. She didn't know when she had mustered the strength to lift the axe that had fallen beside her and swung it at the demon. Thud! Before the axe could fall, their mother looked down, and a long, grotesque claw had already pierced through her chest, clawing out her heart. The sisters were so terrified that they couldn't even scream. They watched in horror as the murder unfolded before them, their minds going blank. Kanai tightly grabbed Nin's clothes, pulling her behind herself. If they were to die, then let Nin be the last to die. Oh great deity, what kind of demon has crawled up from which hell? The demon stuffed the worms still beating hard into its mouth, then looked maliciously at the 2 sisters in the house. A fresh heart. The evil spirit was already close at hand, and Butterfly Shinobu could smell the foul stench emanating from it amidst the thick blood odor. She looked at her trembling sister, who resolutely stood in front of her, and all that remained in her mind was endless despair. Why? Why did it come to this? What wrong did their family of 4 do? Their father spent his life saving patients, so why did it end up like this? She knew clearly that her sister Butterfly Kanai could not withstand the evil spirit before them. Once her sister was torn apart, she would be next. But perhaps this is for the best. Having family accompany her through the river of 3 paths would not be so lonely. Kanai bit her cheek tightly, her pink eyes wide open with fear. The horned demon paused its movements, its ears twitching as it looked suspiciously outside the house. There were footsteps. Amidst the low panting, it sounded like a traveler who had been on a long journey. The light in the room flickered, resembling stars twinkling in the night sky. The evil spirit sensed danger and decided to strike, first reaching out towards the pinkied girl. Suddenly, a flash of bright blade light passed by, accompanied by a gust of azure wind. It looked down and found its own hand had fallen off. When it looked up again, the 2 girls were no longer in sight. Who was that? How could they be so fast? Butterfly Shinobu saw it clearly. It was a white-haired youth draped in a green haori, moving like a shadow as he quickly flashed past the window. In the blink of an eye, the young man appeared between the demon and the butterfly sisters. He drew his sword and severed the arm of the evil spirit that had lunged at Kanai. Then the white-haired youth bit down on the blade with his teeth, swiftly wrapping his arms around the 2 sisters and retreating quickly to an open space outside the house. Though it seemed complicated, it all happened in the span of a breath. She glanced at the youth, only catching a glimpse of the fox mask on his side and the slight rise and fall of his chest. He was drenched in sweat, looking as if he had come from a distant place. The youth removed the long blade from his mouth and held it in front of him, quietly instructing the sisters, "Can you still stand? Find a place to hide." His gaze swept across the bodies of the butterfly parents in the room, and he exhaled heavily. Damn it, I was still a step too late. Kanai forced herself to support her trembling legs and moved Shinobu aside. Even if she couldn't help, she mustn't trouble the youth. Seeing that the girls had moved to safety, the youth finally turned his attention to the cannibalistic demon before him. The sight of the innocent people who had been killed ignited his fury. Ever since he received the news, he had run all the way here without even stopping for a drink, racing from the narrow fog mountain to this place. Yet he was still a step too late. Innocent lives were still being lost right before his eyes. The horned demon's pupils shrank as it caught the scent of death emanating from the youth. It was the malevolent aura that had condensed after countless demon slayings. It should have fled sooner. The youth held his sword across his chest, a glint of starlight flashing in his eyes, and his figure vanished in place. Breath of the stars, first form radiant tear. In the demon's eyes a figure abruptly appeared in its line of sight, that beautiful Nichiren blade radiating a chilling aura that left it nowhere to hide. In the eyes of the young butterfly shinobu, that blue-purple blade stirred the auroras. The demon, which had devoured several villagers and brutally murdered their parents, was actually decapitated with a single strike. The demon's head rolled on the floor, its eyes still filled with unwillingness and fear. How could this be? It stared at its gradually vanishing body. I have eaten so many people I worked so hard to devour. How could I be defeated with just one strike? The youth ignored its madness before death, stepping forward to carefully examine the bodies of the male and female victims. The male corpse had its throat bitten through, having died from excessive blood loss. As for the female victim, her chest had been ripped open, and in this age losing a heart meant there was no chance of survival. The youth sighed heavily, unable to bear to look at the two girls outside. What should be done? In such a ridiculous world, even those with both parents struggled to survive, while how were the two girls who lost their parents overnight supposed to live on? Outside, a synchronized sound of footsteps could be heard as the cloaked figures arrived on the scene to handle the aftermath. They would collect the remains of the victims' comfort and assist the survivors communicate with the local police station, document the achievements of the demon slayers, and report to headquarters, while the demon slayers could quietly leave. The youth silently walked out of the house, but saw the desperate, pleading eyes of the two rescued girls looking at him. There was no hope, they had died completely. He thought to himself, and then with great difficulty shook his head at the two. The little girl with black hair immediately collapsed to the ground, large tears streaming from her beautiful purple eyes crashing down to the ground. The slightly older girl tightly embraced her, kneeling on the ground and sobbing uncontrollably. People who have a blood feud with demons always react this way. The deceased suffer in infinite pain, while the living will forever remember that horrific scene, needing a lifetime to heal from that night. The youth could only pass by them in silence, as if he had done something wrong. If only he had arrived 20 minutes earlier, or even 10, perhaps these two children would not have lost their families. He saw a cloaked young woman approach to comfort them, forcibly helping them leave this place. The villagers' lights flickered on their fearful and curious gazes directed towards the scene. The police station also sent people, and the cloaked figures handled them with ease. Where will they be taken? The youth asked. I mean the two girls. Mr. Takanashi, the one called, turned to him and nodded. I heard there are relatives still alive, so they may be sent to them, living under someone else's roof. But compared to wandering aimlessly, it's a way to survive. In this day and age, being able to live well might already be a blessing from the gods. After being sent to their relatives, perhaps these two sisters will never meet again in this lifetime. The youth simply did not ask for their names, rubbing his arms against the chill of the early winter winds. It really is cold today. The cold was biting, devoid of any warmth. Nanangsi. The vast sky circled above, guiding him to his next mission. There have been frequent disappearances of woodcutters in the mountains of Nanangsi. Suspected evil spirits are appearing. The demon slayers have a busy job. The cloaked figure said to the youth, thank you for your hard work. We all have our struggles. The youth slung his backpack over his shoulder and set off towards the new mission point. The sorrow of witnessing a family's separation and death did not linger long in Haruto's mind. Survival and death have always been the main themes in the battle against malevolent spirits. Those who are adept at empathy cannot become excellent swordsmen. Haruto arrived at Mu Yun Mountain mentioned in the task, and the sky was still early. Mu Yun Mountain boasted beautiful scenery with steep peaks and layers of cliffs entwined with vines, making it a perfect place to admire the sunrise. However, there was already a warning sign set at the foot of the mountain. Fierce beasts are present on the mountain and tourists are prohibited from entering. It was unclear if it was placed by the local authorities or by recluses. Haruto crossed the warning sign and was immediately met with a vast expanse of withered plants. Those plants looked as if they had been afflicted by pests, covered in mottled spots, and were thoroughly dead. Haruto's wooden sandals crushed the withered leaves into powder as he stepped on them. He gazed thoughtfully at the withering plants beneath his feet. There is a ghostly presence. The sound of rustling. His sandals raced through the forest as he ran along the mountain's base before sunset, noticing many patches of withered vegetation. Among these plants was the scent of human blood, which further confirmed Haruto's suspicion that a ghost capable of controlling plants existed here. This was not merely a hunt relying on claws and fangs, but a ghost that had awakened blood ghost techniques, a type of ghost that was generally difficult to deal with. As the sky darkened, he found a shrine dedicated to Inari to rest within the mountain. The incense offerings here appeared plentiful, suggesting that the malevolent spirits in this area had only recently arrived. Haruto removed his mask in front of the statue as a sign of respect, but did not perform the elaborate worship rituals. He did not believe in deities, or rather he did not believe in what the world termed deities. When Kibutsuji Muzan was born, no deity intervened to stop him, and when he killed the innocent, no deity punished him. Instead, all the punishment and suffering were heaped upon the Kanmaki family, forcing them to endure illness and early death for generations. How utterly ridiculous are the deities! There were no clergy in the temple, yet the scent of wisteria lingered, perhaps having been left not long ago. Haruto sat comfortably on the cushion, pulling food from his backpack to replenish his energy. It was a clear night with countless stars hanging in the sky, bestowing upon him boundless strength. The young man planted his Nichiren blade into the ground, forming seals with his hands before his chest. Breath of the Stars' third form, stellar worship. The stellar worship ceremony originated from Taoism, aiming to communicate with the stars and drive away demons and heal ailments. Haruto's consciousness seemed to leap into the starry sky with every grass and tree appearing in his perception. Even the mantis perched on the grass stem was clearly discernible. His perception spread outward like a tide. Found it. In the middle of a patch of recently withered plants, a shadow pounced on a person descending the mountain, feasting voraciously on his chest. Haruto gripped his blade and rushed towards that direction. Here he comes. Watch the white-haired young man slay the ghost. The dream girl is online, and today is another day lost in Haruto's appearance. Little Haruto, hurry out and sword fight with me. No way could there really be a queer watching Haruto's side story. Can we focus on the plot? Haruto's promotion battle is so intense. Can we at least wear our pants properly? The barrage in front of him began to roll, and Haruto struggled to find the key words among so many glaring comments. Promotion battle? What does that mean? Haruto looked at the back of his hand, where his Demon Slayer core rank was hidden. Originally, it was Xion level, but after completing the task in Takanashi Village, he should be promoted to Gung level. This speed could hardly be considered fast. The promotion mentioned in the barrage likely wasn't merely about advancing the team's rank. It was to become a Hashira. This thought just crossed his mind, and Haruto immediately rejected it. Since the establishment of the Demon Slayer Corps, there have only been 9 top Hashira. There may be fewer, but there will never be. This is because it is very difficult for the Demon Slayer Corps to be promoted to Hashira. One must kill 50 demons or slay a member of the 12 Kazuki. Either condition is exceedingly hard to achieve. Demons active under the eyes of the public are inherently few, and it generally takes 3 to 4 years to kill 50 malevolent spirits. And encountering a member of the 12 Kazuki is even more difficult. They usually stay hidden, and members of the Demon Slayer Corps can hardly grasp their whereabouts, even if he encounters one. It is yet to be seen whether the Demon Slayer swordsman succeeds in hunting the demon, or whether the 12 Kazuki adds another achievement. Over the past year, due to Haruto's injuries and his study of the breath of the stars, the number of demons he has hunted has just... Kanroji and Urokadaki have already become G-level swordsmen, while he still hangs at Xion level. Yet the barrage merely plays around. It will not lie. Could it be? Haruto's heart skipped a beat. The answer was already surfacing. He had arrived at the place, sensed where the demon was devouring a person. Before him was another vast area of withered vegetation, and a small thin demon was crouched on the ground, the sound of chewing incessant. Someone has come, he said slowly. The small demon turned around, wiping the blood from his hands on the white ceremonial robe of the person beneath him. Is he a servant of the temple? Was it the wisteria he lit that burned as incense? However, he encountered a demon on his way down the mountain. As Haruto's gaze shifted up to the demon's face, his pupils suddenly contracted. The demon had short black hair and 3 intersecting scars on his face resembling those left by a ninja's shuriken. His ears were very pointed, resembling those of a fairy, adorned with 2 golden earrings each. What stirred Haruto's heart was the fact that in his eyes filled with scara, the tiny right pupil bore the 2 words, the third lower of the 12 Kazuki. Haruto's breath seemed to freeze in his abdomen. A lower moon. Why would a member of the 12 Kazuki appear here? It's a swordsman from the Demon Slayer Corps. The lower third demon twisted his neck and sniffed. Can you smell it? Haruto did not know who he was asking, so he remained silent. Fortunately, the lower third did not seem to expect his answer. He appeared to be slowly stretching his muscles, which puzzled Haruto. Is this priest a rare blood? Indeed, had it not been for the rare blood eaten by the demon, Haruto might have collapsed here. Haruto's gaze quickly skimmed through the barrage, realizing the truth. So the lower third is named Byoka. His strange actions now were due to just having consumed a rare blood. Rare blood is an exceedingly rare constitution in the world of Demon Slayer, and those who possess it are considered high-grade food for demons. 1 rare blood is worth 100 ordinary people to a demon. The flesh and blood of rare blood users induce a hangover in demons, slowing their movement and attack speed after consumption. In this way, Haruto's gaze toward Byoka grew more solemn. After consuming a rare blood, if left unchecked, Byoka's strength would rapidly increase, potentially causing him to commit more killings in the future. And now this is the only opportunity to slay him. Hey, it seems you recognize who I am. Bing-Yi wiped the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, grinning to reveal a row of sharp fangs. The golden eyes fixed intently on Qingren, and a flush like that of drunkenness appeared on his cheeks. Lower Moon 3. Qingren gripped the hilt of his sword, stepping back in a bow stance, ready to attack. Did you see my eyes? Bing-Yi's lips curled into a strange smile. He raised his hand to pull down the lower eyelid of his right eye, making a face like a child. My name, Bing-Yi. He extended his palm towards Qingren, pressing down as Qingren rolled swiftly away, causing the vegetation beneath the boy's feet to wither rapidly. Blood demon art withering. Indeed, each demon's blood technique was related to their name. Bing-Yi's strike missed, but he didn't mind continuing to press down at Qingren with increasing speed. The boy evaded with agility but accidentally brushed his toes against the withered vegetation, which corroded more than half of his wooden clogs. Qingren's expression remained unchanged as he propelled himself off the ground, charging straight at Bing-Yi. Star-breathing first form radiant tear. Qingren's figure flashed past, and in the next instant he surged forth, enveloped in the light of his blade. The speed of the first form of star-breathing was incredibly fast, not inferior to the thunder-breathing's lightning flash. This technique always proved effective in battle. But today he encountered an opponent. The blade did not meet any resistance as it advanced, nor did it feel the touch of any object being cut. Kingren's heart sank, and he swiftly twisted in midair to unleash radiant tear again. A shadow tore through the afterimage left by the young man, and Bing Yi let out a soft, surprised sound, landing lightly on a tree. Qingren landed steadily on the ground, glancing up at the treetop. Bing Yi unexpectedly had a gauntlet claw emitting a dark glow in his hand, and with the scars on his face and his rapid movements, it seemed that in his human days Bing Yi must have been a ninja. Your speed is quite impressive. Are you a Hashira? Bing Yi shook his head, dismissing his own viewpoint. No, I've faced many Hashira from the Demon Slayer Corps, and none were as weak as you. Qingren narrowed his eyes slightly. If it weren't for the delicious meal I just had, your limbs would already be broken, and you'd be writhing on the ground. He stuck out his long tongue like a serpent, licking the edges of his lips. Come again. Before the word come fell, the shadow struck directly, and Qingren hurriedly lifted his Nichiren blade to block it. A series of sparks erupted immediately. The boy immediately twisted his body and leapt up his scissor-like legs, kicking directly at the demon's face. Bing Yi flipped backwards several times, countering with blood demon art withering, while Qingren relentlessly pursued with the tip of his sword. Star-breathing second form Starfire Blaze. The flickering stars chased after Bing Yi, beginning to stain his clawed hand with starlight connecting to his limbs, and finally erupting with a bang at his chest. Crimson demon blood splattered on the ground, emitting a foul odor. Bing Yi's figure flew backward in midair, then his claw grabbed a branch, flipping over and crouching on the treetop. He looked down at the chest that had exploded into a black hole, baring his teeth for a moment as the flesh at his chest wriggled and quickly returned to normal. What a flashy technique. He commented on Kingren's move. The demon's weakness is in the neck. You wouldn't know that, would you? The 12 Kazuki truly lives up to its name. Usually Kingren's move would continue to explode up to the neck, ultimately smashing the demon's head to pieces. However, against Bing Yi, it only left him with a barely visible scratch. Is that all you can do? Bing Yi's assault showed no signs of weakening as he leapt from the air, the new generation of demon slayers. What a disappointment. He raised his palm high, causing Kingren's heart to skip a beat as he immediately rolled to the side. Unexpectedly, this time Bing Yi's palm rose instead of pressing down. Blood demon art growth. Kingren's heart sank, realizing the danger. Just as he was about to descend, suddenly a tree burst forth from the ground, covered in mutated purple-black branches and leaves. Damn it. Qingren forcibly twisted his body, but still couldn't completely evade the growing tree. A branch pierced through his left shoulder with ease. The branch that pierced his body suddenly erupted with a sucking force, drawing streams of crimson blood into it, and then feeding it back to Bing Yi. Qingren immediately swung his sword to sever the branch, which wilted instantly, but remained firmly embedded in his muscle, unable to be removed. The flush on Bing Yi's cheeks became increasingly pronounced, and his emotions grew more intense, while paradoxically the movements of his limbs became slower and slower. An opportunity. How it seems the after effects of the drink are getting worse. Indeed, it's the rich blood that truly moves me. His ramblings were incoherent, and in the night sky, only the sound of blades slicing through the air could be heard. Bing Yi still dodged quickly, but this time his movements seemed a bit slower. The blade grazed his neck, leaving a thin Damn it. Bing Yi retracted his smile, extending his palm towards Qingren, who was within arm's reach. Blood demon art surge. A large cluster of twisted, mutated vines erupted from his palm, rapidly shooting towards the descending Qingren. Clang, 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 clang. He swiftly swung the Nichiren blade, severing the vines, aimed at his head and vital points. Your blood. Your blood. The effect of the spilled blood reached its peak, and Bing Yi's speech became slurred, unable to express anything clearly. Bing Yi. Your blood. Your blood. The effect of the spilled blood reached its peak, and Bing Yi's speech became slurred, unable to express anything clearly. Qingren gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, raising his sword to cut through the vines. His entire body was now in tatters, but thankfully his pretty face remained intact. He still needed it to win over a wife. Blood. What's wrong with my blood? Without further ado, Qingren did not give him a chance, his blade trembling as he ignored the pain and gathered all the starlight power into the Nichiren blade in his hands. He reversed the blade, gripping the hilt with both hands against his chest. The vast starlight seemed to dim slightly because of him. Behind Qingren, the star map flourished, and a bright moon rose above Bing Yi's head. Even in his drunken state, Bing Yi sensed a tremendous danger. His pupils had begun to blur, yet he still raised both hands, pushing forward. Blood demon art embracing tree. A massive tree burst forth from his palms, crashing directly towards Qingren. The full moon was about to shatter. All his strength had been exerted to its limits, yet that bright moon trembled as if it could break at any moment. Star-breathing ninth form. Moonlight shatter. Qingren faced the giant tree, gritting his teeth and straining as veins bulged on his forehead. The full moon did not shatter. The Nichiren blade in his hand was hurled in a spinning motion. Bang! The white-haired boy was brutally slammed by the giant tree, soaring through the air like a bird with broken wings, flying dozens of meters away. Bing Yi let out a cold laugh, about to say something, when he realized his vision was slipping downward. Girdle. The head with the buzz cut gently fell onto the grass, and the spinning blade completed its mission, gliding past his neck and embedding deeply into the tree behind. Qingren held on for a breath, watching as the decapitated head and body began to ignite before rolling his eyes and fainting. I've really made it, or I actually killed a member of the 12 Kazuki. Master Mr. Rentaki Kanroji Ju Shinobu, the kid from the Tsujikuni family. Whoever it is, come and see me. I actually killed a member of the 12 Kazuki. The messenger crow flapped its wings, soaring over the skies of Tokyo Prefecture. At the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yose Kanemitsu drank the medicinal soup from the bowl, allowing the messenger crow to rest on his shoulder. In the depths of Mu Yun Mountain, the third moon demon Yifu was slain by the Demon Slayer Corps Grade K swordsman Takanashi Haruto. Yose paused his hand that held the bowl, and only after the crow repeated it twice did a smile appear on his face. In the Shawu Mountains, the bare-chested Eong chopped through several wooden stakes with a single strike, momentarily stunned by the message relayed by Quan Sanlang killing 12 moon demons. Does that mean I can become a Hashira? Beside him, Mako was earnestly rewrapping a wisteria flower vine around his sword hilt, exclaiming, as expected. In a village somewhere in Tokyo Prefecture, Kanito touched the head of the messenger crow, with excitement gleaming in his silver eyes. 12 moon demons. In the Forge village, the messenger crow of the Sad Cry Isle was reporting this matter to the great monk and Wudu. The Sad Cry Isle, with hands clasped together, revealed a long-lost smile. It seems the ranks of the Hashira are about to grow. Only Wudu bowed his head, and then raised it again, softly asking, is Haruto okay? Haruto is not doing well at the moment. The team of the reclusive ones arrived just in time, laboriously pulling Haruto's Nichiren blade from a tree, collecting the remains of the fallen priest, and sending the unconscious Haruto to the nearby wisteria house. Haruto's body was riddled with wounds resembling a shattered doll. His bones felt as if they had been hit by a locomotive, with almost no intact bones in his chest. The penetrating wounds from the vines were particularly difficult to treat, as the plants lodged within his body bit into his muscles like barbed arrows. The healers at Wisteria House feared infection and could only excise the flesh along with the vine branches. The operation lasted all night, with blood soaking through dozens of bedsheets. If it weren't for his consistent breathing, Takayuri might have died long ago. Haruto lay in the Wisteria House, his life hanging in the balance for a week. Aside from the faint breath that proved he was still alive, his complexion was as pale as a corpse. A week later, he awakened and saw Soku at his bedside. If you're not dead, yet come visit the headquarters after you recover. Soku opened his mouth. That's the Lord's exact words. Outside the door, footsteps approached, and a boy with flesh-pink long hair peeked in. Hey, you're awake. Haruto was in excruciating pain, every bone and muscle in his body screaming for him to die. He could only take deep breaths to soothe himself with oxygen. However, deep breaths caused his chest to rise and fall, causing his fractured sternum to pound against him like a relentless assault, leaving him in a daze. Why is it you again? Haruto managed to croak out in a hoarse voice, are you working part-time at Wisteria House? Kanito amusingly raised his well-bandaged arm. Have a little conscience, okay? I'm injured, and yet I still came all the way here to see you. Quick, tell me about the 12 moon demons. How did you do it? The reality of killing the third moon demon surged to the forefront of his mind. Haruto stared at the ceiling, blinking as he sighed deeply. He consumed a priest, a rare blood. With such speed, coupled with ninjutsu and bizarre blood demon arts. If it weren't for the rare blood reacting within Yifu's body, Haruto estimated, he wouldn't have been able to kill Yifu even after 3 attempts. Kanito sensed his disappointment from his tone and gently smiled, sitting by his bedside. The strength of a swordsman is honed through real combat. This time, it was a tough battle. Once your injuries heal and the same opponent appears before you again, you'll be able to handle it. The Hashira are also like this, breaking their limits through actual combat. Compared to your peers, you're already quite outstanding. Listening to his comforting words, Haruto's mood indeed lightened somewhat. A knock sounded at the door, and a female healer from Wisteria House entered carrying a tray of medicine. Takayuri, it's time to change your dressings. Do I need to leave? Kanito pointed at himself. You can go downstairs, everyone is preparing lunch. The healer politely nodded, but then looked up and met the large eyes of the white-haired youth. Lunch. The female healer nodded. That's right, today we have black pork sent from the village, and everyone is discussing whether to make sauced pork rice or grilled black pork. His eyes widened. Black pork. Kanito covered his face, continuously signaling the healer with his eyes, please don't say any more. Or maybe we'll stew it to make pork soup ramen. His pupils dilated. Of course it has to be red braised. Odd hurts. A desperate roar echoed through Wisteria House, and Kanito covered his ears. I said to be quiet. I want to eat. Chewing and swallowing will be painful. I want to eat. Kanito unleashed his ultimate move. Even if you're not afraid of the pain of chewing and swallowing, you still need to relieve yourself, right? He gestured to his wounded hand. I can't help you. Are you going to let this lovely lady assist you? Please, you're a breathing method swordsman. Missing a few meals won't kill you. The rain drenched the sky, causing destruction with precision. Haruto, stirred by the roar and his wounds, silently shed tears in bed. In the end, Kanito did not abandon his teammate to enjoy the food alone. He watched as the healer unwrapped the bandages around Haruto and winced at the sight of those wounds. Fortunately, the penetrating wounds avoided the chest and abdomen. Otherwise, the healer shook her head, removing the medicated cotton that filled the wounds and replacing it with new cotton. If it hurts, you can yell. The female healer sighed with sympathy, finding it hard to breathe just by looking at this level of pain. You see, even the white-haired youth had tears in his eyes. Days later, the powerful vitality of the breathing method swordsman manifested. After the blood holes the size of fingers healed, Eon rushed to complete his mission, and together with the healed Kanito carried Haruto back to Shawu Mountain on a stretcher. In fact, there was no need to rush, but Haruto knew that Mako was going to participate in this year's final selection. Having lived in Shou Mountain for over half a year, this light and lively girl had already become like a true younger sister. With his sister going out to participate in such a significant selection, the brothers had to be present. Brother Haruto. Seeing the three appear at the foot of the mountain, Mako threw down the firewood in her hands and rushed over with a scream. Take it easy, silly girl. After running all day, Kanito wrapped his hand around the girl's head to stop her from tackling him. Quick, go tidy up the bed. Haruto struggled to raise his hand to grasp the blue wave-patterned haori of Rentaki, Zoko Master Rentaki. The Tengu mask stared at him. The boy, weak but determined, stated, black pork. I want to eat black pork. Of course there was no black pork at home. Rin Takazuki gently patted Haruto's head, tucked his hands into his sleeves, and ran up the mountain like a fluttering blue butterfly. The posture of tucking his hands in his sleeves seemed familiar, reminding Haruto of his master far away in the forging village. His master also liked to tuck his hands under his armpits, but he wasn't as agile when running. As noon approached, Tanuki set up the stove, and Ion prepared the firewood. Shinboko used tongs to take out the cooked chestnuts from the stove and fed them to Haruto. The chestnuts of early winter were dense in texture, and there were 2 chestnut trees behind the house that dropped spiky chestnut burrs to the ground when the season came. It was hard to tell which wild boar hiding in the valley had bad luck, as a blue haori appeared on the mountain path, carrying a dark-skinned wild boar. At this time, wild boars weren't particularly tasty. Before the cold weather, they eat a lot of food to fatten themselves, then hibernate in a sheltered valley. If the wild boar suddenly dragged out from its den to be slaughtered, saw Haruto's slightly disdainful gaze, it would probably feel furious enough to turn him upside down. Rin Takazuki hefted the wild boar, estimated to weigh around 300 pounds, and tossed it to the ground, swiftly bleeding it out, boiling water, and gutting it. After a lively feast of pork, Haruto felt satisfied, while Shinboko grew increasingly worried. She was to set off for Tozo Mountain the next day to participate in the final selection, and her 2 unreliable seniors had packed 2 pigs trotters in her bundle. Last year's selection still lingered in memory. That guy Tanuki had almost slaughtered all the demons on the mountain. Without the hand demon as a roadblock, the other evil spirits were no match for Shinboko's skills. Here. Before carrying Haruto back to the wooden house, Tanuki handed a string of bracelets to Shinboko. For the first time, the boy did not meet the speaker's eyes directly, a flush creeping up to his ears, coloring them a rosy hue. Shinboko accepted the bracelet, which was a beautiful string of blue flowers made of shiny agate. What are they doing? Ion squatted in front of the stretcher, half of his poker face showing. Such a strange atmosphere. His voice was not soft, and Tanuki's ears turned a shade redder as he quickly turned around. Let's go. Haruto looked at Ion speechlessly. What a beautiful scene, disrupted by his words. After sending Shinboko away, Haruto suddenly felt that the foggy mountain had quieted down. Tanuki and Ion still needed to train on the mountain every day or go out on missions. Every morning at sunrise, Tanuki would push Haruto outside, cover him with a layer of clothing, and shield his face with a towel. Mr. Rin Takazuki was not a talkative person. Most of the time, he just sat there quietly watching the mist swirling in the mountains. It was said that he planned to resign from his position as a water Hashira like Kyujiro Rengoku, as he was getting a bit old. The Demon Slayer Corps has been lacking pillars severely in recent years, he said to Haruto. A few years ago it was Kaneo Tsuyuri, but after he broke a leg he could only rely on crutches. He was a user of the thunder breathing technique, and there were many similarities to the star breathing technique regarding speed. If you have time, you can visit him in Momoyama. Visiting others will have to wait until after I recover. I can't do that while I'm still a bandaged up creature lying in bed. The hermit would send medicine every few days, and this time, when the time came, 2 slender figures appeared at the foot of the mountain. Takazuki turned his head to look. It was 2 girls who looked somewhat alike. Excuse me, is this Mr. Takanashi's residence? They stopped on the mountain path, frightened to approach by Tanuki, who wore a large Tengu mask. Yes, Takazuki nodded. Then may I ask? Kane Kochu looked around, but besides this strange old man and the peculiar creature lying on the bed, she did not see Mr. Takanashi's figure. The strange old man walked over to the strange creature and lifted the towel draped over his head. It was Mr. Takanashi, who had saved their lives, now wrapped like a mummy, raising his head in a daze. Have you eaten? Yes, he looked quite different from the dashing white-haired youth they had met before. Wow. Kane covered her mouth and gasped softly. Mr. Takanashi. The white-haired youth was tightly wrapped in bandages with only his neck exposed, which was now full of terrifying purple bruises. Haruto was taken aback. What brings you here? He clearly remembered the sisters he had saved over half a month ago in Takayagawa village. The older sister had a pair of rare pink eyes, while the younger sister's eyes sparkled like amethyst. The older girl took off the backpack on her back, placed it at her feet, and bowed. I apologize for the sudden visit. I am Kane Kochu, and this is my sister Shinobu Kochu. The amethyst-like girl glanced at Haruto and quickly lowered her head to stare at the ground. After what happened last time, we have been in deep mourning and haven't been able to properly thank Mr. Takanashi. We came specifically to express our gratitude this time. Kane's voice was warm and pleasant, like the mountain spring flowing with the melting snow of early spring. She took out the items from the backpack, which were supposed to be replacement medicines sent by the hermit. After inquiring with the hermit, we took on the task of delivering the medicine. Thank you for your trouble. The mountain path is difficult to traverse, isn't it? We should be thanking you. If it weren't for your timely appearance, both of us might have been devoured by demons. Please hand these medicines to Mr. Takazuki. Thank you both. Haruto noticed the two girls hesitating to speak and chuckled softly. This injury is unrelated to that attack. It happened afterward. Mr. Takazuki, let me take the medicine basket, Kane said, shaking her head. My sister and I grew up in the apothecary. We are very skilled at changing bandages. Let us change your bandages this time. She glanced at the quantity of medicine in the basket and suddenly got choked up. I thought this was a lot for many days. Shinobu said nothing, stubbornly lifting her face. With that, Haruto had no reason to refuse. Fortunately, the fracture was healing well, and only the nearly healed blood wounds needed treatment. Although his body was covered in bruises, it only looked severe due to the fracture. The sisters skillfully removed the bandages, replaced the medication, and applied it, clearly having helped out at the apothecary often. Even with their quick hands, it still took a lot of effort to finish applying medicine to Haruto's entire body. After tidying up the medical waste, the girls exchanged glances, looking somewhat tense. It's getting late. If you have anything to say, you should say it now. Haruto squinted at the sun approaching noon and said slowly amidst the sisters' nervous gazes, I will keep you both for lunch. Takazuki has already gotten up and gone into the house. Tanuki and Iyong should be back soon. A lunch today needs to be prepared in larger quantities. We consulted the Demon Slayer Corps about methods to hunt demons. Kane exhaled softly. Please teach us how to hunt demons. Shinobu spoke for the first time, her words filled with anger towards the evil spirits, making her voice resolute, and her demeanor starkly different from her sister. The elder was like gentle flowing water, her emotions deep and sincere. The younger was like a drawn blade, sharp and unstoppable. After Kanan and Iyong helped each other down the mountain in exhaustion, they saw two unfamiliar young girls outside the wooden house. They were dressed in morning clothes, one assisting teacher Lin Long in preparing meals, while the other sat at the door washing clothes. As usual, teacher Lin Long remained silent. The two brothers approached only to hear the helpless voice of Haruto lying on the bed. Didn't I say I would introduce you to a nurturing master? You don't have to do these things. You are severely injured now. We are just trying to do what we can. Seeing the two return, the girl with pink eyes who was washing clothes raised her head and asked for the Haori they were holding. Kanan panicked and exchanged a glance with Iyong. The latter put the sweat-drenched Haori back on and forced out a polite smile. Who knew where these two girls came from? Zhenghua had only just left. Did teacher Lin Long really take new female disciples? If Zhenghua found out, she might never say anything like, I like teacher Lin Long the most again. After Haruto helplessly explained the situation to them, the meal was ready. Kanan moved a stool to sit beside Haruto, holding 2 spoons, feeding him a bite, and then taking a bite herself. This kind of task was previously done by Zhenghua. Although the water-breath swordsmen were all gentle by nature, they were still not as attentive as Zhenghua when it came to taking care of patients. After finishing the meal, awkwardly Shinobu stepped outside and saw Kanan almost feeding Haruto with the spoon into his nostrils. She stepped forward to take the spoon. Let me do it, teacher Lin Long, you eat well. Kanan hesitated for a moment, looked at Haruto, and handed the spoon to Shinobu at his gesture. Sigh. Haruto sighed. These stubborn sisters were really hard to figure out. They were so earnest before agreeing that it made it hard to refuse. Teacher Lin Long finally agreed to recommend them to a familiar, nurturing master. He himself had not wanted to take new disciples in recent years. Once the matter was settled, they felt very indebted, as if everything they did carried a sense of atonement. Your muscle strength is too weak. He heard Lin Long speaking with Kanahu inside the room. Without enough muscle, even holding the sharpest sword, you won't be able to decapitate a demon. If you don't decapitate the demon with the Nichiren blade, the demon won't die at night, and then it will be the demon slayer who perishes. You still have room for improvement, but what about your sister? Her stature is short and her arms are slender. Even if she becomes a swordsman, how will she protect her life under the demon's claws? Shinobu moved her hands quickly, seemingly lost in thought, with a blank expression on her face. Fortunately, Haruto swallowed quickly, so the food being stuffed into his mouth didn't choke him. Perhaps it doesn't have to be about who decapitates whose head or pierces whose heart. Isn't there any other way? To use medicine or something else to redeem them, to turn them back into humans. Kanahu, redeem demons. Lin Long fell silent. Teacher Lin Long must think your sister is not thinking straight, Haruto murmured quietly. In the case where both parents were murdered, to still speak of redeeming demons and turning them into humans was simply a paragon of a saint. Shinobu paused momentarily, then stood up and left. It turned out her bowl was empty. After refilling her rice, she returned and whispered the demon with horns in the village. Her throat choked up, and after sniffing she continued, it's called Irimura Yoshi, because he used to live in the first house entering the village, and he was a close friend of my father's since childhood. Haruto slightly tilted his head to look at her. The girl's nose and eyes were red, and her amethyst eyes shimmered with tears as she tried hard not to let them fall. Uncle Irimura was a very warm and cheerful person. He watched us grow up, and our family liked him very much. But a few years ago he disappeared while going up the mountain to gather herbs. Everyone said he was eaten by wolves in the mountains, but who knew he had become a man-eating demon and returned to the village years later. Tears glistened on the ground, leaving a shallow dent in the dust. I didn't recognize him. It was my sister who discovered him. Shinobu raised her hand to wipe away her tears. Our parents might not know the Irimura brother they have been thinking about has really returned to the village. My sister is not one to indiscriminately dispense kindness. She just feels that Mr. Irimura has his reasons. The ones who should be punished are not those who have become demons, but the demons that turn them into demons. Haruto sighed gently. The pain of parting life and death is indeed great. He looked at the girl crying, but after becoming a demon slayer such partings are almost a daily occurrence. But isn't it better to prevent such partings? Shinobu stubbornly shook her head. Killing one more demon means fewer families will be shattered. Isn't that better? Your sister is still talking about redemption. Shinobu turned her head to avoid the topic. Do you want to eat more? Of course, this is just the beginning. Teacher Linlong did not send the sisters away. Instead, he cleaned up the empty room next to Zhengguo's room for them to stay a few. Haruto could tell that he wanted to correct Kanaha's impractical idea of redeeming demons, but he didn't know how to start. If there are demons who can refrain from eating humans, then they would be worth redeeming. Linlong said, but since they have already consumed humans, what is the need for redemption? Demons that don't eat humans. Haruto shook his head. Can they even exist? Humans and demons are not like humans and fish. Humans can choose not to eat fish, but demons will eat humans. Before the weather turned truly cold, Haruto finally managed to endure the pain and walk on his own. Although he still needed support, the gradually lessening pain signified his recovery. The only downside was that his muscles had atrophied significantly, and it seemed that after fully recovering, he would need to undergo some physical training. Does the Demon Slayer Corps not have such departments? Kanahu pondered. A unified medical department that can formulate recovery training plans after rehabilitation. Shouldn't the Demon Slayer Corps provide such a place? Medical-oriented members are hard to come by. Once you join the Demon Slayer Corps, perhaps you can propose to Ubuyashiki, Lord Ubuyashiki, to establish such a department. Haruto almost let slip the words Ubuyashiki's boy, so he glanced at Linlong and forced a smile. Perhaps there will really be such a day. A day later, the Butterfly Sisters left with the recommendation letter written by Linlong. The sky brought back news that Zhengguo passed the final selection and became an official swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. At the Demon Slaying Corps headquarters, Chan Wufu Yaozai sat in the anteroom, silently watching the heavy snow drift outside the window. Tian-in emerged from the inner chamber and pressed a brass hot flask into his hands. Are the children asleep? Yaozai cradled the flask. It took a long moment for the chill at his fingertips to give way to warmth. What are you looking at, Yaozai? I'm waiting for Qingren. He said had come today. Tian-in's mind conjured the image of that white-haired youth who ate heartily, and with it came the memory of her husband's rare smile. Such heavy snow. Yes, so he was delayed a bit. No sooner had the words left her lips than a guard from the courtyard came to report. Mr. Takanami has arrived. Please show him in. Qingren entered the yard, and standing beneath the eaves shrugged the snow-dusted straw cloak from his shoulders. The hearth within blazed brightly. Qingren lingered for a moment to warm himself, exchanging greetings with Tian-in. Only when the chill had drained from his frame did he sit beside Chan Wufu Yaozai. Yaozai's health had been failing. Scars on his face seemed to be spreading. You need not fuss them, not yet so frail, he protested. Yaozai regarded him with surprise. I feared we've not seen one another for 3 or 4 years, yet it has been only a little more than a year. You've grown so quickly. Still in the throes of adolescence, well-fed and diligent in training, and with frequent fieldwork, Qingren had shot up in height. His frame now appeared more robust than before. Sitting beside Yaozai, he made the elder appear almost a year younger by comparison. You, on the other hand, are unchanged still. The rest of the sentence fell away as Qingren remembered to address the young man before him with due deference. He slipped a hand into his chest, produced a small bag, and handed it to Tian-in. These are gifts for the 2 children. Tian-in glanced at her husband, then accepted the cloth pouch and thanked him gently. Have the children been named? The elder is called Chu-yi, the younger Ri-xiang. Yaozai stretched and added, You were so late, I heard your wounds had long since healed. I first went to the Swordsmithing Village. Qingren shot him a glance. Who in their right mind would, freshly risen from a sickbed, rush straight to the office to report to his superior? How is Master Goto's health? He is well enough, still forging the sun-wheel blades. The usual nagging about marriage followed, and word had spread that Makomo and Sumi were childhood companions, prompting a great fuss. A trip to the Swordsmithing Village shouldn't take that long, should it? Yaozai frowned, calculating. At least 3 days. I also visited the Rengoku household. He had gone to see Mr. Maki Sholong, expecting his vigor to have improved since before. Qingren was surprised to find the opposite. The tall man was unkempt, his face bristling with stubble, his person clouded with the reek of liquor. In a year apart, the once abstinent flame pillar had begun to drink. Upon learning that Qingren had discovered a new breathing technique and felled the lower moon 3 in its aberrant state, Maki did not repeat the cutting jeers of worthless man he had once spoken. He remained irritable throughout, and all hospitality so far had been performed by Rengoku's second son. Whereas within the house, the radiant lion-like figure of Xing Shoulang was absent. Qingren asked quietly of the younger owl-like child at his side, Qian Shoulang. Brother went up the mountain to train. Qian Shoulang was somewhat reserved, but showed a sensible demeanor. He took our father's 3 volumes of the flame breathing manual and was scolded terribly. Later, Qingren found Xing Shoulang on the mountain with sword in hand. The boy's inner flame, like the sun, had not been extinguished. The youth's talent was extraordinary. Simply by studying the flame breathing manual, he could perform all its forms, far sharper than someone who had trained for 2.5 years and yet only mastered the first 5 forms. Yaozai's words pulled him from his recollection. Mr. Maki's letter of resignation still lies on my desk. The Demon Slaying Corps stood at a precarious turning. This generation of pillars were aging swiftly, and the next generation's rise remained uncertain. So Qingren, you're in Mr. Bimei Island's arrivals were most timely. I only slew a lower moon that had been in an aberrant state, Qing Run replied, feigning modesty. He pinched his brows. Yaozai, do not put me in a position where I must say I am unworthy to be a pillar. Chan Wufu Yaozai fell silent for a moment, then stood. Will you come see the back mountain with me? Yaozai, it's snowing outside. Tian Yin's eyes were full of worry. Fetch a cloak and an umbrella. Yaozai waved it off. Tian Yin helpless ran to fetch a thick fur-collared cloak. He'll hold the umbrella. Qingren took the parasol and used it to shelter them from the wind and snow. What awaited them on the core back mountain? Among the wisteria that swayed in the blizzard stubbornly in bloom stood rows upon rows of gravestones marking the... There were so many markers that Qingren could not tell whether the wisteria encircled the graves or the graves enclosed the... So many. Qingren found himself speechless. Yes, and the true number is even greater. Since he was 4 swordsmen had perished at intervals, the few whose bodies could be recovered were claimed by their families, their clothes returned here to be placed atop empty tombs. Yaozai brushed snow from a gravestone with his sleeve. A name he did not recognize was carved there. He had succeeded to his family's headship at 4 years old. Over the past decade, he had seen countless swordsmen depart and brought back equally countless bodies. If demon-slaying swordsmen meet such fates, how many ordinary humans have perished across 1,000 years? Qingren's eyes dimmed. The misty blue in them held unspoken thoughts. You should know, Qingren. The curse upon the Chan Wufu house. Yaozai pointed to the scars on his face and forced a light smile. Unless we bind ourselves to the priestly line by marriage, our descendants die young. He sighed a long, soft sound, as if something pressed upon his chest. Even if we marry into that family, no one ever lives past 30. Before we were wed, I asked Tian Yin whether she would marry a man doomed to an early death. If she refused, I would dissolve the engagement with the priestly house. Find any excuse. Qingren turned his head. Yaozai's eyes seemed misted, and his usually comforting voice had become hoarse. Tian Yin said that my words made her fearless. Look, Qingren, what a good wife I have. Yaozai spoke with a hint of pride. Qingren's brow only knitted tighter. After they completed the rites, they walked back together. Yaozai's steps faltered and uncertain. He halted and clenched his fists. All of this is because of that damned Gewutu Wutsan. His fist trembled, but his voice dropped further still. I have a kind and beautiful wife, 2 lovely daughters, and swordsmen who honor me. Yaozai ground his jaw. The fate of the Chan Wufu line told him not to be afraid. The gravestones behind him told him not to be afraid. Yet Qingren read the meaning in his eyes all the same. Yaozai was not afraid. He was resentful. Who would willingly choose to die at 30? Even with the thick fur collar cloak wrapped around him and the snowstorm obscuring everything, Yaozai still coughed a little upon returning indoors. Tian Yin handed him a bowl of herbal soup. He frowned slightly and drank it all in one go. A year from now, regardless of your level, come to the headquarters. Promotion pillar. Yaozai patted him on the shoulder. Stay. Just as Qing Tian was about to agree, Sankong circled in the sky outside the house. It seems there's no helping it, he said as he stepped outside to shake off the droplets of water from his raincoat. Such heavy snow. Yaozai had Tian Yin fetch him a waterproof coat. Times are changing. Don't live like an old fogey. It was indeed the first time in history for a youth of the 21st century to be called an old fogey by someone from the early 20th century. Qing Tian took the military-style raincoat and couldn't help but defend himself. I just can't tell the difference. For him, there was little difference between the 20th century and the 15th century. Common folk still wore handmade wooden clogs and coarse clothes, using flint and matches to start fires. However, in the homes of the wealthy, electricity had already been connected. In this era where the new century intertwined with the old, all he could do was to be pushed forward by the tides of... After recovering, Qing Tian became increasingly busy, as if the headquarters were trying to make up for the shifts he missed during his rest by bombarding him with tasks. Often, just after finishing a task at one location, Sankong would land on his shoulder, guiding him to the next task. Do ghosts also need to achieve results during the new year? Are they not allowed to attend the company's annual meeting of the Musen organization if their annual KPI is not met? This year's New Year was the only one in the past 16 years that Qing Tian did not spend with Master Wudo. He hadn't even seen anyone from the Ryu family. However, it was alright. He had killed many demons during the busy New Year, allowing many families to reunite. The Fujin family also provided dinner for these busy swordsmen, and he even ran into Murata. The boy with the center-parted hair still looked energetic. Qing Tian stared at his smooth hair and wanted to ask for hair care tips from Shinko. Oh ha ha ha. The boy cheerfully ruffled his hair, saying it's camellia oil. Apply it every day, and after washing your hair will be... Ever since that guy's girlfriend praised him, he has to fuss over his hair for quite a while every day, said his companion nearby, while Murata still smiled brightly. Girlfriend. Qing Tian's mouth twitched slightly as the roar of Wudo River seemed to echo in his ears. March had passed, and the temperature in Tokyo was rising rapidly. Almost overnight, everyone had shed their heavy cotton clothes and switched to lightweight haoris and kimonos. After dealing with a demon near the Kyobashi district, the sky darkened, and Qing Tian looked for a place to eat. Jingya Dad was stabbed to death. Qing Tian turned his gaze away from a street food stall to look at a pair of brothers pulling a... Though they were called brothers, they didn't resemble each other much. The boy pulling the cart was taller with a wild yet stylish head of silk. He wore a shabby striped haori, yet still moved steadily despite the heavy wooden cart. Beside him, the boy with a strange rooster comb hairstyle carried a bundle on his back, his dark hair contrasting with his silly expression as he looked sideways at his brother. Qing Tian had expected to hear something like, "Let's take revenge," or that guy must pay in blood from these brothers, but surprisingly the silver-haired boy only fell silent for a moment before saying from now on, let us brothers protect everyone. That kind of beast should just die or it would be for the best. The boy with the rooster comb seemed a bit dazed, and even the bundle on his back slipped down. Hey, hold your things properly. Oh, he shrugged, still looking a bit silly. But without Dad, everyone will still feel uneasy. The silver-haired boy said today, I was asked why Dad hasn't come back. Swaimi and Sadako are also watching for signs. They are still so young, they must have heard something while playing outside. So, he turned to look into his brother's eyes. From now on, let us brothers take care of Mom and our younger siblings. Only then did the boy with the rooster comb react, snorting coldly through his nose. What do you mean from now on? Just. It clearly means from now on also it's up to us. He seemed to feel that discussing his deceased father in public was inappropriate and snorted childishly, stopping there. The silver-haired boy was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a radiant smile. Qingtian couldn't help but smile slightly, pondering how much of a failure a father must be to be viewed by his children solely as a symbol of family stability. However, with such understanding brothers, their family must be quite harmonious and happy. With this thought, Qingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, it's a sukiyaki restaurant. The aroma of fresh beef mixed with rich sauce along with various fresh ingredients must be incredibly delicious. He rubbed his belly and walked into the restaurant. By the time the cheerful sukiyaki owner sent him out, the sky had complete. Qingtian, satisfied with a full belly, prepared to find a place to stay, planning to return to the Misty Peak the next morning. Just as he was thinking this, the starry awareness he exuded vaguely gave him some special feedback. The hilt of his sword tightened instantly, and Qingtian's aura became sharp. It was the presence of a demon, and the direction was the residential area to the east. Qingtian leaped swiftly through the wooden structures, and within the veiled starry awareness, he saw a figure fighting, crashing through wooden railings and tumbling out of a house. It was the silver-haired boy he had seen in the evening. Fujiwara Shimi was fiercely battling a creature that resembled both human and beast while tightly gripping a hatchet. How could this be happening? How could this be happening? The whites of his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and just the thought of the scene inside the house almost brought him to tears. His mother had not returned for a long time. He was just thinking of going out to search. Why had their home turned into this? Except for the older Jinya, all his younger siblings had been killed by this creature. Clearly he had just promised Jinya to protect their family together. How could this be the ending? He let out a furious roar, and that creature kept gnawing at his arm, sucking the fresh blood that flowed out. Kill it! Kill it! Avenge the younger siblings. Suddenly a gust of wind brushed past his ear, carrying the scent of sukiyaki. A figure bent over with a knife swept across the night sky. The handsome silver-haired boy turned his head, looking at him with confusion. Boy, I come to assist you. The silver-haired boy's voice drifted into the starry night, as if sinking into the stars of the evening sky. Shimi Fukuwa gasped for breath, too weak to pick up the kitchen knife that had fallen to the ground. Pain mixed with a tingling itch spread across his face as something slid past. Shimi knew that it was his own blood. A gaping wound marred his face, ruining what had once been a remarkably handsome visage. But he ceased all thoughts as Sarito's blue and purple blade tore through the darkness, illuminating the assailant's face. The youth's mind went blank, as if his very spine had been pulled away, leaving him limp on the ground. That familiar face, that small frame, had just been smiling at him while preparing lunch at noon. Mom. Sherman's lips trembled as he softly called out, half in confusion, half in despair, Mom, is that you? Sarito's heart skipped a beat as he swiftly turned the blade, pressing the back of it against the ghostly woman's neck, using his strength to pin her to the ground. But the ghost beneath him was in a chaotic state, just having transformed into a spirit, and could not recognize that the person before her was her own son. Moreover, seemingly spurred by something, she was frantically struggling to lunge at the bloodied Shimi. No way. Is it blood again? Sarito sighed. This scene of mother and child harming each other was profoundly cruel. Yet a ghost cannot be forgiven, and the ghost was drenched in so much blood that it was not solely from battling the silver-haired boy. She must have killed others as well. Thus Sarito positioned the blade horizontally, preparing to swiftly sever the ghost's neck. Turn your head away, he said in a deep voice. What? Shimi did not respond. If you do not wish to witness your mother being beheaded by me. Sarito felt a pang of remorse, but he was powerless. It was far too cruel to kill a mother before her son, even if she had already turned into a ghost. No. Shimi somehow found strength, crawling frantically to Sarito's side, his hands trembling, unsure of what to do. The small mother no longer resembled a human. When she had killed her younger siblings in the house, she had been no different. Her tiny arms bore two disproportionately large ghostly claws, her face lined with swollen veins, constantly attempting to bite Sarito's throat with her sharp teeth. No. No, is there no way? Will sleeping help? We always recover from illness after a good sleep. Sherman's face was smeared with blood as he tried to cry out. Sarito remained silent, lowering his head, only gripping the ghost firmly while he drove the Nichiren blade into the earth. Suddenly a chaotic sound of footsteps erupted. A boy with a rooster comb hairstyle staggered into the alley, his kimono stained with blood. Brother, we need to call a doctor. He had a bleeding wound on his face, a mix of blood, tears, and sweat, creating a disheveled appearance. Seeing the chaos of the fight before him, the rooster-combed boy paused. Brother. Jinmi. Shimi and Sarito both raised their heads, only to find that his brother's gaze was fixed upon their mother beneath the silver-haired swordsman. Jinmi, don't look. He did not want his brother to witness their mother in such a disheveled state, nor did he want him to know that the monster attacking their family was their mother. In the blue-purple light of the blade, Jinmi's already small pupils contracted tightly. Sir, what are you doing? He took 2 steps forward and slowly reached into his bosom. Why are you holding my mother? Sherm's head buzzed. He was well aware of what Jinmi was concealing in his bosom as his elder brother. It was a brass slingshot that Jinmi often used to shoot birds in the mountains. He was very accurate and always managed to provide extra food for his younger siblings. Jinmi, he called out urgently, stop. Sabito raised an eyebrow, keeping his grip on the ghost, while swiftly drawing the Nichiren blade to hold it before him. The rooster-combed boy was quick and accurate. Clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing rang out as the brass shot was deflected by Sabito. Seeing that the rooster-combed boy was about to reload and shoot again, Sabito seized the struggling ghost, leaping up on his toes while sheathing the Nichiren blade with one hand, charging directly at him. Shimi in a panic reached out to grab Sabito's haori, but grasped at nothing. He quickly crawled up from the ground, using both hands and feet. No. His younger siblings were already dead, and now his mother was going to die as well. Let Jimmy go. Sabito was incredibly fast, almost instantaneously reaching the rooster-combed boy, raising his hand to knock the slingshot from his grasp. I understand that after suffering a blow, your mental state is not quite right. Sabito furrowed his brow. But blindly acting without knowing anything will not help in any way. Jimmy saw mother and began to tremble, just like Shimi. God. Shimi rushed forward to cover his brother's eyes. Don't look, Jinmi, don't look. Sabito delivered a heavy slash to the ghost's neck, rendering her immobile, then seized the silver-haired boy, forcing the ghost into his hands. Are there any other victims? Don't just stand there. Unfortunately, in the blood-soaked house, 5 children had died in pain. The oldest child was 5 or 6 years old, while the youngest might be less than a week old. Sabito silently arranged them in a row, stepping outside to let the azure sky convey the message to the recluse. He heard Jinmi's muffled sobs from within the house and could only punch the wall in frustration. Takayu, Sarito, why did you eat so much? If only he had left the shop after a modest meal, he could have discovered the evolving evil spirit in time, and these children would not have to die. He still remembered the expressions on the faces of the 2 brothers when he saw them in the evening. They were dreaming of a bright future after freeing themselves from their scoundrel father. But now all was lost. Tears and grief washed away all past happy memories. Shimi stood guard over the ghost in the yard, saying nothing, his face devoid of expression. Sarito walked over, and after a long pause, Shimi finally looked up and said, Sir, what exactly is this? It is a ghost. Will it recover? Sarito felt a pang in his heart as he met the pleading gaze of the silver-haired boy. Becoming a ghost is not an illness. He sighed inwardly and still told the youth some facts about ghosts. The sun will eventually rise. Her time is. I'm sorry, I can't spare her. If I do not kill her, more mothers and children will die at her hands. Shimi buried his head in his knees, his shoulders trembling. A happy family collapsed entirely within just 2 or 3 days due to an abusive father. Jimmy had sat with his younger siblings for a long time, too afraid to look at the 2 outside and that mother lying on the ground. As dawn approached, Shimi carried his mother outside. The swordsman did not stop him, but simply watched him from a distance with those misty blue eyes. He stepped up to the window, cleared his throat, and said, Where are you taking? Mom. The silver-haired swordsman held the blade close to his chest, exhaling towards the rising sun. To see the light one last time. How can one kill a ghost? Use the sun wheel blade to behead it, or expose the ghost to sunlight. Shimi, unwilling to watch his mother be decapitated, carried his frail mother and staggered out of the house. Shwami waited in the courtyard for a long time, seeing many people dressed like Sarito entering. Mr. An acquaintance among the hermits greeted Sarito. Is your health better? Thanks to you, I have fully recovered. Shwami watched them greet each other, observing the hermit cleaning the house of the Fujishiba family, gathering the bodies of his younger siblings. Where's my brother? Why hasn't he returned? The sun has clearly risen for a long time. The white-haired swordsman's parrot flapped its wings and flew in. Hey. Shwami heard the boy voice a confused question. Sarito glanced back at the boy with a rooster comb, who stood up nervously. Come here. Sarito waved at him. Though referred to as a boy, he was still a child. Had it not been for his spiky hairstyle, Shimi would have appeared even smaller. Watching my mother turn into smoke in front of me in agony, I have thought more than once why not let her go. But you are right, my brother and I have already tasted what it means to lose a family. It would be unreasonable to let others endure. Sankong settled on Sarito's shoulder, relaying Sherma's words. I was not beside my younger siblings when they were killed, and I even witnessed my mother's death. I truly do not know what face I should return to meet Shwami. My life will be immersed in regret over this matter. So I thought for a long time, sir. I have decided to leave and not return, using the rudimentary knowledge of ghost slaying you have taught me to take revenge on those evil spirits that turned my beautiful family into this. Shwami is a good child. He may throw tantrums, but he has always been a good child. If you don't mind, please keep him by your side. Of course, if you are too busy, we have an uncle. Shwami was struck by lightning, mumbling to himself, what kind of nonsense is that? What kind of ridiculous talk? He forcefully threw the slingshot he had tightly gripped to the ground and roared, You go kill ghosts, what do you think you are? Sarito patted Kankong's head while his own head throbbed slightly. There was no feedback from Shimi. He must have left for a... What is this? Entrusting a child. It feels more like pushing one's luck. Shwami rushed out of the house like a gust of wind, frantically running around. Go follow him. Sarito nodded at Sankome, and the white-feathered parrot flew off to chase Schwanmi. Sarito pushed open the wooden door and entered the house. The bloodstains here had already been cleaned. Miss Yuko. He called to a familiar hermit who was holding a logbook and recording something. Beside her stood a government official from the Kubashi district, confirming related matters with her. What is the name of this family? Fushishuan. Yuko replied. The two surviving children, the older one is named Fushishuan Shimi, and the rooster-combed one is Fushishuan Schwanmi. Sarito stroked his chin. Do they have an uncle? It would be very inconvenient to keep such small children around. He hardly had time to take care of them while on his missions. They once did. The official replied. Once. The Fushishuan family indeed had a relative, but he passed away. The official said his son sold the nearby house. I don't know where they moved to. Doesn't that mean Fushishuan Schwanmi has... If Sarito didn't take him away, this kid would become a true orphan wandering between cities and towns. Oh. Sarito slammed his fist against the wall in frustration. This Fushishuan Shimi, if he gets caught, I'll have to pull all his white hair out. Sarito bid farewell to Miss Yuko and walked towards where Sankome was. Schwanmi hadn't walked far. In an open area outside the residential area, Sarito saw the rooster-combed boy curled up on the ground. There were many half-dried bloodstains around him left by Shimi. He had curled himself into a ball, as if his brother was still by his side, quietly sleeping. Narrow Mist Mountain or Forging Blade Village. Sarito hesitated for a long time. Though Master Wudo was older, he still persisted in fighting on the front lines of forging blades. If he had to take care of another half-grown child, Sarito worried his energy wouldn't keep up. Moreover, Schwanmi had explicitly requested to learn the methods of ghost slaying like Sarito. Though he didn't say it, Sarito could see he still wanted to do the same thing as his brother. Master Wudo was skilled in training people, but he was not a professional educator and might not be able to teach him the breathing technique. After much consideration, Sarito decided to leave Schwanmi at Narrow Mist Mountain. Schwanmi was not fond of talking and often wore a face that said keep your distance. But after all, he was still a child. A few ruffles from the rabbit would make his hair stand on end. So what are you now? Shinaki applied medicine to the scars on Schwanmi's face. His brother. Schwanmi quickly glanced at Sarito. No. Of course not. Sarito struggled to tear at the hard-cured smoked pork, crunching as he chewed. I am his father. Come here, kid, call me father. Schwanmi, who had been hit on the head with the smoked pork, was not angry. He simply sniffed disdainfully. As long as it didn't involve his brother who had run away from home, he wouldn't take to heart what others said. Thus every day a little one joined the group going up the mountain. While everyone carried stones, he went empty-handed. I seem to be unable to use water breathing. The now slightly taller Schwanmi, holding the old sword of Eong, said dejectedly to Sarito, whether it's flame breathing or water breathing, it's the same for me. Schwanmi not being able to learn the breathing techniques surprised Sarito. Because water breathing is the easiest to get into among all the styles, if he can't even learn water breathing, it basically means goodbye to becoming a demon slayer. It's okay even if you don't. He was about to say something to comfort Schwanmi, when suddenly a long mist barrage of comments. While long time no see, another chapter before the main storyline. It's Sarito. White-haired little husband, come let me kiss. How old is the Hashira now? Why is he so tall? 16. Or was it 17? Schwanmi has already come to Narrow Mist Mountain. It should be after the Fushishuan family was exterminated. The bloodline of the Fushishuan family is truly impressive. Shimi is a Rolls-Royce among rare bloods, and Schwanmi is a demon eater. It's a pity only two are left. I wonder if those little brothers and sisters have any talent or abilities. Wait. Sarito raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by demon eater? Shuren had never heard of the term demon devourer. Perhaps that guy from the house of Arakawa knew, but he couldn't write to him now. This term came from the bullet comments, and at least Shuren had to wait for it to appear in real life, otherwise he couldn't explain. Demon devourer. A person who devours evil demons. How does one devour them? Literally. During the time he lived with Jinmi, he realized that this kid had an exceptionally keen sense of taste. As long as he took a bite, he could discern what spices had been added to the soup. But does taste have anything to do with this? Shuren had an idea in his mind. So the next time Sora brought a task, he waved at the listless Jinmi. Do you want to come with me? Are you kidding me? Kodo looked at him in disbelief. Jinmi is still a child. I'm already 8, I'm not a child. Jinmi sprang up from the ground, gripping the old Nichiren blade tightly in his hands. Let's go. Don't worry, Kodo, I have my own considerations and won't delay things. Shuren nodded gently to the soft-spoken boy and patted Jinmi's smooth head. Can you keep up with my pace? I won't stop. Although feeling a bit guilty, Jinmi still nodded firmly. Of course I can. Shuren didn't call him out on his stubbornness and, donning his Haori, led Jinmi down the mountain under Kodo's worried gaze. The task location wasn't far, also within Tokyo. An evil demon had attacked a farm, killing many cows, and this demon's ability wasn't even comparable to a lower-ranked one. Shuren easily subdued it. But the current problem was how to trigger Jinmi's ability. Demon Devourer, does it really require devouring evil demons to trigger? Shuren glanced disdainfully at the filthy demon on the ground. Wouldn't eating it cause an upset stomach? Before it was demons eating humans, and now it was the other way around. He sighed, horizontalizing the blade, preparing to sever the demon's head. Perhaps it was fate. Jinmi walked over and squatted by the demon's side, licking his lower lip, his movements hesitant. Shuren asked. Jinmi fell silent for a moment, his eyes revealing a hint of struggle. It seems like he can provide me with. Who? Shuren raised his voice. The demon. Jinmi swallowed hard. I don't know why, but a voice in my head is telling me to eat it. Teacher, I won't be possessed, right? Compared to the bullet comments in my head, I seem to be the one truly possessed. Shuren ruffled his hair. When you saw your mother before, did you have this feeling? Mentioning his mother, Jinmi's head drooped slightly. At that time my mind was filled with fear and despair with no other thoughts. He raised his head. Teacher, let me try. Oh, perhaps that's why my body can't use the breathing technique. At this point Shuren also wanted to understand what the constitution of a demon devourer was. So he picked up the nearly be-a-to-death demon and stuffed it into the farm's water tank to clean it thoroughly. The demon had listened to their conversation for a while and shouted in panic, what are you doing? What does that mean? What nonsense is this about humans eating demons? Get it straight, I'm a demon and you're humans. After becoming a demon for so many years, he had never heard such an absurd statement. Should we use some soap? Who knows what germs he might have with him from the water to the soil? Shuren still felt uneasy. What do you mean from water to soil? I'm an evil demon, not a mole. The demon struggled violently against the swordsman's restraint, but could only submit under his overwhelming strength. It should be fine. Jimmy was a bit nervous too. He licked his lips and bit into the demon's arm in one swift motion, tearing off a chunk of demon flesh, without even swallowing it whole. Wow, that hurts. Are you serious? The demon shouted in panic. Was this world too crazy? Instead of running away upon seeing a demon, humans actually started eating demons. Shuren closely observed Jinmi's reaction. Although the bullet comments were adamant, he had never seen such a person. Jinmi licked the blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, suddenly freezing in place, veins crawling up his neck from beneath his collar. Shuren immediately severed the demon's neck, leaping forward to hold down his little disciple Jinmi. He had never seen demons transform, but he imagined this was what it would be like. Jinmi's eyes were tightly shut, trembling all over, as if something was breaking through from within him. His body was covered in bulging veins, and two sharp fangs grew from his trembling lips. Jinmi suddenly opened his eyes, and the originally clear white of his eyes had completely turned black, leaving only pupils the size of pinheads fixating intensely on Shuren. It's over. Shuren's heart sank. Isn't this demon transformation? Jinmi has turned into a demon. Shuren gripped Jinmi's collar tightly, his mind racing for a way to remedy the situation. Is transforming into a demon really that easy? According to the data held by the Demon Slayer Corps, all demons are transformed by Kibutsuji Musen and his subordinates from the upper ranks of the 12 Kazuki. They could only become the same species as him by receiving his blood. Low-ranked, evil demons do not have the qualifications to turn humans into demons, let alone eating a piece of flesh and blood. Even if someone were to swallow them whole, they could never bypass Kibutsuji Musen to become evil demons. Shuren forced himself to calmly watch. If things really reached an irreversible point, he would have to. I'm fine. Jinmi suddenly spoke up. Those pupils the size of pinheads rotated in the blackened eye sockets, as if adapting. I don't believe you, Shuren replied bluntly. The sharp demon fangs, the bulging veins, the terrifying black eyes, everything about him looked anything but fine. My mind is clear and I have no thoughts of wanting to eat people. Jinmi raised his hand high, licked his sharp fangs with his tongue, and examined his palm. My heart is beating so fast, and power is surging through my body. Shuren hesitantly tried to let go of him, and Jinmi stood up from the ground, wielding the Nichiren blade and performing a set of sword techniques. Wherever the blade passed, it tore through the void, significantly better than his previous swordsmanship. Shuren finally confirmed that he was still maintaining his rationality and let out a sigh of relief. Not long after, the blackness in Jinmi's eyes faded and the bulging veins retreated, but those two sharp fangs still hung awkwardly at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps it's because this demon's power was too weak, so the duration was very short. Jinmi explained this. A few days later, the fangs fell out. Shuren wrote a letter to Yosei detailing the events that had transpired with Jinmi and inquiring if he knew any scholars who studied evil demons. A few days later, Sora brought back a reply. I saw a constitution very similar to Jinmi's in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Demon Devourer. This is a special ability that temporarily transforms one's constitution into that of a demon after eating a demon or a part of a demon's body. The stronger the demon he consumes, the stronger his regeneration ability and power will be. Even after further demonization, he can use the blood demon arts he has previously learned. The last time this constitution appeared was 300 years ago. As for the scholar you are looking for to understand evil demons, Shuren could already imagine the smirk on Arakawa's face as he read the letter. The ones who understand demons the most are of course the demons themselves. Go to Asakusa in Tokyo and find a woman named Tamayo. She will be looking forward to Jinmi's visit. The ones who understand ghosts the most are of course the ghosts themselves. While walking, Qingren pondered over the words of the house of Chuan's Yaozai. Yaozai doesn't like to beat around the bush. Could it be that this Juye's origins are not normal? The barrage has been rolling in fits and starts these past few days, suggesting that this Juye might also be a key character. So Miss Juye was already in touch with the master this early. Juye asks you to draw blood. The boss really knows everything. Qingren couldn't help but curl his lips. How come these people outside the screen are just like the swordsman beside him, with an inexplicable admiration for Chuan's guy? What do you mean the boss knows everything? Read more. A bunch of people who only watch anime every day calling Zhenguo Kawaii. Song Kong gently landed on his shoulder, and Qingren took a piece of raw pork from the small bamboo jar hanging at his waist and stuffed it into its mouth. Over 400 years old. Song Kong tilted its neck to swallow the meat stick and spoke. Huh. Qingren's hand, which was closing the bamboo jar, froze in midair. Was that the answer? What kind of answer is that? The young man carefully thought about what question he had asked, turning to glance at Xuanmi, only to find You previously asked Mr. Chuan about Miss Zhuya's age, Shuami stammered. Oh, that's right. Feeling embarrassed to arrive empty-handed, Qingren asked Yao Zai about this Miss Zhuya's age so he could choose a suitable. The answer was, over 400 years old. Teacher, what gift should we bring? Let's bring a signed letter from Oda. In Asakusa, centered around Sensoji Temple, a bustling commercial area. As night fell, various lights and shop signs danced in the breeze, making it hard for Qingren to tell whether he was in the neon of the early 20th century or a 21st century Japanese street. Wow, Xuanmi gasped. Has the city developed to this extent? The streets, paved with neatly arranged bluestone bricks, were bustling with pedestrians, and trams passed through. Qingren tightened his grip on Xianmi's hand to prevent him from getting swept away by the crowd. Asakusa was prosperous enough for him, but it was far from advanced. So rather than the trams and flashing neon lights, he preferred to focus on the shops displaying their signature dishes. Teriyaki chicken skewers, tempura, kushiyaki, matsuba crab, on no fresh chiba. The waste bags of the demon slayer swordsman were not empty. The Chuan family was wealthy enough, and the rewards given to the swordsman were substantial. Anyway, that kid Yao Zai said that when they arrived in Asakusa, Miss Juya would contact him voluntarily. So the two were not in a hurry to find someone indulging in a feast at the street shops. Mainly Qingren was eating while Xuanmi was overwhelmed after eating at two shops, unable to comprehend how Qingren managed to swallow over 30 skewers of chicken, 2 baskets of tempura, more than 20 kushiyaki pancakes, along with 6 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Just as Qingren was excitedly preparing to visit the next pork cutlet shop, a sudden meow echoed beneath their feet. Xuanmi quickly lowered his head and lifted his foot, afraid of stepping on the cat's tail. Qingren raised an eyebrow. The teriyaki chicken in his mouth had yet to be swallowed, and his free right hand instinctively reached for the hilt of his sword. In the air, there was the scent of a ghost. He looked down to find a calico kitten standing at his feet. It had a pair of bright yellow eyes and a talisman with a pattern hanging from its neck. This cat is a ghost. It could appear silently at Qingren's feet. If it hadn't meowed, he would have never noticed its presence. Behind it was a powerful ghost. Teacher. Xuanmi felt Qingren's muscles tense up. It's Shichamaru. It also has the blood demon technique of Yashiro. Shichamaru, Yashiro, Juya. More and more unfamiliar names and more unfamiliar ghosts appeared. It's nothing, just see what it wants to do. Shichamaru didn't want to do anything, he just wanted to lead the way. The calico cat glanced back at them as if signaling them to follow. Qingren let out a half-full burp, draping his arm around Xianmi's shoulder, and unsteadily followed behind the cat. Shichamaru led them away from the bustling area, and in the dimly lit side street, they saw the second ghost of Asakusa. It was a gloomy young man wearing a Western-style shirt and a white haori. He was indeed very gloomy, since seeing Qingren his purple eyes had turned into slits, his brows knitted tightly, and he muttered things like, "Stupid giant, why is he so tall, and his body proportions are ugly. Compared to his height of around 1.6 meters, Qingren, who had suddenly surpassed 1.75 meters, could indeed be considered a giant. That head of white hair is so strange, I really don't understand why Lord Jia wants to meet this ugly person." As the gloomy young man transitioned from height attacks to appearance attacks, Xuanmi finally couldn't hold back and criticized him. Nonsense. Huh. Qingren looked at his little disciple in surprise. The chicken-head boy with his crooked teeth looked even more unruly than the gloomy young man. An ugly person. The teacher is the most handsome person in the Demon Slayer Corps. Xuanmi clenched his fists, arguing the handsome guys in the Demon Slayer Corps all live in the Misty Mountains. Zhu has scars on his face and Tenjin is expressionless, so the teacher is the most handsome. Miss Misaka Miki from headquarters, Miss Ikawa Nami, Miss Maida Naoko, and 2 butterfly sisters have all asked me. Song Kong also flapped his wings in support. Huh, when did this happen? Qingren's misty blue eyes wide. I know Misaka Miki, she's a healer from the Fujino family, who are Ikawa Nami and Maida Naoko. How could the butterfly sisters appear in this story? Am I so popular in the Demon Slayer Corps? Why didn't anyone tell me earlier? I've been pressured by Master Wudo to get married every year. The gloomy young man gritted his teeth, and under his green hair his face looked even worse. That's how it is. He reached out and pressed down hard on Xianmi's chicken-head head. Why does Lord Juya want to see you? Why did Lord Juya send me to pick you up? What qualifications do you have to be received by the beautiful Lord Juya? Qingren swiftly rescued Xuanmi from the young man's torment. Nonsense. It's work-related. Do you like Miss Juya? You're acting like a lovesick fool. The gloomy young man immediately fell silent, taking 2 steps back and turning his head away, not saying a word, only a blush creeping up his face. What's going on? Is he Tsundere? Qingren suddenly broke into a mischievous smile. Uncle me, ugh. I Qingren love teasing Tsunderes the most. Qingren forced himself to divert his gaze from the curious barrage of comments and focus on the beautiful woman before. Her face bore no visible veins, no drool dripping from a hunger for flesh, nor was there any rage or bloodshed. With black hair and purple eyes, dressed in a dark kimono adorned with blooming flowers, this Miss Jia was unlike any spirit he had ever encountered. Her skin was snow white and her elegantly styled hair was pinned up, giving her a dignified and graceful appearance, resembling a true noble of celestial descent as she knelt. Yusher Lang, the gloomy boy with green hair, sat beside Jia, casting an unfriendly glare at Qingren. Stop looking and take your filthy eyes off the beautiful Miss Jia. Qingren read those words in Yusher Lang's eyes. Haha, I want. A proper smile adorned Qingren's face as he received a small gift prepared by Jinya on the way. A little gift, just a token of my respect. Yu Shilang's gaze sharpened as he stepped forward to take it. The gift was wrapped in a trendy style which Miss Jia would surely not appreciate. I've heard from Mr. Ubuyashiki about you, King Rinsen, and indeed you are quite remarkable. Miss Juya's voice was soft and gentle, captivating Yu Shilang, yet he suddenly felt alert. Remarkable? Remarkable in what way? His gaze swept across the few people in the room as if struck by lightning. Aside from Qingren and Miss Juya, it was just him and that wild-haired little brat. Qingren curiously asked, when did you and that guy Yose meet? Miss Juya lowered her head, her purple eyes shimmering. If he hasn't told you, then it's a secret. Qingren raised an eyebrow. Women are beautiful because of secrets. Miss Jia unexpectedly glanced up at him, a soft smile, gracing her lips. Women, you say? Hee hee. Qingren heard the grinding of Yu Shilang's teeth. The boy's face had turned completely dark, sitting upright, as if his clenched fists on his knees could strike at Qingren at any moment. Damn that white-haired brat for defiling the beautiful Miss Jia with such lewd words. Women are beautiful because of Belmont. Did my two series crossover? Haha, if Star Pillar said such things to Mickey the Healer, he wouldn't have to worry about marriage. 2 kids in 3 years would be no problem. In front of me I stand with Star Shinobi, or Star Hannah would be fine. When will the Star Rabbit and Star Courage factions stand up? The comments began to drift off topic as Qingren returned his focus to reality, gently ruffling Jinya's hair. This is the child who can turn spirits into his own power. Jinya awkwardly turned his head, and once Qingren withdrew his hand, he quietly tidied his hair. Please wait a moment, I'll go change clothes. Miss Jia nodded, leaving her seat to go into the inner room. As soon as Jia left, Yu Shilang's face fell darkly. What did you mean by that statement just now? Qingren feigned ignorance. What secret? What woman? Qingren adjusted his non-existent glasses on the bridge of his nose, lowering his voice. A secret makes a woman. What are you saying? Yu Shilang's eyes spun wildly. Come on, read some books. It's the 20th century. You should be able to say a few words in English. Qingren sighed, frowning. How old are you? You must be around 100, right? How is your education level so low? Living for so long, you can't just be a pervert, can you? Shut up. You with such a lack of competitiveness, what kind of people has Miss Jia not seen in her long life? I said shut up. Enraged, Yu Shilang jumped up from his seat, swinging his arm as if to strike Qingren. Qingren did not dodge, instead gently nodding toward the inner room's entrance. Miss Jia. With a swoosh, Yu Shilang immediately returned to his seat, smiling in that direction, but only saw a closed door. Qingren forced a smile at him. The furious green-haired boy leaped up, pounding his fists against Qingren's chest. Shut up, shut up. Cough, Miss Jia, cough, Miss Jia, cough, Miss Jia. Shut up. Don't think you can fool me again. Until Juya's voice, tinged with dissatisfaction, rang out from behind Yu Shilang. Will you not stop? Juya had put on a white physician's coat over her kimono, donned gloves, and gently placed a tray containing some medical. Yu Shilang sat dejectedly on one side, not forgetting to cast a murderous glare at Qingren from the corner of his eye. Don't worry, just roll up your sleeves and place your arm here. Juya took out a syringe and addressed Jinya. Jinya stared at the sharp needle, swallowing hard. Draw. Blood. This little guy with a fierce look couldn't possibly be afraid of needles, could he? Qingren glanced at the stiff chicken-scruffed head, biting his lips to suppress a smile. And you, Qingren-san, Juya said with a smile, pointing at an extra syringe next. Qingren rolled his eyes. Me. What do you mean? You know that both Yu Shilang and I are spirits, right? Though I can't see it, the master has informed me. Juya chuckled lightly. In the long years of escaping Muzan Kibutsuji, I modified my body. Though I no longer need to consume humans, I still require a regular intake of human blood to sustain my life. Upon hearing the phrase consume humans, Jinya's hands began to tremble uncontrollably as he involuntarily recalled the most haunting night of his life, clenching his fists tightly under the table. In the past, we supplemented ourselves through purchases, but Mr. Ubuyashiki told me that your blood seems to possess some extraordinary power, compelling me to taste it. Wait, that statement revealed too much information. Qingren frowned. Ubuyashiki Yose. Saying my blood is unusual. You want to taste it? Jia nodded yes. She raised her arm, the bluish veins visible beneath her fair skin. In a flash, the words of the third moon Byakuren echoed in his mind. Your blood. Your blood. The fallen blood priest dead on the ground had sent his blood through vines to Byakuren, who staggered after drinking the blood. These images wove a clear thread in Qingren's mind. He slapped his forehead. Oh no. I've become a substitute. After you. Then I won't be polite. Oh, of course. Thank you for your hospitality. If it had not been for the half cup of blood on the table, the two seated there would have looked as if they were merrily toasting one another. The small wound on Qingren's arm stopped bleeding in moments. With a swipe of his thumb, even the trace of a cut vanished. His breathing technique had been honed to such precision that such an injury could heal for him in an instant. Zhu Shi dropped pretense. She lifted the cup before her, hid her face within her sleeve, and drank the blood to the dregs. Qingren, seeing a powerful demon feed in person for the first time, felt a tremor of unease. A demon over 400 years old ought to have mastered its appetites. Qingren did not relish the thought that one moment they were chatting with Zhu Shi, and the next she might draw a blade against him. Besides, Zhu Shi was not alone. Yu Shilang stood nearby, watching like a predator. Qingren believed that if Zhu Shi lost control, Yu Shilang would rush forward and deliver him a brutal blow before anything else could be done. The two of them watched the beautiful woman in perfect synchrony. They watched her set the cup gently upon the table, watched the blue veins crawl up her throat, and then slowly subside. Throughout the whole episode, Zhu Shi made not a single sound, as if she had swallowed not a cup of blood that could stir a demon nature, but an unremarkable cup of oolong. What the? It seems there is nothing special after all. Qing Ren felt a pang of disappointment. After all, no matter one's age, one secretly longs to be unlike the common folk, even if such difference brought no benefit. Zhu Shi remained silent, staring at Qing Ren for a long time. Her gaze made the hairs on his arms rise. Yu Shilang was already preparing to sharpen his blade. Only then did she lift a clean napkin to her mouth, and in a voice both gentle and low speak. It tastes like skewered chicken. Indeed. I ate so many skewers. Qing Ren nodded. Wow, how extraordinary. I just felt a jump in time and space. Qing Ren was stunned and raised his eyebrows in disbelief. Time and space. Zhu Shi pressed slender pale fingers to her temple and said, fragments are still colliding in my mind right now. I was changing my clothes a moment ago, sitting by the doorway waiting for you to come in, sending Cha-Cha want to fetch you. At the earliest I saw a patient this morning. After drinking that cup of blood, all of those memory fragments are racing through my mind. Or perhaps not merely fragments. It is as if I am sitting here observing another version of myself performing those actions. Qing Ren pressed his lips together and said nothing. A shame churned within him, though he dared not show it. What Zhu Shi described matched in unsettling ways the greatest boon he himself possessed. Could the passage of time after death really be encoded within blood? This may be an entirely new constitution. I have never seen such a thing recorded in the annals. Zhu Shi closed her eyes and tried to order the chaos of her thoughts, but failed. The memory fragments are extremely vivid, as if I truly lived through it all again. She pressed her palm to her brow and frowned slightly. But however vivid, I remained only a spectator. I tried to alter events, for example to stop Cha-Cha Wan from going, or to keep Yu Shilang from. I failed. She opened her eyes and said, uncertain, perhaps the quantity of blood was too small, or perhaps one can recall, but she glanced at Qing Ren's anxious eyes and at Yu Shilang's troubled expression, then smiled gently. In any case, when facing a demon that feeds upon its enemy's blood, such blood could produce unexpected effects. But it could also bring great danger. For a moment, I imagined. Zhu Shi's lips curved as she spoke in a soft, wicked tone. If I drained your blood dry, could I reverse time? Even if only as an onlooker to accompany those I wish to see grow up, would be a beautiful thing. Qing Ren leaned back. Sister, even if you drain me to a husk, time would not rewind 400 or 500 years. Hearing Zhu Shi, he realized the blood's effect and his own boon were far from identical, and a measure of calm returned. Then he remembered the Bang Yi he had slain had also fed upon his blood, and in having drunk so much its mind had been unable to concentrate in battle. It was therefore that it had been so easily decapitated by Qing Ren. He broke out, if it had not been Bang Yi but another demon that did not rely on drinking blood, he might have tasted death anew and been forced into an endless restless wandering of corpses. Yet from another angle, he had indeed slain Bang Yi with his own skill. Did that merit him the title of pillar or not? Qing Ren rubbed his chin in thought, just as Zhu Shi finally shed the lingering effects of the blood. What a novel experience. It felt as if I had lived an extra day. She lifted the syringe again and smiled. Do you mind if I keep a sample for pharmaceutical research? Perhaps beyond a concoction to weaken Gui Wutue Wutsan, we might develop a new remedy that could strengthen the constitution of Demon Slayer swordsmen. Having learned that Zhu Shi was a covert collaborator of Chan Wu Shi Yao, Zai Qingren saw no reason to refuse her request. Besides, giving a little blood was a trivial thing for a breathing-style swordsman. After donating a full vial of blood, Qingren sat cross-legged to eat a fried pork cutlet. Zhu Shi had sent Yu Shilang to buy it. He was two-faced, brisk, and obedient to Zhu Shi in the beginning, but once he returned, he seemed ready to fling the cutlet in Qing Ren's face. Qing Ren crunched through the cutlet and watched as roles shifted between Zhu Shi and Xianmi. Lady Zhu Shi, allow me. Yu Shilang wore an urgent expression and glared fiercely at Xianmi. How could I allow your beautiful and noble body to be harmed for such a thing? Yu Shilang, you are still not strong enough, Zhu Shi said, shaking her head. Then she gripped her delicate little finger and, expressionless, snapped it off. Her lower eyelid trembled slightly. It seemed that no matter how powerful a demon, the body still registered pain when harmed. Xianmi's tuft of hair quivered as Zhu Shi took a deep breath and placed the broken finger before him. A new finger sprouted where the wound had been as she wiped the blood with a tissue and let out a soft laugh. Have a taste. It should be quite good. Yes. That was practically speaking the procedure, but the sight was viscerally shocking. Look, Xianmi's face. The boy with a rooster comb trembled as he slowly chewed on his fingers. Yu Shilang knelt on the ground, his head stretching forward, his eyes fixed intently on him. Is it delicious? It must be delicious. If you dare to say it's not, I will tear you to pieces. That's Lady Shiyu's finger. However, Xuanyi could no longer respond to him. His reaction was even more intense than during his first attempt. His eyes, with more white than pupils, suddenly turned into a ghastly black. The sharp fangs that had just fallen out reemerged, piercing through his lips, and the fresh blood that flowed out was licked away by his purplish tongue. Xuanyi felt his heart racing, threatening to leap out of his chest. The impact in his chest made him involuntarily open his mouth wide, saliva pooling and dripping onto his clothes. Lady Shuyue frowned slightly. Perhaps it's because he is too young, his body isn't strong enough, it's still too difficult for him to digest my flesh and blood. After a long while, Xuanyi finally regained his composure, his pitch-black eyes slowly turning. I feel a bit better now. Qingren sighed inwardly. Such a long skill-reading time was enough for the demons in battle to tear him to pieces and swallow him whole. But he didn't want to dampen Xuanyi's enthusiasm. Instead, he asked, How does it feel compared to last time? The child was extremely excited, feeling as if his thought speed had skyrocketed his trembling muscles, making him unable to stop bouncing around the room, resembling a giant black rat. Hey, no matter how excited you are, tone it down a bit. This isn't an amusement park. Yusher Lang appeared suddenly behind Xuanyi, grabbing his collar. And this? Xuanyi closed his eyes slowly, savoring the information that appeared in his mind. He extended his arm using his sharp demon claws to pierce his own arm. An instant later, a faint exotic fragrance wafted from the wound, filling the entire room. This is... Lady Shuiwe was taken aback, looking at Xuanyi in surprise. Blood demon technique, bewitching blood, daytime's magical fragrance. This was her blood demon technique, using the exotic fragrance emitted from blood to lower the target's brain functions, tempting them to reveal the secrets they wished to protect. Though Xuanyi's daytime's magical fragrance could not compare to hers, it was already quite threatening. The physique of a demon slayer was indeed special, and this child, not yet 10 years old, had astonishing talent. Just by using a single finger, he could replicate her technique, which was simply astounding. Qingren, caught off guard, detected the exotic scent and felt his mind dull, as if his thoughts were about to stagnate. Yusher Lang, seeing the dull expression on the white-haired boy, felt a sense of secret satisfaction. Although it wasn't released by Lady Shuiwe herself, the daytime's magical fragrance could harm the human body, and humans inhaling too much might even become fools. A white towel was laid over Qingren's face as Lady Shuiwe knelt beside him, gently lifting his hand to cover the towel. Yusher Lang sighed. Lady Shuiwe, let me handle this. I will take good care of Mr. Qingren. You mustn't intentionally smother him to death, Yusher Lang. I absolutely won't. After the fragrance in the room dissipated, Lady Shuiwe administered some calming medicine to Qingren and agreed to study the vial of blood he left behind carefully. Xuanyi's physical condition isn't good enough yet, but that's normal considering his young age. As he grows older, his body will develop better, and then he will be able to accelerate the transformation of demon flesh and blood. In any case, before he can quickly digest flesh and blood, don't let him face demons alone. I understand. Under Yusher Lang's murderous gaze, Qingren asked, can I write to you in the future? Of course, we are now collaborative research partners. Lady Shuiwe replied with a light smile, folding the paper filled with text and handing it to him. After leaving the Shuiwe manor hidden behind Yusher Lang's blood demon technique, Xuanyi's mood seemed a bit low. What's wrong? Qingren reached out to ruffle his rooster comb hair, feeling a bit of a sigh himself. As that guy from the production house said, Qingren needed a disciple to learn and inherit his breath of the stars. Here the disciple referred not to an adopted son, but to a pupil. Within the Demon Slayer Corps, there exist many teacher-disciple relationships, with some masters having more than one disciple. They differ from the traditional cultivation masters and apprentice swordsmen. An excellent disciple does not merely learn breathing techniques from their master, but is determined to learn everything their master possesses. The most outstanding disciple will inherit their master's legacy. Qingren initially planned for Xuanyi to inherit the breath of the stars, believing that with his golden finger, he would live. However, the breath of the stars indeed needs to be passed on. It is a powerful technique, and both he and Yaozai hope a child can master it. But Xuanyi surprisingly could not learn the breathing technique. Qingren did not let his disappointment show on his face. He adopted the gentle smile of the Kanemitsu rabbit. This smile was truly effective for calming children. Teacher, Xuanyi quietly adjusted his hairstyle again. What do demons really look like? Qingren knew what he was thinking. The gentle and beautiful Lady Shuiwe and the eccentric Yusher Lang he met today made Xuanyi feel that the impression he had just formed of demons was completely shattered. The first demon he encountered in his life was his mother, and all the pain he had experienced came from his demonized mother. When recalling that night, he didn't even know whom to hate. Hate his mother. No, it wasn't like that. Hate Qingren, who didn't arrive in time. That would be ungrateful. Hate his brother, who left home and was too ashamed to see him. That was even less possible. He could only endure the pain and hate the unknown person who turned his mother into it. In his imagination, a powerful demon must be evil, reeking of foulness and covered in blood, bringing pain to those who walk the earth. Such beings were worthy of his hatred, giving Xuanyi the conviction to slay demons. But Lady Shuiwe was so beautiful, and perhaps it had nothing to do with beauty. She radiated a warm aura. She was even a doctor healing human patients just this morning. Yet she was indeed a very powerful demon, surviving by drinking human blood. Such contradictions overwhelmed Xuanyi's small mind. Qingren stood in place, contemplating for a while. Wasn't this also what was on his mind? Did Yaozai introduce himself to Lady Shuiwe simply because his blood was special? No, it shouldn't be like that. Gently stroking Xuanyi's fuzzy nape, he replied, aren't there any pitiful beings among demons? Of course there are. Even those great demons who eat several people every day might have had pitiful backgrounds. But can pity justify harming the innocent? Lady Shuiwe is a unique existence. Her willpower is greater than anyone I have seen. Her hatred for Kibutsuji Muzan may even surpass anyone I've encountered. Xuanyi, do not overturn your beliefs because of a unique person. Xuanyi looked up, nodding in a seemingly understanding manner. Inside the manor, Lady Shuiwe unwrapped the gift sent by Qingren. It was 2 scented candles currently very popular among young ladies in Tokyo, shaped like white statues, already emitting a faint scent of white tea blossoms and ambergris, even before being lit, looking both trendy and elegant. Next to the candles was a note detailing the candle's name and fragrance notes. Dream Thief. Lady Shuiwa held the candle in her hands, flipping it over and over, a smile curling at her lips. A unique person. She set down the candle and picked up the syringe filled with Kingren's blood. Perhaps it truly is. The dream thief. At the foot of the Showu Mountain, Xianmi stepped out of the house, gazing at the dim sky, and went forward to help Zhenguo prepare. Having lived here with a group of water-breathing swordsmen for nearly 2 years, Xianmi had become slightly more gentle, unlike the moody chicken-crowned boy he once was. Of course, he still had moments of temper, just like his still prominent chicken crown. In the courtyard, only Zhenguo and Yi Yong were present. Aja, too, had a mission, and Mr. Lin Long had gone to the headquarters to hand over his tasks. Each Hashira has its own patrol area, and currently the Demon Slayer Corps is in urgent need of Hashira. Even if they are preparing to hand over their tasks and step down, he estimates that he still needs to maintain his patrol for a while. Xianmi looked around and quietly asked Zhenguo, "Where is the teacher?" Qingren has gone to the mountains to train. The stars are very bright tonight. Every so often Qingren would come to the mountain peak, much like the great mountain of Swordsmith Village, where the wild night always inspires him. As usual, he lay on the meadow. The autumn night in the meadow carried a hint of dampness, but he paid it no mind, taking a deep breath of the grass scent before closing his eyes to commune with the stars. Lying recklessly in the grass was due to his confidence in the safety of Showu Mountain. Under the coverage of his starry perception, no demon could bypass the monitoring of the stars and enter Showu Mountain. It had been over 6 months since he returned from the Asakusa mansion in Tokyo, and he had been studying how to integrate the advantages of his blood into the techniques of star breathing. Zhu Shi was an excellent communication partner, if she was a skilled healer. If she weren't a demon, she could have studied modern medicine in this century and become a medical giant. Qingren often sent messages through Tsongkong to her. Zhu Shi needed his blood for her research, and sometimes Qingren would send her an extra vial for her to drink. Though Zhu Shi did not speak of it, she was very interested in the feeling of time fracturing against her brain. As a return for his blood, Zhu Shi often sent back some things. Pills made from her own flesh and blood to be kept in reserve for Xianmi. After Zhu Shi expressed her desire to turn Qingren's blood into an enhancement potion, Qingren began researching breathing techniques. In addition to the 4 techniques he originally mastered, he developed 2 new sword techniques over 6 months. Raising his palm to the night sky, his fair palm was marked with numerous intersecting scars. While the downside of being a blood-type ability user is that one always ends up covered in wounds. During battles over the past 6 months, he had tried to coat his blade with his own blood against enemies. Just like enchanting a weapon, the damage produced by the Nichiren blade allowed some of his blood to enter the body of the Yi. However, since the amount of blood on the blade was too little, the effect was not as good as when he fought against Bai Yi. Sighing, letting go of his obsession with the techniques, Qingren decided to think of nothing at all and simply stared quietly at the sky above. The autumn wind in the wilderness was so quiet, brushing softly against the strands of hair on his head. All that remained around him was the sound of his strong heartbeat and the soft singing he suppressed in his throat. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Today was his birthday. After today, he would be 17 years old. 17, no longer a child. Qingren sat up, rubbed his eyes, and raised his hand to summon Tsongkong. The last time he saw Ubuyashiki Yoya was during the last gathering. In the courtyard of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Yoya was playing with his 2 daughters while Amano sat on the side, cradling her round belly, a gentle smile on her face. Hirohika called him uncle. The 2 girls looked very similar, wearing hairpins that Qingren had gifted them, one with a red ribbon and the other with a yellow ribbon. At the age of 2, they had just begun to walk unsteadily, their speech still unclear, and they clumsily called out, "Uncle Good." Qingren, smiling broadly, pulled his face. "What does that mean? I haven't even held the girls' hands. How am I an uncle? If you want him to call you brother, I don't mind." Yoya replied calmly. Qingren shot a glance at him, taking advantage of me. Yoya raised an eyebrow and changed the subject. "Why have you grown taller again?" Qingren measured the scars on his face with his gaze, silently sighing. He was growing up while Yoya's body was declining. 2 boys of similar ages, one growing, the other heading toward death. Qingren had come to fulfill a promise. At this time last year, Yoya and Qingren had made an agreement that he would return to the headquarters a year later to be promoted to Hashira. Are you finally not dodging it today? If dodging worked. Qingren smiled helplessly. Moreover, some things always need. The Hashira are severely lacking. Jia and Yi Yong from Showu Mountain are growing rapidly, but they too need to face 50 demons or a 12 Kazuki to truly stand on their own. Qingren refused Yoya's suggestion to hold a Hashira meeting, saying let the seniors conserve their strength to hunt down the evil spirits. He gently rubbed Iro and Hika's small heads. Grow up quickly, and when you grow up you can go play in Kagoshima. I went there last month. It's full of big crabs and lobsters as thick as arms. The sea urchins by the seaside are fierce looking, and when opened they reveal golden insides which taste delicious on a bed of soy sauce rice. Iro and Hika didn't know what Kagoshima was, but they understood crabs. The 2 little girls babbled excitedly by Qingren's side, spreading their arms like crabs walking sideways. And there are seals on the rocks. Do you know what seals are? When they call, they slap their bellies. Yoya and Amano exchanged glances, and both broke into bright smiles. Let's end this. Let this generation end here, and not leave the demons for Iro and Hika any longer. Let them, like normal children, go to the seaside in summer, and watch the snow in winter, and not be overshadowed by Muzan Kabutsuji's dark clouds. As noon approached, Iro and Hika went for their afternoon nap, while Qingren donned his Haori preparing to leave. Amano stood up, leaning on her waist, her movements somewhat difficult. Aren't you going to eat before you leave? No need to trouble you. The white-haired youth shook his head. This year's trial is ending today. That's right. Why do you have acquaintances? Qingren nodded lightly. I suppose so. At last the 8th day had arrived. Xiang Naihui tightened her grip on her younger sister's hand. The two exchanged a glance and smiled with their lips pressed together. Over the past 7 days they had endured countless trials. Malevolent spirits lurking in the shadows were unable to sever a demon's head. Memories of their family massacre returning when faced with those fiends. Yet as the rosy light rose behind the sea of wisteria, all their weariness dissolved into nothing. Hand in hand they descended the mountain, their haori lifted by the breeze like two butterflies in flight. They selected their respective jade steel and received the geisha core uniforms and the Kasugai crow. Mimicking someone from her memories, Butterfly Rin gently tapped the crow's head. A girl is she? Then I'll call you Yen. The Kasugai crow rubbed its head against Rin's slender fingertip, then spread its wings and soared into the air. Rin looked up and spotted a parrot against the azure sky. The bird was exquisite pure white plumage with the tips of its tail seemingly dyed by the heavens touched with a lovely blue. She rubbed her eyes, and when she realized it truly was Qingren's beautiful parrot, she cried out, Sanko. As if answering Ren's call, the white-feathered parrot traced a graceful spiral across the sky before suddenly lifting its form and flying down the mountain. It must be Sankong, right? Ren excitedly shook her sister's arm. How could it be here? Perhaps it's because of a mission. Xiang Naihui shaded her eyes uncertainly, but the parrot's form had already vanished from sight. No geisha core missions are always dispatched from headquarters. Maybe it's not Sankong, just someone who looks similar. It must be Sankong. Qingren's parrot is distinctive. I would not mistake it. Ren said with absolute certainty. If Sankong was nearby, where was Qingren? Had he passed Tingshi Mountain on some mission? The sisters descended hand in hand, and soon saw the white parrot again. It perched on the finger of a tall youth, chattering away, as if in conversation. The youth wore a haori embroidered with verdant mountains, and sat upon a large rock along the mountain path, one leg folded while the other dangled nearly to the ground. A breeze from the path stirred the white locks at his temples, revealing features as finely carved as a deity's, like a face from a yukio. Oh, two little butterflies. Seeing them descend, Qingren turned and offered a brilliant smile. Congratulations on passing the selection. Qingren. The butterfly sisters' eyes lit with delight as they fluttered like two flowered butterflies toward him. Xiang Naihui, being slightly older, carried herself with calm composure. At 15, she already understood decorum between the sexes, so she was not as overtly excited. Her cheeks flushed and the corners of her mouth lifted as she asked, "Are you passing through here?" 12-year-old Run was not so restrained. Having lost her parents at such a young age, the world offered her little beyond her sister Xiang Naihui and the brothers and sisters of Shou Mountain, who treated her kindly and indulged her unreasonable requests. After a year of training, Run had finally understood how unreasonable it was for the frail girl to ask to learn swordsmanship to slay demons. During the year they were apart, aside from corresponding with her sister, Ren's most frequent correspondent had been Qingren. Because Qingren was always traveling, letters sent by carrier pigeon to Shou Mountain did not always receive prompt replies, yet he read every letter she sent when he could and replied along with his other duties. Sometimes Tsankong brought the replies back, which is how she could recognize the white parrot at a glance. She stood before Qingren, her clear violet eyes like blossoms and full of smiles. Did you come specifically to fetch? Those two different questions illustrated the sisters' personalities with perfect clarity. Qingren amusedly reached out to ruffle Ren's black hair. The hand he extended to Xiang Naihui only lightly patted her shoulder. She was a young woman now and should not be treated as a little girl. Yes, I came to fetch you. He nodded. I wrote to Ms. Taoya and Mr. Sherbang. They said you two are this year's candidates for the final selection. As your recommender and a senior of the geisha corps, I had to come congratulate two such promising juniors. Promising? Ren stared into Qingren's bright eyes and blinked rapidly, unnaturally. Promising juniors who could not even sever a demon's head. Oh, by the way, Qingren said, slapping his forehead as if struck by a thought, and produced two velvet-wrapped parcels from his robe. Gifts. Oh. Xiang Naihui hesitated as she took the velvet bundle. We are grateful you came all this way. Gifts are unnecessary. Please do not address me so formally, Qingren said with a wry expression. That honorific is for lords. You may simply call me by my name. Ren seized the parcel and spoke eagerly. Brother Qingren, may I open it? Inside each velvet wrap lay a pretty butterfly hairpin. Ren's was pale violet, Xiang Naihui's a soft pink, each matching the color of their irises. Qingren scratched his head, a little embarrassed. A shop assistant recommended them. They happened to suit your family name and match. Such girlish trinkets might have been prepared by Xiang Naihui's guardian Ms. Taoya, but Mr. Sherbang certainly would not have found one for Ren. Ren smiled brightly as she held the hairpin, her violet eyes turning. She felt she had glimpsed a secret. Could it be that Qingren liked my sister? Why else would he have come here in person and prepared gifts? The 12-year-old's mind whirred. Her gentle, beautiful sister and the dashing, suave Qingren standing together would indeed make a lovely match. She had long resented the trainee swordsmen who fawned after her sister. They had not even mastered the 10 watercall sword forms, and yet were wholly consumed with courting girls. What, she wondered, were they training for? Qingren was different. He had been able to stand on his own a year ago with a good temperament and handsome looks. He ate a little too much perhaps, but that was a trivial matter. To become family with Qingren and remain beside her sister for years to come would be the greatest happiness of her life. Qingren watched little Ren's wandering gaze and exchanged a look with Xiang Naihui. His smile stiffened as he asked, "No. Do you like me? Are the workings of a girl's heart so difficult to fathom?" "Of course not." Xiang Naihui drew in her sister, who was clearly thinking impure thoughts, and tapped her lightly on the head with her forefinger. "Snap out of it, little Ren. A little girl's mind is always full of fanciful notions." She met Qingren's questioning look, and then with the confidence of the certain nodded. "Rest assured, Qingren, I know what must be done." Qingren raised a skeptical eyebrow and looked to Xiang Naihui. "What is it with your sister?" Xiang Naihui replied, "She's a pubescent child who loves to imagine things." Not far from Tingshishan lay a small town where apprentice swordsmen, having completed the 7-day examination, customarily celebrated with a lavish meal. Qingren led the Butterfly Sisters into a ramen shop that offered a wild boar ramen set. The enticing aroma drifted out onto the street and tempted passersby. By dinner time, the shop was fairly full. Among the diners were several demon-slaying swordsmen with long blades at their waist. Qingren wiped the table and stools with a cloth, consulted the two of them, then called to the owner. 5 wild boar ramens. Seeing Ren with her head bowed in thought, he asked, "Xiao Ren, what are you thinking about?" Xiang Naihui turned to look and found her sister clutching the Ri Lun Dao with a troubled expression, as she sighed softly and smoothed Ren's fine black hair with her palm. "Qingren ji." Ren's clear eyes flickered, then she looked up. "My strength is insufficient, though I cannot sever a demon's head. You know that, don't you?" "Yes, I know." Qingren nodded plainly. "I knew this from the start. Lin Long is an excellent trainer. He saw at a glance that your limb strength is lacking." Ren lowered her head in frustration. The label, a demon-slaying swordsman who cannot behead demons. How absurd. "Mr. Sherbin wrote to me that after more than a year of training, your physical strength is still insufficient to become a true demon-slaying swordsman." Ren bowed her head even further. Her frail thin arms made swinging a blade difficult. "Mr. Sherbin must be disappointed in her. He also said your attacks rely chiefly on speed and thrusting, and in those aspects you excel. Hence his confidence in letting you attend this selection." Qingren chuckled as he poured the clear amber barley tea for them. "See, you passed the examination with flying colors. Only the finest swordsmen can overcome the trials of Tingshishan." Surprised by Mr. Sherbin's assessment, Ren shook her head gently. "During these 7 days I did not kill a single demon. I kept running and became a burden to my sister. Xiao Ren." Xiang Naihui took the small hand resting on her lap and held Ren's gaze earnestly. "Your speed held demons at bay for me. Your thrusts grievously wounded their vitality. Xiao Ren, you have always been my greatest support, not a burden." "Sister." Mr. Sherbin's letter had mentioned Ren's constitution small and slight, light and nimble. Among the 10 forms of Shui Ji Hushi water-breathing, the techniques she had mastered most purely were the 3rd form Lulu dance, the 7th form Shizuka wave thrust, and the 9th form water-flowing spray, forms that all hinge on body movement and footwork. More strength-dependent techniques, the 6th form twisting whirlpool and the 8th form Takitsubo, were her weak points. She could perform them in training, but their force and destructive power fell far short of other swordsmen. Her height could not be changed. Whether she would suddenly surge in growth like Qingren in later years was unknown. For now, however, attempting to simply bulk up her limbs was a dead end. "Perhaps there are other methods," Qingren mused, stroking his chin to steer her thinking. "Killing a demon does not necessarily require severing its head. Sunlight. That would be too slow. Your strength cannot cut off a head, let alone bind them until dawn." Ren followed Qingren's gaze toward Tingshishan not far away, and a sudden flash of insight lit her mind. She thought of the mountainsides carpeted with wisteria. "You mean the toxin in wisteria?" Qingren smiled. "You come from a family of healers. Your grasp of medical principles should be deeper than mine. The reason demons loathed wisteria and avoided the wisteria-covered slopes of Tingshishan, and even shrank from temples where wisteria incense burned, was that the plant's toxins could ravage a demon's cells, causing their bodies to break down and rot from within." The Butterfly Sisters exchanged a look. Their eyes shone with sudden excitement, and they paid no heed to the steaming bowls of ramen the owner had set before them. Qingren inhaled the fragrant pork bone broth deeply. The rich aroma burst across his palate, and with the chewy noodles and tender slow-braised pork cutlet, it felt as if his soul might soar. Having crossed into this land years ago, he found the local cuisine far poorer compared with the riches of Huaxia. Back before Chinese cuisine had reached this island in the early 20th century, after sampling Japan's traditional fare and Western imports, Qingren still concluded that the most exquisite thing he had tasted was Master Wu Dou's hand-pressed sushi. Just as someone on the other side of the screen found Qingren appetizing, company Qingren in turn found amusement and appetite in those fleeting comments. His gaze lingered on Lanzhou beef noodles for a long time. The white-haired youth puckered his lips. He wanted to taste those more than Japanese ramen. It was the clear broth mottled with bright red chili oil and crowned with tender cilantro and scallions, the Lanzhou beef noodles, that he loved most in his life. If he wanted to find authentic Lanzhou beef noodles in this world, he might have to live 100 years. Meanwhile, the Butterfly Sisters, excited by their discussion of wisteria, had borrowed paper and pen from the shop and were sketching and taking notes. "The toxin ratios must be determined by experiment," one of them said, "and the delivery method, coating the blade with poison. The amount would be insufficient." Ren shook her head, "and it wouldn't allow repeated engagements." "What about poison darts?" "Ninjutsu takes years of relentless practice, and darts and shuriken are tricks. What you need is a method to face the enemy directly." Rin let out a long sigh, her small face cradled in her hand. This is such a headache. Perhaps the answer lies in the forging process. Xiang Naihui exhaled. But the jade steel has already been sent away. We don't know how the Riluan Dao was forged, nor who forged it. Forging. Qingren, who was from the Duandao Swordsmith Village and had been an apprentice smith for 12 years, blinked in earnest. I know about that. The scent of Forging Knife Village remains unchanged, reminiscent of a large steel smelting factory. Haruto severed his connection with the starry sky, who, despite having become a Hashira, he still hesitated to delve into the many secrets of the Demon Slayer core. What if one day he encounters a malevolent spirit that can read the memories within his mind? The Wudo family was very close to the village entrance, and as soon as Haruto's white hair appeared, he was spotted by Wudo-he. Why have you returned again? Wudo-he furrowed his brow and raised his voice. What did I tell you? If you can't find a marriage candidate, don't bother me. His words abruptly halted when he saw the swaying butterfly sisters behind him, more precisely when he caught sight of Kanai. Ian set Haruto down and removed his mask and earplugs. Thank you. Hey master, it's that time of the month. Haruto energetically waved at him. I'm having dinner at home today. What a delightful surprise, I wasn't prepared for this. It's just a meal, though I'll make sure not to overeat, no need for any preparations. Who cares what you eat? Wudo-he walked to the back, the sound of his wooden clogs echoing, his tone suddenly softening. How old is the girl? Where is she from? When did she join the Demon Slayer Corps? Our Haruto has quite the temper, you need to be careful. Kanai, somewhat dazed from the jostling, was bombarded with questions. Master, that's not it. Haruto helplessly grasped Wudo-he's shoulder. This is the new swordsman of this year, here to communicate about the Nichiren blade forging in Forging Knife Village. Wudo-he opened his mouth and forced a smile. Oh, even if it's not now, it could be in the future. Our Haruto is quite gentle, I was just joking a moment ago. Shinobu pressed her lips tightly together, trying not to laugh. It was truly unexpected someone like Haruto could have worries about marriage. Master, Haruto cast an apologetic glance at Kanai. Which swordsman is assigned to make the Nichiren blade for Butterfly Shinobu? Wudo-he sighed, looking at him with disappointment. You should ask the village chief, all the lists are drawn up by him. After turning left from the village entrance, you'll find the home of village chief Tai Di He Yuan Tai Jun. Haruto pointed them in the direction, but did not follow. A black crow landed on the eaves in front of him, speaking in a serious tone. Mr. Haruto, Mr. Baimingyu is waiting for you at the hot springs. Mr. Baimingyu. Haruto nodded at the crow, which was named Jujia. Since moving to the narrow mist mountain, he had not seen Mr. Baimingyu for quite a while. As two of the youngest among the new generation of Hashira, there were indeed some matters to discuss between him and Baimingyu. He dashed back home like the wind, quickly took a shower, and then ran towards the hot springs. Where are you going? Mr. Baimingyu invited me to the hot springs. He'll be back for dinner. Oh. Watching Haruto disappear, Wudo-he sighed. This kid's thoughts are really hard to guess. He doesn't accompany the girls to the forging, but runs faster than anyone to the hot springs with a monk. The mention of girls and monks made the old man suddenly widen his eyes, as if realizing something. Clad in a bathrobe, Haruto was unaware of the rebellious path Wudo-he was speculating about. He arrived at the hot springs on the mountain, where Baimingyu sat naked in a hot spring, a towel on his head. The hot springs in Forging Knife Village have miraculous effects in healing various ailments and injuries, as well as enhancing physical strength. Thus, the villagers often come to bathe in the hot springs during their leisure time. Haruto shed his bathrobe and submerged himself in the spring water, his entire body enveloped in warmth. The scars on his body, now healed, began to itch, prompting him to scratch. Don't scratch. Although Baimingyu could not see, he discerned Haruto's intention through his remarkable senses. Once the itching subsides, the scars will fade. If you scratch them in the hot spring, it will be very painful. Haruto obediently lowered his hand, and after sitting in silence with Baimingyu for a good 10 minutes, he finally sat up and stretched. Mr. Baimingyu, do you have time today? The monk nodded gently. I came to pick up my Nichiren blade. I didn't expect to run into you returning to the village. I haven't congratulated you on your promotion yet, and... He paused, not continuing further. You didn't expect that I could become a Hashira, right? Haruto replied with a bitter smile. I didn't expect it either. Not at all. Ever since you comprehended the breath of the stars, I felt you would definitely find your place among the 9 Hashira. Baimingyu shook his head. The breath of the stars is incredibly powerful, and you possess an unparalleled willpower and patience. The title of Star Hashira is merely a trivial embellishment before your name. Haruto turned his head in surprise, finding the phrase, trivial embellishment, rather uplifting. Monks don't speak false. Baimingyu chuckled softly. Of course monks do not speak falsehoods. I just didn't expect you to get along so well with the children. He had seen the Butterfly sisters, and was aware that Haruto had a child under 10 by his side. Only someone with such a good temperament as Mr. Haruto could manage such harmony with children. If it were him, that person is a monster. It was he who killed everyone. Baimingyu inhaled deeply, as if the accusation from the child still echoed in his ears. Mr. Baimingyu, you really dislike children, don't you? Haruto moved closer to him, resting his hand on the edge of the hot spring. I still remember when you first came to Forging Knife Village and ignored me. Ooh, I was thinking this big guy really has a temperament as lofty as his stature. Baimingyu lowered his head, hands clasped. I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding. At that time, I had just been released from the death prison by Lord Muzin and was extremely sensitive to everything around me. Is it something from the temple? The monk paused, then sighed and nodded. Yes, it is something from the temple. I once nurtured a group of orphaned children in the temple, and we all got along harmoniously. Although I was frail and blind at that time, I thought if I could live like this for my entire life, it would be the Buddha's mercy. He fell silent for a moment, as if steeling himself to unveil his wound. One night a child returned late and encountered a malevolent spirit on the way. The innocent child, however, was selfish, and in order to save his own life, he made a deal with the evil spirit. Under the cover of night, he sneaked back into the temple and extinguished the incense I had lit to ward off the evil spirit. The evil spirit invaded the temple and killed 7 children. The youngest child, Shaddai, was the only one who listened to me and did not run away. To protect Shaddai, I exerted all my strength, smashing the evil spirit's skull with my fists until dawn. I had thought I would receive gratitude from Shaddai, even just a simple thank you, brother, for fighting for me, but I received nothing. His throat tightened and tears streamed from his eyes. That person is a monster. It was he who killed everyone, she said to the arriving crowd. As a result, people captured me and threw me into the death prison. Had it not been for Lord Muzin's timely arrival, I might have died in captivity long ago. This story was more detailed and despairing than what he had told Haruto. It's no wonder you would harbor such distrust towards children. If Haruto had experienced such events, he would likely feel even angrier and sadder than Mr. Bimingyu. I have never doubted you, Mr. Haruto. Bimingyu wiped the tears from his cheeks, gazing at Haruto. You have lived in Forging Knife Village and the Demon Slayer Corps longer than I have. Your feelings for this place are far deeper than mine. When we first met, I simply was not adept at interacting with children, not because I doubted you. Hearing you say that, I truly feel a great weight lifted off my chest. Haruto sighed in relief, blinking. You mentioned that child's name is Shaddai. Oh, what was the name of the child who made a deal with the evil spirit? Did he escape? Bimingyu replied. He should still be alive. I can't remember. Those words were chewed over in his mouth several times, but remained unspoken. Haruto gently patted the broad shoulder of the monk. Everything will turn out fine. Once Kabutsuji Muzin is dead, all of this darkness will dissipate in the sunlight. Bimingyu moved his lips, closing his eyes. The child's name is Inari Yamaguchi. After descending from the mountain, the sky had already darkened. Mr. Bei Mingyu, being tall and with an abundance of tears, comforted the other party for a long while before they finally stopped crying. The conversation between the Butterfly sisters and the village chief had also concluded. It was said they had discussed the style of the blades, but the poison from the wisteria flowers still needed careful study. Tai Diha Yuan Taijun urged them not to be anxious. Creating a new method to kill demons required time and refinement. So they will have dinner in the village's kitchen. And will they also stay in the village's lodgings at night? Wudu, serving dishes, paused for a moment. Yes, I heard there are red bean cakes in the cafeteria today. Qingren stuffed 2 sweet, glutinous rice balls into his mouth, puffing his cheeks out. By the way, master, why are you making so many dishes? Are there guests at home today? The small square table before him was filled with an abundance of dishes, dazzling Qingren's eyes. This is delicious. This is also delicious. Wudu trembled as he restrained himself from tugging at Qingren's. What to do? This kid seems more likely to marry food than a girl in the future. Remembering the girl, Wudu couldn't help but recall the speculation that had flashed through his mind earlier in the afternoon. He slowly sat down, watching Qingren devour his meal, his gaunt old face wrinkling into a multitude of lines. Qingren, you are 17 now, right? Qingren glanced at his master's forced smile and immediately understood there was more to his words. Yes, I just had my birthday recently. At 17, haven't you seen any girl who made your heart flutter in the past 2 or 3 years? Wudu emphasized the word girl. Aren't you on good terms with the Lord? He already has children. Oh, that's right. Not long after Qingren left Tianyi and gave birth to a baby boy, Yaozai wrote to him, naming him Huizai. Qingren raised his chopsticks to ponder for a moment, then nodded, saying yes. Really? Wudu perked up. Which girl's family? How old is she? Where is she from? Is she a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps? Qingren pursed his lips and pretended to respond seriously. Her name is Zhu Shi. She lives in Asakusa, Tokyo, and doesn't have much to do with the Demon Slayer Corps. But you definitely won't agree because she is a bit older than you. Huh? Wudu laughed heartily, patting his chest. Your master is not an old stickler. Age doesn't matter to me. Older girls will take care of people and will have smoother childbirth. Wait, is she a bit older than you? She is a bit older than you. After Qingren finished speaking, the dining table fell into a deathly silence. The young man raised his head and Wudu's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Are you making fun of me? No, it's just that the situation is a bit special. Qingren sighed helplessly. Master, why are you so insistent? Why do you keep urging me to get married? I'm really curious enough that I can't even eat my meal anymore. Nonsense, I see you eating quite happily. Wudu's expression softened a bit, and he let out a long breath through his nostrils. The usually sprightly old man looked somewhat aged under the light. I have always opposed you practicing swordsmanship to become a demon slayer, you know that, right? Qingren nodded. The main reason he only started formally practicing swordsmanship at 11 and a half was the resistance from his master Wudu. There are dangerous demons outside the village. Wudu always used such words to scare him. Until he began learning swordsmanship, Wudu kept saying his talent was poor and that he wouldn't become an excellent demon slayer. Even the day before the selection, the master was still trying to find ways to make him give up. If it were a real child, they would have long extinguished their desire to become a demon slayer under such pressure. But Qingren was not a child. He could see through Wudu's serious demeanor. His master was afraid of something. Afraid of him leaving Forge Village, afraid of him becoming a demon slayer, and even more afraid of him becoming a pillar within the demon slayer core. When I saw you at your great-uncle's funeral, I knew you should stay in Forge Village for a lifetime. Wudu pointed at Qingren's face and let out a bitter laugh. Your looks are indeed exceptional. So exceptional that they brought a 30-year curse to the Takanashi family. What Wudu meant by exceptional was literally life-threatening. To trace back to 30 years ago, Qingren's grandfather, in the early Meiji period, Takanashi Soma, with his remarkable looks and superb swordsmanship, traversed the geisha districts of Tokyo, frequently visiting them. He often wielded his sword and drank in Tokyo and its surrounding areas, living a wild life, being the dream lover of many courtesans. Actually, he joined the Demon Slayer Corps when he was 15 as a thunder-breathing swordsman hunting demons in areas outside of Tokyo, and came to Tokyo disguised as a ronin to complete a mission from headquarters. There seemed to be a demon in the Shinagawa Geisha district of Tokyo, one that was different from those encountered by the Demon Slayer Corps, as it seemed to only hunt those with exceptional appearances. When the Lord learned of this characteristic, several people had already gone missing. Soma's name was well known within the Demon Slayer Corps, and the Lord summoned him to Tokyo specifically to lure this lecherous demon into a trap. Sure enough, Soma's looks and charming demeanor made the demon fall in love at first sight. I heard that she was an extremely beautiful demon, so beautiful that even a flirt like Soma claimed he had never seen anyone more beautiful than her. Wudu immersed in memories while Qingren listened to him speak, distractedly glancing at the barrage appearing before him. Geisha District beautiful demon looks. Brothers, why does this sound a bit familiar? First, we can rule out that it is not Daki. A man, even demons fall in love with the Takanashi family genes, are too. Honestly, if he really encountered Daki, this Mr. Soma would probably be in great danger. To be fair, the Miko during his human days is the ceiling of attractiveness in Demon Slayer. The one before Miss Zhu Sure is the ceiling, right? Daki. Qingren remembered this name. The beautiful demon did not kill Soma immediately, so during their second meeting, Soma brought 2 pillar-level swordsmen and several A and B ranked demon slayers to encircle the demon in a geisha house in Shinagawa. Everyone was confident about this encirclement, but when dawn broke the next day, the watchers only found the corpses of the swordsmen and a pool of blood belonging to Soma. She only devoured Soma's flesh, while those swordsmen were spared entirely due to their unremarkable looks. Wudu smiled sadly. Because of this, my 15-year-old son Ryuji's ashes could return to my hands. Qingren's eyes widened. He finally understood whose ashes were in Wudu's house. After Soma died, his son, your father, you was raised by your grandmother. Although you had the same outstanding appearance, he did not join the Demon Slayer Corps due to his mediocre talent and married and had children early. Everyone thought that you would safely raise you. Who would have known that shortly after your birth, you who lived in Ryoku was attacked by a demon and you escaped by visiting your great-uncle? On the wall inside the house, several large characters were written in blood. Child of Soma, delicious, just like him. Everyone knew it was that demon who came to the door. She harbored a grudge against Soma and wanted to exterminate his descendants. Wudu took a deep breath and reached out to stroke Qingren's hair. The reason I brought you to Forge Village is that you resemble Soma too much. As long as you don't go out, the secluded Forge Village can protect you for a lifetime. But I didn't expect you to become a demon slayer, even becoming a pillar. The old man lowered his gaze and sighed. Perhaps one day the demon who killed Soma and you will suddenly appear and take your life. So you hope I marry early to propagate the Takanashi family, at least to leave a descendant before I die. The Takanashi family and the Wudo family have been good friends for generations. Ooh, I don't want. Master, Qingren chuckled and shook his head. Wrong. If the demon is not eliminated, even if I give birth to a child, they will only be future fodder for the demon. Oh, what significance would that have? Moreover, marrying a girl with the aim of having children is too despicable. Bear my child, then become a widow. Raise the child alone, only to lose him at this very age. Qingren shook his head. Master, I cannot bring myself to do such a thing. Goto, he shivered into silence. Brother Qingren, what did you discuss with Mr. Goto? Why does he look so furious? As they prepared to depart the Swordsmith Village, Shinobu leaned close to Qingren's ear and whispered softly. Qingren glanced at Goto, he whose face remained stern and speechless, then shrugged. Master isn't angry. He was merely humiliated, ashamed that at his advanced age he had failed to see as clearly as a 17-year-old youth. The previous night, Qingren had entered the room for the first time to kowtow before the ashes of Goto Ryoji. Not only as Goto his disciple, but also as a junior swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. Yet his grandfather Kanetsumi and his father Uci possessed no ashes at all. Fearing demonic retribution, their families had not even erected ancestral tablets for them. Upon learning his true lineage from Goto, Qingren felt a quiet melancholy. At that moment, scrolling text across his vision unmistakably revealed that the demon who had devoured his father and grandfather was none other than Daki, the upper rank 6 of the 12 Kazuki, still active in Tokyo Prefecture. He had wandered Tokyo Prefecture and its surroundings for so long without detection, a stroke of sheer fortune. Where do you plan to stay? Qingren turned to ask the Butterfly Sisters. We'll find temporary lodgings in Tokyo Prefecture. The Demon Slayer Corps has provided us with a house nearby. Kane gently stroked Shinobu's head. I spent too little time with her last year. I've decided not to part from her and to nurture her properly as she grows. Onizen, I'm already a Demon Slayer swordsman. I don't need looking after. Indeed, a 12-year-old swordsman. Shinobu truly is a prodigy. Nachon, don't speak to me like I'm a child. Watching the sisters tease one another, Chingren's lips curved into a faint warm smile. Regarding the wisteria poison, I've contacted a friend in Asakusa. Chingren sent a letter to Shishio whose reply was unequivocal. She welcomes any opportunity to participate in slaying Muzan Kabutsuji. Is she also an apothecary? Yes, her skills are exceptionally refined. That Shishio was a demon required no explanation from Chingren. The truth would reveal itself naturally when they met. He wasn't worried Kane or Shinobu would draw their blades against Shishio. After all, Kane had trained her swordsmanship with the very ideal of redeeming demons in mind. Upon meeting a demon who had suppressed her cannibalistic urges, she would likely rejoice more than anyone else. At the foot of Kabuto Mountain, Jinya trained his physique alongside Sanemi, while Ju, still recovering from a leg injury sustained on his last mission, sat idly upon the same rattan bed Chingren had once rested on. Tighten your abdomen. Tense every muscle in your body to its utmost limit. Haha. Jinya gasped raggedly, every pore flaring open as sweat poured forth. Even the cockatoo-shaped tuft atop his head clung damply to his scalp. His toes dug fiercely into the earth. The heavy log balanced upon his body trembled precariously with each shudder of his frame. Keep going, Jinya. Sanemi watched with a gentle teasing smile. You may set it down once the birds return to their nests at dusk. Birds perched. Jinya's eyes bulged wide as he wheezed hoarsely, voice cracking like a dying bell. Didn't you? Glue them there this morning. You know. Sanemi gazed at the small bird, woven from yarn by Makomo, and his smile deepened. Then hold it up for another, or, if you truly cannot bear it, set the log down. Don't push yourself too far. Though Ju's words sounded kind, his expression, poker-faced, dead-eyed, carried unmistakable irony. Jinya, on the verge of surrender, clenched his aching gums and held firm, determined to endure these 30 minutes at all costs. Ju cast an innocent glance toward Sanemi. I genuinely advised him to preserve his health. Why has his training grown even more intense? I'm dying. Every muscle screamed in protest, his heart hammered violently, threatening to burst from his throat. Jinya blinked rapidly, his vision flickering with fragmented, rushing images. His mother, his brother. Those dearest to him flashed past in dizzying succession, finally settling upon his teacher's striking, handsome face. He rasped like a broken bellows. His teacher echoed his breath, graceful and composed where he was ragged and raw. Wait, wasn't that a deathbed vision? Chingren watched amused as Jinya's dazed gaze sharpened into shock, then lifted a hand and casually tossed the lightweight log onto the ground. Hey, you're going too far. He's still just a child. Relief flooded his limbs, a sweat gushed like rivulets, soaking his clothes entirely and pooling beneath his feet. Jinya panted violently, hands trembling uncontrollably, even failing to grip the water cup Chingren offered. So Chingren raised the cup himself and guided it to Jinya's lips. Sip slowly, swallow gently. It's unkind to your body otherwise. After several sips, Jinya took the cup himself while Chingren crossed his arms and lightly tickled Sanemi's abdomen mid-training. No, not now. Sanemi scrambled away, hoisting a far heavier log while the white-haired youth chased after him. I entrusted you with my... And this is how you care for him, eh? Chingren tapped Sanemi's backside repeatedly with the scabbard of his Nichiren blade. You've nearly trained him into idiocy. It was Ju. We agreed. One plays the stern enforcer, the other the compassionate guide. He stood there stone-faced, leaving Jinya no way to save face. Ju pressed his lips together, feigning innocence. I truly spoke with sincerity. Indeed, his tone carried such hollow weight that Jinya's misunderstanding was inevitable. Just as the youths tumbled playfully, Chingren suddenly stiffened, his brows lifting sharply as he flicked his gaze upward toward the mountain. What is it? Ju straightened, alert, following Chingren's line of sight. Something seems to be watching us. Chingren slid his Nichiren blade back into its sash. I'll investigate. I'll come too. Sanemi dropped his weighted log and seized his blade resting nearby. One is exhausted, the other cannot move freely. Stay here and watch over them. Chingren declined with a shake of his head, uttering no further word as he sprinted toward the direction of his sense presence. Since so many swordsmen had taken residence at Kabuto Mountain, no reckless demon had ever dared approach. And yet, the presence he'd sensed moments ago bore no overt malice. Rather than scheming in darkness, it felt more like a furtive, concerned gaze. Chingren frowned. Who could it be? Hey! The shoulder of Shimi Fushishima was tapped, and he quickly turned his head, letting out a sigh of relief as he said irritably, Quine Kaijin. It's Kaijin. The black-haired boy sat beside him, saying it's really rude to call someone by their full name. I don't know what politeness is. Shimi turned his head, looking at his scarred arm and the chains wrapped around it. Moreover, you won't be able to call me Kaijin anymore. You have to call me senior. Brother. Quine Kaijin smiled as he patted his shoulder. The master has already agreed to take you as a disciple, so you can throw away this chain that binds ghosts. Throw it away. Shimi looked at the chain that had followed him since leaving home and hunting demons, and suddenly felt a wave. Ever since his mother turned into a demon and vanished before his eyes, Shimi had left home vowing to eradicate all the ugly demons in the world. But he didn't know how to breathe techniques, nor did he possess a long knife like that white-haired swordsman to ignite the demon's body. All he could do was, based on the swordsman's simple guidance, lure the demons with his unique blood, using chains to hang them from trees until sunrise. Such a death was painfully torturous, yet he felt no sympathy for these demonic beings anymore. Not long after wandering outside, he met Kwaiang Kaijin, a boy with 2 deep scars on his face whose smile was like a smile. It was from him that Shimi learned about the demon-slaying team that had been secretly hunting demons, seeing the uniform he wore, which was similar to that of the white-haired youth. Kwaiang Kaijin was very warm and kind, though Shimi felt such qualities were unnecessary. He recommended Shimi to his master, giving the lone demon slayer a chance to participate in professional training. However, just as he was about to head to his master's residence, he inevitably recalled the Xianyan he had left behind at home. How was he doing now? Was he following that white-haired swordsman? He knew his uncle had passed away, everything he said was merely an excuse. He hoped Xianyan could stay beside that powerful swordsman, as it would likely be a safer life. Thus, Shimi unusually did not refute Kaijin's words about calling him senior brother, but hesitated, finally asking how many swordsmen are in the demon-slaying team. Including the logistics team, there are probably hundreds. How many do you know? A few dozen, I guess, from the same period, the healers from the Fujin family, and some recluses. Shimi took a deep breath. Perhaps you know someone like this. He described the appearance of that gentleman, initially thinking it would be like finding a needle in a haystack, but merely mentioning the outstanding appearance and white hair led Kaijin to nod decisively. I know this gentleman. But I haven't said anything yet. Extremely outstanding appearance, white shoulder-length hair with light blue tips, wearing a green haori accompanied by a white parrot as a messenger, right? Shimi stared at him, silently nodding. Kaijin cheerfully said, it's Mr. Haruto. I saw him when I returned to headquarters a few days ago. He has become a new pillar of the demon-slaying team and is extremely powerful. A pillar. Shimi turned his head. He had heard Kaijin mention that the pillars were the strongest swordsmen in the demon-slaying team, and among the hundreds of swordsmen, only 9 could reach the pillar level. So that gentleman, was he really that powerful? He could kill 50 demons, or even one of the 12 Kazuki. That gentleman could easily sever his mother's head with a single strike, yet he did not do so. Before the son of a demon, he fully exhibited the warmth of humanity. Even until the end, he handed his mother into his own hands. Shimi anxiously looked at Kaijin, his eyes filled with bloodshot whites. Where does he live? Is there a child with him? Kaijin was not annoyed by Sherm's firm grip on his arm. He simply waved his hand in confusion. A child with a coma? I have indeed heard that Mr. Haruto originally intended to take him as an adopted son, but it seems he gave up because he couldn't learn the breathing techniques. Indeed. Shimi's eyes widened. Where are they living now? In a narrow, misty mountain. Shimi crouched in the bushes, watching a few people practicing at the foot of the mountain. He knew that excellent swordsmen had sharp senses, so he did not dare to get too close, trying to keep his distance within sight. A boy with flesh-colored hair held a Nichiren blade, and demon-slaying uniforms were hanging outside the house. He seemed to be a member of the demon-slaying team. The small Xianyan stood beside the boy, doing weighted training, looking like he was doing well and had grown much taller. Shimi felt relieved. He could see that both boys cared for Xianyan. As long as he was alive and had enough to eat, such a life could be considered paradise. He originally intended to stay here for only a while, but unexpectedly, he ended up staying until noon. That gentleman removed Xuanyan's weights, gave him water to drink, and ruffled his comb-over hair. These things should have been done by Shimi, but unfortunately, he could only hide in the bushes like this, peering at them with dark eyes. That gentleman noticed his gaze, even from such a distance. Shimi immediately ran away from the spot, going around the row of wooden houses and running down the mountain from the other side. Surely he was a pillar. Even his perceptual abilities exceeded those of ordinary people. Shimi leaped through the forest, running fast like the wind-breathing technique. He was about to learn, his clothes fluttering in the strong wind. However, that gentleman was even faster. Just as Shimi was about to reach the other side of the downhill path, a blue figure swept by, and through the fluttering white hair, he caught sight of a familiar gaze. It was an expression that was quite puzzling. Haruto lightly pushed off the ground as he flew by, his whole body gracefully leaping, blocking Shimi's path ahead. His knee gently bumped against Shimi's chin, and with a light jab, he changed the direction of the silver-haired boy, knocking him to the ground. Shimi's head shook, and after falling, he quickly got back up. The kick was not heavy, and he did not feel pain from the fall. Sir. Mr. Haruto. He gritted his teeth, but still greeted him earnestly. Although he had a bad temper facing this thoughtful gentleman, Shimi still managed to suppress all of his bad mood. Haruto crossed his arms, his gaze sliding over the various wounds on Sherm's body, tilting his head towards the wooden house. Shall we go check? No. Shimi immediately replied, then swallowed hard. As long as Xianyan is doing well, I'll be relieved. My presence would only make him angry. Better not. Haruto looked at Shimi in confusion, angry. Xianyan must hate me for leaving him in that broken home. We brothers. Shimi took a deep breath, blood vessels covering the whites of his eyes. Our bond is already shattered. Shattered. Haruto looked at him expressionlessly. Are you really that thick-head? Shimi widened his eyes. Wow, this guy really does have a somewhat eerie appearance. Especially when he stared with wide eyes. His sclera was filled with blood vessels, and veins were popping up, coupled with scars on his face and body, and his cold, fierce gaze. I really can't tell whether it's the ghost that's more frightening, or him. Qingren cleared his throat. Let me ask you, have you ever asked Xianmi face to face if he hates you? No. Did he ever say anything hateful towards you when you were spying on him? No. Then why do you think he hates you so much that he wants to sever brotherly ties? Qingren looked at him with exasperation. What are you imagining every day? Shermi's fists were clenched tightly as he suddenly jumped to the side, punching the trees beside the mountain path like rain. Bang, bang, bang. Startled Qingren frowned as he watched the silver-haired hedgehog-like youth go wild, reaching out to catch a falling persimmon. Huh, a pleasant surprise. Qingren bit into the skin of the persimmon, spitting out the bitter pulp. How can he not hate? How can he not hate me? I abandoned him when he needed family the most. Shermi roared, his fist smashing the bark of the tree, causing his own knuckle. How can he so easily accept being abandoned? Is he a fool, that idiot Chuan Xianmi? Bang! A green persimmon thrown over hit Shermi on the head, and Qingren grabbed his neck. I'm telling you. You clearly care about Xianmi sneaking over to check on him, and now you're saying such extreme things, it's really contradictory. I don't care about him. Shermi said sharply. I'm very assured of him being with you. How are you praising me, thanking me, or scolding me? It's really the first time I've seen someone stranger than Tanjunio. Didn't you say Xianmi is a useless person who can't learn breathing techniques? Then let him grow up well, and when he can support himself, kick him off the mountain. He'll work hard to pay you back the nurturing fees for these years. So that's what you were worried about. Qingren turned, his face somewhat displeased. How can you call your own brother useless? You clearly care about him. Why do you have to say such hurtful things? Who are you trying to attack with these harsh words? Are you trying to target me standing right in front of you? Do you want me to believe that the hard-working and diligent Xianmi is truly useless? Shermi waved his hands anxiously, but didn't know how to explain, making his agitated face appear even more terrifying. Let me tell you, your brother, my disciple Xianmi, is not only not useless, but also a genius with a very rare ghost. He will have an infinitely bright future standing together with you, with me, and with all the excellent swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, avenging the evil spirits responsible for our mother's death. Shermi roared, twisting his body to grab Qingren's hand. I don't want him to join the Demon Slayer Corps. I don't want him. Shermi roared, twisting his body to grab Qingren's hand. I don't want him to join the Demon Slayer Corps. I don't want him to stand before those evil spirits. The silver-haired youth struggled and fell to the ground, refusing to lift his head, howling as he pounded the ground with his fists. Xianmi should learn a survival skill, get married and have children at the right age, and then work hard to earn money for his wife and children, rather than sinking into hatred like I did. The boy seemed to be crying, but stubbornly didn't want others to see his tears. I want to kill all the evil spirits in the world just to keep them away from Xianmi. Mom is dead, my younger siblings are dead, I only have Xianmi left. Qingren was stunned. So it was because of this. It's not belittling, not disdain, but rather using sharp words to stimulate his brother to stay away from him, to stay away from the Demon Slayer Corps. Qingren let out a long sigh to dispel the pent-up feelings in his heart. But that's impossible. Shermi raised his head, looking at the gentleman, shaking his head. Wasn't he also at the scene when that incident happened? Indeed, on that night, Xianmi felt the death of his younger siblings even closer than he did, and his face bore the scars from his mother's attack, just like his. He witnessed your mother's transformation into a demon, didn't he? Qingren's mood was somewhat low. Although I don't believe in fate, Shermi. He squatted down, gently patting Shermi's shoulder. Many people walk the path of demon hunting as if it were predestined. Shermi's throat let out a muffled wail of pain, blood and tears mixing on the same ground which was moistened by his brother. Aren't you going to check on him? After a moment, the silver-haired hedgehog-like boy tidied his clothes and prepared to leave. No, Mr. Qingren. Shermi hesitated for a moment, but shook his head. As long as I know Xianmi is doing well, now I'm content. He didn't want Xianmi to see all the scars on his body. That kid would definitely worry and lose his appetite. Do you have a place to stay right now? Or do you have a mentor? Thinking about his vacant position as a stepfather, Qingren felt a stirring in his heart. Although Shermi's personality and emotional intelligence are hard to explain, he is not a bad-hearted child. He has outstanding talent with a rare blood physique, and he can take care of each other with Xianmi. Moreover, Qingren has seen people with low emotional intelligence who can't speak right. Isn't there a limping one over by the Shermi's dry words interrupted Qingren's calculations. No need, I know someone. Shinohara Kyusuke from the Demon Slayer Corps. He introduced me to his mentor. Please don't tell Xianmi about my appearance. I'm worried he might get distracted. Alright, that's really good. Qingren pouted, watching the silver-haired youth's figure disappear at the end of the mountain path. I'm not that desperate for a stepson. Why reject so quickly? He rubbed his nose, huffing in annoyance. Returning to the wooden cabin, the three of them looked at him together. What happened? Why did you take so long? Seeing that he was fine, Tsubaki let out a sigh of relief and put down the Nichiren blade in his hand. Oh, Qingren tilted his head at Xianmi. I saw your brother. Xianmi, wiping his sweat, froze. Yeah, with hair all spiky like a hedgehog. Just now, he was hiding on the mountain spying on you. He should have left by now. The rooster-headed boy gripped the towel tightly in his hand, but a bright smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He must have gone. He just wanted to know if I had suffered. You're so happy that he left. Qingren looked at him in confusion. What kind of brothers are you? Your thought processes are on a different level. He shook his head while walking towards the kitchen. Whatever, let's fill my stomach first. As for that kid who rejected me, so bluntly wanting me to keep a secret for you. Ever since Xianmi visited the narrow mist mountain and deliberately let Qingren inform Xuanmi, the boy's expression has noticeably brightened. He has unburdened himself, and now his daily demeanor is no longer one of deep resentment, even occasionally revealing a smile. Eong stood silently behind the door, watching Xuanmi, who was smiling while washing dishes, a hint of emotion rising on his poker face. So Xuanmi can smile after all. Qingren, casually passing by with a bowl, said, "It turns out there is only one person in Narrow Mist Mountain who has never smiled from the beginning to the end." Yong slowly turned his head, asking, "You can't be talking about me, right?" "Who knows?" Qingren shrugged. "I have seen teacher Linlong smile before." After washing the dishes, Xuanmi walked out of the kitchen and saw the following scene. The teacher was walking ahead and Yong was hopping on one foot behind him, earnestly explaining, "I can smile. I just feel that there is no need to smile." Xuanmi yawned and went inside to take a nap. Only with sufficient sleep can he grow taller, that's what the teacher told him. As for the commotion in the courtyard, this kind of situation happens often. The teacher really enjoys teasing the stoic Yong, and it's always effective. After winter set in, the demons active in various places increased as usual. Yong and Makomo were so busy that they hardly had time to stay at Narrow Mist Mountain. Although Qingren, after his promotion, didn't take on many missions, he was responsible for patrolling the Narrow Mist Mountain and a large surrounding area every day. This used to be Mr. Linlong's territory, which was assigned to him by Yaozai after Mr. Linlong stepped down. Sorry, although the area is a bit larger, is it not manageable for Qingren?" Qingren listened to the words relayed by the Tsang Kong on his fingertips, quoting Yatsushiki Yaozai, "That is truly lacking in sincerity." His nose felt a slight chill and snowflakes began to fall from the sky. I should hurry up with the patrol and return early for a cup of hot tea. He wrapped himself in his haori and began to run quickly. Yet heaven always seems to enjoy shattering the wishes expressed. As he left the mountains and entered the plains, the twinkling stars in the sky indicated the presence of evil spirits nearby. To the southeast, he gripped the hilt of his sword and before approaching heard a commotion. Were there victims? His heart skipped a beat as he quickened his pace. At the end of the noise were several wooden houses standing side by side in the wilderness. Qingren had passed here before. 3 or 4 households were guarding their ancestral tombstones, surviving through farming. The scent of demons grew stronger, such a dense smell of evil spirits. Qingren's heart sank. Perhaps it was another 12 demon moons. Suma Maki Hinetsuru. "You guys take them and go quickly." Ting Yuan. "What are you crying for? Get a grip. This is not the time for tears." Yusue Ting Yuan turned to look at his 3 wives. "I said this is not the time to argue. I'll quickly take them away. I will hold." In front of his line of sight, a white-haired female demon with 2 horns on her head stood leisurely on the treetop, licking her claws. Damn it, what on earth is this thing? Although her features were somewhat exquisite, those blood-red eyeballs were truly unappealing. Why did I encounter such a thing right after leaving my hometown? Could this be the retribution bestowed upon me by the gods, punishing me for leaving my homeland? Yusue Ting Yuan gritted his teeth, anxiously urging his 3 wives. Suma was already in tears. Maki was angrily scolding her, while Hinetsuru was gently comforting the crying child. Even in such chaotic circumstances, the 3 of them did not abandon their tasks, dragging the weak, ordinary people from the farm. "Good, no wonder they are my wives." Yusue Ting Yuan. "Boring, really boring." The white-haired female demon examined her sharp claws, showing a mocking smile towards the tense Yusue Ting Yuan. "Do you think this will save them?" She jumped down from the tall tree, landing lightly on the ground, the almost inaudible sound sending chills down the spine of Yusue Ting Yuan, who was a ninja. Such a tall tree. Such a light landing. This is a terrifying opponent. He drew 2 swords from behind and placed them in front of his chest, twitching his ears, trying to catch the opponent's weakness from the sounds. "An ordinary person who doesn't even know how to breathe dares to draw a sword against me." The white-haired female demon lifted her head, her lips curling in a sickly manner. Facing the moonlight, Yusue Ting Yuan saw the 2 characters inscribed in her right eye, Xiaoxi, the 4th lower moon. Qingren's heart jolted, and the boiling fighting spirit instantly ignited his body. Another lower moon. He plummeted down like a returning swallow, his Nichiren blade horizontally drawn, trailing dazzling rays of light like the aurora. Breath of the stars, first form radiant tears. Swift as lightning, yet with even greater power. His figure transformed into a streak of light darting through the night sky. Xiaoxi waved a sleeve and countless blood-red sprouts erupted from her sleeve, surging towards Qingren like frenzied snakes. Blood demon technique, Bud Gluttony. These blood sprouts, composed of the people she had consumed, would attach corrosive poison after piercing the human body. A clear sound of the blade echoed in the air as Qingren's blade danced around him, the flickering silver light forming an impregnable barrier, shredding all the blood sprouts into pieces. Such a magnificent technique, such a magnificent person. Yusue Tenjiwan's eyes suddenly lit up, that swirling blue-purple blade light, that azure robe, and white hair, simply so magnificent it drove one mad. Compared to that kind of elegance integrated into temperament and movement, his diamond-studded headdress, golden armlets, and carefully painted red radiating makeup were simply trivial. Xiaoxi suddenly frowned. "Your sword technique is exceptionally powerful. Are you a Hashira? What about you? What are you?" Qingren smirked coldly. "Xiaoxi, after Bayui's death, you didn't get promoted. You are the one who killed Bayui." Xiaoxi's eyes suddenly narrowed, her expression completely different from when facing Yusue Ting Yuan. Qingren nodded straightforwardly. "State your name. I do not slay nameless demons under my command." Such a magnificent line. Oh, I must remember it. Heh, what Hashira and what not. Xiaoxi shouted angrily. "So what if you killed Bayui? Do you really think too highly of yourself?" "Hey." Qingren turned his head to look at Yusue Ting Yuan, moving his gaze away from his colorful fingernails gripping the sword. "Can you take care of yourself?" "Of course, my magnificent friend." Yusue Tingyuan raised the two short blades in his hands, a smile of utmost excitement appearing on his face. The night, the bright, star, the evil spirits, and the magnificent performance. In such a fitting scene today, the deity of magnificence, the god of festivals, will shine and make an appearance. Come on, let's fight together. On this stage, let the melody of blood and pain resound. Something beneath the soil was roaring. In the blink of a breath, a gigantic flower composed of countless petals burst forth from the ground. The giant flower spun at an incredible speed, and under the command of Zayakai's hand movements, its rapidly scattering petals attacked all surrounding targets. Blood Demon Technique, Ghost Bud. The petals were exceptionally sharp, severing trees, shattering houses, and destroying everything in their path. Qingren reversed his grip on the hilt, swinging a blue-purple blade shield in front of him, causing sparks to fly as the petals struck the shield. The flamboyantly dressed young man moved as nimbly as the three ninja-clad girls, dodging amidst the gaps of the petal attacks. Though it was arduous, he managed to preserve his life. Don't force it. Take them down the mountain, I'll deal with her. Qingren turned around and shouted. Such attacks were difficult to inflict real harm on him, but these ordinary people, no matter how skilled they were, they would inevitably make mistakes under relentless assaults. Just wait a moment. Just wait a moment. A power gathered in Yusue Tianyuan's gaze, fully activating his hearing. Using the enemy's techniques as musical notes, he began to compose his own score. The score was his original combat calculation formula, capable of reading the rhythm of the enemy's attacks during the battle, recording it, and writing it into his own musical score. Once the reading and analysis were complete, all of the target's habits and blind spots would be fully exposed in his score. Time. He needed time. The giant flower in the center of the clearing continued to spin, restraining the movements of Qingren and the others. Xiaocai did not let this golden opportunity slip away and lunged toward Qingren. As long as he killed this pretty-faced kid, the others were hardly worth mentioning. Slaying the demon-slaying swordsman who had killed the sickly leaf should earn him the favor of that esteemed one. Perhaps he would even be rewarded with more noble blood. Even if the sickly leaf died by his hand, what would that prove? Eliminating the sickly leaf who controlled plants like her, she would still need to thank the swordsman before her. Come on. Die without pain. You entering my belly would be my greatest mercy. She wore an expression of extreme excitement, her claws shimmering with a suspicious black light as she lunged toward Qingren. Annoyed by the pressure from the petals, Qingren swiftly dodged Zayakai's sharp claws and swiftly slashed out with a clang. The blood buds immediately gathered beside Xiaocai, forming a shield to block Qingren's attack. Blood Demon Technique, Evil Potato. Not large, but full of tricks. Qingren muttered softly as his Nichiren blade struck the shield, without producing a metallic clash, instead sinking into it, like something sticky and flesh-like, emitting an unsettling squish sound. Xiaocai grunted and stepped back, the blood-colored meat buds quickly retreating into her body, and even the spinning giant flower ceased, launching petals re-burrowing into the soil. With the indiscriminate attacks off his back, Yusue Tianyuan breathed a sigh of relief. In his sight, Zayakai's attacks increasingly aligned with the score. Zayakai's expression became heavy. The shield she had just formed drew all its power from the human flesh and blood she had consumed in the past. When facing the demon-slaying swordsman earlier, even a pillar-level swordsman had nearly cleaved her evil potato, yet in this battle against the white-haired boy, he was able to remain composed and skillfully wield his blade, nearly cleaving the evil potato in two. A chill surged within her heart, and Xiaocai suddenly felt the urge to flee. She would be detected by that esteemed one. This thought crossed her mind, instantly alarming her. Indeed, if that esteemed one discovered her, not only would she not survive, but she would likely be exterminated in an instant. Qingren observed the girl before him, her expression shifting between joy and despair, yet he did not stop his strikes. The current lower moon demon posed no significant threat to him. Ever since defeating the sickly leaf, his breathing technique and swordsmanship had improved significantly. Even if he encountered the sickly leaf again, he would not be as desperate in his victory as before. Qingren's foot stomped heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The power feedback surged into his feet, bringing his body quickly closer to Xiaocai. The blade in his hand dragged blue-purple remnants through the air, starlight flooding into his chest, bringing a mint-like coolness. In Zayakai's vision, his figure suddenly flickered. It was that flash again. The white-haired girl demon abruptly turned her head, her misty blue eyes suddenly widening beside her. Breath of the Stars, second form. A whisper echoed in Zayakai's ear, and the starlight seemed to turn chilling. Starfire sweeping the plains. The blade lightly grazed her limbs, causing pain no more than a mosquito's bite. A mistake. Or the swordsman's unexpected compassion for a demon. Xiaocai suddenly distanced herself from the swordsman, opening her arms toward Qingren. Quick dodge. The syllables rang out, and Zayakai's movements danced on the already completed score of Yusue Tianyuan. The most magnificent technique of the God of Elegance had been completed. He loudly warned Qingren, and in that instant Qingren executed light tear, quickly dodging behind Xiaocai. Countless blood-soaked meat buds shot out from Zayakai's mouth and nose, and the hollow in her chest piercing through the area where Qingren had just been like cannonballs. Blood Demon Technique, Gluttonous Seed. It missed. The once beautiful Xiaocai turned around in bewilderment, quickly realizing the intense pain radiating from her limbs. What mistake, what so-called compassion? It was the swordsman's ruthless determination to slay demons. A burning sting surged from her limbs, as if she were nailed to a rack, the heat hidden beneath her flesh like a coiled serpent striking through her veins toward her neck. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged to her mind, prompting Shiatsai to make a shocking move in the final moments of her life. Just before the starfire sweeping the plains would sever her neck, she twisted off her own head. Boom! A loud explosion sounded as her entire torso was blown away. Yet the head, weeping blood and tears, swiftly darted across the night sky, fleeing for its life under the protection of floating blood buds. Hey! Noticing her escape attempt, Yusue Tanyuan forcefully threw his twin blades so powerfully that they drove deep into Zayakai's head, disappearing along with her as she fled. Bastard! Give me back my blade. Yusue Tanyuan's eyes widened in anger as he jumped up and down. That blade was specially forged by me, an extraordinarily magnificent weapon of the god of festivals. Similarly surprised that Shiatsai, one of the 12 Kazuki, would actually run away with her head, Qingren stood there momentarily in shock, unable to catch up to her steps. No, her head. A demon without a torso would need a long time to recover its strength. During this time, he would have to increase his patrols and remind Yashiki Yose lest chaos erupted with the arrival of the new year. Qingren sighed in relief and turned around. The flamboyantly dressed young man adorned in jewels stood beside him. My magnificent friend, I am Yusue Tianyuan. Thank you for your assistance. Qingren quietly scrutinized the young man in front of him, who appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. He was exceptionally tall, the tallest person Qingren had ever seen, second only to Bei Mingyu. With his long flowing white hair and adorned in luxurious attire, every piece of jewelry was encrusted with colorful gems. However, Qingren's gaze was fixed on the two relatively unremarkable golden earrings on his ears. He had seen similar earrings on the ears of San Bing Yi during their confrontation. Was it a coincidence? Qingren remained expressionless as he extended his palm, saying, Demon Slayer Core, hear you, Qingren. Demon Slayer Core. Yusue Tianyuan looked puzzled, but understood the literal meaning. Are you like a family of ninjas, hidden guardians in the darkness? No. Compared to the already declining ninja families, perhaps your existence is more significant to this world. Evil spirits. He glanced in the direction where San Li had left, sighing. Truly, it is something quite unglamorous. Glamorous. Now it was Qingren's turn to be confused. That's right, glamorous. Yusue Tianyuan pointed to his own nose with his multicolored fingernails, then pointed at Qingren. This, and he gestured towards the three strikingly beautiful female ninjas nearby, revealing a radiant smile. All three of my wives are representations of glamour. Qingren stared blankly at him, then turned to look at the three voluptuous female ninjas, each with distinct charms. Wives? Are you saying? Wives? You mean these three are all your wives? Is there still justice? Is there still a law? At a similar age, some people were happily married with children, and others had 3 wives, each slender and attending to their nightly pleasures. Some were even asked by their families every time they visited if they were married. Is this reasonable? Absolutely. He must not let Wu Do he see this man with painted nails. Otherwise, Qingren would be directly packed up and sold. With the help of the arriving hidden, they settled the homeless farmers. In the meantime, Qingren had a rough understanding of the glamorous Yusue Tianyuan. So how did you see through her flaws and movements in the end? Qingren smoothed his jealous heart and focused on the previous battle. I mean, before mastering the breathing technique, it was almost impossible to do this. Yusue Tianyuan easily explained the score to him in simple terms. As long as you have enough time, you can see through the enemy's flaws and defects. Qingren was astonished. Such a skill paired with a front line that can withstand attacks is simply a nemesis for evil. In the blink of an eye, he was already preparing to write to Yaozai, asking this born leader with the aura of a tyrant to recruit Yusue Tianyuan. Time passed too quickly. Evil spirits continued to grow, yet the progress of the Demon Slayer Corps was not rapid enough. Relying solely on Bei Mingyu and him was insufficient. The Demon Slayer Corps needed to inject more powerful young blood. Otherwise, do they really have to rely on just 2 Hashira to tear apart Muzan Kabutsuji? Such a thought was simply too dismissive of a demon king that had lived for over 1,000 years. Infinite City. After a resounding sound of the people lower moon, Ling Yuzi suddenly opened her eyes. After escaping from the Hashira's sword, she had devoured several people in one breath, hiding in an old mansion due to the excessive consumption of flesh and blood nutrients during the battle. Her recovery took longer than she had anticipated. But with the sound of the people, her nerves tightened once again, even more so than when facing the Hashira swordsman. The wooden house in front of her had a peculiar structure, seemingly alive, constantly rearranging and rotating. In the maze-like interior of Infinite City, the Pippa-holding Ming Nu sat silently at a high point. All the rooms in the Infinite City twisted around her, making one dizzy at first glance. Ling Yuzi looked up to see a graceful woman dressed in a purple cherry blossom kimono, wearing a blood-red higanbana on her head. She gazed down gently, appearing fragile and easy to bully. But Ling Yuzi knew that anyone who underestimated her, whether ordinary humans or demon slayers, would become the fertilizer nourishing her. She was the Lower Moon 1 Gu Huanyao. In addition to Gu Huanyao, there were Lower Moon 2 Pei Lang in military attire, the small ghost Lei with a lowered head, and the panicked Fu Yi. Alongside her were 2 other figures standing apprehensively. Have the upper moons come as well? Her gaze quickly scanned the surrounding space, but apart from these few figures and the silent Ming Nu, she did not see any trace of the upper moon. A great sense of crisis surged forth. What is this? Where's this place? The voice of Fu Yi, who was meeting them for the first time, sounded a bit flustered. His voice echoed hollowly in Infinite City, yet he received no response. All the evil spirits fell silent, even trembling slightly. Ling Yuzi swallowed hard, as if someone had tightened their grip around her throat, making it hard to breathe. Clang. Another sound of the pipa echoed, gathering several evil spirits together. Ling Yuzi lowered her head, but she could sense the presence of that esteemed one in the air. Sweat dripped from her forehead, as a pair of shiny leather shoes gently stepped into everyone's view. The terrifying pressure of the upper demon swept through Infinite City, and Ling Yuzi immediately pressed her forehead against the ground, her still recovering demonic body feeling a tearing pain under such pressure. It was a gentleman dressed in a black suit with slightly curly hair, a slender figure, pale skin, and eyes resembling a blood moon in the sky. The demon king Muzan Kibutsuji, the master of Infinite City, was also the bloodline connector of all evil. Ling Yuzi did not feel ashamed of her humble status. On the contrary, among all the lower moons, except for the little ghost lay, almost all the demons knelt down at the same time. The silence in Infinite City did not last long as the man's deep voice echoed from above. So humble. Muzan's shoes lightly tapped on the wooden floor, making a crisp sound. Another meaning of humility is incompetence. Ling Yuzi shuddered, and large drops of cold sweat rolled down. San Bingyi died at the hands of a demon slayer, and Ling Yuzi. His voice was filled with coldness. The news of you running away with your head in your hands has spread to everyone's ears. I apologize. It was that swordsman. Did I ask you to justify yourself? Muzan coldly interrupted her. In the duel with the Hashira, it was you who repeatedly thought of fleeing, wasn't it? Ling Yuzi shrank back, cold sweat pooling into a small stream on the floor. Muzan's scarlet eyes scrutinized her, yet his brow twitched as he turned his gaze towards the newly appointed Lower Moon 6 Fu Yi. Meeting a powerful swordsman wanting to escape is a natural instinct. You think so, right? Fu Yi trembled incredulously, covering his mouth, which had not spoken. Natural instinct. You still consider yourself human. After accepting my blood and consuming so many people, you still categorize yourself as a human, that inferior species. Muzan's expression darkened. Why could he probe into the secrets of my heart? You thought so, didn't you? Blood vessels crawled over Fu Yi's scara. Please forgive me, Lord Kibutsuji. Probe. Your thoughts aren't worth my probing. Just a dish of fish and meat laid on the table, with clear veins visible, yet you still see yourself so highly. Muzan sneered and extended his hand towards Fu Yi. A robust claw covered in eyes broke through the sleeve and swiftly crushed Fu Yi's head. Blood mixed with gray-white brain matter splattered beside Ling Yuzi, and all the demons trembled like leaves in the wind. Ling Yuzi, you know he died for you. Muzan brought in 2 new demons. If it weren't for Fu Yi encountering Muzan for the first time, and not knowing he could read the demon's thoughts, Ling Yuzi would be lying on the ground now. Yes, Lord Kibutsuji, I will definitely kill that swordsman. No. There's no rush for this matter. Muzan lowered his gaze, pointing at the 2 newly arrived demons. This is Ming Jing. A beautiful young woman dressed in a bright white kimono lowered her head. This is Nikomata. The 2-tailed cat demon swayed its tails. They will become the new Lower Moon 3 and Lower Moon 4. Muzan looked at Ling Yuzi. As for you. Blood burst from Ling Yuzi's right eye. She covered her eyes tightly, not daring to scream. When she raised her eyes again, the mark of Lower Moon 4 had been erased and re-engraved with the characters for Lower 6. Before you have the courage to launch a blood battle for position, obediently carry the title of Lower 6 and serve me. Yes. Ling Yuzi lowered her head. Muzan snorted coldly and snapped his fingers. There's one thing. All the demons straightened their backs. The demon king's eyes flickered and some unpleasant memories surged to the forefront of his mind. Do not bother with those mere ants of the Demon Slayer Corps anymore. Focus solely on finding the one with the Higanbana ear ornaments who carries the blue Higanbana. Find him and report back to me. The demons bowed their heads. As you wish, my lord. Muzan's gaze swept over them, drifting towards the outside of Infinite City. So many years have passed. Why do you still have a successor lingering in the world? Why can't you die cleanly? Takatum Witcher. Shortly after the new year of 1910, Kagaya Ubuyashiki summoned the pillar-ranked demon slayers to headquarters for the biannual pillar assembly. When Haruhito arrived, 3 swordsmen stood waiting in the courtyard. The stone pillar Mitsuri Kenroji, the butterfly pillar Tobe Kane Kocho, and Yuzuriha Ubuyashiki, whom Haruhito had recommended to Kagaya 2 years prior, and who had since completed his pillar trial. Namu Amida Butsu intoned Mitsuri, folding his hands in prayer. Haruhito, you've grown even taller. A powerful physique is a swordsman's truest friend. It never betrays you. At 18, Haruhito had surged upward one final time before his growth spurt concluded, now standing well over 180 centimeters tall. Such stature conferred formidable physical strength, but also risked slowing a slayer's speed and reflexes. Fortunately, Yuzuriha was equally tall, and under his guidance Haruhito had mastered control of his new frame. Yuzuriha's first impression, however, centered on Haruhito's striking appearance, particularly his decision to tie back his hair, revealing a smooth, unobstructed forehead. Kane offered Haruhito a faint, nervous smile. Where are the other pillars? Haruhito asked, turning slightly toward me. Master Kamadu fell to a demon just 2 days ago. Namu Amida Butsu. I shall carry forward his legacy and purge all malevolent demons from this world. Master Matsubara has retired and Master Kabutsuji still refuses to attend today. Mitsuri shook his head. The pillars presently active are only those gathered here. Had the Demon Slayer Corps' pillar reserves truly dwindled to this extent? A flicker of concern crossed Haruhito's eyes, then softened into quiet resolve. Kamido's death was tragic, but unforeseen. Matsubara's retirement and Kabutsuji's absence were long anticipated. With Yuzuriha and Kane now ascending, the Corps was not shrinking, it was strengthening. Swordsmen like Kokushibo and Ju had already slain nearly enough demons to qualify as pillars. The Corps' future indeed looked ever brighter. As Haruhito drifted into reverie, two twin girls with silvery white hair slid open the shoji door and knelt side by side beneath the eaves, speaking in unison, "The Lord has arrived." It was Chiharu and Hikari, the sisters whom Kagaya had taken into his personal service after they came of age. At their announcement, the four young pillars and aspirants knelt on one knee, bowing their heads low toward the chamber. Thankfully, it was only a single knee kneel. If full prostration had been required, Haruhito would have certainly given young Kagaya a sound thrashing first. Footsteps padded softly across the tatami floor, and Kagaya Ubishiki emerged, gazing upon the four youths before him with quiet pride and warmth. "Good morning, pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps. Lord, may your health and grace shine as brilliantly as your noble bearing. Lord, may the Buddha's mercy shelter you. Lord." One by one they voiced heartfelt blessings, and even Haruhito spoke with sincerity, "May your health," wishing him robust health. That was all Haruhito could offer him now. Kagaya's keloid scars had spread further. When they'd last spoken of it, Kagaya had smiled gently, while his wife Kaijiro's mother turned away to wipe a solitary tear from her eye. The spring sun shines warmly and glad tidings arrive in abundance. Kagaya tenderly stroked Chiharu's and Hikari's silken white hair. Kane Kocho, having overseen the Butterfly Mansion for over a year, has fulfilled the quota of 50 demons slain, certified by the Demon Slayer Corps. As of today, she assumes the rank of pillar. Yuzuriha Ubishiki, having mastered the score technique, has likewise slain 50 demons, certified by the Corps. As of today, he too ascends to the rank of pillar. You are all pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, and will lead it into a bold new era. Had Haruhito attended his own promotion ceremony, would he too have stood before so many venerable elders bathed in praise? Haruhito moistened his lips and glanced discreetly at Yuzuriha and Kane. Stray strands of Kane's hair veiled her face, concealing her expression. Only Yuzuriha, the dazzling, radiant Yuzuriha, truly reveled in the moment. He held his head high, gazing fervently at Kagaya, murmuring under his breath. No doubt something about being uniquely, incomparably magnificent. Yet even spring bears sorrow in its wake. Former wind pillar Ryo Kamido perished in battle against an upper-rank demon. To his final breath, he fought valiantly against evil, and his vow shall be carried forward by every member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Namu Amida, Butsu. Master Kamido's serene countenance remains vivid in memory. Tears streamed down Mitsuri's cheeks, soaking the front of his robe. "How is your health?" Haruhito gently ruffled Chiharu's and Hikari's soft white hair, his gaze clouded with concern as he looked at Kagaya. "Honestly, not well," Kagaya replied, shaking his head. "It feels as though a veil hangs before my eyes, sometimes clear, sometimes." Chiharu and Hikari knelt motionless, watching their father with wide, pleading eyes. "Still, I am not yet ready to collapse." Kagaya smiled faintly. "I still await the day we defeat Muzan in this generation." His voice dropped quieter. "Now, no matter how aged we grow, demons will not vanish into thin air. Then we must persist." Haruhito forced his sigh to sound light, curving his lips into a gentle smile. "Kagaya, you still have little Teruhito to raise." Yes, Teruhito was still so young. He did not wish for his son to walk the same perilous path. After a few more words with Kagaya, Haruhito left the main residence, and outside found Jinya and Kane awaiting him. Jinya had shot up in height, as well, now shouldering Haruhito's old carrying basket, his eyes wide with awe as he stared at his teacher. "Aren't you returning home?" Haruhito turned to Kane. "Isn't the Butterfly Mansion exceptionally busy? Truly remarkable." The Butterfly Sister. The Butterfly Mansion, a medical sanctuary envisioned long ago on Kabuto Mountain dedicated to healing wounded slayers and guiding their rehabilitation, had indeed opened 1 year prior. Under Kane's leadership as chief physician and Shinobu's expertise in medicinal formulation, and bolstered by the disciples they'd trained over the past 2 years, the mansion ran with seamless efficiency, restoring countless injured swordsmen to full strength. "So I'm heading back there now," Kane said, her eyes crinkling warmly. "Would you join us, Mr. Haruhito? It's been quite some time since your last visit." "Staying away from the Butterfly Mansion is actually a good sign. It means I've remained in perfect health," Haruhito muttered, then shivered under Jinya's bright, expectant stare. "What are you doing, Master?" Jinya awkwardly scratched his spiky hair. "The flower pillar told me my brother is receiving treatment at the Butterfly Mansion." "Ah." The prickly-haired youth who'd swiftly refused Haruhito's invitation to become his disciple. Now silver-haired master and spiky-haired apprentice locked eyes in silent, mutual bewilderment. Kane watched the pair banter, lifting a hand to cover her smiling lips. "Though today Shinobu has prepared a lavish celebratory lunch for my pillar promotion." Haruhito bolted away without hesitation. "Master, where are you going?" Jinya panicked. "Didn't you just say my brother is at the Butterfly Mansion? I'll go pay him." In an instant, Haruhito had vanished down the path, then spun around, cupping his hands to his mouth like a megaphone and shouting back, "Aren't you coming?" Kane and Jinya exchanged a glance, and both quietly let their lips lift into knowing smiles. "Brother." Brother. The treatment room of Jiwu parted just enough for a slit, and a boy with short black hair and 2 deep scars beneath his eyes met Xianmi's gaze at the doorway. Is Xian? Hiss. He sounded as if someone had kicked him from within, and he cut himself off, curved his eyes into a smile, and said, Little one, who are you looking for? Xuanmi stared with wide eyes, impassive. May I ask if Bisikuan Shimi is here? The boy did not answer. He only teased coquettishly. This is a confidential place, little one. Better leave quickly. Xuanmi fixed him with an unwavering stare, ignoring the evasive glint in the boy's eyes. May I ask if Bisikuan Shimi is here? He is a ranked swordsman of the Guisha Corps. The boy sighed and tugged at his brow, shrinking back. After a moment, he poked his head out again. Shimi says he isn't here. The narrow-eyed boy and the triangular-eyed one exchanged helpless looks. Me and I Quangjin. A bestial roar erupted from within the room. A silver-haired, spiky-haired young man angrily seized his senior brother's collar. Can you ever speak straight? Brother. Xuanmi raised a brow. You're hurt again. Quangjin curled his brows and lightly patted Sherma's arm. You know I wouldn't lie. Let go, Shimi. Shimi pushed the door open, ruffled his disordered hair in irritation, and rasped, No. I got this from fighting that me and I Quangjin fellow. Don't slander me like that, I didn't. Ugh. Shimi clamped a hand over his mouth, bearing a vicious edge. If you say another word, I'll smash your skull. I'm your senior brother, damn it. I am a ranked swordsman. Brother. Qingren withdrew his gaze from the commotion in the treatment room and watched a handful of girls bustling about in the courtyard. He turned to Xiang Naiwi and asked, Are they all your adopted children? Yes. Xiang Naiwi nodded gently. No matter where they came from or what their origins were, they are all now Daiwa's adopted children. Do you still cling to that idea of redeeming demons? Hey. Of course. Everything I do serves that purpose. Xiang Naiwi spoke with a tenderness that was also a resolve. Miss Zhushi Yushalang. Their existence proves I am not walking this path alone. Miss Zhushi is an extraordinary being. Yushalang is even more extraordinary. He is the only one in the world who did not become a demon by Wukan's blood. Only 2 such demons have ever appeared in 1,000 years. They hardly make a representative sample. Qingren still found it impossible to believe a demon could truly master his own desires. After all, even Zhushi had repented only after a period of carnage. Renai and all the children of Diewu are striving toward this goal. If it means offering my body to feed a demon, I would not regret it. Bathed in sunlight, Xiang Naiwi's irises bloomed a sakura-like pink. The conviction in her eyes shone like the dawn itself, so bright that Qingren instinctively turned away from its edge. Yaozai Xingxilang Xiang Naiwi. Qingren laughed softly and released a long breath. Perhaps you are right. Huff. Huff. A heavy panting came from outside Diewu. Xiang Naiwi twisted her head at once. Is that? A girl with a side-tied ponytail and lingering baby fat blinked as she poked her head in. Sister Xiang Naiwi, it's Xiang Naihu. Where's Run? Rin was stubbornly dragging a cherry tree as tall and sturdy as she was panting with each step toward Diewu. Even after 2 years, the little girl's height had not grown much. It seemed likely she would not exceed 1.6 meters, and her stature had changed little, but her temper had only grown more stubborn. Coupled with her sly little schemes, the child was sliding ever deeper into the chasm of Tsundere pride. Oh dear, Rin, is it very heavy? Xiang Naiwi moved to help, concerned. Rin, already pale with exertion, was about to nod when the white-haired swordsman, the 5th brother, popped his head out and teased, Oh dear, Ron, is it very heavy? Not heavy. Not heavy at all. Rin bit her colorless lower lip and lifted her chin defiantly. Qingren stepped forward with a smile and hoisted the cherry tree as if it were a sapling. All right, go have some water. By the way, why buy a cherry tree? The child called Xiang Naiu scampered to fetch water and expressionless handed it to Rin. Thanks, Xiang Naiu. Rin wetted her lips with the water and watched Qingren carry the tree with envy. It was because Sister said she wanted to plant one in the courtyard before. Sister probably meant. Qingren circled his fingers into a small ring. A sapling that small, yet you brought back a fully grown tree. Rin glanced at her smiling sister and a little sheepish explained, Sister said that once this tree is planted, well, name it Bishing, certain victory. When its blossoms flutter, it will be the day we defeat Wutsan. So by buying a mature tree, we hasten our victory. Qingren widened his eyes and gave her an enthusiastic thumbs up. Little Rin, you're brilliant. Xiang Naiwi could not help but laugh, shaking with suppressed mirth as she turned aside. Rin lowered her gaze. Mister. Xiang, let me handle it myself. Are you angry? No. You call me Mister. Xiang, you must be angry. I'm not angry. I really do think you're clever. Qingren and Rin smiled painfully. Xiang Naiwi exchanged a quick glance with them and then leaned in close to Rin. Are you angry? The grinding of teeth gave way to action. Unable to contain herself, the girl balled her fists and delivered a flurry of tiny uppercuts to Qingren's waist. Don't ask if you already know. Qingren emerged from the soft assault and scathed, invigorated. He cheerfully had Zhang fetch a shovel so they could As for Xuanmi, never mind, he was no use. The moment that scarred brother appeared, he turned into a fussing mother. Right now, he was probably tending to his wounds. Rin rubbed her wrist in puzzlement. How had Qingren grown muscles so hard they felt like iron? Whoever became his wife would be burdened hugging a great iron lump at night. No, that child was not even 18 and had no love interest, yet whether she would ever find a wife later was anyone's guess. She snorted at the tree planting Qingren, leaving Xiang Naiwi a little bewildered. After lunch, the children of the butterfly house, including Xiang Naihu, stared at the mountain of bowls and plates on the table, their eyes glazed over. Xiang Naihue smiled as she patted their little heads, saying, "Go play while clean up here." Xuanmi took the last bite of rice and stacked her bowl on the pile of dishes, puffing her cheeks as she carried the bowl to the "I need to help." Xiang Naihu's eyes looked dazed as if the author had forgotten to highlight them. "Go ahead if you don't want to play. At this age, you need to sleep more to grow taller." Qingren rubbed Xianmi's head, asking, "Are you going to find your brother?" Xianmi's eyes suddenly lit up, but she hesitated, glancing at the water basin full of bowls. "I should wash the dishes first." "Oh, go ahead, go ahead." After sending Xuanmi off, Qingren rolled up his sleeves, found a stool, and sat down to wash the dishes, his long legs propped up beside him. "What's up with that child?" Xiang Naihue, handling the leftover food, looked up and said, "Xiang Naihu." "Yes," she speaks slowly. Bending down to help wash the dishes, she softly spoke, "Xiang Naihu." Her childhood wasn't happy, which may have caused her somewhat dull personality, but she is a good child, just like Xuanmi. Although his appearance often leads to misunderstandings, he is a good child. Xiang Naihue didn't want to talk too much about this, so she shifted the topic to something else. "Ms. Jia is developing a new drug trying to enhance the physical abilities of swordsmen." Qingren raised an eyebrow. Jia had recently been in more frequent contact with him, and indeed mentioned a new drug in her. However, this drug doesn't only enhance the physical abilities of swordsmen, it aims to utilize Xianmi's blood after demonization to research a transformative drug that allows for quick recovery while retaining humanity. In her vision, once this drug is successfully developed, members of the Demon Slayer Corps could maintain full combat power when facing evil demons, reducing battle losses. But this is no easy task. Not to mention the numerous challenges in drug research, merely testing its properties is very difficult. Clinical trials require the participation of swordsmen or ordinary people, and Yaozai wouldn't allow Jia to experiment on swordsmen. This drug is extremely dangerous, ordinary people might not be able to withstand it. Zuya's letter was filled with helplessness, yet she had no choice. The plan must be put on hold for now, or we should focus on developing drugs to combat Muzan. Due to the danger, Qingren didn't want her to set her sights on the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. "So did Miss Juya discuss?" he asked casually. "No, we only talked about the proportions of toxins in Shinobu's Nichiren blade." Xiang Naihue denied it. Although Shinobu might need the drug to succeed, even Miss Juya admits the risks are too great and won't continue researching it. Mentioning toxins, Shinobu, who was helping wash the dishes, slightly lowered her head. Qingren quickly understood what she was thinking. It was nothing more than the thought of "everyone else can easily sever demon heads, but I need to rely on toxins." So he acted as if he didn't see it, and turned to Xiang Naihue, asking, "How's the development of the flower breathing techniques going?" Xiang Naihue had been researching a new breathing method based on water breathing, which had yielded results a year ago, naming it flower breathing. Her title as a Hashira was thus established as Flower Hashira. "There are currently 6 techniques. Have you fully mastered them?" he asked Shinobu. Not just that, Xiang Naihue chuckled, pride evident in her voice. Shinobu has not only mastered all the flower breathing techniques, but has even derived a style that suits her better. "Wow." Qingren gasped, looking at Shinobu. "So you are a genius too." The girl with purple eyes gently brushed aside the hair scattered across her face with her wrist, her expression slightly unnatural. "It's just that I have a few ideas based on flower breathing." "Quick, go get your sword." "Oh, let me see. It'll help you gauge the intensity of your breathing technique." Qingren quickly finished washing all the dishes and dumped the dirty water, while Shinobu shyly came out holding her Nichiren. Her Nichiren blade was personally forged by Tetsu no Kawajin Tetsu, the village chief of the Swordsmith Village, known for crafting uniquely shaped blades. It had a peculiar slender and sharp shape, somewhat resembling a hook. The blade contained a toxin pouch that could inject wisteria poison into the bodies of evil demons when attacking. Shinobu stood in the flower bed with her sword, her heart gradually relaxing in response to her sister's comforting smile and Qingren's inquisitive gaze. The girl's aura transformed the moment she held the sword. "So, what should be the target?" The corners of her mouth lifted slightly. "Without a target, the dance of insects can't unleash its full power." Qingren's tongue brushed across his lips as he turned to retrieve his Nichiren blade. "Just make me your target." Shinobu's eyes widened, and for a moment a delicate butterfly seemed to flit across her deep purple gaze. "Be careful, Qingren." Shinobu's hands quickly danced, creating a dazzling flash of blade light. The speed of the butterfly is very fast. Before her words faded, she soared gracefully into the air, her slender body leaping as her garment, similar to Xiang Naihu's, resembled a fluttering big butterfly. Shinobu's speed was incredibly fast, her advantage in agility reaching its peak at that moment. Whoosh! Qingren caught a faint sound and quickly turned around, but he couldn't spot the butterfly in his line of sight. Insect-breathing dance of the butterfly. A light and airy voice reached his ears as a flurry of butterflies appeared before him. The diving Shinobu emerged from the swarm, wielding a blade glimmering like snowlight. Tease! Qingren's hands twisted into an odd arc, the blade crossing in front of him. With a clang, the tip of the blade collided with the edge, sending a jolt through his hand. So fast. If it weren't for the sense of crisis cultivated in battle prompting him to react so quickly, he might have embarrassed himself in front of the butterfly sisters. Missing her strike, Shinobu immediately flipped over and leaped behind Qingren, her butterfly sleeves fluttering as she unleashed a rapid flurry of stabs. Dragonfly dance, compound eyes hexagon. Oh! Kingren's lips curled as he turned around and gripped the handle of his blade just like last time when he dealt with the lower ranks, whipping out a fan-shaped blue-purple blade shield in front of him. The swift, sharp blade struck the shield, and Shinobu's eyes dimmed momentarily as she quickly withdrew. The star-breathing technique itself emphasizes speed, but unexpectedly Shinobu's speed was even faster. In her research on breathing techniques, she had fully utilized her advantage in speed. What else is Shinobu good at? Kingren recalled it was thrusts. A flash of inspiration crossed his mind, and that sharp blade was suddenly in front of him. Beasting dance dragging thrust. Kingren's heart tightened. He could have utilized his muscle strength to dodge, but upon seeing the blade's tip, he also caught sight of Shinobu's eyes. In those clear purple eyes was a hint of insecurity, a hint of resolution, and her face was taut. Kingren's mind shifted, and in an instant he reacted. He twisted his body and narrowly dodged the sharp blade. With the sound of fabric tearing, a long cut was made on Kingren's chest garment by the blade's tip. Xiang Naihue exclaimed, "Oh no." But her heart felt as if she had put down a heavy burden. Kingren covered his chest, pretending to be annoyed, as he said, "Why are you so fast? This outfit is a family heirloom. You need to compensate me." Shinobu lightly stepped on the ground, stabilizing herself, her face revealing a hint of confusion. "Am I that fast?" Kaneo smiled as she picked up the haori to find needle and thread for mending, while Shinobu sheathed her blade sitting under the hall and gazing at the flower bushes, letting out a sigh. Kagaya. She hesitated, a trace of sorrow appearing between her youthful brows. "If I use poison, won't it seem sinister?" Kagaya raised an eyebrow, looking at her in confusion. "Sinister? When it comes to slaying demons, what is there to discuss about being sinister? The demon's body can constantly be reborn. Are they not sinister then? What I mean is, compared to other swordsman's techniques, I can only rely on poison and speed to win." Kagaya sat down beside her, scratching his nose. "Do you know about my past?" Shinobu turned her face and shook her head. "I initially learned the breath of flame, and after practicing with the manual for 2.5 years, I barely passed the trial of the Tsujigae's Mountain." Kagaya recounted his previous experiences to her, talking all the way to his understanding of the breath of stars. Mr. Iwazumi of the Pillar of Rock once said that no matter how strong a swordsman is, if they do not encounter a breathing style and sword technique that suit them, they are like pearls covered in dust. Only what suits you is the strongest. There is no distinction of high or low among the breathing styles used to battle demons. Kagaya, what if you hadn't understood the breath of stars back then? Shinobu rubbed her eyes and propped her chin. Would you still persist in being a demon slayer? Perhaps the hidden one is also a good path. You have no idea, every time someone carries me into the village, it's either a young girl or a small guy, and they huff and puff as they walk. Afraid that if they trip halfway they would throw me out. Kagaya gestured to his own stature. I'm different, I can carry anyone swiftly. Amidst the light-hearted banter, Shinobu's furrowed brow relaxed somewhat. She, being meticulous since childhood, knew that Kagaya's words were aimed at comforting him, thus revealing a faint smile. Before she could say anything, two figures passed through the sky. The composed Akira and the snow-white Sora landed one after the other on the newly planted cherry blossom tree. Akira glanced at Sora, seeing that he had no intention of speaking. She opened her mouth and said, Cloud. Cloud has taken down the lower moon for the cat demon. The slayer is the class A swordsman of the demon slayer corps, Tomioka. Sora immediately opened his mouth, loudly interrupting. Tomioka. Just as Kagaya's smile surfaced, he felt something was off. Cat demon. Isn't the lower moon for a plant manipulator that enjoys spraying blood? Assisting in slaying the class A swordsman of the demon slayer corps, Kaneo Tsuyuri. Kaneo Tsuyuri's life is hanging by a thread, and she is being transported to the butterfly mansion. Please prepare the Sora's next words immediately wiped the smile off Kagaya's face. He stiffened and glanced at Shinobu, who immediately jumped up, and along with Kaneo rushed to prepare the medicines. Huff, huff. Ju Tomioka's chest heaved, his lungs expanded to the extreme, oxygen being inhaled and sent through the blood to every bone and muscle in his body, allowing him to maintain a high level of concentration despite the tremors. Before him was a sea of crimson. The blood from the wound on his forehead stained his retina, making it somewhat hard for him to see clearly. Was the creature arched like a giant black cat really once a person? Perhaps it was a cat demon captured from somewhere by Musen, fed with blood and turned into a demon. Ju, don't. The voice of Tsuyuri called from the left, jolting Ju back to reality as he rolled awkwardly to the right, a cat's tail brushing by his cheek, leaving a painful burning sensation. Get a grip, Ju Tomioka. This is not an ordinary demon he's used to encountering, but a genuine member of the He quickly glanced left, noticing that Tsuyuri was in no better condition. The fox mask he wore had long fallen off, and the wounds on his face, scraped by the cat's tail, bled and mixed with sweat, making him look quite disheveled. Clearly just the simplest patrolling mission. How did it turn into this? Ju tightened his grip on the Nichiren blade, pushing back the attacking cat tail once more. It's strange. The lower moon 4 before him was bizarrely uninterested in the battle. It seemed unwilling to it wanted to leave or perhaps confirm some information here. Fear. No, it did not reveal even a hint of cowardice. Just tension, urgency, and agitation. As if it had some task to report back, it was eager to leave this place. Ju exchanged glances with Tsuyuri, understanding each other's thoughts. It cannot escape. A glimmer of determination flashed in Tsuyuri's eyes. With his left hand behind his back, he signaled Ju before charging towards the cat demon. Jaya's figure trembled, disappearing like a droplet of water falling into the ocean. One was illusory, the other real, one bright, the other dark. It was the same technique they had used to kill the hand demon. Only today the partners were replaced by more in-sync brothers, with Sayuri coming out from the shadows into the light. He clenched his molars, his gaze shining, as the azure waves danced in his hands. Water-breathing seventh form drop, ripple thrust. The blade in his hand pierced swiftly towards the cat demon's head, akin to ripples on the water's surface. As the fastest move in water-breathing, the blade nearly reached the cat demon's neck in the blink of an eye. The massive black cat let out a roar resembling a purr, standing upright, its length nearly 2 meters. It twisted its waist, dodging the deadly strike, then immediately extended its body. Its sharp claws slashed across Sayuri's chest, not only tearing the orange and yellow tricolor haori, but also leaving deep bone-exposing claw marks on his chest. The two thick tails behind the cat demon swung violently, crashing down on Sayuri's chest like 2 iron rods. Crack! Sayuri's chest caved in from the blow of the cat's tail, crashing heavily to the ground. Water-breathing. Jaya's technique was ready, the unguarded neck of the cat demon right before him. In that moment of certain kill, it seemed as though all action slowed down. His gaze swept over Sayuri's caved-in chest, suddenly recalling a conversation they had before. Kaguya has become a Hashira, Sayuri said softly, looking at the Tengu soaring in the sky. Ju nodded. Are you gathering 50 demons? Ju paused, then nodded heavily. Sayuri smiled, gently patting Jaya's shoulder. Good luck. You can take it from me. The black-haired boy stared into his silver eyes. Only you can take it from me. Such an arrogant statement would have raised eyebrows from anyone else. But Sayuri merely smiled. There is only one water Hashira. If I take it, you won't have it anymore. The Hashira is not that important to me. Jaya's thumb rubbed against the cold blade. Don't make me feel like the water Hashira is something I picked up off the ground. Then, you must work hard. Sayuri's eyes curved. I'm not far off. Jaya's gaze was locked on the cat demon's neck, hesitating slightly. Is this what he deserves? By striking this blow, the position of water Hashira would fall upon him, but is this what he truly deserves? Sayuri risked his life to attract the demon's attention, while he was like a thief, easily snatching the victory that belonged to him. Ju Tomioka, can you truly do this? Ju silently raised his head, his fingers turning white from gripping tightly. Water-breathing 10th form, constant flux. The twisting water dragon severed the cat demon's head. Ju gently landed beside Sayuri, lowering his head and letting out a sigh. Eong stood at the entrance of the butterfly house, the night wind stirring his black hair, as if all vitality had drained from his body, leaving behind only an empty shell. When he followed Een to carry the injured rabbit into the butterfly house, everyone's attention was drawn to the wretched creature. He was left outside, only able to hear the boy's painful moans. He retreated to the doorway, letting the cold wind dry the blood on his face. I have become a despicable person. Quan Sanlang, perched on the eaves, was about to say something when Eong interjected coldly. I do not wish to hear it. The aging crow opened and closed its beak, but ultimately did not speak. What was there to say? Quan Sanlang had just returned from headquarters, bringing good news about his promotion. He had slain a lower moon demon. What a magnificent achievement. He, Eong Tomioka, disciple of Rengoku, would join the ranks of the strongest swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps, just like Hikari in the Misty Mountain. But is this my victory? It is clearly a long nail, piercing my heart, nailing me to the pillar of shame. Eong closed his eyes, his left hand resting on the hilt of his sword, as if only the Nicaran blade could bring him warmth at this moment. Clang! The white-haired swordsman kicked open the wooden door of the butterfly house, emerging with a basin of liquid and a clean towel. He turned Yong's shoulder and wrung the towel in the basin. What are you thinking about? Let me be. Smack. Before he could finish, the towel, soaked in disinfectant alcohol, slapped onto Yong's face. The alcohol wiped away the blood seeping into the wounds, causing Eong to twitch at the corners of his mouth. Now you're looking like a person. After cleaning his face, Hikari pulled out the ointment given to him by a ninja and applied a generous amount to the wounds. Eong did not flinch, allowing him to apply the medicine with a blank expression. How is the rabbit? This was his current biggest concern. Hikari grimaced. It's very serious. Fortunately, it was brought in time. He is now out of danger. Do you remember the time I killed the third lower moon? Something like that. He needs to rest for a while. Eong breathed a sigh of relief, his tense shoulders relaxing a bit. Jinjia is hurrying over. I haven't seen her in a long time. Let's have a meal together then. No. The black-haired boy shook his head. You go. I do not wish to see her. Are you afraid she does not want to see you? Do you feel guilty towards her? Yes. Hikari shook his head helplessly. How could Jinjia blame you? You just escaped from death. You grew up together like siblings. Both you and the rabbit are like dear brothers to her. Even if they are now happily together on the brink of discussing marriage, everything from the past cannot be erased. Eong, you are not an outsider, much less a criminal. Yong's deep blue eyes finally showed some fluctuation as he swallowed hard. I am not like you. Hikari, what then? What comes next? Is that all? Even if you can't articulate your thoughts clearly, at least Hikari struggled to understand the statement. Are you saying that I relied on my own abilities to slay the lower moon while you did not? Eong nodded slowly. You think the same, don't you? You think so too? Humph. Hikari bit his lip a few times, ultimately swallowing back his curse. Anyway, you should go in and check on the rabbit. He should still be unconscious. Right, there's something strange. Eong suddenly furrowed his brows. At Mt. Yunsu in the Akihabara district, the last place where the cat demon appeared. Eong told him that the cat demon had no fighting spirit before being slain, as if it had found something and wanted to leave immediately. What was the demon searching for? Hikari squinted, heading to Akihabara district overnight. After wandering through the village at the foot of the mountain, he asked a shopkeeper if anyone lived on the mountain. The owner of the udon shop, which smelled quite nice, nodded. Oh yes. Mr. Samling lives on the mountain, but at the foot of... the Zao family lives on the mountain. After all, it's easier for logging and charcoal burning to live up there. A passerby replied, stroking his chin. The Zao family. I heard that Tanjiro's father passed away not long ago. I wonder how they will manage to live up there a month. The oldest son is just over 10. How will they survive? Hikari stood still, his brows already raised. The name is quite similar to Tanjiro's, and the family makes charcoal. After thanking the shopkeeper and passerby, he tightened his grip on the hilt and quickened his pace up the mountain. The vegetation on Mt. Yunsu was lush, and in early spring the white snow on the ground had not completely melted. The path up the mountain was muddy. The higher he climbed, the thicker the mist became, and in the center of the fog sat a wooden hut. A group of children crowded around the fire, chattering away. Making charcoal is indeed not simple. Just follow Dad's. Big brother did really well. Where did Dad go? The noise suddenly ceased, and the children fell silent. The smallest child, with a shaved head, appeared to be only 2 or 3 years old, held in the arms of a girl in a pink kimono, looking around in confusion at his silent siblings. The oldest boy, squatting by the fire, turned around, gently ruffling his brother's shaved head, his smile warm beyond measure. Rokuta misses Dad, huh? Dad went far away. Whenever you miss him, just shout loudly, and he will hear you no matter where. Thus the child named Rokuta shouted at the top of his lungs, his tender voice echoing through the mountains. Dad. Dad, what's wrong, mother? The youth responded, it's nothing, you, everyone is just thinking about father. Hikari stood on the mountain path, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Zao. Tanjiro. The barrage of thoughts in his mind surged up. Yo, it's the Hashira. The young Hashira, why not seize the moment? It's the warm and happy Zao family who lost their father. Tanjiro truly radiates warmth, embodying the demeanor of an eldest son. Is that Nezuko as a child? Can I call her my wife now? I find that very appealing. Zenitsu thinks otherwise. Hikari smiled as he watched for a while, suddenly recalling a scene he had glimpsed in the beginning. As Hikari fell into deep thought, the children of the Kamadu family noticed this unexpected guest. Who are you? Asked a boy with a tear mole standing up straight. Zhu Xiong. The girl in the pink kimono waved at him, and the boy named Zhu Xiong shrank his head and walked behind. Sorry, the Kamadu family isn't providing charcoal at this time. Tanjiro stood up and walked in front of his younger siblings. He flared his nostrils, catching a deeper and fresher scent amidst the cold, snowy air. Is that the scent of the starry sky? In any case, it bore no malice. I just happened to walk by here, Hikari replied. May I ask if anyone witnessed the battle that took place nearby yesterday? Or rather early this morning? My fellow disciples were injured here, perhaps. Tanjiro pondered and nodded. I smelled it. Smelled it. Hikari raised an eyebrow slightly. The boy with dark red hair flashed a brilliant smile. My nose is very sensitive. My brother's nose is sharper than a dog's. Zhu Xiong started to speak, but quickly closed his mouth upon seeing his sister's glare. Tanjiro ruffled Zhu Xiong's hair and nodded decisively. My nose is even more sensitive than a dog's. I can detect many scents that others overlook. Last night, there was a foul smell during a fight with 2 people carrying moisture. They just passed through this area briefly, so my nose couldn't catch more information. Hikari nodded. His original intention wasn't to inquire about this. The barrage of messages before his eyes was constantly filling in his gaps in knowledge, such as that the girl in the pink kimono was called Nezuko, and the boy he just spoke with was Zhu Xiong. So the cat has discovered that the Kamadu family lives here. So hurried to report back to Muzan. Of course, being in the upper ranks for just a couple of years, one must grovel at the feet of the boss. Nezuko. My Nezuko. Did Tanjiro not wear the Hinakami Kagura ear ornaments today? Muzan's heart stopped when he saw the ear ornaments. If the senior brother and the second senior brother hadn't ambushed the cat, Muzan would likely appear here tonight. After all, Muzan is the only shadow in this life, and Yurichi shattered Muzan's courage with a single strike. Yurichi Tsujikuni, look into my offspring. What do you take life for? Hikari was lost in thought, ignoring the bizarre barrage, remembering only the ear ornaments and the name Yurichi Tsujikuni. Furthermore, was the cat indeed sent by Muzan to find Tanjiro? Why would someone from a charcoal-selling family attract? Even if the cat was killed, would the family be safe remaining here? Hikari's thoughts were heavy, yet he showed no signs on his face. Under Tanjiro's scrutinizing gaze, he reached out to pinch his arm and patted his shoulder. How would a strong child? Tanjiro. If it were any other child, they would have been displeased after being scrutinized repeatedly by a strange person, but Tanjiro, after a brief moment of shock, proudly patted his chest. Yes, I am indeed a strong child. Yar, your arms are long, and your muscles are tight. Yeah, my muscles are also very tight. I exercise well. Your round head feels very hard. Yes, my head is very hard. Such a child is perfect for becoming a swordsman. Be my adopted son, and I will train you to become an excellent swordsman. Yes. Wait, Tanjiro halted, his smile pulling his head from under Hikari's arm and gently furrowing his brow. Sir, that's not acceptable. His personality is quite good. If he had said such things to the former Jinya, he would have been met with a slingshot. Hikari smiled as he patted his pocket. Don't worry, I'm not a scammer. I will provide you with living expenses. Tanjiro shook his head seriously. No, sir, that's not how it is. His eyes carried a gentle smile. Your appearance and attire are not at all like those of a scammer. I am truly honored to receive your praise and recognition. However, my family lives here, and I cannot leave with you. Yar, why not let your family move too? I can find them a place to stay, and perhaps get some other work as well. How does that sound? Hikari waved his hand. The Kamado family has been in the charcoal business for generations, but with the times changing, this trade won't last much longer. A young woman stepped out, embracing the younger children, her gentle brow revealing a hint of wariness. Tanjiro flared his nostrils again, confirming that the white-haired swordsman bore no ill intent. On the contrary, a soft kindness enveloped his nostrils, warming him. I'm sorry, this. Hikari, just call me Hikari. Mr. Hikari. He slowly but firmly shook his head. Do you see? My father just passed away not long ago, and is now quietly lying there. He pointed towards the grave mound beside the wooden house. As a son, I must stay here to guard our ancestors' legacy. He bent his eyes, revealing a grateful smile. Your recognition truly brings me great joy. This is the happiest thing I've encountered this year. What to do if he can't be persuaded? Hikari quickly scanned the barrage, but received no constructive help. He wanted to urge the Kamado family to leave, not just for Tanjiro's sake. If the demon's target is indeed Tanjiro, then the Kamado family is unsafe here. Demons care not for protagonists or side characters, be they young widows or infants in cradles. They would tear apart every living person before them, spilling their blood all over the ground. Moreover, the remnants of anime scenes in his mind also told him that the Kamado family would likely encounter such events in the future. There are wild wolves and human bears in the mountains. He pressed his lips together, wanting to continue trying. Human bears? Tanjiro's eyes sparkled. My father killed a 2-meter-tall bear before he died. There is no danger in the mountains any— What are you talking about, brother? Killed a human bear before passing. Hikari looked up at the sky and sighed long. Are you really not going to come with me? I will take good care of you all. Thank you for your kindness. Tanjiro shook his head. Hikari had to confront the harsh truth that he would always be rejected when trying to adopt a son, and then said to Tanjiro, do you have paper and a pen at home? After sitting quietly for a while, Hikari wrote down the cultivation method of the breath of the stars and some body refining methods from Yuro Kadaki Sakanji on the paper. Perhaps you can comprehend it, perhaps not. In any case, practice according to this. Even if you fall into danger, there is still a glimmer of hope. The protagonist should be a bit more talented, right? Even without guidance, you should be able to understand the breathing method notes, right? He also left some money sufficient for them to get through this period. Hikari walked down the mountain path, and in the distance, he could still see Tanjiro waving at him. Take care. Mr. Hikari. A bluebird landed on his shoulder. Did you remember this location? The parrot nodded. Bring back a Nicaran blade later. Hikari sighed. The patrol strength in this area needs to be increased. Oh, I have a feeling. He turned around and could still see the dark red-haired boy in the checkered Haori standing there. What a good child. If he were to continue the previous fate, that would be too much. Master Fujimiya has gone out to hunt demons. Butterfly Shinobu placed a steaming cup of tea before Haruto and furrowed her brow. He said it's wasteful for able-bodied individuals to linger here. Better to use this time hunting down more malevolent demons. The Demon Slayer Corps apprentices who came and went at the Butterfly House were all physically capable swordsmen. Some had passed the final selection, others had not. And upon hearing those words, their expressions darkened. Haruto paused mid-reach for his teacup. That's not what he meant. I understand, Shinobu murmured, crouching beside him and gathering her long Haori like folded butterfly wings. I don't mean your Ubuyashiki, but rather, that Ubuyashiki with countless scars. He appears so fierce and unreasonable, yet sister says he is in truth gentle. Oh, Haruto's voice leapt an octave higher, his eyebrows arched upward. Kane said Ubuyashiki is gentle. What gossip? Is it ripe yet? Shinobu continued unperturbed. Mr. Kamino once remarked that Ubuyashiki's most intimidating feature is merely his face, like a pufferfish that swells up the moment you prod it, yet holds no real threat. Haruto pictured Ubuyashiki as a pufferfish. Impossible. He was clearly a C4 charge, one press of a button and boom. Still, tell me everything about Ubuyashiki and Kane. So, Haruto asked, feigning nonchalance, does Ubuyashiki visit the Butterfly House often? Yes, quite frequently. His combat style is highly unconventional, often leaving him grievously wounded. He's brought here by Mr. Kamino every few days for treatment, and sister usually tends to his wounds. He relies on his rare blood type, deliberately cutting himself in battle, so demons drawn by the scent fall into a drunken stupor, diminishing their combat prowess. And your sister? Haruto raised an eyebrow. What's her stance on all this? An avid gossip enthusiast, Haruto stood resolutely at the Demon Slayer Corps' rumor frontlines, yet his ambiguous tone led Butterfly Shinobu astray. Sister probably doesn't feel that way. She rubbed her smooth chin thoughtfully, then tilted her head and gave Haruto a soft, knowing blink of her left eye. But if it were you, Harutonii, I'd wholeheartedly support it. Me? Haruto stared, utterly bewildered. What? I'm supposed to pursue Ubuyashiki. What genre of deranged literature is this? They locked eyes, both blinking rapidly, for a beat until Shinobu let out a profoundly puzzled. Harutonii, you like Master Ubuyashiki? Absolutely not. Haruto shot upright, his handsome face flushing pale with flustered urgency. I'm still devoted to soft, sweet, adorable girls aged 15 to 35, whose touch makes a soft boom sound. Startled by his sudden movement, Shinobu nearly tumbled sideways, clutching her chest. You frightened me. I meant sister, Do you like sister? I never said you liked Master Ubuyashiki. Haruto. Oh, right. He sank back into his seat and rubbed his nose. Now that you mention it, why would you think I liked your sister? Granted, I do hold affection for Kane, but it's rooted in years of shared acquaintance and forged in the crucible of common conviction. How could I not admire her? No swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps could fail to cherish Kane. Her heart shines with the purity of gold. Even the proudly aloof sound Hashira Yuri, Tenio harbors quiet fondness for her. Yet this affection. He lifted his gaze toward Kane, who smiled warmly among the apprentices. Is it romantic love? Sister is the kindest person in the world. Shinobu hugged her knees, resting her small head upon her arms. So I wish only for her happiness. Once I imagined entrusting that happiness to you, Harutonii. Only to realize reality tells another story. How can one's own happiness rest upon another's shoulders? A faint self-satisfied smile flickered across Haruto's lips, though I'll admit, I am rather exceptional. Still, true happiness must be claimed through one's own resolve. That holds for Kane, and for you, Shinobushin, too. And you, Harutonii, me. Though Master Goto urges me relentlessly, demons remain unslain. I simply lack the heart for romance. Moreover, Haruto's sapphire eyes dimmed as he recalled Upper Moon Sixdaki, when would she discover that the Tsubaime family still bore living heirs? A messenger crow fluttered in through the open eaves. The butterfly house resumed its calm, methodical rhythm. The wounded carried from the battlefield by the hidden arrived at the house, where these young women waged their silent, desperate battle against death itself. Haruto visited Sakuraba, who remained unconscious, but his condition had improved. According to Shinobu, since dawn, Sakuraba had swollen grotesquely like a risen steamed bun. Only the stabilizing effect of chuju kept his vital signs steady. Makomo sat vigil beside him all night. Upon Haruto's entrance, she nodded wearily. Harutonii, where is Ju? Out slaying demons. His heart is heavy. I understand. Makomo offered a wry, sorrowful smile. Haruto stepped back outside and sighed deeply beneath the veranda eaves. Master Ubuyashiki has slain Lower Moon 1, but Master Kamino, a bloodstained hidden, lowered the injured swordsman onto a stretcher within the butterfly house and spoke softly to Shinobu. Shinobu clapped a hand over her mouth, eyes wide with disbelief. Master Kamino has perished. No, the hidden hastily shook his head. When we departed, Master Kamino was already near death. Though the butterfly house lies closed, transporting him risked losing him en route. What do you mean? So you left him there to die? Haruto strode forward, brow furrowed in fury. Star Hashira, where was Master Kamino wounded? His abdomen was pierced by a demon. Shinobu, grab your medicine kit. Haruto snapped, cutting him off. We're going to find our patient, now. Shinobu nodded sharply, intercepted a passing apprentice to brief her, then sprinted out, cradling a large wellstock, an abdominal wound. Will we arrive in time? Cursed demons. Cursed demons. Soku had already taken position, ready to guide Haruto's path ahead. Climb on. Haruto dropped to one knee, offering his back for Shinobu to mount. Fortunately, she was featherlight, lighter even than a bamboo basket full of sushi. A swift travel technique. Continuous use of Hikari Namida would drastically reduce transit time, the sole concern being whether his body could endure the strain. With one hand supporting the girl's back and the other drawn in a poised, unsheathing stance, the white-haired swordsman bent low, and amid Shinobu's startled cry vanished into a streak of blinding light. Outside the village, in an abandoned house, Shirmi held the faintly breathing Kwang Jin in a long silence. Tears welled in his eyes. Ever since the day his mother left, he had long forgotten what it felt like to cry. Even with heavy wounds on his body, he would only grit his teeth, never showing a hint of weakness. Shirmi took a deep breath, his hands cradling Kwang Jin, trembling incessantly. Shirmi. Broken words spilled from Kwang Jin's lips. Don't be so down. Talk about something else. I don't want to walk the path of the Sanzu River in such silence. So Shirmi tried to muster his spirits, clumsily speaking about the thoughts in his mind. You asked me last time what my relationship with Mr. Takanashi was. That's right. Kwang Jin struggled to widen his eyes, trying hard to listen, but the blood from his abdomen continued to flow, scattering his consciousness. Mr. Takanashi is the lifesaver for both me and Shinmi, and also the guiding light on my path as a demon slayer. The first time I met him, he wasn't even a Hashira. Kwang Jin, are you listening? Of course. Kwang Jin controlled his breathing. Though no one would come to save him, he still hoped to delay death for a while. Shirmi rarely spoke so gently with him, and he wished to hear more. When we meet again next time, you will also be a Hashira. Shirmi paused, and then tightly shut his eyes. Many swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps had heard about the incident involving Shinazugawa Sanemi and Tomioka Ju, and Shirmi had learned quite a bit from Kwang Jin. The two brothers had jointly slain a Lower Moon demon, and the sacrificing Shinazugawa Sanemi had sustained severe injuries, still lying unconscious in the Butterfly Mansion. Tomioka Ju, who had slain the evil spirit, refused to accept accolades from the headquarters, let alone the title of Water Hashira. To avoid such blatant disobedience, he ran around the world with wounds covering his face, seeking demons. Shirmi still remembered how he had commented on this colleague back then, fool. Because of Shirmi felt that not calling him a fool was already a sign of goodwill. But when the events truly fell upon him, he felt that Tomioka Ju's actions were the only choice. How could one joyfully accept accolades from the headquarters when teammates were gravely injured, or even dead? To accept praise from the so-called Lord Commander, who sat high above, never caring for subordinates, and only speaking, by the way, didn't we once agree? Kwang Jin tiredly blinked, seemingly reminiscing about the past. The one who becomes a Hashira should treat the one who becomes a Hashira first to a meal of soft-boiled tofu and beef hot pot. Even in this situation, you're still thinking about beef hot pot. You truly are a foolish senior brother. Shermi clenched his teeth tightly, turning his face to let his hot tears fall onto his clothes. Huh. A hint of pride appeared in the corner of Kwang Jin's eyes. Do you remember what you said back then? He seemed to lack strength, falling silent. I said I wasn't interested, Shermi replied. All right. You said you weren't interested. Kwang Jin chuckled lightly. Then you can't blame me. Shermi raised his face, his scarred features twisted in a grimace. Do gentle people in this world not deserve a good ending? My mother was like this, and now Kwang Jin is too. Oh great deity, please save him, and also save me. After uttering the words great deity, he suddenly opened his eyes. The night from years ago seemed to descend before a young man in a blue robe with a knife slashing through the dilapidated wooden house window appeared before him, enveloped in blue and purple light. Almost as soon as he arrived, the pale-faced Haruka collapsed to the ground. Behind him, a nimble short figure jumped down, sliding to kneel beside Kwang Jin, quickly pulling out various medicines from the medical kit after checking his pulse. The blood loss is too great with multiple internal injuries. The situation is extremely critical right now. Butterfly Shinobu calmly observed Kwang Jin's condition. I will administer emergency treatment immediately. Haruka, do you still have strength? Prepare the others outside. Haruka forced his weary limbs to move toward the door. Shermi was jolted. Is there still hope for Kwang Jin? Please hold him tightly, don't move. I am administering emergency treatment. Shinobu frowned tightly. I am not sure if Mr. Kwang can survive. I only know that waiting here is a path. No matter what, you must first get him to the butterfly mansion. Trusting the doctor is the only solution. Shinobu was angry. It was the first time she, who was always cheerful, looked so furious. Shermi was stunned, but he said nothing. The little Shinobu portable charger is extending Kwang Jin's life. Tomioka Ju didn't eat that much for nothing. He ran all the way here without stopping. His skills really are impressive. Leg fetish benefits. Take care to screenshot. Haruka, after notifying the others, stiffly walked back, but before reaching them, he tripped and fell to the ground. How embarrassing, especially to fall in such a posture. Haruka quietly lay there waiting for his body to recover on its own. This is a symptom of overusing breathing techniques, causing complete paralysis. If another lower moon demon were to appear now, they could take them all away. Whoever mentioned leg fetish benefits, come out. I've been through so much and you're only showing me this. Tomioka Ju, lying there pondering life, looks really silly. It seems like the Tesla has run out of battery. Haruka looked at the bullet screen, trying to find humor in his plight. However, compared to the scene filled with Kwang Jin, and guarding the widower when he first came out of the butterfly mansion, the bullet screen had already refreshed on the way. This means Kwang Jin should survive. Although the wound on his abdomen looks terrifying, even if his bodily functions are affected, surviving is better than anything else. As he was lost in thought, the hermit who had prepared the stretcher came in to check the situation. Mr. Hashira, are you alright? The hermit saw a Hashira-level swordsman lying down and became quite flustered. Haruka was too exhausted to speak, merely squeezing his eyes at him. I'm fine, go check on them. Unfortunately, not everyone could understand him. The hermit hurriedly stood up to call for his colleagues. Come help. Lord Hashira seems to be having a seizure. Seizure? Haha, you guys really know how to joke. Wait, what are you doing? The calm butterfly Shinobu did not notice that two hermits behind her were clumsily helping Haruka up, carrying him toward the butterfly mansion. Lord Hashira, hold on. We'll be there soon. Let go of me. Let go of me. No one could hear Haruka's helpless cries as he was kidnapped. Quickly, let go of me. I don't want to embarrass myself at the butterfly mansion. The butterfly house has been extremely busy lately. Just as one critical patient's crisis was averted, another critical patient arrived at the butterfly house. Kogen's life was saved, but his internal organs were severely injured. It was already fortunate to preserve the functions of his organs. Whether he could return to his pre-injury fighting level would depend on fate. Shimi did not pay attention to the hovering Kageyoshi outside for a long time. He stayed close to care for his fellow junior brother. If standing aside with a gloomy face while watching the butterfly house's disciples change dressings counted as care. Also absent from headquarters for quite a while was the patient's family member, Ju Tomioka. A week later, Kenroji woke. As his injuries healed, Ju no longer feared Kenroji, as if she were a tiger. With the persuasion of Kenroji and Shinobu, he finally accepted the invitation from Ubuyashiki Yoya to discuss the position of Hashira at headquarters. What is the last resort? Haruka asked, slicing an apple with a small knife, pushing the fruit into a bowl for Kenroji, and taking another crispy one washed by Shinobu. You don't know? Aren't you a Hashira? Kenroji poked at the diced apple with the tip of her knife, seeing how sweet Haruka ate, and sat up to stuff her mouth. It's a done deal for Ju to become a Hashira, but you're not far off either. There can only be one water Hashira. We can't just change. That's right. Kenroji gave him a thumbs up. In the end, headquarters decided that Ju would be the Hashira while I would be the half Hashira. Apart from the difference in title, there's no difference in treatment. We enjoy the same benefits and can both attend Hashira meetings. Indeed, Yoya would never let a swordsman with Hashira's strength stay in the position of an ordinary member. However, that's quite an unpleasant term. What was Jai's reaction? He muttered a bunch of things that normal people wouldn't understand. In short, he believed the titles of Hashira and half Hashira should be swapped. He stayed at my bedside for quite a while, before Kenroji finally chased him away. Just now he was called away by that forget. Haruka looked out the window and saw Soko peeking in. You go ahead and be busy. Don't worry, I'm feeling much better. Kenroji smiled gently. His tenderness had never changed and assured one that it would never change. Haruka walked out of the room and Soko landed on his bent finger. News from Asakusa, Tokyo. Miss Tamayo's research on medication has started to yield results, and she has specially sent an invitation for a trial. They returned to Asakusa with Jinya once more, and the bustling city didn't seem as noisy as it did the last time they visited. Perhaps due to the special historical period, Asakusa looked somewhat solemn today. They once again saw the sullen face of Yashiro. Over the years, Haruka had visited Tamayo several times, and each time felt new. The only thing that hadn't changed was Yashiro's expression. Oh no, his expression had become even more displeasing as Haruka. What infuriated him the most was why this little glutton had also grown so much over these 2 years. Isn't he only— Why does the tuft of hair on his head nearly match his own height? Damn it, being 157 centimeters tall is— Today the scent in Miss Tamayo's residence was quite different. A faint dragon's breath fragrance mixed with the delicate aroma of white tea flowers flowed down from the high table. Oh, this one. Haruka glanced at the familiar white statue incense candle. Is it that one? No, it's not the one you brought last time. Tamayo walked out from inside, a hint of fatigue between her brows. This incense candle inspired me a lot, so I specifically found the same one in the market. Inspiration. The incense candle is called Dream Thief. The new potion is also called Dream Thief. Tamayo wiped her hands with a clean towel. Sit down, or Jinya, would you like to eat a pear? A sweet pear just sent by the patient's family. Ooh, I couldn't refuse. Jinya almost instantly sensed the gaze directed at him and nodded. I'll eat it, thank you, Miss Tamayo. Yashiro. Understood, Lady Tamayo. Yashiro stepped back to wash the pear while Tamayo took a row of glass potion bottles from the high cabinet on the wall and placed them in front of Haruka. These potion bottles contained a viscous liquid that flowed like golden sand, looking unappealing, reminiscent of thick, especially since this plasma came from Haruka himself. Dream Thief, or the memory flashback potion, primarily consists of your blood and a bit of other substances, deep-acting hallucinogens. Tamayo pulled out a glass vial, pinching it between her delicate fair fingers. Her beautiful purple eyes reflected the flowing golden liquid, revealing a hint of dreamy allure. Perhaps calling it the Serpent of Eden would be more appropriate. After the potion was completed, I used it once, and only dared to use it once. Whether from the potion itself or the euphoric experience it brought, it was a substance that could lead to addiction, applicable to both humans and demons. Haruka's hand paused as he reached for the potion. His education had taught him to avoid such things. But it's fine for you, after all. This potion comes from you. No snake would die from its own venom. Tamayo chuckled lightly, as if mocking his cowardice. That's because no snake has ever thought of injecting its venom into itself. Haruka retorted, then took the potion bottle. What is its purpose? To unearth some memories hidden deep within the mind. They could be wonderful or painful, depending on the user. Listening to this, it sounded even stranger. I have tested it on myself. Tamayo slightly lowered her head, her expression unclear. In that moment, I seemed to return to when I was still human, tormented by illness and death, yet my husband and children were still alive. That was something I could never forget throughout my long life. That damned Musen Kibutsuji lured me into becoming a demon before I succumbed to my terminal illness, and when I regained consciousness. She took a deep breath, closing her eyes as if that memory was a poisonous snake or an apple that led her out of her Eden to endure God's scourge. Yashiro quietly returned with a plate of pears, his gaze towards Tamayo, filled with restrained affection and After a moment, Tamayo opened her eyes and sighed softly. In short, unless one discovers how to break free themselves, the user cannot escape the shackles of their memories. What are the drawbacks? Haruka picked up the potion horizontally, constantly tilting it, watching the viscous liquids. The stronger the demon's power, the faster they can sift through memory fragments. What would take humans a day, or even longer, to digest, they might only need an instant. If one wanted to use this potion in combat, the effect would be minimal. However, if one is consciously aware of taking the Dream Thief potion and opens their spiritual world in conjunction with it. Tamayo's meaning was clear. Which demon doesn't have a painful memory buried deep within? If this potion could unlock their spiritual world, allowing them to indulge in the past, then for the swordsman, severing the heads of those demons would be like taking something from a pouch. He who was targeted in the upper 3 strings, I won't say. He who wasn't targeted, I also won't say. When everyone is targeted, the one who isn't should reflect on themselves. Tongemo, you guys may not say it, but why do you keep looking at me? Tamayo, you are my god. Tamayo always manages to concoct these incredibly powerful medicines without being able to explain the principles behind them. If Tamayo brings out this medicine, would the Nobel Prize in Medicine of 1910 still belong to the Germans? I say Tamayo is the MVP of the entire story. Who agrees and who disagrees? Haruto shifted his gaze from the bullet screen and looked at Tamayo. Wanna try? Tamayo chuckled softly. But before that, you need to establish an anchor point for yourself. Do you know what a ship anchor is? When a ship is docked, fishermen will throw an iron anchor into the water to prevent the ship from drifting away, allowing the anchor to firmly grasp the soil and secure the vessel. To prevent the taker of the medicine from drifting in fragmented memories, you need to create an anchor point in your heart that pulls at your spirit, reminding you that you are in a memory, not reality. Tamayo succinctly explained, choose a common image, then remember it deeply. Haruto nodded, uncorked the bottle, and downed a vial of the potion in one gulp. He soon lay silently on the table and fell into a deep sleep. Yusher and Jinya, under Tamayo's instruction, wrapped him in a thin blanket to make him more comfortable. Come on, Jinya, now we need to talk about our matters. Jinya turned back with worry. The teacher's breathing was light, but his brows were tightly furrowed, as if he were having a nightmare. In 2019 China, during the transition between spring and summer, university students were about to welcome a long-awaited holiday. He woke up from his dormitory bed staring at the blue mosquito net above him, feeling a bit dazed. The old fan above creaked as it turned intermittently, bringing a cool breeze that was insufficient to dispel the heat. He sat up from the bed, pulling his sweaty upper body off the cooling mat, leaving behind a large red mark where the mat had pressed against his skin. The dormitory in the afternoon was not quiet. The smell of sweat, the odor of feet, and a faint whiff of smoke all invaded his nose. How real it felt. Real? He scratched his chin, recalling the commotion from last night. They insisted on watching Inception, and those who watched were mesmerized. Oh, come on. A roommate beneath the bed cursed. I really want to see that Koira Gaduge. She sells swords, right? Isn't Demon Slayer already finished? Why are you still cursing her? Another roommate stood behind, looking at the screen together. The finished one is the anime. There are still many that haven't been produced. I binge-read the manga yesterday because I was itching to know the ending. Tisk, no wonder you didn't hear them calling your name in class. He stepped off the railing of the bed, ruffled his messy hair, and reached into his old undershirt to scratch his ribs. Demon Slayer. That roommate glanced back at him. Anime. Didn't you say you don't watch anime? I don't watch it. His gaze swept across his roommate's computer screen, where a familiar Japanese-style building appeared in black and white. 3 children with bobbed hair, and 2 men sitting cross-legged with cherry blossoms drifting in the scene. Shinobu. Jew. He felt a jolt in his heart as something he had never seen before, yet could name was. He heard his roommate gritting his teeth, venting. After the infinite castle battle, only 2 Hashira are left, the others are all gone. That damned crocodile returned my Shinobu. Shinobu. Butterfly Shinobu. Here it comes again, that strange feeling. His thoughts drifted while his body still remembered to fetch the textbooks for the afternoon classes. He walked to the balcony to get the t-shirt he would wear later. Under the azure sky, there wasn't a hint of gloom. Even as the sun set and the earth was cloaked in night, people had no worries. What was there to worry about? He clearly had something in mind, yet couldn't recall it. Using a drying pole, he pulled down a hanger, and in the warm breeze of the afternoon, he suddenly spotted a butterfly fluttering gracefully. He bent his index finger, and the butterfly miraculously landed on the joint of his fingertip. It was a large butterfly with an exceptionally beautiful appearance. Kanahoy and Shinobu's Haori both bore this pattern. In an instant, his drowsy brain snapped alert after his... Just like Cobb seeing the spinning top in Inception, Haruto immediately realized he was in a memory. Is this the effect of Tamayo's medicine? He had not realized anything was amiss before seeing the butterfly. Haruto's thoughts were lively, and his body followed the footsteps of history moving forward. In the memory, what he saw were all events that had already occurred. He could not change them, could not stop them, and in the end, he could only fall into darkness once more. The room was quiet, with a faint light seeping through the gap in the sliding door. Haruto touched the thin blanket covering him, shaking his throbbing head. What happened? Why wasn't the memory segment of the star pillar drawn? Maybe it's a foreshadowing, or perhaps it will appear again at some point, like a revolving lantern. Isn't the crocodile always doing such things? After watching the grand finale, I'll tell you guys that this part just wasn't drawn. It feels like the author originally wanted to set up a foreshadowing, but forgot about it later. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the door, and the sliding door was pulled open. Jinya's rooster comb head peeked in. Teacher. Tamayo was outside studying Jinya's blood, and raised an eyebrow in surprise when she saw him come out. An hour and a half, quite fast. An hour and a half. But I only felt like 10 minutes have passed. How did it feel? It felt a bit too real. If it weren't for the anchor point, I might never have realized I was in a dream. Tamayo smiled slightly. It's the effect of your blood. What profound images did you see? Sadness? Joy? Haruto fell silent, lost in thought. None of those. He saw a panel of a manga. In the headquarters room, there was neither Yoya nor Amanai. Sitting in the chief's position was a slightly older Hayori, followed by 2 younger Mitsuri and Hinakami. Ju and Shinobu were seated opposite them, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. After the infinite castle battle, only 2 Hashira remained, the others were all gone. Shinobu had died. His roommate's words echoed in his ears, lingering for a long time. Only 2 Hashira remained, the others were all dead. It was easy to imagine the fates of the absent Yoya, Amanai, Mitsuri, and Hinakami. Haruto closed his eyes, feeling a chill envelop him, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Becoming a member of the anime series did not greatly affect the young Haruto, but the memories that unfurled before him left him in a daze for a long while. They, she, and it are not mere characters from a black and white comic. They are vibrant beings living in this world, the protagonists of their own stories. Haruto looked up, meeting Zuanyi's concerned gaze, and offered a weary smile. It's nothing, Schwani, just a bit mint. Juya produced a vial of medicine and handed it to him. Drinking this will make you feel better. Haruto had seen this kind of medicine before back when he first arrived here, and Jia had given it to him while Xuani was using her signature blood demon technique, blood manipulation, daytime magic fragrance. Casting a meaningful glance at Jia, Haruto consumed the medicine, and moments later the dull pain in his head vanished. Xuani, after pondering for a long time, he called out to his young apprentice, "Can you go out and buy something for me? Just wander around the street for about half an hour before coming back." Xuani immediately understood his intent. "Is there anything you need me to avoid?" "Yes." Haruto nodded apologetically. "I want to discuss something with Miss Jia. Something that can only be understood in adulthood. Only adults can understand." Yu Shilang suddenly snapped out of his daze, drawn from Juye's beauty, and took a couple of steps closer, straining to listen. "Oh, okay." Xuani stood up, bewildered, accepting the pouch of money Haruto offered. "Yu Shilang, you go too. Help me fetch some gauze and disinfectant from the clinic, and take Xuani out." Yu Shilang, who had sensed something ominous, wore a glum expression. "Miss Juya, take good care of Xuani." After the two disappeared beyond the doorstep, Haruto finally set down the water cup he had been holding for a long time. "Miss Jia, it's impossible to obtain the medicine. I only intend for you to try one. The damage to the brain is too significant." Haruto was taken aback, shaking his head. "You misunderstood my intention. I am not asking for the medicine again. To be honest, my past life was rather dull with no segments I could immerse myself in. So you woke up within an hour and a half." Jia pondered. "When I took the medication, I slept for 3 whole days, which frightened you. You have a long life, so naturally your memories are more abundant." Jia gently shook her head, looking up at him. "So what do you want to? Is there something you need to keep Xuani away from? I thought he was your closest apprentice." Haruto paused for a moment, then looked directly into Juya's eyes. "Miss Juya, I want to enhance my strength. How can I break the shackles of the flesh and enter a new realm? Cultivate a breathing technique. The effects are too slow. Enhance your swordsmanship. I've already reached my limit." Her beautiful purple eyes fixed on Haruto's face, curving into a dangerous arc. "Haruto, your current thoughts are too radical and could easily lead you down the wrong path." "Like what?" "Like me becoming an immortal ghost." "You know that's not what I mean. What are you anxious about?" Juya's words pressed. "And what did you see in your memories?" Haruto sighed. "A prophecy." "What prophecy?" "Everyone will die." "Who revealed this prophecy?" "Which Juya leaned back, slightly resting against the wall, emerging victorious in this verbal battle. Haruto was left speechless, turning his head away, frowning at the clean, sweet pear on the table. "Do not eat." Juya said languidly. "You don't say anything and still want to eat my things." "I said everyone will die," Haruto retorted sulkily. "Does that include you?" "It also includes." Haruto's words were cut off. As if realizing something, his eyes widened in surprise. Of course it does not include him. He Takagi Haruto up until now is merely a mischievous monkey rolling in the original. He kicked over the bento box of Yato and Kurenai, turning himself into a pillar, giving the audience a chance to view the spin-off of Star Pillar. He himself was the greatest variable. Perhaps that statement should be understood this way. To the audience, they are characters in a black and white comic. Comics have endings, anime has conclusions, yet their lives are perpetually in progress. Since saving Yato, he has been racing down the path of breaking free from the original narrative's reins. Thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, and the pent-up frustration in his chest finally escaped with a long sigh. "Have you thought it through?" Seeing his expression gradually stabilized, Juya's words lost their edge. "You don't want to become a... I never considered becoming a ghost." Haruto muttered. "Being a ghost means eating human flesh, and human flesh is so hard to digest. What I meant to say is, didn't you once tell the Butterfly Sisters that you were developing a ghostification drug?" Juya suddenly realized, that is indeed the case, but I've already given up on that drug. She gently shook her head. "I cannot control the violent factors in Xuanyi's blood after ghostification, as there are no suitable test subjects. I once produced many batches of the drug, acquiring several individuals who were beyond saving and had lost their minds, hoping to ghostify them like Xuanyi. But it still failed. Those injected with the drug died within days, some from life depletion, others from the chaos that ensued after the injection." Juya lowered her head slightly, her face lacking expression. "Since then, I paused the development of ghostification drugs. Even patients should be allowed to die with dignity." Haruto contemplated for a moment, hesitantly speaking. "What should a finished ghostification drug look like?" "In my conception, it is merely an enhancement drug akin to the stimulants used in sports, temporarily mobilizing the body and providing exceptional recovery capabilities after sustaining injuries. Of course, all this is predicated on the user still being human." When it comes to drugs, Juya sparkled with enthusiasm, much like the Butterfly Sisters. "Is there absolutely no chance of successful development? Afterward, I made several modified versions, but I no longer want to use others' lives to complete my research, so I only recalibrated conclusions on paper, reevaluated, and once again overthrew conclusions." Haruto fell into prolonged silence. Juya watched him, unsure of his thoughts. If. After a long time, Haruto finally cleared his throat, awkwardly scratching his chin. "You can continue your research, and when you think success is possible, call me over. I will be your test subject." The beautiful woman widened her eyes in surprise, revealing a trace of confusion. "Haruto." "Miss Juya." The white-haired swordsman seemed to have put down a heavy burden, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. "I also have many secrets, you know." "Master." Jinya stood at the threshold, surprised to see Haruai, their arms laden with packages. Yashiro, clutching disinfectant and other medical supplies, shot him a sharp, disdainful glare. Then, without so much as a greeting, dashed up the steps into the residence. Haruai watched his small, retreating figure with quiet amusement before turning to Jinya. "What did you buy, eh?" I passed a pastry shop. The freshly baked pepper and pork buns were still steaming, so I bought a dozen. Jinya rummaged through his bundles and produced a warm, grease-spotted paper parcel, handing it over. They're delicious, master. Eat them while they're hot. And that one. This is hagimachi. Jinya scratched his head sheepishly. My brother loves it most. Ah, I see. Haruai popped a bun into his mouth. The sharp tang of black pepper mingled with rich, savory juices bursting across his palate. He nodded in genuine satisfaction. First take the hagimachi to your brother. Then come with me. We're going somewhere. The destination was Unami Mountain, the place he'd left 3 months earlier. 2 months ago, Sora had delivered an old Nichiren blade to the young man of the Kamadu family. Whether the boy had begun earnestly training remained uncertain. If even a supporting character trained so relentlessly, pushing himself to the very brink of life, then Tanjiro the protagonist could afford no laziness. Is he your newest foster son, master? Jinya asked, glancing sideways as they walked the mountain path. Not quite, not yet. Like your proud elder brother, he hasn't accepted. Haruai shook his head, ever the one whose advances were met with refusal. I've only imparted the breathing technique. This is our first formal guidance session. Since Jinya himself couldn't cultivate the breathing technique, he felt no sorrow over his master's other disciples. After all, the star breathing style, a lineage of such profound power, must be passed on. What would you have me do? Jinya asked, spotting the wooden cottage far ahead. Shall I march up and challenge him to a fight? Oh no, no, no. Tanjiro is gentle by nature, he'd never agree to spar with you. Haruai paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Just mimic your brother. Eyes wide, veins bulging. Already you'll look thoroughly untrustworthy. Jinya recalled his brother's furious scowl. His gaze narrowed, his skin tautening. Save for his youth and the cockatoo crest atop his head, he was the spitting image of Shimizu. Huh. Exactly like that. Go scare him half to death. And if you deem his training lax, beat him senseless. Haruai clapped Jinya on the shoulder as he strode off, chest puffed toward the cottage. The food pillar resembles a white-beard sage, appearing every so often to test Tanjiro's resolve. Call him the food pillar when idle, but the star pillar when forging heroes. A famed line from Demon Slayer, when in need, star pillar. When at ease, food pillar. Jinya stormed up the mountainside, crest bristling with indignation, yet found no scarred, crimson-haired Tanjiro waiting outside the cottage as his master had described. Only a cluster of toddlers played near the doorway. Spotting the strange intruder, they scrambled backward, shrieking, "Sister!" Nezuko burst out, 6-year-old Kotaro strapped to her back, shielding her younger siblings behind her as she fixed Jinya with wary eyes. Who are you? Unlike her brother, she lacked the refined olfactory sensitivity to discern a person's character from scent alone. She judged solely by appearance, and Jinya's fierce, defiant visage fell squarely outside her definition of kind. She's a girl. Jinya's feigned fury wavered. He'd never known how to speak to girls. Meeting the gentle gaze of this poised young woman, even the curve of his smile turned stiff and unnatural. Ha ha ha. Haruai doubled over in laughter. He'd known for years that Jinya suffered from gynophobia. Except around Shinobu, he remained unfailingly courteous toward women. Whether it was Mikomo or Kaneo, Jinya always seemed distant, almost aloof. It wasn't coldness or arrogance, it was sheer ineptitude. Unable to navigate their presence, he defaulted to his, "Where is the eldest son of the Kamadu family, Tanjiro?" Haruai heard Jinya bark the question at Nezuko, even as his own hands hidden behind his back twisted themselves into knots. Gegig. The silver-haired swordsman stifled his mirth just as footsteps echoed along the mountain trail. Haruai turned. Tanjiro ascended, lightly, empty basket slung over his shoulder, a soft smile playing on his lips. Today's charcoal sold out. I'll soon repay Master Haruai. Keep going, Tanjiro. You will give your family a better life. Over 2 months had passed since they last met. Tanjiro hadn't changed markedly, only grown sturdier, more grounded since New Year's. Spotting Haruai beneath the dappled shade of a tree, Tanjiro's russet eyes lit up. He broke into a run. Good spring day, Master Haruai. What are you? Yar yar, Tanjiro. Haruai beamed. A fine spring day indeed. I'm watching. His cheerful expression froze mid-sentence. How did you come up from the foot of the mountain? I went early to sell yesterday's charcoal. Though spring has not yet fully arrived, demand remains strong, and the price is still fair. Tanjiro's gaze brightened as he turned toward the cottage. Please come inside as our guest. Mother stepped out, but Nezuko cooks wonderfully. His smile too abruptly vanished. At the far edge of his vision, a fiercely scowling cockatoo-crested delinquent was shouting at the kind, gentle, beautiful, and magnanimous Nezuko. You're lying. Why would I lie? My brother truly left. Old. Well, anyway, I know he's here. Make him come out. Now, for a proper fight. What on earth are you talking about? Make him come out. Shink. Haruai snapped his head around, as if hearing something ignite. Ah. Tanjiro's eyes blazed with incandescent fury. He dropped his basket and clenched his fists. To insult my family before my very eyes. Unforgivable. His feet struck the earth. Then he launched forward, aiming a powerful hip check to slam Jinya. Jinya had tracked his movement from the start. A light tap of his toe sent him gliding effortlessly aside. Too slow. All the pent-up frustration from facing girls finally erupted. He drove a brutal elbow strike into Tanjiro's back. Bold, but sluggish. With speed like this, how can you possibly stand beside Master's star breathing? Let me see what strength earned you the favor of a pillar-level swordsman. Tanjiro crashed face first into the dirt with a muffled thud. Jinya settled into his stance, ready for real combat, when the children huddled behind Nezuko suddenly swarmed him like startled quail. Don't hurt my brother, you monster. Even the infant cradled on Nezuko's back wrapped snugly in swaddling welled up with tears and reached trembling for Jinya's crest. Arms and legs latched onto him, clinging, until he sagged under their collective weight. Hey, Jinya's breath hitched. From the depths of memory, a procession of tiny skipping figures, once his own loyal shadows, rose like mist. Tanjiro sprang upright, palms slamming the earth, his eyes blazing with wrath and iron resolve. Stay away from my family. He vaulted skyward, arching his torso backward until his body became a taut, gleaming bow. Take this. A smooth, gleaming forehead filled Jinya's field of vision. Headbutt. My apologies, my fault entirely. I struck without clarifying first. Tanjiro produced a vial of medicinal oil and gently applied it to the swelling on Jinya's forehead. Jinya glared sideways at him. Ow, ease up. How peculiar, though force is said to act reciprocally after their heads collided. Jinya sat dazed and disoriented on the ground, his skull crowned with a swollen lump, while Tanjiro stood bright-eyed and unscathed, not a trace of injury marring his brow. His forehead remained flawlessly smooth, so much so that Kaijin could only marvel aloud. You're fortunate you weren't born in antiquity, armies would have drafted you as a battering ram. After explaining the purpose of his visit, Tanjiro retrieved his Nichiren blade from the house and scratched his head sheepishly. I have been training, but truthfully, I don't fully grasp why I'm training. Without understanding the reason, my resolve inevitably wavers. Kaijin glanced toward the doorway where a row of small children peered out. Too many eager faces to utter the word ghost outright. When confronted with the unknown, most people instinctively deny its existence. Hesitant Kaijin paused, but Jinya bristled impatiently. Are there no wolves in these mountains? No bears? Is it so unreasonable to learn martial arts for self-defense? You can bash me down with your head, but can you bash down a bear? Tanjiro puffed out his cheeks. I'm truly sorry. I'm not asking for an apology. You're absolutely right. I should train diligently. Tanjiro nodded earnestly. For the past 2 months, I've followed the training manual rigorously. Though my swordsmanship hasn't improved much, I have grown remarkably adept at using my head. Enough about your head. Jinya gritted his teeth and sprang upright from the ground. I'll beat you senseless, you little runt. Kaijin stepped back a few paces, watching the two youths clash with quiet amusement. Jinya, having trained under Kaijin for years, held back at every turn, yet still landed blows fierce enough to leave Tanjiro badly bruised. Behind them, the children gasped in unison, half tempted to rush forward and cling to Jinya's legs. No one knew who shouted first. Big brother, go for it. But soon all the children joined in cheering wildly. Big brother wins. Tanjiro wins. Big brother, knock that cockatoo-haired kid flat. Shut up. With a swift leap, Jinya sent Tanjiro sprawling and roared furious. My name is Jinya. Jinya Ubuyashiki. Not Cockatoo Hair. Kaijin, who had privately nicknamed his apprentice Cockatoo Hair for months, guiltily rubbed his nose and offered an encouraging smile. Go Jinya. Takeo, a boy with a teardrop mole beneath his eye, pouted. Big brother, didn't you want to adopt Big brother as your successor? Then why cheer him on? Huh. I did intend to adopt your brother, but Jinya is already my successor. To prove how poor your brother's judgment is, and how wisely he refused to follow me, Jinya should thrash him thoroughly. Kaijin sat beneath the eaves, resting his arms atop his bent knees, and turned to look at Takeo's pouting face. Well, what do you think? Impressive, isn't he my successor? Would you like to become the pillar of your family too, just like your brother? If so, become my successor and come with me. Before he could finish, Takeo scowled and turned away. Big brother wins. What an incorrigible little brat. Tanjiro showed promise, but beside the prodigies of the Demon Slayer Corps, his talent paled. And against Jinya, both gifted and relentlessly disciplined, he stood no chance. Jinya deliberately avoided all vital points in his strikes. Yet even matching blow for blow, fist for fist, Tanjiro's muscles, forged by labor and modest training, proved no match for Jinya's honed strength. After a brief, brutal exchange, Tanjiro stood panting, arms dangling helplessly at his sides, his face flushed and drenched in sweat. Jinya, meanwhile, stood cool and composed, arms crossed, his expression haughty, though the swollen lump on his forehead undermined his dignity with absurd charm. Arm. Tanjiro's arms ached too fiercely to lift. Kaijin withdrew a tube of ointment from his waist pouch and handed it to Nezuko. Wash the area first, then apply this 3 times daily. It'll heal swiftly. Then he turned to Tanjiro and sighed softly. Tanjiro. Master Kaijin, I've disappointed you. Tanjiro sounded dejected. I sensed Jinya was holding back, but even so, I couldn't land a single punch. Today's spar was merely an appetizer. Jinya hasn't yet shown 1/10 of his true strength. Kaijin reached out and gently ruffled Tanjiro's soft dark red hair. There's no need for remorse. You possess talent, but lack a proper mentor to guide you. I know you don't yet understand why you must master swordsmanship or breath techniques. Next time, I'll tell you, though in truth you'll discover it soon enough. He then pressed some coins into Tanjiro's hand, but Tanjiro hastily declined. Master Kaijin, I earn well selling charcoal now. Not only do I no longer require your support, but I'll repay last time's loan before. This is for recuperation. Kaijin leaned close, voice low. Look at how thin your younger brother has grown, and Nezuko's kimono is long overdue for replacement. He placed the coins firmly into Tanjiro's palm, skip a few charcoal deliveries. Make time to train your swordsman. Today is only the beginning. Every few months I'll return unannounced to assess your progress. Next time it may be Jinya, or someone else entirely. So if you wish to avoid being humiliated before your siblings, train harder. At parting, Tanjiro stood once more at the mountain pass to bid them farewell, though this time his arms hung too sorely. He watched master and apprentice walk side by side down the path, fingers loosening around the coins in his palm. No malice, none at all. Only Kaijin's deep concern, and Jinya's innate kindness. Why help me? Yet Kaijin was right. Takeo and Hanako did need more meat, and Nezuko did need a new kimono. And he could no longer betray Kaijin's compassion. Swordsmanship and breath techniques demanded urgent, unwavering practice. He refused to ever again shame himself before his younger siblings. The descent down the mountain was unexpectedly silent. Kaijin glanced at Jinya beside him, lips pressed tight waiting for praise, and smiled faintly as he tousled his hair. How kind you are, Jinya. Were I you, I'd have given Tanjiro 2 black eyes. The swelling on Jinya's head had faded to a dusky purple, and he grinned. Oh, you wouldn't, master. The temperature gradually rose amidst the battle between the swordsman and the ghost. Qingren took down the bag hanging from the leg of Tsong Kong, retrieved a tightly wrapped vial of potion, and after a moment of thought stuffed it into the storage cabinet on the wall. He then pulled out a sleek black Browning handgun from the drawer, wiping the dust off its surface with a velvet cloth. The weapon of the new era gleamed with a chilling light. The gun was procured by Qingren through an acquaintance who was a hermit, a Browning alongside a more powerful double-barreled shot. Originally intended for Xianmi, who had shown interest in such things since childhood, during their first meeting, he had even aimed at him with a brass slingshot. However, Xianmi found the Browning too small, lacking the power of the double-barreled shotgun. In his experiments, he discovered that after swallowing the blood and flesh of ghosts, he could imbue the bullets with blood ghost techniques, which made him increasingly enamored with the double-barreled shotgun. Gradually, the more expensive Browning was left to gather dust in the drawer. It wasn't until his last visit to the village of Forged Blades, where Tai Di He Yuan Tai Jun introduced him to a master blacksmith from outside the village, that Qingren found the perfect purpose for this gun after ordering a batch of bullets capable of being infused with wisteria poison. Holding the daywheel blade in one hand and the Browning in the other, Qingren felt as though he stood between 2 tracks of history, experiencing a subtle intertwining of time and space. After a moment's hesitation, he wrapped the gun in velvet along with 3 rows of bullets and stuffed them into the bottom of his backpack. He pushed open the door and stepped into the sunlight, where 2 young boys waiting at the entrance turned to face him. Yen Tu and Yi Yong were set to accompany Qingren to headquarters today to participate in their very first Hashira meeting. For the first time, Yi Yong had changed into a new Haori, adding the water element of his master Kanroji to his old robe, featuring a half-blue water pattern and half-dark red, representing his past obsessions. Under the insistence of Kanroji, he had tied his messy black hair into a ponytail. Now, aside from his tightly drawn face, he looked undeniably handsome. Yen Tu's Haori had also been modified, with one half featuring the original yellow, orange, and green tortoiseshell pattern, and the other half resembling Yi Yong's blue water pattern. The fact that the 2 of them shared a single Haori was actually Yi Yong's request. He wanted to express that only together with Yen Tu could they form a complete water pillar. Would Kanroji not be angry? Qingren licked his lips, hesitating to voice that the 2 Haori looked like couple outfits. Also attending the Hashira meeting for the first time was Shinazugawa Sanemi, standing under a tree in the courtyard of headquarters, his expression still fierce and indifferent, with his uniform open to reveal solid muscles and a chest adorned with numerous scars. As Qingren walked in, he turned to glance at his side, not seeing the rooster-haired figure. After lightly nodding at Qingren, he silently turned his face away again. It wasn't until Kanaihu entered that he turned his face back, revealing a stiff smile. Good morning, Mr. Qingren. Kanaihu's voice carried a rare, refreshing quality of summer. Good morning, Mr. Shinazugawa, Mr. Tomioka, and Mr. Kanroji. It seems I've arrived a bit late. Hey Kanaihu, can I eat at the Butterfly Mansion today? I don't mean to make you my cook, but the grilled fish tea rice you make is simply too— Of course, Mr. Qingren. Isn't it a coincidence that Shinobu just bought some fresh fish from the market this morning? We were still debating whether to make fish soup or grilled fish. Fish soup sounds good too. The grilled fish, crispy and crumbled with just a bit of milk, simmered with water to become a milky white fish soup, then strained to remove the fragments. It's perfect for cooking radishes along with tender tofu and shiitake mushrooms. If we make a pot of fish soup, we could still have some left for grilling, which would be nice too. The 2 were deeply engaged in their discussion, chatting about lunch until tomorrow's dinner. Shinazugawa Sanemi's face grew darker while Yen Tu laughed, and Yi Yong stared blankly. Oh, by the way, if I don't eat too much for lunch today, can Yen Tu and Yi Yong join me too? Qingren stroked his chin, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally shifting towards Sanemi. Sanemi, do you want to come? I don't. Sanemi, startled, glanced at Kanaihu. Just as he was about to refuse, Qingren cut him off, saying, I heard from Shinobu that there's a market near the Butterfly Mansion that sells delicious hagi cakes. Kanaihu, hagi cakes, same as proud and bad temper. Sanemi swallowed his refusal and nodded obediently. Then I trouble you, flower pillar. As the sorrowful Yuikairu and the jewel-clad Mwichiru entered, the courtyard became even livelier. It has been a long time since I've seen such a vibrant Hashira meeting, Yuku remarked, likely recalling the past where it was just him and Qingren in a dire situation as tears streamed down his face. The ranks of the Demon Slayer Corps Hashira are increasing. How wonderful. Muichiro unexpectedly took a liking to Yin too. What a magnificent hair color. To have pink hair is truly a great fortune in life. Those silver eyes are also very splendid along with the colorful haori and handsome appearance. In short, it's simply dazzling. As for this kid, he scrutinized Iyong. Your complexion is too dark. People like you find it hard to attract a partner. If I'm not mistaken, you must still be single. Before long, Hina and Nikaido opened the sliding door and informed everyone that the master had arrived. The chatter in the courtyard faded, and all fell silent awaiting the master's arrival. Only Shinazugawa Sanemi, whose emotions were unstable, had eyes burning red with suppressed fury. Thanks to Qing Ren's frantic journey along with Miss Butterfly's medical skills, the previously deemed dying Quang Jin, however, the multiple internal injuries rendered him unable to remain in the ranks of the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, forcing him to be reassigned to the logistics team as a hermit. A skilled warrior like Quang Jin left the swordsman's ranks never to fight alongside him again. Fury burned within Sanemi, especially as even a powerful swordsman like Qing Ren had to kneel before the frail master standing atop the steps. Clenching his fists tightly, Sanemi raised his head, fixing a fierce gaze on the scarred face of Ubuyashiki, Yozu, his back straight. The sounds of greetings to the master in the courtyard gradually subsided, and everyone's eyes focused on Sanemi, who cold sweat beaded on Sanemi's forehead. The glances from several veteran Hashira made his teeth tremble. Damn, is this the pressure of a Hashira? So powerful. Although Mr. Iwazumi struggled to see clearly, he could still accurately locate his position, his compassionate face, carrying a hint of pity for himself. The sound Hashira, who had always boasted with arrogance, had wiped the smile off his face, his sharp gaze shooting like lightning from among the jewels. Kanayo. Miss Kanai, who no longer smiled either, covering her mouth with her hand, a hint of confusion shone in her gentle gaze. Only Mr. Qingren was watching him with great interest, seemingly anticipating something. Qingren felt a mix of surprise and joy in his heart. Hey, finally someone confronted Yozu face to face. Trembling, forcing a dangerous smile on his face, Shimi did not ponder deeply what Mr. Haruhito's smile implied and stubbornly lifted his head. The bitter smile engraved deeply in Sherma's mind as he laid down the Nichiren blade, witnessing Quanjin's horrific injuries. Meanwhile, the person sitting upright in the hall wore a gentle smile, rendering the pain of his subordinates utterly insignificant. While others bled and sacrificed, this guy could still smile and point out the way forward. Shimi clenched his fists, his biting words bursting forth from between his teeth one by one. I say, Lord Arakawa. He suppressed his anger, the smile at the corner of his lips looking quite sinister. Your posture seems so relaxed. Too weak indeed. Clearly someone who has hardly read any books, even cursing others, fails to strike at their weak points quickly. Haruhito secretly curled his lips, raising his head to observe Arakawa Yozai's expression. Yozai, of course, would not be moved by such words. The trials his body and life had endured were far deeper than these biting remarks. But the three Hashira beside Shimi raised their heads, their pupils trembling. Mr. Fushikawa. Can I watch? Fushikawa. Akamori frowned, veins bulging on his neck. Your words are too much. You brat. Yuzutsu Tenjin cast a disdainful glance at him, bending his arm as his taut muscles tightened around the golden arm ring. Did the cultivator of the wind breath not teach you what manners are? No worries. Yozei nodded gently. I can fully understand Mr. Fushikawa's feelings. Let's just listen to understand. You sitting up there so high, how can you comprehend the feelings of us desperate fighters down below? You merely see everyone present as pawns to be discarded in your game for dominance. Game for dominance. Arakawa Yozei shook his head. The Arakawa family is wealthy enough to rival nations, easily able to profit and avoid disaster. If I wanted to participate in a war and stir the winds, it would be a piece of cake. But what does that have to do with me? Our goal has always been to slay the demon king Muzan Kabutsuji, to spare more people from disaster. You must be kidding yourself if you believe your own lies. Shimi raised his voice. To slay Muzan Kabutsuji. A person determined to kill demons who has no calluses on their hands. Look at your frail form. How dare you claim you want to slay Muzan Kabutsuji? Arakawa Yozei paused, letting out a gentle sigh. I'm sorry, he said softly. What? Shimi was taken aback. I once also wanted to be a powerful swordsman, using my blade to defend my ideals, fighting alongside everyone. But you are right, my body is too weak. Even a simple 10 swings of the blade leaves me gasping for breath. Arakawa Yozai's unique voice brushed against Sherma's heart, like a gentle breeze, causing him to relax his brow, unable to utter a word. Haruhito seemed lost in thought, vaguely recalling he had asked a similar question before. As the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, why can't you even lift a sword? At the same age, Haruhito could already carry a full basket of charcoal with ease, yet Yozei, dressed like a girl, could not even lift the Nichiren blade. Back then, the young Arakawa was not as skilled in cultivation as he was now, and could not remain calm in the face of doubt. How would I know? I also want to use a sword to protect the ones I love. Arakawa Yozei turned his head away, refusing to look at the blade. But can I refuse what heaven has given? He could do nothing about his physical frailty, only forge his will to be incredibly resilient, leading countless swordsmen who regarded him as their faith with his kind and gentle spirit. The swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps are by no means mere pawns. If a pawn must be selected, the one most easily discarded would be me. Even if the Demon Slayer Corps loses me, it will not cease to function. I have already decided on my successor. Even if I die one day, the mission of the Demon Slayer Corps will be firmly upheld. Seeing him calmly speak of his fate, all the Hashira swordsmen bowed their heads in sadness. I know you have some grievances for Kwang Jin being injured and entering seclusion. Oh, I truly apologize. For a mission that broke up close-knit comrades. Yose gently lowered his head. After Kwang Jin recovers, I will sincerely apologize to him in this room. Mr. Kwang Jin is very gentle and did not worry about himself, but instead cared more about you, Mr. Shimi. Shimi opened his mouth, unable to utter a single syllable. After a long while, he finally managed to say, "Did you guess that I was taking my frustrations out on you because of this matter? Fushikawa, are you angry because you fear that the leader will forget the swordsmen who have contributed? Is that why you are so upset?" Kanai looked at him intently. But the leader will remember the names and lives of all his swordsmen. How could this be? The names and lives of those swordsmen who fought alongside him that he does not even remember. Shimi stood there seemingly ensnared by a great net called shame. Haruhito turned his face, watching that face grow redder almost to the point of suffocation. Oh, indeed, still so. He nudged his knee with his elbow. If you feel ashamed and can't come down because of misunderstanding others, then quickly apologize sincerely. Stop trying to hold on. Shimi trembled his lips, unable to tell Haruhito that he looked into Arakawa Yozai's eyes and seemed to see his mother. It was the same embrace, the same gentle warmth. Thank you, Mr. Haruhito, for the timely step up. Shimi knelt down, readily clenched his fists, his entire body tense with shame. His eyes widened to the maximum. I am very sorry. Oddly, after saying this, the pressure on him lightened significantly. Oh, indeed, was it hardest to speak. Shimi stammered his apology to Arakawa Yose, and Akamori felt his remorse, clasped his hands, and wept. My lord, please do not say die anymore. We are determined to slay Muzan Kibutsuji. Haruhito suddenly remembered a phrase he had seen before. Even if my body perishes, I will surely slay the evil spirit. The Arakawa family truly piles up this saying with their lives. If you are ashamed and cannot come down because of misunderstanding others, then quickly apologize sincerely. This is truly laughable, a truth of life. Holding on will lead to a bad outcome. Brother Kanroji really knows how to deal with the Tsundere. Tsundere ruins a lifetime anti-Tsundere master Kanroji. A whole family of Tsundere all falling into the hands of Kanroji. Ha. What is this? Shinrin hurriedly adjusted the snacks prepared for him by Tianin, placing them into the backpack, when he caught sight of a handgun wrapped in a velvet bag that was pulled out from the bottom. He examined it in his hands for a while, the sleek curves of the firearm plunging him into contemplation. The bullets were specially designed to be infused with wisteria poison. Shinrin took the Browning, removing the magazine to show him the specially made bullets. The projectile will explode after embedding itself within the demon's body, injecting 0.5 milliliters of wisteria poison. Although it's not much, the total amount from an empty magazine is definitely not negligible. Moreover, he hefted the gun. It's not heavy, even someone with little strength can pull the trigger. My lord, times have changed, and this thing is truly effective. Is it a gift for me? Because I am weak. Yaozai received the gun, testing its balance, and found it very comfortable to handle. Shinrin looked at him in silence. Yaozai also remained silent. I can give you another. Alright, stop. Yaozai shoved the Browning back into his hands. Let's go. Aren't you leaving yet? Hurry up. If you don't leave, I'll take the snacks back and eat them myself. Shinrin threw the backpack on his back and responded loudly. I'm leaving right now. My lord, take care of your health. Yaozai looked at his departing figure, his gaze filled with contemplation. Times have changed. Should he also make some new adjustments in attacking and defending against demons? Outside, Kanahui was comforting Shimi, who was frustrated and angry with himself. Kingren's smile grew wider. Kiba was also laughing while Eong remained in a daze. These lovely people from the Demon Slayer Corps. How wonderful it would be if they could live long and prosper. He entrusted the Browning to Kochu Shinobu, instructing her to practice with standard bullets like Shimi usually does. Practicing at the Butterfly Mansion is too noisy. Perhaps I should wait until my sister returns before finding a place to practice. Return. Shinrin raised an eyebrow, while Shimi shifted her gaze from the rice cakes, with only Eong still smiling at his bowl of his special salmon and daikon. Yes, now the people of Kirawakuyama will laugh. It seems there's a malevolent spirit hidden in the Sando area of Tokyo, possibly related to a cult, and several swordsmen who went to investigate have gone missing. Kanahui nodded, placing a bowl of fish soup in front of Shimi, and smiled gently at Shinrin. It's nothing, I will. Yes, caution is the best approach. It would require the involvement of pillar-level swordsmen. This malevolent spirit likely exists and poses a significant danger. In contrast, the unkillable Chuan lost interest in even eating his rice cakes after hearing Kanahui's words. After lunch, Shinrin rushed back to Kirawakuyama. He still had to patrol the area tonight. After completing the patrol, dawn had already broken. He pushed open the door, and the neatly arranged bedding had 2 of the 3 quilts removed, leaving only his solitary quilt lying in the middle. Kiba and Eong had each been assigned their own districts. Although they would not completely move away from Kirawakuyama, they would be spending less and less time there. Side busy, so busy being busy is better. He shook his head and placed the Nichiren blade on the rack, curling up in his bedding, just about to take a short nap, when a rolling barrage suddenly appeared before his eyes. Kanahui. Food Pillar Brother is sleeping, Wind Pillar Brother is roaring, Rock Pillar Brother is crying, the 2 water pillars are patrolling, everyone is engaged in ordinary activities, but only Kanahui is walking alone toward death. Don't go, Sister Butterfly, that's Doma. I'm not watching anymore. Crocodile tears are worthless, and the knives from the crocodile's family are also worthless. Sister, I still prefer the way you smile. After sister died, Shinobu seemed to smile less often. Little Shinobu is going crazy. Shimi is going crazy. I am also going crazy. Shinrin sat up, wrapped himself in his haori, took his sword, and kicked the wooden door open. Doma. He recognized that name. The upper moon too, who had transformed Hutai and Miko into a bull demon and a wet woman. Doma. Is Kanaho's target this time really him? Will Kanahoe die at his hands? A lower moon can make things so chaotic. If he encounters an upper moon, would there even be a chance to escape? What if he joins in? With two pillars, would there be a chance to fight? Over the years, the Demon Slayer Corps has gathered too little information about the 12 Kazuki. They can't even obtain critical information on blood demon arts, nor do they know the names of the 12 Kazuki, let alone compare their combat power. Kingren's heart raced, yet he dared not pause his steps. The journey from Kirawakuyama to Tokyo Sando would take a considerable amount of time. He needed to quicken his pace. Changing what has yet to happen. Surely it is possible. After clarifying the specific area where the demons appeared, Kanahoe headed toward the nearby village. Those who died were followers of the Infinite Paradise cult. It seems the problem lies with this strange religion. Kanahoe exhaled softly, looking at the darkening sky, feeling a sense of unease and a bad premonition. Infinite Paradise. Just the name sounds like an unserious cult. Moreover, to place one's paradise on the faith in an unknown deity is far too disingenuous. Her footsteps fell on the packed earth of the village and in the night sky. It seemed as though there was a scent of blood. The suppressed sobs drifted into her ears with the gentle breeze, tightening Kanahoe's heart as she quickened her steps toward the source of the sound. Master, please forgive me. Please spare me. Oh dear, why are you crying so much? Let me send you to the world of paradise. Wasn't that your wish? I'm merely fulfilling your desire. In the disordered room, a beautiful young girl lay on the ground, tears flowing freely as she trembled in fear, unable to crawl out for help. No. Even if she crawled out, no one would come to save her. The entire village's people had their minds controlled by this monster known as the Infinite Paradise cult. Even begging and crying would be seen by others as being unworthy of enjoying the arrival of paradise, leading them to be cast into hell. And that master revered as a divine being by countless followers, this handsome and ethereal man, who often wore a carefree smile, was the true demon that crawled out from hell. She was merely a pitiful creature bewitched by beauty and faith. She did not deserve to die. The girl desperately reached for, please save me. Who can come to save me? In the center of the room stood a man dressed in Western-style kimono, wearing a triangular hat, his handsome face resembling that of a deity, with a gentle and warm smile. He possessed rainbow-colored irises and smooth white oak hair. The curve of his smile appeared as if it had been meticulous. Oh dear, don't run so far since you're unwilling. Then I must come to you. He slightly raised his head, and in the candlelight of the room, the beautiful rainbow eyes bore the inscriptions for Upper Moon and 2. Upper Moon 2 Doma. Toma wore an impeccable smile on his face, a smile that appeared particularly terrifying against the backdrop of him just having finished devouring the young girl. He walked towards the girl with slow, graceful steps, as if dancing atop blood. Oh! Seemingly sensing something, he slightly tilted his head, his pupils fixated on an unknown point. Someone is coming. In almost an instant, a figure as graceful as a butterfly created a whirlwind that tore through the wooden door, rescuing the terrified girl who was on the verge of fainting right beneath Toma's eyelids. Kaneo gently placed the girl on the ground, just like Mr. Hikaru had once saved her and her sister. So, whether facing an ordinary evil spirit or a lower moon, or even the upper moon in front of her, she would fight like Mr. Hikaru. Kaneo adjusted her breathing, gripping the Nichiren blade tightly, a glimmer of determination flashing in her pink eye. However, Toma did not immediately launch an attack. His gaze fell upon Kaneo's face, and he appeared to be joyfully elated. It's a girl, a beautiful and fragrant girl. A girl so delicious should be enjoyed on an empty stomach, but I've already had one before. He pondered slightly, as if genuinely conflicted about what to do. Then, let's play with you to consume some of the food in my stomach. Toma's smile was truly innocent, and if one disregarded the blood staining the corners of his mouth, he resembled a divine envoy on earth. Kaneo gritted her teeth and propelled herself forward with a swift leap. Breath of Flowers, fourth form. The blade swung, and countless fluttering petals poured down from the tip of the sword as a streak of pink light rapidly unleashed 2 consecutive strikes towards the unprepared Toma. Though the moves are beautiful, they are still. Toma smiled as he flicked his wrist, revealing a gleaming metal fan that blossomed in his hand, effortlessly blocking Kaneo's attacks. Too weak. He leaped forward, slicing horizontally with the fan handle, the fan face colliding with Kaneo's blade, forcing her to retreat 2 steps in haste. Kaneo's heart slowly sank. The demon before her had become unimaginably powerful. Facing the attacks of a Hashira-level swordsman, he didn't even need to use blood demon arts. Simply relying on the power of the demon itself was enough to withstand her strikes. Could she defeat such an enemy? Oh dear, don't stare at me so intently. Enter my belly and become one with me. This is glory and reward. Toma lightly arched his brows. Come, stand up, let me see how the flesh of a demon slayer swordsman differs from that of other girls. Such a demon was beyond redemption. Such a demon had no need for salvation. Blood trickled into Kaneo's eyes as she positioned the Nichiren blade before her, striving to stabilize her breath. Breath of Flowers, fifth form. Sharp moves blossomed around her, showering petals everywhere. Fruitless peony. 9 rapid strikes erupted like lightning from behind the petals, piercing towards the same point, like peony petals. 9 strikes are indeed fast. But they still cannot sever my neck. Toma closed and extending the iron fan, its edge sharp as a blade, instantly slicing open Kaneo's abdomen. Blood splattered out, staining the butterfly Haori a deep crimson. Kaneo let out a muffled groan, spinning in midair and adjusting the blade. Breath of Flower's 6th form. Swirling Peach. Ineffective, ineffective. All her attacks were futile against this upper moon, not even forcing out his blood demon. The pain from her abdomen made Kaneo realize that her stomach might have been ruptured. She could only free one hand to cover her abdomen, preventing her organs from spilling out during the battle. It seemed there was truly no way out. Her breathing techniques posed no threat to this demon. Was the gap between a Hashira and an upper moon really this vast? Toma appeared in no hurry to defeat her, but watched with great interest as she struggled in pain. The expressions of those who once prayed to me were just like yours. He spread his arms, as if accepting the prayers of his followers. They suffered hardships in life, wanting to communicate with the God of ultimate bliss through me to enter the realm of eternal paradise. But there is no God of ultimate bliss in this world. The so-called hell is merely a comfort for the weak of heart. I am the only deity who can lead them to ultimate bliss and eternal life. He reached out his hand towards Kaneo. Hey miss, wouldn't it be a blissful thing to be completely devoured by me and become part of my body? Blissful, FKU. A voice seemed to echo from afar, quickly drawing closer, culminating in a brilliant streak of meteors slicing through. Breath of Star's 1st form. Tear of Light. This technique was executed with such speed that Toma barely had time to react before a thin line of blood appeared on his face. The white-haired swordsman, enveloped in the wind, had rushed for an entire day, finally catching up to this one-sided battle amidst a chorus of lament. After landing a hit, he did not greedily pursue, but swiftly retreated while holding Kaneo's waist. Kaneo's breath was unstable. Hikaru withdrew his hand, and a large patch of blood stained the Haori on his arm. Kaneo. Hikaru's heart tightened as the girl lifted her head, revealing an extremely pale smile. I'm fine. Mr. Hikaru, please focus on the enemy. This state did not look anything like fine. Hikaru suppressed the anger within him, fixating his gaze tightly on the upper moon before him. Another one. Toma tilted his head in confusion. If you're still that weak, then don't fight. Let me kill you right away to spare you some pain. The night breeze brushed against Hikaru's tousled hair, revealing his tense face, causing the demon to freeze. You're actually a boy. How unfortunate this face. If it were on a girl, I would devour you clean from head to toe. You f***ing are a pervert. Hikaru fiercely discarded the scabbard, raising his hand for his strongest move, Breath of Star's 9th form. Points of starlight appeared around him, a full moon rising above Toma's head, as the Nicaran blade sliced through the night sky, charging towards Toma. After toying with Kaneo for so long, Toma finally felt a sense of threat for the first time. He no longer underestimated the situation and redirected the iron fan, unleashing blooming ice crystal snow lotuses. Phew! Ice crystal powder sprayed out from the fan, flooding towards Hikaru. The bright moon above the demon's head shattered. Hikaru leaped and twirled in the air, landing lightly on the ground behind him, suddenly covering his mouth and nose. A wisp of frozen powder entered his nose. Just that tiny bit followed the nasal cavity into his body, wreaking havoc along the respiratory tract. Oh dear. The bloodline on Toma's face had vanished, and his smile grew even more radiant. It seems you've absorbed my blood into you. Cough, cough, cough. Qingren vigorously pounded his chest, expelling the frozen powder from his lungs before it could inflict further harm. This ghost's blood demon technique is particularly effective against the breathing technique of the Ghost Slayer. Interesting. Tong Mo leaned closer, a sly smile on his face. How does it feel? Do your internal organs feel like they're freezing? Bang! Without a word, Qingren threw a punch. Tong Mo dodged the punch with a quick step back, complaining. You really have a terrible personality. I was trying to speak to you politely. Qingren smacked the ground, reversing his grip on the knife, sweeping it horizontally towards Tong Mo. Is being polite about wanting to eat my bones. Ding! Tong Mo raised his iron fan to block. Savoring a delicious dish thoroughly is the greatest respect for the food itself. That statement isn't wrong. Did you do it to the Nyo Gui and Ru Nu? Moi. Tong Mo tilted his head. Those names sound somewhat familiar. Wait a moment, I have a good memory. He pressed his hand down, urging Qingren to pause his attack. Wait a moment. Qingren, amused and angry, lightly shook the blue-purple blade, the technique forming at the tip of his knife. Breath of the Stars, 2nd form, Starfire conflagration. The cold blade light dispelled the surrounding sparkling frozen powder. Did I not say to wait? Tong Mo, rummaging through his memories, impatiently unleashed his first blood demon technique. Blood demon technique, Twisted Lotus. Several vines entwined with ice crystal lotuses shot out from under his iron fan, quickly swirling towards the oncoming Qingren. Qingren forcibly twisted his body, landing a point on the first vine to arrive, his toes surprisingly covered in a hint. His heart raced, and he immediately chose to abandon the Starfire conflagration, changing the direction of the blade as a new technique poured forth. Breath of the Star's 4th form, Stellar Shift. In an instant, his position switched with Tong Mo's, and the vines of the ice crystal lotuses surged toward Tong Mo. Pooh! The vines tightly wrapped around Tong Mo, but withered and decayed just as they were about to tighten. My position actually changed. Tong Mo's eyes widened, and his expression brightened. Is this your breathing? Oh dear, is this a whole new school of thought? I've never seen such a beautiful technique before. Oh dear, what nonsense is this? Why does this person talk so annoyingly? Moreover, although Tong Mo wore a cheerful smile, the indifference in his eyes and the meticulously crafted curve of his lips revealed that he was merely putting on a facade. Emotionless beings are the hardest to deal with. But who are the Nyo Gue and Ru Nu you mentioned? Not being able to remember is indeed troubling and definitely not that old. Tong Mo chuckled lightly, inserting his sharp finger into his temple right before Qing Ren's gaze, which was filled with disdain. Massaging the temple. Qing Ren couldn't control the twitching of his mouth. This powerful and beautiful, yet sickly individual was truly terrifying in a way that surpassed all the ghosts he had encountered. Tong Mo's finger wriggled within the blood hole he had dug out, and his expression seemed more like he was digging into his brain than his ear. Found it, Tong Mo answered joyfully. Is it that girl from the plains? I've always thought she had the talent to enter the 12 Kazuki, but unfortunately her progress seems to be hindered by a man who should have died long ago. I initially planned to directly kill that man, and unfortunately Miho, that's her name, right? Her obsession with him is too deep, so deep, that even in the process of becoming a ghost she forces herself to crawl over and stuff her arm into the man's mouth. Thus they transformed into such strange things. Tong Mo shrugged. Feeding him during the transformation means she'll have to feed him for the rest of her life. I am quite disappointed with her actions. Is this why the Ru Nu must share part of their nutrients with the Nyo Gue after Qing Ren finally pieced together the incomplete images in his mind? Oh dear, I guess I know why you're asking about those too. Tong Mo's colorful eyes fell upon Qing Ren's face. Are you also yearning for me to grant you precious blood to achieve eternal rebirth like them? Although you look quite good and smell sweet, I still prefer girls who can bear children to go further down the path of ghosts. Like that Hashira behind you, she seems to be seriously injured. Should I help her? Qing Ren quickly glanced back, his heart sinking. Not good. Kanai seems to have fainted from excessive blood loss. I must hurry to leave here. At this point he could no longer imagine being able to kill this powerful upper moon. Ensuring Kanai's safe departure would already be the best outcome. Oh, do you want to leave? Tong Mo blinked innocently. Perhaps you don't realize, but your thoughts are all written on your face. Qing Ren tightened his face, a surge of irritation rising within him. Did no one speak to this ghost in his past life? Why is he talking so much? But it's impossible to run. Although you're fast with the one who has fainted, it's not guaranteed. Has anyone ever told you? You talk a lot. No one has, but some ghosts have. No longer engaging in banter, Qing Ren swiftly swung the light tear knife, quickly approaching Tong Mo, slashing towards his head. Such a fast blade. The latter swung his fan, laughing amidst the blooming ice crystal lotuses. What a shame, what a shame. Still too weak. No, I can't get entangled with him any longer. My blade only ignites his fighting spirit, and what they need right now is not combat, but an opportunity to flee from battle. Is a Hashira-level swordsman really this pitiful in front of an upper moon? Qing Ren felt a sharp pain in his lungs, and despite his repeated efforts to avoid inhaling the frozen powder sprayed by Tong Mo, he relying on the breathing technique in battle still fell into his trap. The more obstructed his lungs became, the more he needed to breathe fresh air. Qing Ren's breaths grew heavier, eventually sounding like the broken breath of a consumptive. Oh dear, do you hear your own breathing? Tong Mo made a surprised, annoying face. It seems like your breath is about to give out. Inhaling too much of my blood will do this. Once you die and your belly is cut open, you'll find your lungs have turned into a fibrous mass, like burlap. Come on, let me behead you now, so you can leave this world without worries and go to the paradise everyone longs for. What nonsense. If I can't even leave a scratch on this ghost, how will others regard me in the future? That Hashira is a disgrace. Eating so much normally, yet when it comes to fighting against an upper moon, he's utterly useless. Qing Ren took a deep breath and held it, reducing the irritation of the cold air on his lungs. He tremblingly raised the Nichiren blade, gathering all his strength in his hand. The bright moon quietly hung over Tong Mo's head. Qing Ren opened his eyes, gazing at that round moon, revealing a bitter smile. Tonight's stars seem like they will lose to the night. Breath of the star's ninth form. Lunar eclipse. The blue-purple blade light sliced through the night sky, and the wind it stirred even tore Tong Mo's kimono. In an instant the blade struck against the demon's neck, cutting into the crimson flesh, finally losing power before a raised iron fan. At that moment, there was no hint of emotion on Tong Mo's face. His left hand raised the iron fan to block the strike that was even beyond his imagination. Your blade is really fast. He murmured, what a pity I'm not slow either. Qing Ren lowered his head to look at his chest. Tong Mo's other hand slowly retracted the iron fan, still holding a beating heart on the fan's surface. Star Hashira. Take me away, I might really cry to death. If Star Hashira's speed were just a bit faster, he could probably have beheaded this bastard. I pay for a subscription just to see this. I really can't believe that Crocodile later Shinobu will drag two corpses alone. One is her sister, and the other is her savior. I'm out. Whoever wants to watch can watch. Star Hashira's death was the same as Shinobu's mother. Both had their hearts ripped out by a demon. Tong Mo was a respectable person in his lifetime. Let's all spit and leave. Demon scum. Phew. The white-haired swordsman let out a long breath, stepped back 2 paces, and then fell into the endless darkness. It's so dark. Qing Ren felt drowsy, straining to hear what seemed like hurried footsteps. Am I not dead? Know the body lying on the ground is clearly mine long since dead, with the blood flowing from my chest already Not far away, Kanahoe's chest still showed faint rises and falls as she struggled to hold on waiting for someone's arrival. The sun has risen and the wooden house lay shattered from the battle's blade light, and icy lotus unable to block the sunlight pouring in. Perhaps this is why Kanahoe was not devoured by Doma. As the footsteps grew closer, Butterfly Shinobu appeared at the backlit doorway. Seeing her dying sister at the entrance, she let out a sharp cry of despair, then turned her gaze to the chaos within where Shinren lay, the short cry fading from her throat. Sister. Shinren. Unbeknownst to her, tears filled her eyes. The white-haired swordsman lay on his back looking serene, as if merely asleep. With all his blood flowing out after losing the pump of his heart, a dark red pool formed beneath him. Shinobu had stayed in the butterfly mansion for so long, yet she had never witnessed such a large amount of blood loss. She dared not approach that direction. Just the day before, she had placed a bowl on his head at the dining table to ask for more rice, and just before leaving, she had scolded Mr. Yurichi and Mr. Kanroji for not accompanying him back to the Misty Mountain. Clearly, he was so alive, why was he lying there now with his chest no longer rising? Butterfly Shinobu held Kanahoe tightly, weeping softly into her neck. Sister, sister, I will take you home. Let's heal your wounds first. Her tears fell into Kanahoe's collar, bringing her a fleeting warmth. Shinobu. Kanahoe could not even muster a smile. She gently turned her head to glance at Shinren's corpse, only bitterness remaining on her lips. Even Mr. Shinren could not escape death at the hands of the upper moon. What about Shinobu? She. Left alone in this world, what should she do? Kanahoe knew she was dying. Her abdomen was filled with blood, and had it not been for the lingering will to see Shinobu, she might have already succumbed to the cold floor. She could only muster all her strength to raise her hand, her cold fingertips brushing against Butterfly Shinobu's cheek. Shinobu, listen to your sister, leave the Demon Slayer core. The dim light in her pink eyes gradually faded, leaving only a deathly silence. The girl sat on the cold floor, curled up in a dazed feeling, as if her blood were about to freeze amidst the cold corpse. In the early morning of Misty Mountain, Shinren trembled awake, shaking off his state of utter exhaustion. He raised his hand to touch his neck, where it seemed a trace of the sensation from the iron fan still lingered. A thin line of blood had not completely retraced, and the cracks in his skin slowly began to merge under his fingertips. Cold, sharp, and painfully acute. Compared to the first time Doma had taken his heart, or the second time when his head was severed. It seemed his death was even more tragic. For the first time he faced an enemy, and died, twice retracing twice. The remnants of the second retraced injuries told him that continuous retracing would leave scars. If he were to be beheaded again and retrace back to Misty Mountain, how many scars would remain? Would his entire head, at that time would the wounds still retrace? A head falling on the bed would surely startle anyone who walked in right. In an instant, so many thoughts flashed through Shinren's mind. Sigh. In the last duel with Doma, he had arrived early to prevent Kanahoe from being gravely injured by Doma. Yet even with the two Hashira working together, they could not kill Doma. This demon's blood demon arts were shockingly excessive. The two had besieged him for a long time, yet still Doma effortlessly decapitated them both. At this rate, even if he started gathering the Hashira, he knew the final outcome would merely be an increase in casualties. Could it be? Shinren stood up hesitating as he opened the storage cabinet on the wall, retrieving a tightly wrapped potion. The vial contained a flowing scarlet liquid, and just looking at it made Shinren's scalp tingle. This was a potion from Tamayo containing just a hint of Musen's blood, the least harmful potion to the human body that Tamayo had developed naturally with minimal enhancement effects. If you want to transform your physique, you must gradually familiarize yourself with the destructive nature of this medicine. Shinren recalled Tamayo's words, sighing as he stuffed the potion into his pocket. Clang clang. The blade clashed with the iron fan, sending sparks flying. Doma's form was agile, easily avoiding Shinren's horizontal slash. Oh dear, you missed. But honestly, even if you had hit me, I would recover in the blink of an eye. That's the difference between humans and demons. He looked at Shinren enthusiastically. How about drinking my blood and becoming a powerful demon like me? Breath of Flower's fifth form peony. Petals swirled around him as Kanahoe's blade interrupted Doma's pitch. Do you want to join too? Come join. Blood demon art falling lotus. Doma flicked his fan, sending a flurry of crystal ice shards flying along with a large quantity of freezing powder. Kanahoe immediately retreated. Having been warned by Shinren about the terrifying nature of the freezing powder, she dared not touch a single speck. Kanahoe's attack gave Shinren a chance to breathe. He quietly retreated, pulling the vial from his pocket. Removing the cork, Shinren no longer hesitated and tilted his head, pouring the potion into his mouth. The texture was sticky, the taste reminiscent of rusty medicinal herbs, and almost instantly his tongue felt numb. Huff, huff. A burning sensation surged from his throat all the way to his chest, as if he had swallowed not a potion, but a bottle of high-proof liquor. Hey, what are you drinking? Doma quickly noticed his little action, tilting his head and nimbly dodging Kanahoe's attack, before closing in on Shinren. What a bitter smell. Kanahoe nervously stared at Shinren, clever as she recognized that it was Tamayo's potion. And what was in that potion bottle, she could almost guess with a slight turn of her mind. Mr. Shinren. The effect of that small vial of potion exceeded Shinren's imagination. The veins on his arms and forehead bulged, as if countless cells were dying and being reborn within him. But would this make him age quickly? He exhaled a long breath, dispelling the freezing powder that had been swirling in front of his nostrils. Shinran quickly raised his arm, delivering an elbow strike to the approaching Doma. Bang! Doma, caught off guard, paused. How has your speed increased? Blood demon art withered garden snowfall. He swiftly waved the fan, the gleaming metallic fan wrapped in frost rushing towards Shinran. Breath of Flowers, second form plum blossom. Kanahui quickly joined in from behind, her plum blossom-like blade light radiating outward, rapidly dismantling Doma's blood demon art. Shinran looked at the palm of his hand, and in the next second, he brutally pierced his left hand with a blue-purple blade. Blood surged from his palm, but rather than flowing down, it clung to the blade's surface, as if it were a living thing suppressed by the breathing technique. Breath of Stars, fifth form. Shinran spread his hands, as if drawing a bow, pulling the blade from his palm. Just as the tip of the blade left his palm, the wound began to heal rapidly. Blood sacrifice. He suddenly lifted his gaze, his misty blue eyes swirling with a tide, several strands of blood entwining within, transforming the demeanor of the white-haired swordsman into a frenzy. Tong Mo's expression froze on his face. His gaze swept over Haruto's healing flesh, then landed on his face. There is no scent of a demon, yet there is a healing ability comparable to that of lower-tier demons. Just like how humans feel a sense of crisis upon seeing a primate, Tong Mo felt an unshakable sense of danger as he looked at Haruto, who possessed healing abilities akin to a demon, even though he could not feel the emotion of anxiety. His multicolored eyes narrowed slightly, and in an instant a surge of killing intent erupted. He no longer held a mindset of teasing them, as before, waiting for the swordsman to make the first move. Instead, he leaped forward quickly, his fan's shadow flickering, splashing a large area with frozen powder ice crystals. Blood demon technique, Frozen Cloud. However, Haruto's reaction speed was extremely fast. As Tong Mo leaped forward, he had already sidestepped, raising his hand to catch a light tear instantly approaching Tong Mo from behind. So fast, Tong Mo's heart skipped a beat as he quickly twisted his body. The sleeves of his Western-style kimono swirled, the frozen powder splattering it all over Haruto's face. As the frozen powder made contact with Haruto's facial skin, it began to frost over, and the extreme cold blood made his face suffer frostbite. Fortunately, Haruto reacted in time and closed his eyes, preventing the frozen powder from invading his eyes. Swish! The swordsman's movement did not falter due to the frozen powder. His blade swept across Tong Mo's chest, leaving a deep knife mark. The blood that flowed along the blade seemed to come alive, burrowing into Tong Mo's unhealed wound the moment Haruto broke through the demon's skin. Haruto finally let out a slight sigh of relief, using his toes to create distance. His face, now stained with frozen powder, first felt numb, then became unbearably itchy. Haruto turned to look at Kanai, who bore a look of surprise and concern. The frostbite is rotting, but it's healing. Are there any side effects? It seems there are. Haruto felt his heart racing, his mouth dry, and his heart pounding. Although the healing accelerated, all the pain felt magnified in his senses. The palm that was pierced earlier had healed, yet he still felt a throbbing pain. Oh no, am I mutating? If I survive this fight but turn into something else, I will lie in front of Tamayo's house and insist she cures me. Even if Yushiro glares at me with his eyes, I won't leave. Tong Mo took 2 steps back, visibly unhappy, and said, I have always injected blood into others' bodies. Aside from that esteemed one, no one has dared to stain my body with blood before. As he spoke, his gaze suddenly flickered. Such fascinating blood. Haruto no longer focused on his own body, grunting, take advantage of his illness to strike at his life. I will restrain him. You find an opportunity to escape first. We are no match for him. Haruto, Kanai exclaimed urgently as the white-haired swordsman swung his blade, leaping forward once again. Such fascinating blood. Is it an illusion? Is it an illusion? I can actually see that beautiful girl I devoured the day before yesterday. Tong Mo laughed wildly, seemingly oblivious to Haruto's attack as he lowered his head. I've changed my mind. I've changed my mind. You should feel honored. Because you are the first man I have decided to eat. He suddenly looked up, his fan open, spinning in his palm, deflecting Haruto's blade. Such a wonderful taste. I will savor it while draining every last drop of your fresh blood. It seemed that either the quantity of blood was insufficient or Tong Mo's power was too overwhelming. The effect of Haruto's blood on him was minimal. Kanai looked outside the house where the sky was lightning, time quietly passing in the one-sided battle. Hold on. Just a little longer. The sun will rise. At this moment, Haruto truly felt Tong Mo's strength as the second upper rank. Amidst the torrential assault and endless blood demon techniques, he felt like a small boat swaying in the eye of a storm, ready to be overturned by Tong Mo at any moment. He had lost count of how many times the frozen powder had brushed against his face, leaving it numb, painful, and then unbearably. This rapid recovery ability seemed to drain every cell's vitality in his body. What kind of potion did Tong Mo knew time was not on his side to kill this man who had first ignited his desires before the sun rose? He sighed lightly. What a pity. If you hadn't let me taste the sweetness of your blood, perhaps I could have left you with a whole corpse. He covered his face with his fan, slightly squinting his eyes with a shy smile. Then from now on, let us end this meaningless struggle. A chilling wind swept through the wooden house, and 2 girl ice lotus statues carved from pure ice appeared inside. Their facial features were lifelike, spewing forth vast clouds of cold mist from their mouths, nearly turning the entire room into an icy hell. Blood demon technique, cold and fierce white princess. Haruto's breath caught, and his entire body movements so cold, it feels like my blood is about to freeze. Oh dear, don't rush, it's not over yet. Tong Emo chuckled as he waved his fan, countless ice pillars forming above Haruto, and Kanai suddenly crashing down with the movement of his arm. Dodge. Can't get away. Haruto forced his stiff limbs to move only to find he couldn't evade the overlapping attack. Is it coming again? This time, is it 1,000 arrows piercing the heart? Time seemed to come to a halt. The heavy sound of running feet reached Haruto's ears, causing Tong Emo to lift his head. A heavy sound of breaking air echoed as a chain connected a broad axe and a meteor hammer crashing through the wooden walls and into the room. That heavy weapon spun and shattered all the falling ice pillars before slamming into one of the girl ice lotus statues, grinding it into fine powder. An exceptionally tall figure flew into the house, his sandbag-sized fists smashing straight toward Tong Mo's head. Those eyes blind to sight, yet sensing the dangers within the house, now blazed with furious flames. Bewailing owl. The newcomer was none other than Kageyama. How did you? It's me. The sky rotated in midair. Haruto took the potion when he left, and his eyes looked dangerous. I felt something was about to happen. Kageyama was not far from here and arrived just in time. Thank you, Haruto shouted. Kageyama's strength was terrifying. Even when his fist was dodged by Tong Emo, he swung back and shattered another girl ice lotus statue, rewrapping the thrown Nichiren blade around his hand. Without the slowing effect of cold and fierce white princess, Haruto gripped the Nichiren blade anew, refocusing his gaze on Tong Emo. A full moon rose from the demon's triangular hat. What a pity. Tong Emo looked wistfully at the rising sun, pitifully addressing Haruto. This pillar, do you really not intend to let me eat you? I truly want to eat a man for the first time. I promise it won't hurt. Ba, what absurd words, what pure evil, it's enough to make one weep. Kageyama sighed. Let me smash your head in one go, I won't let you feel any pain. Breath of the stars. You. I have no grievance with you, why do you speak with such hostility upon meeting? Breath of the ninth form. Tong Emo sighed regretfully then. Next time when we meet again, I will not hold back. Oh, Haruto swung the Nichiren blade towards Tong Emo, muscles tensing as he prepared for the strike. Crescent moon. Before the full moon disappeared, Tong Mo's expression remained unchanged as a layer of frost enveloped Haruto's Nichiren blade before it clashed with the fan and blade. Clang. In the clash of metal on metal, the frosted blade became brittle, and upon touching the fan, it broke in half. The flying shards grazed Haruto's cheek, embedding deeply into the wooden wall. When he looked up, Tong Emo had already vanished into the brightening sky. Kageyama's expression turned grave, tears beginning to form in his eyes. I'm sorry, I arrived too late. No, I should thank you for arriving just in time. Kanai sat exhausted on the ground, looking up at Haruto. Haruto stood there holding the broken Nichiren blade, dazed, his expression as if struck by lightning. It's over, truly. Cool fingertips pressed against the face, pulling down on Cirrus' eyelid. The corners of the mouth were tugged down, revealing a set of neat teeth. Next came the ears, the parting of the hair, and the fingernails. In the hands of Tamayo, Siru felt like a dog being inspected, being checked for the purity of his bloodline. After the battle with Doma, Shinazugawa Jinya hurried back to headquarters, synchronizing the hard-won information about this upper moon demon with Kanroji Mitsuri. Upon arriving, Kochu Shinobu learned that her sister and Siru had fought with an upper moon demon for a long time, nearly dying at Doma's hands, which caused her face to turn pale, holding onto Kanai tightly, without letting go. She felt that if she let go, her sister would truly leave her. This was what Shinobu said. Siru rested on the ground for a long time, the effects of the demon transformation potion wearing off, with soreness wreaking havoc in his muscles, yet he smiled happily, pleased that he had once again overturned someone's lunch. After sending the butterfly sisters back to rest, he limped his way to the residence of Tamayo. After staring for quite some time, Yashira's eyes seemed ready to bore 2 holes into Siru, and Tamayo, finally, let out a gentle sigh, wiping her hands with a damp towel. Siru gazed intently at her. Is everything all right? Is everything all right? Tamayo pondered for a moment, then looked up and said, prepare for surgery. What surgery? Your palm. The unbearable pain is because although the surface has healed, the penetrating wound inside still exists. It's just that it no longer bleeds. We need to cut open the skin and apply medicine. I need to study why such a situation occurs after taking the potion. Tamayo thought for a moment. And your frostbite on the face, although it has completely healed now, you'd better wrap your face tightly in winter, or you will suffer greatly. Aside from these, Cirrus' mood relaxed slightly. For now you can rest easy. From your physical condition, you haven't turned into any strange species other than human or demon. The blood of Kaneo is very stable within you. For now. Siru forced a smile and shook his head, not wanting to think further. As long as Kibutsuji Musen lived, demon slayers could never dare to think of words like future or afterward. Tamayo got up to fetch medical supplies, and after sending her into the inner room with an admiring gaze, Yashiro turned back to look at Siru, his expression instantly changing. He kneeled in front of Siru, staring at him intently and asking, how do you feel? Siru didn't expect Yashiro would care about his body, feeling a bit apologetic towards him. After all, he had been calling him little green hair in his mind because of his bad attitude. I'm fine, it's just my palm. Who cares if your body is fine or not? Yashiro gritted his teeth. I mean, Lady Tamayo actually touched your face. How despicable. You should commit seppuku to thank Lady Tamayo for her grace. Siru raised his face, his expression frozen. You really are something, little green hair. Yashiro, inheritor of the Sichuan opera face-changing art Kanroji, is that what you call touching? Isn't this degree of obsession a bit perverted? Yeshuru, today Lady Tamayo looks so beautiful. Even when pulling someone's eyelid and opening their mouth, she is breathtakingly beautiful. Tomorrow Lady Tamayo will surely be even more beautiful. Although he resisted in every way, Siru had to return to the Swordsmith Village quickly. A swordsman without a Nichiren blade lacks sufficient self-defense capabilities, much like a fierce beast without sharp fangs and claws. To deal with the inevitably mad Kaneo, he purchased enough of the Onigiri. After a year without seeing him, Master Hikari had hardly changed. Seeing that he had returned alone again this year, the old man sighed deeply. To forge you an unbreakable Nichiren blade, Kaneo has gone into seclusion in the mountains. Master Hikari, Siru scratched his head awkwardly. Master Hikari. Am I hearing things? Siru raised his palm and lightly tapped his ears twice to test his hearing. Could there be something wrong with my ears? Master Hikari. That delicate and sharp voice came again from below. Siru looked down and saw a small child with hands on their hips looking at them. The child appeared to be about 6 or 7 years old, wearing a small fireman mask on their face, with black hair simply tied into a ponytail with a thin hemp rope. He was dressed in a sleeveless coat with the words fireman written prominently on it. It's little Tetsu. Master Hikari greeted him familiarly. Everything you wanted is on the table. Who is this little friend? Siru looked at Master Hikari in surprise. Is he your new apprentice? The child named Tetsu turned his face towards Siru. I'm not. You are. The apprentice who the master said would never find a wife and be a bachelor for life, going to hell. Silence. Siru puffed up his cheeks and looked towards Master Hikari. Master Hikari awkwardly turned his head away. I say, you little brat, aren't you too rude? Siru pointed a finger at Tetsu's mask. How can you speak like that at such a young age? Smack. Tetsu quickly raised his hand and swatted Siru's fingertip aside. Pointing at someone casually is the real rudeness. Hitting someone with your hand is also rude. Accusing others casually is even more rude. After arguing with the child for a while, Siru straightened up. Is this little Tetsu from the Tetsuyuan family? Have you grown so much? Siru remembered this child well. His ancestors were renowned blacksmiths during the Warring States period, but as many traditions were lost over time, by the time of Tetsu's father, it was already difficult to match the skills of their ancestors. After Tetsu's father passed away from illness at a young age, Tetsu grew up under the care of the villagers, and Siru had seen him many times in the village. Tetsu put on his mask with annoyance and went into the house to take the forging blueprints that Master Hikari had already placed on the low table. Thank you, Master Hikari. Aren't you eating here? No, I want to quickly review these blueprints. Tetsu shook his head. After all, I'm the only son in my family. I need to work hard. Tetsu ran off happily with the blueprints, and Master Hikari watched his back with a sigh. His father was also quite young. I didn't expect it to be so early. Master. Master Hikari turned his head looking at his frowning apprentice. Did you really say that he would never find a wife and be a bachelor for life, going to hell? Tu was just joking. Who let you be 18 and still single? Hey. The wooden sword struck heavily against the wooden stake as the bare-chested Qingren moved with unpredictable footwork, entwining around the stake in a peculiar manner. Elbows, knees, and fists. The attacks were not limited to the wooden sword. Every part capable of inflicting harm was employed, causing the sturdy wooden stake to sway under the storm-like assault. During the days spent waiting for the steel tomb fire to forge the blade, Qingren converted the experience gained from battling Tongma into his own strength. The demon slayer grows stronger when faced with formidable foes. Those who survive each encounter with higher-level demons make significant progress in both breathing techniques and swordsmanship. Qingren discovered that his swordsmanship, which had stagnated for a long time, had become sharper after this battle. A small head peeked out from behind a tree as Xiao Tai, wearing a fireman mask, had been hiding and watching for a long time. As the training drew to a close, Qingren flicked his sword's tip, lifting a half-ripe green peach from the ground and smacking it toward. The small green peach landed on Xiao Tai's head, startling him, and he hurriedly adjusted the mask on his face. Qingren chuckled lightly, using the sword's tip to lift his team uniform from the side, and swayed as he walked away. His hair was completely soaked and beads of sweat clung to his muscular upper body, causing Xiao Tai to shake his head. I say, have you all turned into wild men after going up the mountain? Why aren't you wearing any clothes? You're like this, and so is Mr. Steel Tomb. Humph. Qingren did not answer this question, but instead flexed his bicep. How's my swordsmanship? I mean, it's average. Average. Qingren shot him a sideways glance. In terms of swordsmanship, even Bimming Island is, because Mr. Bimming Island doesn't primarily practice swordsmanship. This kid's mouth really made one want to silence him. Qingren disdainfully shook his head. You're really stubborn. I'm not stubborn. Xiao Tai, hands on his hips, turned his face away, the mouth of the fireman mask nearly pouting to the sky. The swordsmen I've seen are 100 times better than you. 1,000 times. You're only 6 years old, haven't even left the village. Where would you find a swordsman 1,000 times better than me? Just blowing hot air. I'm not blowing hot air. This little kid surprisingly couldn't withstand provocation. Qingren just poked him lightly, and Xiao Tai spilled the beans like a broken jar. My family has an ancestral automaton capable of performing a total of 108 different actions. It's the strongest swordsman I've ever seen. Show me. Xiao Tai immediately covered his mouth. No way. That's a family secret. Qingren clicked his tongue and turned to walk down the mountain. Seeing him walk away so abruptly, Xiao Tai felt curious and quickly caught up. Aren't you going to ask? Would you tell me? No. Then that's that. Qingren shrugged him, not interested in probing into others' family heirlooms. The mountain wind brushed against his sweaty chest, sending a chill through Qingren. After donning his team uniform, he noticed Xiao Tai still looked conflicted, and he asked irritably, "What exactly are you here for? Are you just here to pique my interest?" with half-formed words. "Master Wudo has made dinner, and I was sent to call you to eat." Wudo River had a good relationship with Xiao Tai's father, and since his father passed away a while ago, Wudo River often invited him over for meals. Passing by the village chief's house, Qingren spotted a strange swordsman he had never seen before. He had medium-length hair, was not very tall, and had one eye blue and the other gold, looking quite cool. If Yusue Tianyuan, the flamboyant oddball, saw this person, he would surely exclaim, "So wonderfully extravagant." The swordsman was draped in a striped coat, and oddly his face was wrapped in layers of bandages from the nostrils down. Among those tangled bandages, a beautiful snowy, white long snake was coiled. That is the snake boy," Xiao Tai casually replied with his arms behind his head. A child about 3 or 4 years old quickly ran past the unusual-eyed boy, tripping on a stone and falling to the ground. The seemingly cold and strange boy immediately squatted down to pick him up, brushing the dust off the child's clothes. When the child pouted to thank him, the boy returned to his cold demeanor, quickly distancing himself from the child. "Hiss." Qingren, who had been observing the entire scene, raised his hand to stroke his chin and asked Xiao Tai, "Do you think its Sundra personality can be mass-produced?" Xiao Tai did not understand his words. "It's nothing. I mean, why is he called the Snake Boy? Is it because he has a snake hanging around his neck? His real name is Ihei Kobane. According to the village elders, he was rescued from a snake demon by Mr. Shinjuro a long time ago. I don't know much else." Xiao Tai shook his head. "Although he seems cold and strange, he is actually a very kind-hearted person. But I've heard others say he has a cleanliness obsession and a shame of being exposed. Even when soaking in a hot spring, he stays in a pool far away from others." Qingren's gaze did not linger on Ihei Kobane for too long. He couldn't help but think of the 2 little owls from the Rengoku family. Know those 2 boys with bright large eyes. Kaijiro had sent him a letter. He had learned all the techniques of the flame breathing and was prepared to participate in this year's selection. Truly, the children of the Rengoku family possessed exceptional talent in flame breathing. It's a pity that Shinjuro lacks talent in swordsmanship, but perhaps that's for the best. Allowing him to escape the fate and grudges of the Demon Slayer Corps might be a kind of fortune. But Qingren, Brother Xiao Tai, hesitating as he walked ahead, turned back. "Do you really not want to see the automaton?" After lunch, Qingren followed Xiao Tai to the place where Tetsujin Chuan stored the automaton. Things from the Warring States period still function so intricately even now without any hiccups. What an advanced technique this is. Xiao Tai pushed open the somewhat stiff iron door with effort. "I say, Qingren brother, can you help me out too?" The warehouse was filled with numerous mechanical parts, some covered in dust cloths, while those not covered showed no dust, indicating they were regularly wiped clean. Huff. "Opening this door always leaves me breathless. I guess I'm not cut out to be a swordsman." Looking at the room full of family heirlooms, Xiao Tai sadly wiped his eyes beneath the mask. "If I can't even become a blacksmith, then our family would be ruined by me. You're only 6 years old, not 60. Every moment in life is filled with uncertainties. Don't belittle yourself." Qingren placed his hand on his head and ruffled his hair vigorously. "I hope so," Xiao Tai mumbled, walking to the corner and lifting a dust cloth. "Here. Wow, a golden legend. This is the Musen heart-stopping automaton. To think they could create such a robot back in the Warring States period. The world of Demon Slayer is indeed not in the same dimension as reality." The veil over the automaton was lifted, revealing its long-dormant, true form. Qingren's pupils constricted. "This is..." Xiao Tai nodded. "That's right, this is the combat-type automaton crafted by my ancestor, Yurichi Type 0. The name Yuan 10 made Qingren recall a name he had once seen scrolling across the comments. Jigui Yuani. Was he a swordsman from the Warring States era? Qingren's gaze fixed on the paper sunwheel flower earring hanging from the automaton's ear, and a flash of insight lit across his mind. It was the same earring that Tanji Lang wore on his ear. From the flood of comments, this Jigui Yuani must have cast a heavy shadow over the demon king Gawuji Wutsan, otherwise his name would not have provoked comments like Wutsan cardiac arrest the moment it appeared on screen. So, did Wutsan send people to seek Tanji Lang because Tanji Lang was somehow connected to that Warring States swordsman? Because of the identical earring, is the Zayamen family descended from Jigui Yuani? Xiao Tai scratched his head and muttered, "He was indeed a very active swordsman in the Warring States era, but I don't know much beyond that. After all, it was so long ago." He added, "Perhaps Miss Zhu sure would know about events so long past given her age." Ahem. Qingren helped carry the automaton to the clearing, while Xiao Tai trailed behind, muttering as he sketched and scribbled on paper. "We studied it for a long time and still could not decipher its construction. Our ancestors left not a scrap of wisdom for their descendants," Xiao Tai complained. "This automaton has endured over 300 years. Won't it break when restarted?" Qingren gently set the puppet on the ground. "What if it breaks? Can you fix it?" Xiao Tai paused, his drawing hands on his hips, and retorted angrily, "I'm only a 6-year-old child. Don't expect me to be able to fix this big fellow." He huffed indignantly for a moment, then let his shoulders droop. "If it breaks, I'll study harder and fix him." Having said that, Qingren stopped fussing, hefted his wooden sword, and stood aside while Xiao Tai removed the key from around his neck to activate the mechanism. "You should use a different sword. This automaton is formidable, and in its hands is a genuine Nichiren blade crafted by my ancestor. My sword is broken. Qingren shrugged carelessly. It's fine, start it with confidence. I'll dodge and nothing will happen to me. Are you sure? Xiaotai inserted the key into the lock at the back of the puppet's neck and hurriedly stepped back. Qingren tightened his grip on the wooden sword, every sense fixed on the automaton. A low hum rose. What was happening? Why had a sudden gust of wind sprung up before him? The six-armed automaton moved beyond the greatest speed Qingren could imagine. Almost the instant it activated, it brandished its Nichiren blades and was upon him. A flash of cold steel swept before his eyes. His wooden sword split cleanly in two with a crack. Before he could utter a word, the automaton showed no sign of pausing. 6 long blades shimmering with a frigid gleam descended upon him. Yikes! Qingren tapped the ground and sprang like a hawk, evading the wheel-like rain of blades. Damn it! Without a sword, he could only dodge. He could not thread his flesh through the blade light to strike the puppet's head. He hugged his knees in midair, spun several times to the left, and landed lightly. But the puppet followed. Its exquisite swordplay denied Qingren any stable footing, forcing him to shift his steps defensively to match its attacks. What a formidable swordsman! Qingren ground his teeth and shouted. What kind of demon is this? Why does it have 6 arms? The book says that because the puppet's original was so powerful, our predecessors had to add 4 extra arms to barely imitate his moves, Xiaotai replied. But so many arms deform other motions, so this automaton is still far inferior to that swordsman. A blade's tip brushed past Qingren's face. The white-haired swordsman's agile leaps were as swift and precise as a rabbit springing or a falcon diving, though his unbuttoned uniform had become his greatest hindrance. No matter how strong, the puppet remained a mere puppet. While evading, Qingren kept studying the motion patterns of the yuan. Xiaotai stood to one side, lost in thought. Qingren had not been boasting. In terms of swordsmanship alone, he truly was the strongest among the swordsmen who had come to Duandao Village in recent years. Compared with Mr. Beiminji, one could only say they excelled in different directions. Mr. Beiminji's blade was mighty and courteous, his techniques wide and forceful. Paired with meteor hammers and chain axes forged from jade steel, a single strike could pulverize the head of a powerful demon. Qingren's swordsmanship was another kind of power, light in frame, superb in footwork, every muscle seeming to decide. His movements were rich in nuance, and his specialty lay in using his muscles to produce bewildering, unpredictable. It was said his breathing techniques were likewise swift and eerily unfathomable. Such a shadow-like swordsman hidden behind a mountain like Mr. Beiminji could deliver a mortal blow to any demon. After a grueling struggle, Qingren finally found an opening in the slit between the puppet's blades. His legs closed like a pair of scissors, slipping between the blades to clamp fiercely around the automaton's head. With a single squeeze, he could utterly ruin this 300-year-old craftsman's ingenuity. But seeing the little fire boy mask's pitiable, beseeching eyes, he relaxed his grip and instead shoved the puppet with the heel of his foot against its chest, sending it flying far away. He rolled lightly and landed on the meadow, brushing sticking blades of grass from his uniform. Xiaotai hurried to the puppet, removed the key from the back of its neck, and inspected it carefully. Phew! Qingren cracked his neck and swung his fists with relish. That was powerful. I feel like every bone in my body has loosened. If even a mere replica, an automaton without a swordsman's mind, could fight him for such a stretch, how much stronger must its original be? Could even such a swordsman have failed to slay Gewuji Wutsan? Qingren shook his head and banished the pointless thought. After finishing his inspection, Xiaotai breathed a sigh of relief. No damage, what a blessing. But Qingren, this is not even the puppet's fullest power yet. With bright, excited eyes, Xiaotai went on to describe in detail the proper way to operate the automaton. By turning its wrists and fingers in a precise sequence, it would execute the corresponding maneuvers. As a puppet capable of participating in live combat training, this design allowed its master to choreograph attacks that emphasized a particular swordsman's weaknesses, thus bringing the automaton's greatest potency to bear. I heard Lord Winepillar say that the newly minted swordsman, even those who joined the demon-slaying corps earlier than him, are getting worse and worse. It's a wonder how they passed the selection, Xiaotai said, touching the little fireboy mask's mouth. If I could design a puppet like the Yuan 10 form, I could finally prove myself in training the new swordsman. No, I mean, then he'll design one modeled after Qingren and call it Qingren 0. How about that? Qingren chuckled and patted his head. Of course, though let's call it Qingren 1 instead. Huh. After staying in the forging village for a full 2 weeks, Gangdi's Hong Ing finally came down from the mountain with the new sword. While the sight of the muscular man threatening others with the Nichiren blade in one hand and his own crafted kitchen knife in the other was quite intimidating. If you dare again. I understand. Mr. Gangdi's Hong. Qingren smiled as he stuffed the leftover omusubai balls he had taken from the village kitchen into his hand, successfully obtaining the new sword. If this were a game, a line of text would pop up above his head. Acquired Nichiren Blade 1. After equipping it, the customary message from the sky also arrived, brought by the circling Aoki. Ambushed, ambushed. Aoki's voice shattered the tranquility of Forging Village's sky. The Butterfly House rescue team has been attacked by the 12 Kazuki while heading to the Suzuki area. Qingren frowned, said farewell to Wudu in the house, put on his Haori, and patted Xiaotai's shoulder. Xiaotai, let's discuss the development of the mechanical dolls later. Xiaotai nodded vigorously. Brother Qingren, you must bravely slay the demons. Exactly, use the Nichiren blade I forged to sever the heads of the evil spirits. Genghis Honging stuffed the last glutinous rice ball into his mouth. If you dare not treat the weapons I forge with respect, I will surely hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Kingren's face fell. Why was I still getting a debuff right before heading out? He thought that with the knife in mind, it would be harder. Watching the figure of the white-haired swordsman disappear at the village entrance, Genghis Honging clapped his hands and stood up, turning the strange fireman mask toward Xiao Tai. What did you just say about mechanical dolls? Half an hour ago, Butterfly Shinobu walked at the back of the team, looking at the rescue team from the butterfly house, behind her feeling somewhat uneasy. Although it was indeed daytime, the clouds today were heavy, completely obscuring the sun. The road was also densely forested, and she was very worried that something might go wrong. However, they had to go. Several demon slayers in the Suzuki area had been ambushed, and their fates were currently unknown. After hearing the news, they hurriedly contacted the butterfly house. Since the straight-line distance was not far, Kanehira decided to have the A-rank swordsman Butterfly Shinobu protect several heirs from the butterfly house and a hidden team heading to Suzuki. Schwami, who had been staying at the butterfly house learning about potion-making, volunteered to go along even though he was not yet an official demon slayer. What are you looking at, Miss Shinobu? Schwami glanced back, but noticed nothing unusual. I always feel like the atmosphere is a bit strange. Butterfly Shinobu looked up at the lush treetops. In such a densely vegetated forest, don't you think it's too quiet here? Although Schwanmi was young, having been by Kingren's side for so long, he had grown into a reliable little adult. This is also why Kanehira agreed to let him come along. Schwanmi tilted his head and listened for a while. When indeed, apart from the occasional footsteps and whispers of the demon slayer members, the entire forest was unnaturally silent, with even the expected chirps of insects and birds absent. That is indeed a bit strange. Shinobu glanced back. The hidden team member Kuroneko also squinted at her and nodded. Then, let's quicken our pace and get through this forest as soon as possible. Butterfly Shinobu called out, and before her words had finished, a soft laugh reached her ears. You've actually noticed. It was a demon. Butterfly Shinobu was startled, looking up at the treetops. There, a graceful woman dressed in a white leaf-patterned kimono sat among the dense branches. That snowy figure lightly landed in front of the team, smiling gently. Nice to meet you, my name is Mingjing. Her smile was truly gentle, with flowing black hair cascading down to her waist like a waterfall. Her hands were wrapped in the sleeves of her kimono, and she wore thick-soled wooden sandals with a string of bells hanging at her waist, ringing with a crisp, dingling sound as she walked. If one overlooked the clear lower three in her light brown eyes, one might truly be captivated by her charm. 10-12 Kazuki. The standoff lasted no more than 3 seconds before the Demon Slayer team sprang into action. Butterfly Shinobu quickly stepped forward to stand in front of Mingjing along with several heirs who had already passed the selection process to isolate Mingjing from the hidden team. Schwami followed closely behind, gripping his double-barreled pistol tightly in one hand while reaching into his pocket with the other to grasp the Juya pills he had brought just in case. The hidden team instantly scattered, hiding throughout the forest. Kuroneko glanced back, hesitated a bit, but continued to push into the thicket. The entire team's dispersal took no more than 5 seconds, but if they really encountered a ruthless demon, even 5 seconds would be enough for it to kill one of them. However, this lower three, Mingjing, did not care about the escape of the hidden team. She merely looked at the girls from the butterfly house, carrying medicine, with a gentle gaze. Are you doctors? I am honored, though I was once a doctor as well. The difference is that you heal flesh and bones while I heal. She shook the bell at her waist gently. The soul. Blood demon art, soul resonance. Butterfly Shinobu covered her head, suddenly feeling a sense of dread toward this female demon in front of her. Various chaotic emotions spilled out of her mind, making her panic to the point of almost losing her grip on the sword. Wait, Butterfly Shinobu, why are you feeling fear towards a demon? She forcibly steadied her shaking mind, realizing it must be the demon's blood demon art at work. She snorted coldly, the fear in her heart gradually fading, replaced by a surge of rage. Fear? No. Ever since my parents died in front of me, I have felt nothing but anger towards demons. Oh. Mingjing unexpectedly looked at the swordsman before her. Why did they not feel fear in their hearts? Even that rooster-haired boy had fire in his eyes, as if the fear generated in that instant from the ringing bell would bring him lifelong shame. I have always felt nothing but anger towards demons. She slightly parted her red lips, raising her watery gaze, gently gazing at Butterfly Shinobu. Why do you deceive yourself like this? She can read my heart. Butterfly Shinobu's heart trembled, biting her lower lip to force herself to clear her mind. Compared to the true thoughts mixed with strange desires and thoughts of demons, the human heart can be seen through at a... Mingjing chuckled softly, gentle as a real psychologist. She slightly turned her head to look at Xuanmi, opening her arms to him. Present me with your heartfelt questions, and I will answer them one by one, helping you escape from the sea of troubles and guiding you to the dreamlike river of 3 paths. Xianmi's eyes glinted with ferocity as he stared at her, the fingers gripping the gun handle, turning white from the force. So your first question is, this damn thing that crawled out of a pile of maggots, should it be killed cleanly by a headshot, or should the little toy in its hand used to lull babies to sleep be smashed to pieces faster? Mingjing's smile gradually faded until she looked expressionless at Xuanmi. Patient, is this your question? Exactly. The rooster-haired boy raised his head high, revealing a furious and wild grin as he pointed the double-barreled pistol at her. This is your question, Lord Xuanmi. With a loud bang as Xianmi fired her gun, the butterfly shinobi immediately drew her blade and launched an attack to divert Ming Jing's focus away from Xianmi. Insect-breathing dance of the bee fang's true stab. The needle-like Nichiren blade surged forward with unstoppable momentum, catching Ming Jing completely off guard as she had just dodged Xianmi's bullet. However, the woman in kimono showed no signs of panic. Her fingertips twirled a set of ringing bells, and amidst the jingling a haze enveloped the shinobi, making the blade begin to tremble slightly. Originally aimed at the throat of the evil spirit, the Nichiren blade, influenced by the trembling tip, veered off course and grazed past the woman's side. Sensing something was amiss, the butterfly shinobi bit her tongue lightly, and the sting brought her back to clarity. She swung her blade once more, aiming for a heavy strike. At the same time, Xianmi drew her gun and fired in anger, the bullets spraying from the barrel, forming a pincer attack with the shinobi's blade, leaving Ming Jing with no escape. The girls nervously swept through the formation, aiming to slay this lower moon evil spirit right here. The bell in Ming Jing's hand continued to emit a sound that could shake the soul. She stepped gracefully in her thick-soled wooden sandals, turning amidst the pincer attack. The seemingly pure white fabric of her attire brushed lightly against the butterfly shinobi's face, bringing with it a foul stench. No matter how glamorous her appearance, it could not change the fact that she was a man-eating evil spirit. Bullets struck the surrounding trees while the butterfly shinobi's attack only grazed her clothing. Ming Jing bowed, her elegance matching her appearance. Damn it, slipperier than an eel. The bell in her hand had a peculiar psychological deterrent effect. Additionally, being able to sense others' thoughts allowed her to predict the butterfly shinobi's next moves before she even made a move, giving Ming Jing a significant edge in battle. Smart, Ming Jing said, gently nodding at her. You are much sharper and wiser than quite a few demons. Don't compare me to filthy evil spirits. The butterfly shinobi exclaimed angrily. Time and again Ming Jing's smile began to fade. I originally intended to consult you about some questions, but it seems I should just swallow you whole, and then personally rummage through your empty brains. The butterfly shinobi quickly exchanged glances with Xianmi and her sister's sons. Don't let your mind wander. Even the attack should take them by surprise. Insect-breathing dance of the dragonfly compound I hexagon. The needle-like Nichiren blade was swiftly swung by the butterfly shinobi, transforming into 6 consecutive strikes aimed directly at Ming Jing's head. Sudden, but I can see your heart. Your every move is like a pebble beneath a stream to me, offering no resistance. Ming Jing effortlessly countered her attack, turning her body while speaking, and the claws hidden in her sleeve shot out, grabbing the hand of one of the sons holding a blade. Your speed is quite impressive. With a forceful grip, her claws made a sickening sound as they scraped against bone, causing the girl's knife to clatter to the ground, pain washing over her pale face. Hannah. The butterfly shinobi's expression changed dramatically, and without a thought, she lunged toward Ming Jing's eyes with a thrust. Did it work? The sharp tip pierced her eyeball, producing a sound reminiscent of a crystal ball being punctured. As the butterfly shinobi came to her senses, she barely had time to release the toxins within her blade when Ming Jing flicked her finger, sending the Nichiren blade flying away. Ming Jing covered her eyes, staring blankly at the butterfly shinobi, black-red blood seeping through her fingers, leaving dark crimson stains on her beautiful kimono. Hannah's hand was completely twisted and deformed, enduring the excruciating pain as she hooked her toes and caught the falling Nichiren blade with her left hand, swiftly retreating behind the girls. Your thoughts have momentarily come to a standstill, making it impossible for me to sense them. Ming Jing murmured, fascinating, truly fascinating. Yet your heart is clearly tumultuous. Why don't you even realize what just happened? Just a coincidence. The woman lowered her hand from her eyes, the injury in her pupils fully healed. Indeed, she is a lower moon, but even as a lower moon demon, her healing is remarkably swift. So what about the upper moon too that my sister and Akihito encountered? Wouldn't fighting him mean stepping 1 foot into hell? Not just that the upper moon beings not only possess a breathtaking healing ability, but their blood demon arts are also extremely powerful. Especially the upper moon 2 Doma. The variations of his blood demon arts are endless. You could count them for a day and a night and still not finish. Ming Jing chuckled softly. But to think there are swordsmen who can escape from Doma's grasp. Should I say they are fortunate or unfortunate? Damn, whatever I think will be known by her, even if I want to attack, she can easily evade. The butterfly shinobi gritted her teeth, noticing that Xianmi had already tucked her firearm back into her belt, preparing to pull out the pill made from the flesh of the blood demon, ready to swallow it. Damn, butterfly shinobi, do you still need your much younger brother to protect you? Calm down. If my sister and Akihito were here, what would they do? Who is Akihito? Is he the famous Hashira? Ming Jing murmured. The adults have already analyzed his strengths and weaknesses. Next time anyone encounters him, there will only be 2 outcomes. Either he kneels at the feet of that adult, becoming a crawler like us, or he sinks forever into darkness, becoming food for some adult writhing in their intestines. What? Xianmi and the shinobi's hearts jumped. Teacher Akihito has already been targeted by the 12 Kizuki. Akihito, so his name is Akihito, what is his surname? Ming Jing glanced at the two, but did not glean any words from their minds. Butterfly shinobi gauze alcohol, traditional medicine, Western medicine. Xianmi sweet rice cakes, red bean rice cakes, sakura rice cakes, water shinyoka cakes. What is all this? As long as their minds are filled with meaningless chatter, this evil spirit will no longer be able to read their next actions. Ming Jing smiled lightly, deciding to fixate on one person. You always think of your sister. I am not surprised. But who exactly is this Akihito that appears frequently in your mental world? He has appeared repeatedly in your mind. He must be very important to you. A strange glimmer flickered in Ming Jing's brown eyes, pulling the butterfly shinobi's gaze uncontrollably to meet hers. He is your teacher. No, he is that rude boy's teacher. Ming Jing pondered, shaking her head, a knowing, ambiguous smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. In youth, a girl has her affections. If aside from family and friends, there is someone who can deeply remain in your heart on par with your dear sister, it can only be one situation. He is your buzz. It was as if a bug had buzzed in her ear. A sharp blade appeared before Ming Jing, accompanied by the furious face of a girl, her cheeks puffed and eyes blazing with anger. The butterfly shinobi felt her blood boiling. She had no thoughts in her mind, only wanting to silence this chattering female ghost in front of her. In her rage, she did not use any of her usual thrusting techniques, but instead, as she leaped in front of Ming Jing, she horizontally swung her blade, employing a method of killing demons she was least skilled at. Chop! The sharp blade easily sliced through flesh. Shut your mouth, then go. Die. The blade ultimately failed to sever the thick neck bone, but in the flick of Butterfly Ninja's fingertips, a large amount of poison was injected into Ming Jing's body. Huh! The elegant demeanor of Ming Jing vanished as the dark poison spread rapidly from the wound on her neck. Veins bulged across her face, and the once gentle eyes were now filled with bloodshot, damned swordsman. She shook the bell in her hand, and the sound waves like heavy hammers struck Butterfly Ninja's chest. Pooh! The fragile girl was sent flying, crashing into a tree and coughing up blood. Your heart is sinister and filthy. These clear eyes should not remain on your face. Ah! Ming Jing roared, chasing after her, her sharp, ghostly claws about to pierce her eyes. Bang! A tremendous gunshot echoed by her ear. Unbeknownst to her, Xuanmi had approached the two in battle, seizing the critical moment to press down the gun and shatter Ming Jing. The evil spirit abruptly turned, and the rooster-headed youth decisively thrust the still-hot gun barrel into Ming Jing's eye socket, and with a fierce bang, another shot rang out. Bang! Pooh! Under the onslaught of gunpowder, the evil spirit's beautiful head burst open, transforming the elegant lady into a grotesque and foul-smelling headless corpse. However, Xianmi's bullets were not mixed with crimson sand iron, and the damage was insufficient to incinerate the evil spirit's body. Xuanmi quickly retreated, but still failed to dodge the evil spirit's ghostly claw. The claw tore through his robe, leaving 3 deep gashes on his chest. It hurt so much. Xuanmi cursed fiercely, swinging the gun barrel in his hand. Why can't I learn the breathing technique? Otherwise, with just one slash, I could send this guy to hell. Ming Jing, with a mouth that seemed to grow mouths, whispered, "How can someone who can't learn the breathing technique be considered a swordsman?" Shut up. Xianmi's eyes widened, bloodshot with beads of sweat on his short hair, as he raised his hand and fired several shots until the magazine was empty. What does it matter to you? Even if I can't use the breathing technique, I can still smash your dog's head. Xuanmi, with his freshly grown head, lowered his head to look at the several new blood holes on his body, filled with extraordinary anger. I've never seen a patient as crude and vulgar as you. It's simply impossible to communicate. Xuanmi slid behind the bushes, skillfully loading spare ammunition. I communicate. I never communicate with beasts, especially with scum like you. Butterfly Ninja lowered her gaze, her vision still trembling, likely due to Ming Jing's blood ghost technique from earlier. Wow. Xianmi's insults are really strong. Ooh, I never noticed before. Ming Jing's chest heaved. Ooh, all tenderness and elegance should go to hell. The poison injected by Butterfly Ninja was taking effect. Part of her body was already slowing down its self-repair due to the poison's invasion. But so what? Just a few swordsmen. She can tear them to shreds in the blink of an eye. Now, immediately, right now. She wanted to rip open this rooster-haired boy's throat. Countless blood threads wrapped around Ming Jing's kimono, staining the white falling leaf kimono a bloody red like autumn maple. She bared her bloodied lips, sharp fangs protruding from the corners of her mouth. No longer needing to shake the bell in her hand, the ringing sounded with each step, dizzying. At this moment, Ming Jing truly transformed into an insatiable evil spirit that fed on flesh and blood. Her thick-soled wooden clogs did not hinder her speed. With a light tap of her toes, she dove toward Xuanmi like a graceful wild goose. Xuanmi, get down. Butterfly Ninja gritted her teeth and reached for her waist, gripping the cold browning. Bang! A bullet different from a flintlock pierced into Ming Jing's body, and as it exploded, it injected more wisteria poison. Blood ghost technique, mind rebound. Ming Jing let out a sharp scream, and compared to her white kimono state, her current blood ghost technique wielded even greater power. Kekekek. Xuanmi heard the sound of his teeth clattering from fear. Damn. Damn. Stop. Undying Xuanmi. Stop that damned fear. How can you be afraid of a ghost? You should hate them, treat them as food, and tear them apart. Not good. The heavy clouds. It seemed they were about to disperse. Ming Jing's eyes darkened, knowing she could no longer if the sun comes out, she is finished. Butterfly Ninja trembled as she raised the browning, the gunfire startling the birds resting in the forest. After emptying the magazine in one breath, she used her trembling hands to feel for spare bullets on her body. So annoying. These inferior stinking bugs. Ming Jing whispered, unable to bear Butterfly Ninja's unrelenting fire any longer. She turned around, and at that moment the sound of the bell seemed to form a line, one end linked to Ming Jing's outstretched hand, the other tied to Butterfly Ninja's wrist. Because it's too noisy, so die. Butterfly Ninja's beautiful purple eyes suddenly lost their sparkle. In the wide-eyed gaze of her stepchildren, she turned the gun towards her own temple. Get away. She turned to Xuanmi, blocking her way, and said softly. Thus, Xianme's body uncontrollably flew backward. How lucky you are to encounter me in the daytime, if it were at night. She coldly laughed, dragging her long blood-red kimono lightly through the forest. Then I'd have to. Butterfly Ninja pulled the trigger. Mingjing slightly bent her eyes, anticipating that beautiful head to shatter under the attack of her black weapon in her hand. However, the Browning only emitted a crisp click. A hint of confusion appeared in Mingjing's eyes. The stepchildren surged forward, overpowering Butterfly Ninja, who reached for her sword. Foolish is foolish. Xuanmi flipped over and landed steadily on the ground, grinning mockingly. Don't you know you have to reload when you run out of... He scoffed, shaking his head. After living for so many years, it seems you haven't read much. This, damn, rooster-headed brat. Mingjing's face was a mix of dark purple, half from the poison, half from anger. Then what about your gun? Surely I just saw you loading bullets. Xuanmi angrily raised his hand, curling his pinky, as if pulling the thread of fate. Noisy brat, you too. Go die. Mingjing always thought in hell if she hadn't said this, if she hadn't used the blood ghost technique to issue the command for Xuanmi to commit suicide, if she hadn't hesitated before the sunrise, if she hadn't forcefully tried to kill a few after being poisoned. Would her fate have been different? If she had left earlier, would there still have been a chance for her poisoned as she was? In any case, at this moment, she commanded the rooster-headed brat before her to commit suicide. The double-barreled shotgun, filled with ammunition, slowly moved toward her temple as it trembled. But where did this unripe plum come flying from? A plum flying from behind quickly struck Xianme's wrist joint, knocking the firearm from his hand before he could pull the trigger. Mingjing immediately turned around, her darkened mist blue eyes rapidly closing in on her. Ganlin Liang. With a move of light tear, he swiftly closed the distance between Qingshi and Xuanmi, bending his legs and heavily kicking the evil spirit, sending the slender Xuanmi flying in front of Butterfly Ninja. Qingshi quickly grabbed Xuanmi, who was attempting to pick up the gun to commit suicide, trapping him under his arm. Dare to lay hands on my disciple and little ninja. How many heads can you chop? Hey, you're Qingshi. You are Qingshi. That star pillar. Mingjing, poisoned and decaying, still struggled to open her eyes. Before she could finish the surname, the trembling Butterfly Ninja seemed to awaken all at once. She raised the Nichiren blade, gripping the hilt with both hands, and thrust it straight into Mingjing's throat. Shut up. The sharp blade pierced through flesh, but it took her a bit of effort to sever the neck bone, though she managed it smoothly in the end. By this time the anger had dissipated and Butterfly Ninja straightened up, glancing around at the people nearby with a somewhat bewildered expression. The mirror began to burn her expression, returning to the tranquility it had before as she murmured something softly. Butterfly Ninja did not want to listen, and the biggest difference between her and Kanaho was that Kanaho would listen to the dying words of every demon, even if most were curses and resentments directed at her. But Ninja was different. After going through so much, her beliefs had become solidified. Only demons whose heads were severed by the Nichiren blade were worthy of redemption. As for whether they went to heaven or hell, whether they were good or evil, that was for the divine to judge. Compared to her, Jinya's attitude was even worse. He launched a kick that sent the demon's head flying far away, and then took out a syringe from his pack, drawing blood from the demon. This is for Miss Tamayo, he explained, for research on drugs to defeat demons. You all are amazing, Haruka said as he checked on the girl's injuries, finding them not severe. It seemed that the most painful was the hand of Jiang Zhongbaiha, but with treatment it could recover quickly. Sister Ninja, you killed the lower moon. They murmured, looking at Butterfly Ninja with disbelief. You are going to become a Hashira. What are you joking about? Butterfly Ninja jumped up like a startled cat, her face full of embarrassment. That was thanks to brother Haruka. Haruka, star, Mr. Haruka's credit. And if it weren't for you all, I would have been dead long ago. Haruka raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat perplexed. Little Ninja switched her address for him 3 times in one sentence, and ended up calling him Mr. Haruka. How strange. He glanced at everyone, and found that only Jinya was calmly making eye contact with him. Jinya, what do you mean, A riddle master, huh? If it weren't for everyone, I would have had no chance of severing her head. I might have long since died at her hands. Butterfly Ninja forced a laugh, feeling awkward. So please don't joke about becoming a Hashira. You're mistaken. Haruka shook his head after coming to his senses. Even if I hadn't been there, the toxins in her body had already accumulated to a lethal level. Even if she did escape, there was a high chance she would dissolve along the way. Brother Haruka, Little Ninja finally called out his name a bit angrily. But that's just a probability. Miss Ninja, Jinya said, looking somewhat dazed. Is it because you're afraid of being separated from your sister and living alone in a house? What do you mean? Aren't you always saying I'm an older brother's treasure? Jinya pointed to his own nose, and then to Butterfly Ninja, sister's treasure girl. Haruka glanced at Butterfly Ninja, whose face was blushing to the point of explosion, trying hard not to burst out laughing. Jinya, next time, just whisper such things to me. Whether one becomes a Hashira is not for us to decide. It is to be judged by headquarters and the Lord. The last sentence was directed at Butterfly Ninja, and Haruka laughed as he patted her shoulder. What are you all going to do now? Ninja reacted and quickly turned to look at Jiang Zhongbaiha, whose face was filled with pain. Beihi's hand needs to be treated at the Butterfly Mansion, while the rest of us need to continue to Suzuki. But just as she finished speaking, numerous heads wearing black cloth hats suddenly emerged from the surrounding bushes. Mr. Haruka, Kuroya Kayachika cheerfully waved at him. So it's you who has arrived. Oh, are you working near the Butterfly Mansion now? Haruka nodded knowingly. That's not wrong. After all, the Butterfly Mansion is the place where that guy Shinobu comes most often besides his own home. Kuroya Kayachika squinted and smiled, not denying it. That crazy kid Shinobu is really lucky to have a senior. Haruka chuckled, suddenly feeling a burning gaze from the side. Jinya staring. Of course Shinobu is lucky to have a younger brother like you. Don't stare at me like that. After dealing with the lower moon, everyone felt relieved. Haruka and Jinya took the injured Zhong Baiha back to the Butterfly Mansion while the others continued towards Suzuki. So what exactly happened before I arrived? Haruka recalled Little Ninja's reaction and still felt a bit at a loss. Why did she call me Mr. Haruka? Jinya spoke honestly. Because that lower moon has mind-reading abilities, she recited a bunch of something about youthful infatuation and adolescence. Edge. Haruka's heart skipped a beat. Little Ninja has someone she likes. Who is it? Kuroya Kayachika. No way your brother doesn't like. Jinya blinked, his big eyes showing some confusion. It seems like it's you, sensei. Zhong Baiha, wanting to hint at Jinya, covered her forehead with one hand. Sister Ninja, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. Butterfly Ninja still walked at the back of the group, feeling much more awkward. She would quietly observe the expressions of the other girls, even though they did not show any signs of discomfort. How shameful. In front of so many people. And Jinya heard it, but he was still so young, he probably didn't understand what that lower moon was saying. But Baiha Saori and Kumiko should have heard it clearly. Damn that lower moon. Why did I have to encounter her? The shame swelled in Butterfly Ninja's heart, almost making her want to snap her neck and bury her head in her chest. Sister Ninja, the younger Saori, helplessly stopped her silly actions. It's okay? Sister Ninja usually looks calm and wise. Why is she like this today? Saori, Butterfly Ninja raised her head, her gaze evasive. You all. Isn't it a normal thing to like Mr. Haruka? Saori smiled helplessly. At least in the Butterfly Mansion, this is a perfectly normal thing. She poked the other girls. Tomo likes Mr. Haruka too. Saori. A girl with a somewhat heroic appearance patted Saori's shoulder. Lord Hashira is handsome and powerful, and he is also gentle and humorous. It's hard for anyone not to like him, right? That's right, even in the shadows there are many girls who admire Mr. Haruka. At some point Kuroya Kayachika chimed in with a smile. So Ninja, please don't feel burdened about this matter. Exact. Mr. Haruka seems very intelligent, but it seems he is just a blockhead when it comes to feelings. Dr. Misaka Miki from the Fujino family has been secretly in love with Lord Hashira for years, but has never dared to express her feelings. Isn't that guy Akawa's little sister Naomi also always admiring Mr. Haruka? Humans are indeed creatures fond of gossip. Amidst the chatter, Butterfly Ninja not only learned that secretly loving Mr. Haruka in the Demon Slayer Corps was nothing serious, but also discovered that there was such a large group of potential rivals. There are even such things. Little Ninja covered her lips and muttered to herself. There are even such things. Haruka widened his eyes and raised his voice. To preserve Sister Ninja's dignity, Baiha, who had revealed many people's secrets, muttered several times in her heart, God, please forgive me. Jinya, who had been helping at the Butterfly Mansion for a while, seemed to have expected this, leaving Haruka alone in his gossip. And why? These things. Yet I was completely unaware. How to face the feelings of Butterfly Shinobu was a question that truly made Haruto ponder for a long time. The sincerity of a young girl is the hardest to betray, especially when it is a girl he has watched grow up. He had once marveled at the sight of Butterfly Shinobu practicing her swordplay among the flowers, noting that although she hadn't grown taller, her demeanor and grace matured day by day. Perhaps it was because she lost her parents at a young age, or perhaps it was because her older sister had a gentle disposition, but the aura that Butterfly Shinobu exhibited was far more composed than her actual age. But within her heart, Haruto only knew that because Kanai said she liked to see Shinobu smile. More, Shinobu always acted cheerful when around others, yet she was the one most prone to anger. When angry, her purple eyes showed no trace of laughter, yet her lips curved into a perfect arc, making her appear particularly intimidating. Her birthday is on February 24th. Mishia Pisces. Pisces girls are the hardest to understand. So to understand Shinobu's heart, Haruto planned to have a chat with her. As he pushed open the door of the Butterfly Mansion amidst the sound of wind chimes, Haruto bumped into Kanai, whose eyes were devoid of light. Kanai showed no emotional fluctuation upon seeing him. She merely nodded slightly and prepared to pass by. Haruto quickly stopped her, saying, Kanai, can you let Shinobu know that I'm waiting outside after she's done? Kanai looked at him expressionlessly and then nodded seriously. Haruto watched the busy Butterfly Mansion, sitting cross-legged in the corridor, resting his head against the wooden railing as a fragrant breeze brushed past his face, making him feel a bit drowsy. He wasn't sure how much time had passed, almost drifting into a light sleep, when hurried footsteps reached his ears. Haruto rubbed his eyes and looked up. Butterfly Shinobu stood beside him, still wearing her white robe, not yet changed. That child Kanai takes every task entrusted to her 100 times more seriously. The girl smiled awkwardly with her hands behind her back. She really waited for me to finish before telling me. It's alright, that's... Haruto stretched his hands above his head, hearing the crisp sound of his bones cracking. Butterfly Shinobu squatted down beside him. Aren't we on a mission today? After the death of the upper moon, it seems like the surrounding demons have quieted down significantly. Recently there have been very few reports of man-eating incidents. Now all we need to do is patrol our designated area every night. This puzzled Haruto deeply. He was worried about what those demons might be up to again. Hearing that name, which made his teeth itch, Butterfly Shinobu let out a heavy sigh. She stared ahead, and from the line of her jaw, it was clear that the girl was clenching her teeth, seemingly a bit angry again. What are you angry about? Haruto chuckled and waved his hand in front of her. I'm not that bad of a person, am I? Is it such a distressing thing to have feeling? Butterfly Shinobu couldn't hold back her expression any longer, her small face scrunching up. No. After denying it, the girl sat down dejectedly, unable to say anything more. Since you don't know how to express it. Haruto scratched his brow. Then I suppose I should say it myself. Master Wudo hopes that I get married soon. You know about this, right? Yeah, I found out when my sister and I first went to the sword forging village. Butterfly Shinobu remembered how Master Wudo smiled brightly, yet forcefully, as if the visiting sister was the greatest benefactor of their family. But even with such an elder in the family urging him to marry, Haruto remained single until now. Not only was he not married, but he didn't even have an ambiguous partner. Honestly, I only learned the reason for the marriage pressure a few years ago. Haruto's smile bore a hint of helplessness as he shared with Butterfly Shinobu the secrets about the Taki family he had heard from Master Wudo. Being targeted by such a powerful upper moon demon, I might not even see tomorrow's sun. How could I have the mindset? Haruto smiled brightly with his eyes curved. Indeed, exterminating demons is the most important thing in my life. Only by eradicating all evil spirits can the sunlight shine upon the land again. Moreover, after that day, I had already heard from Jinya that my name had been remembered by the upper moon demon. In such circumstances, having the leisure to think about love and marriage would be abnormal. Why could he still smile? Butterfly Shinobu was stunned. How could he still smile after encountering such a tragic situation? What did the threat to his life mean to him? Was it something he endured daily as common as air? She recalled what Jinya had once said while studying pharmacology. Why study pharmacology? The boy with the chicken comb hairstyle blinked his confused eyes. Because my brother is always getting hurt, and because my teacher doesn't take his own life seriously. When facing demons, it was as if their lives were not their own. I hope to be close to them to help ease their pain after their fears. Why not take your own life seriously? Butterfly Shinobu lowered her eyes. Because I feel that this damned world will take it away eventually. A rare tremor appeared in the girl's voice. You drank Zhu's potion so quickly. Do you trust her medical skills too much or your own fate too little? Haruto scratched the back of his head. Well, someone has to be the one to experiment, right? I still have chances to regret. How could I let someone else take that chance? Killing demons isn't just your responsibility, Lord Hashira. The headquarters, other Hashira, all the swordsmen, the hidden, the butterfly mansion. So many people in the Demon Slayer Corps are willing to dedicate their lives to the cause of killing demons. Butterfly Shinobu gritted her teeth. We hope to slay the lower moons, to slay the upper moons, to slay Muzan Kabutsuji, but that cannot be based on the sacrifice of our teammates. I'm not making an unnecessary sacrifice. I just want to use my death to find the best way to protect you all. Haruto turned his gaze to the cherry blossom tree planted in the courtyard. The battle of the black and white manga had ended, and it was the season for cherry blossoms to bloom. It should have been a beautiful spring. But with only 2 Hashira left in the headquarters, could that really be called victory? True victory isn't when the dead gather at the Sanzu River, nor is it when souls embrace and weep. True victory should be when the righteous stand in the sunlight watching the demons burn and disperse into the air, hand in hand, promising to drink together after the battle. With only 2 people left, what kind of victory is that? Haruto turned back his misty blue eyes, revealing a warm smile under the sunlight. I'm fine. I don't feel any hardship at all. Oh no, it seemed that after those words were spoken, the girl became even angrier. A glistening tear formed in her beautiful purple eyes and fell onto her white robe. Yet it seemed that the butterfly ninja was not crying. She slowly raised her eyebrows, her eyes carrying her unique stubbornness. If any sacrifice must be made, let it start with me, a swordsman who cannot even bring down the head of an evil ghost. She gritted her teeth and said these words, fiercely standing up and running into the butterfly house. Their conversation ended with the butterfly ninja's furious departure, which exceeded Kingshin's expectations. He stretched out his leg and pounded his knee, which was sore from being bent. He could understand the butterfly ninja's anger. If someone with the same thoughts appeared beside him, Qingtian would also think that person had some issues. But how could such a thing as time reset be spoken of? Even he found it hard to believe. Sigh. Honestly, he just wanted to explain why he couldn't respond to her, but unexpectedly, he completely ruined their relation. But what did she mean by that sacrifice starting from her? What did this little girl really want to do? Several days later, Qingtian received 2 letters. One was from Butterfly Kanahu, who wrote about the butterfly ninja's situation. Although her emotions are a bit unstable, generally she's okay, and she seems to worry about you, Mr. Qingtian, even more than about Zai Ninja always fighting against ghosts with her life. Qingtian picked up his pen and wrote a reply reassuring her that he would be careful. The other letter was from Asakusa, indicating that Miss Tamayo's demonization potion had made a breakthrough. This meant that the promise he made to test the medicine would soon be fulfilled. Qingtian glanced back and took a silver butterfly brooch from the cabinet, clutching it in his palm. Master. Xuanya, practicing swordsmanship on Xiaowu Mountain, gasped and put down his sword. Where are you going? Qingtian did not answer him, but instead asked, what date is it today? The 27th, July 27th. Do you remember where the Kamadu family is? It's that Kamadu Tangerous family that bumped heads with you. As soon as the head was mentioned, Xuanya felt a dull pain in his head. The bump from before took him over a week to graduate. Such a profound memory he naturally would not forget. Otomura County, Yuntake Mountain. Xuanya gritted his teeth and replied, "Well, since you remember, then you should go to Yuntake Mountain." Qingtian said, ruffling Xuanya's prickly hair. "As his senior brother, go see if that iron-head kid has improved." "What about you, master?" Xuanya was initially puzzled, but then quickly understood. "It's Miss Tamayo." "What are you thinking?" "I've made some arrangements with Miss Tamayo before him, just going to fulfill that appointment today." Xuanya closed his mouth, staring at him intently. "What are you looking at?" Qingtian chuckled, pinching his waist. Hey, what kind of expression is that? Why do the people around him always treat him like a naive fool who charges into a mud cart with his head? He really had thought things through and wasn't trying to seek death. "Master, let's make a promise too." Xuanya blinked, extending his pinky finger. "Promise to come back safely, okay?" Qingtian happily extended his pinky to play the childish game of making a promise. "Promise that I will return when you come back. That should be enough, right?" The rooster-headed boy smiled broadly, nodding vigorously. "Promise made." "Oh dear, how old am I still playing this childish pinky promise game?" The next day, Xuanya climbed up Yuntake Mountain. Before he even saw the wooden house of the Kamadu family, he already heard the whooshing sound of the sunblade slicing through. Xuanya peeked over and indeed saw that big-head Kamadu Tanjiro swinging the sunblade at a tree stump in front of the wooden house. He was bare-chested, beads of sweat covering his forehead, and the blade, as he swung it, even emitted a bluish-purple light, like an aurora. He was bare-chested, beads of sweat covering his forehead, and the blade, as he swung it, even emitted a bluish-purple light, like an aurora. What remarkable talent! A swordsman capable of using breathing techniques. Truly enviable. Originally, Xuanya intended to take advantage of Tanjiro with some physical prowess, but he changed his mind. He pulled out a medicine box from his pocket, which contained pills made from the blood and flesh of ordinary demons that Tamayo had refined. These pills, the size of a pinky nail, contained a small amount of demon blood, allowing Xuanya to briefly enter a demonized state. Tanjiro's brothers and sisters seemed to be absent, which was just right to let this guy experience the harsh reality. Xuanya quietly transformed behind a tree while Tanjiro had already caught the scent. He twitched his nose, accurately distinguishing the scent of Xuanya, whom he had only seen once. "Is Mr. Qingtian coming again? But it seems he can't smell Mr. Kingshan's scent. Alright, he could already unleash starlight now, so he should call Mr. Qingtian master now." Tanjiro put down the sunblade and walked toward the mountain path. Strange, even though he distinctly smelled Xuanya, why wasn't he coming over? "Don't hide, oh, I've already caught your scent, Xuanya." Just as Tanjiro was halfway through his words, he bumped into Xuanya, who had raised his head, scaring him speechless. Though Xuanya still looked the same on the outside, his eyes were shrouded in black mist, sending chills down Tanjiro's spine. "Tanjiro." His voice was extremely low, as if it had drifted from hell. Xuanya raised his hand, which had transformed into sharp demon claws, swinging towards Tanjiro. "Demon." "Oh." Tanjiro's adrenaline surged instantly, and his right hand instinctively reached for his sword, only to realize he had politely placed the sunblade in the training position. This version of Xuanya resembling a demon roared, "Where's your sword? How can you put down your sword? If you put down your sword, who will protect your family? Haven't you always said you want to protect your family?" Tanjiro scrambled back, jumping to grasp his sunblade, and shouted into the house where Nezuko was about to come out. "Nezuko, don't come out." Why did he have Xuanya's scent? Why did he look so much like Xuanya? Could it be that Xuanya had turned into a demon? Countless questions flooded his mind, causing him to feel despair. Most importantly, what kind of monster was this? Why did such a thing exist in this world? He gripped the sunblade tightly, and the techniques he had memorized surged from his heart. Breathe. Strike. Breath of the Stars' first form, Bright Tear. Having spent a considerable amount of time beside Hikari, Xuanya had become quite familiar with the stances of the Breath of the Stars techniques. As Tanjiro raised his hand, he immediately understood the subsequent movement. Supporting himself with his hands, Xuanya nimbly rolled backward, easily dodging the starlight that slashed before him. Then he extended his body and delivered a powerful spinning kick that sent Tanjiro flying. Is this all? After 3 months of training, this is the result. Xuanya lunged forward, delivering a heavy punch to the ground beside Tanjiro's head, shouting, "If you don't put in the effort, you'll waste your own talent." Tanjiro struggled to bend his leg, kicking Xuanya in the chest. "You are definitely Xuanya," he exclaimed, raising the sword in his hand. "What I'm holding is a real sword. It can hurt you. Idiot. You haven't even touched me. It really can hurt you. Come at my head." Meanwhile, at the house of Tamayo, in Asakusa, Tokyo, Hikari felt his heart racing intensely after finishing a pot of oolong tea in the tranquility. Tamayo and Yashiro sat across from him, their expressions equally grave. Yashiro looked somewhat puzzled. He knew what Lady Tamayo was developing, a drug that transcended the understanding of humans and demons, filled with uncertainty and danger. Such a potion would only lead to 2 outcomes: either it would cause suffering and death, or it would give rise to a new species between humans and demons. However, if a new species could be so easily born, Kabutsuji Musen wouldn't have spent such a long time searching for the isn't living good. Hikari remained silent for a long time before looking up and asking, "What do I need to be cautious of?" "Listen to me, Hikari, we don't need to rush." Lady Tamayo lowered her gaze, her eyes revealing a tinge of divine compassion. "I spent 500 years hating Kabutsuji Musen, yet I found that in those 500 years, I accomplished less than in these past 2 or 3 years. Do you know what that means, Hikari? This is not a gradual speed. this is a sudden acceleration of history, it will lead to problems. Oh. The young man's thoughts seemed to drift away, and after a while he turned back and asked, so what do I need to be cautious of? Yashiro for the first time did not get angry at Hikari for ignoring Lady Tamayo's words. This person had already gone mad, irretrievably so. Tell me about the feelings after the injection, the changes in your body. In short, whatever happens afterwards, remember to tell me in your heart. Hikari nodded. He then took out the brand new Nichiren blade from his waist and placed it on the table, drawing it halfway out, the blade gleaming sharply under the light. His new sword was still beautiful with the unique design of the steel maker imprinting a soaring parrot on the blade beneath its. Hikari pressed his lips together. If I turn into something else, please immediately cut off my head. This is my only request. Yashiro stared blankly at the blade, the bright blade's light almost painful to his eyes. Hikari felt a bit dry in his mouth, but he did not reach for water again. It was merely due to nervousness and fear. He needed nothing else but to calm down. Tamayo washed her hands and took out a syringe from the cabinet. The syringe was filled with a black-red liquid. Hikari took a butterfly pin from his pocket, wrapping it in the palm of his hand. What is that? Perhaps it's an anchor point, Hikari replied. Perhaps it will pull me back to the origin of time. After that, only Tamayo continued to speak. Place your hand on the soft pad. Do you want to eat something? This potion has many ingredients. Perhaps it should not have been produced at all. The injection process will be a bit painful. This is normal. The previous patient told me so. The potions. And then, what happened to him? Hikari finally spoke, his lower eyelid twitching, indicating that the potion was causing turmoil within his veins. Like a dose of chili oil. Fiery and very painful. He stopped breathing within an hour after the injection. Oh, he had cancer and was beyond any treatment, living in great pain every day. Tamayo slowly pushed the syringe, watching the black-red liquid spread like a spider web through Hikari's veins. I gave his family some money so his son could attend school and his wife could suffer less. For this money, he cooperated fully with my research. Living with illness was painful every day. Even morphine was ineffective. On the day of the injection, he had a nice meal. I'm finally going to die, he said. Miss Tamayo, you will chop off my head, right? Don't turn me into a demon. Ooh, I love to eat. How miserable it would be to only eat human flesh. I will, ooh, I promise. Was a long, sharp sound resonated in his ears, causing Hikari's breath to quicken suddenly. He spoke rapidly. There's a ringing in my ears. My eardrums feel like they're about to burst. My vision suddenly became all colorful, and I can't see things clearly. Pain surged from every bone and every cell in his body. They seemed to be multiplying, splitting. Hikari sat there. Unlike the swift and clean death of the past, the potion brought him endless agony and a slow demise. Tamayo's voice echoed beside him, indistinct. Hikari could not hear clearly. He asked her what she was saying, and then Yashiru's loud roar filled his ears. Restorative experiment good. Tissue proliferation type 3. Consciousness unclear. Hikari struggled to remember these findings. He needed to tell Tamayo about them after death. It felt like something rolled down from his face, brushing past his cheek. Yashiru's voice halted, seemingly stunned, and after a moment he exclaimed loudly, 38 minutes eyeball detachment. Was that an eyeball that just fell? Ugh, I thought it was just skin flakes. How ugly would it be to lose an eyeball? He actually quite liked his eyes, a misty blue like a sky about to rain. As Hikari thought this, he suddenly could not hear anything anymore. It felt like something flowed down, blocking his ear holes. Tamayo stopped her recording, glanced at the pile of unrecognizable proliferative matter on the ground, and closed her eyes. Lady Tamayo. Yashiru's eyes were somewhat reddened. Tamayo took several deep breaths before opening her eyes, standing up to pull the knife from the table. Hikari suddenly awoke from darkness, feeling a severe burning pain in the palm of his left hand. Yusher Lang sat before Haruno, looking perplexed at the suddenly asleep, then abruptly awake, white-haired swordsman. Haruno spread his palm, revealing the butterfly brooch lying within. The icy brooch left a fiery burn mark on his palm, while Tamayo held the unadministered potion, as if she understood something, failed. Haruno had no time to respond. He reached for his eye socket. He sighed in relief once he felt the eyeball stirring slightly beneath his eyelid. Perhaps it was a failure. Yusher Lang, baffled, moved between Tamayo and Haruno. What does that mean? What failed? They hadn't even begun. But Tamayo put away the vial, spreading her research notes on the table. Speak, what is the situation? I was about to ask you what the situation is. What irritating agreement did you reach while I was completely unaware? Tamayo was right. It must be that damned white-haired swordsman who has bewitched the beautiful Tamayo. Haruno strained to recall the sensations after the injection and the changes that had occurred or might occur in his body. At the 38th minute, my eyeball fell out. Tamayo's pen trembled in her fingers, leaving a blot of ink on the paper. Yusher Lang was shocked. What nonsense are you talking? Isn't your eyeball right there in your socket? 38th minute, eyeball falls out. Tamayo meticulously recorded on the paper. Perhaps it is because the proliferation was too rapid. I will appropriately reduce the blood of Jinya within it. Having communicated with Tamayo for the entire afternoon, the alchemist meticulously recorded all of Haruno's sensations. Yusher Lang's expression transformed from doubt to shock, then to numbness and sorrow. Tamayo, with a serious expression, instructed Yusher Lang to escort Haruno out. When he returned, he found the beautiful woman closing her notes, gently pressing her pen cap against her temple. Yusher Lang, don't just stand there, we have a lot to do. Tamayo raised her head, and Yusher Lang's expression was one of extreme sorrow and grievance. Tamayo, This seriously frightened Tanjiro, while Jinya felt much better. He had to admit that this guy had decent talent and was quite hardworking, but his benevolence made it impossible for him to act decisively against his targets. Once his demon transformation subsided, Tanjiro let Nezuko out of the house and served Jinya hot tea. You looked so scary that you would frighten Nezuko. Liar. The girl looked at him with no fear in her eyes. It was clear she felt she had bullied her brother and wanted to rush over to get. What was going on with you just now? Tanjiro hesitated to ask. Why did you look so much like a demon? Jinya added what he hadn't said. It's a demon. A demon. Tanjiro repeated. Is it really real? They not only exist, but they can exist anywhere. Passers-by, monks in temples, and even your dearly loved mother whom you once cherished. They can spring from anywhere and ruin the life you thought was already sufficiently tragic. Do they kill people or destroy villages? Tanjiro scratched his head. I've never seen a demon apart from you. What nonsense, I'm not a demon. Jinya turned his head and rolled his eyes at him. I'm determined to follow in my teacher's footsteps and become the most unique and powerful. The second most powerful. The third most powerful pillar. At that time I will give myself a cool name, calling myself the Demon Pillar. The pillar that exterminates demons. Killing people. They would tear human bodies to shreds and swallow them whole. This is their way of survival and their endless source of amusement. The Demon Slayer Corps. Jinya replied, an organization that my teacher belongs to, not officially recognized, but is dedicated to eradicating evil demons. Are you one of them? Jinya paused, realizing the truth after years of hard training. Whether he could join the Demon Slayer Corps was still a mystery. He couldn't practice breathing techniques, which might be why his brother had always opposed him joining the Demon Slayer Corps. The rooster-headed boy finished his water, hugging his knees and remaining silent. It was an aura of sadness. Tanjiro twitched his nose. A thick scent of sorrow emanated from Jinya, indicating that someone important to him must have died at the hands of demons. You are sad. What nonsense, I am angry. I am not sad at all. Jinya shouted, fiercely frowning. Tanjiro smiled gently. He leaned over and gave the stiff Jinya a hug. In the not-so-spacious embrace was the demeanor of an older brother and gentle comfort. Tanjiro squinted his red eyes. Those who claim not to be sad all need a hug. All right. Jinya admitted he was indeed a bit sad just now. It was really embarrassing to be seen through by this kid. So he suddenly pushed Tanjiro away and shouted angrily, why are you putting on an older brother's expression? According to seniority, I am your senior brother. But by age I am slightly older than you. Jinya doesn't have to call me brother, and I don't have to call Jinya senior brother. Wouldn't it be better for us to be friends? Why are you climbing up the ladder like this? Jinya looked into his bright eyes and suddenly felt a bit discouraged. This expression sometimes really resembled that of their teacher. Perhaps if they stood together using the breath of the stars together, they would look more like a master and disciple. And yet Jinya. He lowered his head to look at his calloused hands and fists and sighed deeply. At that moment, he heard a flapping sound. Jinya quickly looked up and sure enough saw the soaring white-feathered parakeet. The parakeet shouted loudly, Kabutsuji Jinya. Tanimoto Jinya. Jinya, my good son. Are you back? It was the teacher's tone. Jinya sprang up from the ground. Teacher, I'm on my way back. I passed by a snack shop called Longxing in Changji, and their strawberry daifuku looked really tempting. The parakeet perfectly mimicked Haruno's sorrowful tone, but teacher, I forgot to bring money. I forgot to bring money. Jinya's eyes sparkled with a hint of laughter. Just quietly take some from the subsidy I gave Tanjiro and bring me back some strawberry daifuku. Don't let him know. Jinya glanced at Tanjiro's bright eyes, pulled out the money pouch Haruno had prepared from his pocket, and discreetly deducted, I really don't need it. Tanjiro, feeling he owed a lot to Haruno, quickly waved his hands, puffing out his cheeks. I really don't need it. You take it if I tell you to. Jinya slapped the money pouch into Tanjiro's hands, roaring, You must listen. Nezuko hurriedly ran out from the house, handing over the package in her hands. Oh, that's right. Tanjiro slapped his forehead, stuffing the package into Jinya's hands, similarly responding with a roar. This is a Mizunagashi, made by my sister. Although it's already past June, I hope that teacher Haruno and you can enjoy it. Okay, I will convey it. I'm off. Take care. The white-feathered parakeet, which had once delivered the Nichiren blade to him, circled above and disappeared along the mountain path, following the rooster-headed boy. Tanjiro smiled as he patted Nezuko's head. Don't worry, Nezuko. Teacher Haruno will definitely love your crafts. Butterfly Shinobu wearily took off her white robe and stood under the lamp, rubbing her sore and tired eyes. She had been caring for the patient returned from Suzuki for 3 whole days, and today the patient's vital signs finally improved, lifting a heavy burden from her heart. What should I do? She walked to the bookshelf, casually pulled out a book on herbs, flipped through it, but couldn't remember a single word. Alright, I should go to sleep now. Why has my mind suddenly gone blank? Has Butterfly Shinobu turned her head into a mess after a few days of staying? She fumbled to the kitchen and turned on the light, where she found sushi rolls left by her sister. The seaweed-wrapped rice had a faint aroma of sushi vinegar, sweet and slightly sour, refreshing and appetizing. After reluctantly eating 3, just as she was about to find water, a cup of warm milk was placed on the table. Kanahime looked at her with a doting smile. How old are you now after the new year? You're 15 and still in the kitchen like a hamster. Niken, she called softly. I know you've worked hard, drink the milk and then go to sleep. Seeing the faint blue under her sister's eyes, Kanahime gently stroked her black curls. What about you, sister? Why aren't you resting so late? I just finished washing up and was about to go to bed. Kanahime covered her mouth and yawned. Do you want to sleep with your sister? Originally, she didn't expect a response to her casual remark, but after a brief silence, Butterfly Shinobu nodded yes. Kanahime didn't let her surprise show too much, smiling and nodding. Hurry up and wash up, while I'll take care of these. Looking at the remaining sushi rolls on the plate, Shinobu instinctively smiled. If it were Haruto. She suddenly stopped speaking, chuckling shyly. Kanahime patted her head again and urged, go wash up. When Butterfly Shinobu came to Kanahime's room wrapped in her bathrobe with steam, her sister had already laid out bedding for the two of them. Her black wet hair was wrapped in a towel, revealing her long neck and smooth shoulder lines. Kanahime looked her up and down, noting her thin summer nightgown. Our little Shinobu has really grown up, sister. Don't say such strange things. Butterfly Shinobu dove into the thin blanket, letting out a long sigh towards the ceiling, fatigue and muscle soreness overwhelming her in an instant. But she didn't want to sleep. The warm water from the bathroom made her mind unusually clear, and she recalled the unfinished conversation from before. Shinobu cleared her throat. Maybe none will be left. Kanahime glanced at her, surprisingly discerning her thoughts. Aren't you angry? You've been fuming for the past few days. I'm not. Yes, our little Shinobu is completely focused on her patients and hasn't thought about anything else. Butterfly Shinobu shyly reached out to cover her sister's mouth. Oh dear, if I'm not allowed to say it, I won't say it. Kanahime turned off the light and lay down, her pink eyes sparkling with laughter in the dark. Butterfly Shinobu's soft breathing echoed in the silence for 2 rounds as she turned to face Kanahime. I originally didn't want him to know so soon. As she spoke, Butterfly Shinobu grew angry. It's all that damned San and that utterly clueless Jinya. I haven't even confirmed my own feelings yet. That old hag blurted it out as if she had discovered some great secret. How could someone her age not keep anything to themselves? It's ridiculous. And that Jinya. Next time he comes to study pharmacology, I'll make sure to play some tricks on him. Kanahime chuckled softly. Little Shinobu's sudden burst in the night was just too adorable. Such a version of Butterfly Shinobu was rare. Influenced by the passing of their parents, the once lively and cute Shinobu had increasingly disliked revealing her inner feelings in front of Kanahime over the years. Facing patients with a smile had become the norm, and few knew that beneath her cheerful facade lay a heart that was straightforward and quite prone to anger. Kanahime had always been worried about this, but felt powerless. Isn't it typical for children to go through this phase? Did Mr. Haruto reject you? Butterfly Shinobu's tone held some uncertainty. Perhaps he came all this way and said something like, I don't care about my life, which really made me furious. No one knew the content of the conversation between Haruto and Butterfly Shinobu, and even the eagerly curious Tomo only dared to watch from a distance. So even Kanahime didn't know what the two had talked about that day. Since they brought it up, Butterfly Shinobu, still feeling drowsy, recounted the conversation from that day to her sister. His family is being targeted by a courtesan demon, and who knows when it might come to take his life. She spoke slowly, and Kanahime pondered, a hint of helplessness appearing on her face. My silly little sister. Butterfly Shinobu continued to murmur her girlish thoughts, and Kanahime helplessly rubbed her forehead. Shinobu, do you call this rejection? If Mr. Haruto really wanted to reject her, he could simply send a message through Sora. They wouldn't have to meet, avoiding the awkwardness. Or simply not respond, letting Shinobu understand his intentions naturally after a few days. Isn't it strange to run over so eagerly, going through the trouble of explaining family secrets just to express we're not? They say Mr. Haruto is emotionally dense, but Kanahime actually felt he was quite perceptive. But what about her sister? What should she do? Shinobu's voice came to a stop. Oh, she wasn't foolish, and hearing her sister's words, she immediately began to contemplate. Mr. Haruto is a responsible person. Perhaps he can't respond directly to you now because the responsibilities on his shoulders can't yet be transferred to you. The Demon Slayer core, family feuds, and world peace. These matters have nearly filled his life. His life has a very rigorous arrangement, and these things need him. No one else can replace him. He hasn't placed the entire burden of choice on you alone. He clearly told you that he wouldn't consider romantic matters until the demons are exterminated. And you? Your life is in your own hands. Whatever you choose, I believe Mr. Haruto will offer his sincere blessings. Time flows faster, hastening the entry into the main storyline. It's been a long time since I've heard of a new 12 demon moons appearing. Another summer has arrived, and the children of the narrow mist mountain have returned to the mountain, gathering around the bonfire to enjoy hot pot. With their stomachs filled, Haru, Kanroji, and Ju sat beneath the hall listening to the nighttime cicadas and naturally began to chat about the Demon Slayer core. Indeed, the area is remarkably quiet, so quiet that it makes me uneasy. Kanroji called out to the straight-backed sitting Sanemi Shinazugawa at the door. Master, is there going to be a problem? The former water pillar turned his head, still wearing his large Tengu mask. If one can be understood, then they are no longer a demon. Kanroji chuckled, lightly spinning the teacup in front of him. Has the mid-year pillar meeting been postponed? Yes, it has been postponed. The leader fell ill, and although he was better for a while, the heat has caused his condition to worsen again. Haru chewed on some dried apricots made by Nezuko, Tanjiro's younger sister. In June, the yellow apricot flesh was thick and mixed with honey, had been marinated and dried for half a month. Last time he visited, the little girl had hugged a large jar and insisted he take it back. Haru had filled a small jar to carry with him, taking out a piece now and then to chew. Kanroji reached for his dried apricot jar, taking out 2 pieces and wanting more, but was slapped on the hand by Haru. Want some? If you want some, have your disciple make it for you. Haru teased, hiding the jar behind him. Kenroji had just taken in 2 stepsons, both of whom were newly selected swordsmen. Haru had met them 2 robust boys who looked capable of chopping, but found cooking quite difficult. As for Ju moved his mouth slightly. I'm fine on my own. What's there to boast about? It's not like your disciple made it herself. TCH. Haru huffed, catching sight of Jai's mouth quickly moving again, and immediately reached for the jar behind him. Hey, Ju Tomioka, is the significance of being a water pillar just to sneakily eat your colleagues' dried apricots? And you ate so many. No doubt. The 3 young men playfully tussled for a while, and Mitsuri turned her head to laugh at them. As pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, they could still argue over a jar of dried apricots. After a bit of commotion, Kenroji resumed the earlier topic. How is the leader's health? Haru recalled that his last visit to headquarters was during the New Year's pillar meeting, and Yujiro had been in decent health. He never expected him to suddenly fall ill. I will go check on him tomorrow. The headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps maintained its usual quiet atmosphere, but today there were several healers at the entrance. Miss Misaka. Haru spoke puzzled. Misaka Miki turned her head, looking somewhat surprised as she called out, Mr. Has the leader fallen ill? Why are there so many healers here? Haru asked with some concern. It's nothing. The leader called us to treat a severely injured child, a young boy who lost a lot of blood, and it took great effort to save his life. Misaka Miki waved her hand. The leader's health is gradually improving. He can even get up and walk around the courtyard these past 2 days. Then, I will take my leave. The leader has something to find me for. Haru stammered. Take care, Mr. Haru. Misaka Miki waved to him enthusiastically. Liar. Yojiro mercilessly exposed his lie. Among all the children in the Demon Slayer Corps, only you would use me as an excuse. I am not your child. Haru smiled with a thick face, gazing at the closed door, catching a strong medicinal scent. So who is injured really? Yojiro sighed, slowly standing up and pushing open the door. Inside lay a boy with black long hair, the tips green. Though referred to as a boy, he looked to be about the same age as Jinya, his face still showing childlike innocence. He lay lifelessly on the bed, completely wrapped in bandages. If not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, one might suspect he had already died. Tenjin was kneeling by the bed, caring for the boy, and slightly nodded towards Haru. This is... Haru has... I should indeed introduce you, Yujiro sighed and replied. This is the last child of the Tsuda family, and also the last descendant of the Tsuda clan, Tsuda Michiro. The Tsuda clan. Haru's pupils constricted. He finally heard this surname outside of the bullet comments. What is that? He quickly asked. Did you see the mechanical puppet No. 0 of Yurichi that has been passed down from the Tetsumoto family in the sword forging village? The one from the Kotetsu family. That's right, the Tsuta clan's Yurichi Tsutu is the prototype of No. 0. He was a great swordsman living in the Warring States period. The sun breathing technique he invented is the origin of all breathing techniques, elevating the entire Demon Slayer Corps strength to an unparalleled level with his own power. Unfortunately, after his death, Muzan Kabutsuji and his subordinates rampaged and slaughtered nearly all the successors of the sun breathing, causing this most powerful breathing technique to be lost. Even his descendants. Yojiro sighed and shook his head. Michiro once had an older brother, Yurichi. The 2 brothers lived in Hakioji City, earning a living as woodcutters. Tenjin had visited them many times and learned during their interactions that they had not inherited the breathing technique of Yurichi too. They even changed their surname. Perhaps because of this, the Tsuta lineage managed to escape Muzan Kabutsuji's pursuit. Sun breathing is the strongest breathing technique. Haru couldn't help but think of Tanjiro in his heart. What is the relationship between him and Yurichi too? Did he merely inherit his earrings? Yojiro did not stop, but continued. Yurichi had always been resistant to Tenjin's approach until yesterday, when we discovered that the 2 brothers had encountered an accident. A day prior, a demon attacked them, and Yurichi died during the assault. Michiro pinned the demon to the ground until sunrise. Yojiro looked lovingly at the still unconscious Michiro. Is it fate or destiny? Is the bloodline of the Tsutu a glory, or an unbreakable cage, even in eternal life? Do you believe he will bring hope to the Demon Slayer Corps? I believe every child in the Demon Slayer Corps, and I believe they will bring hope to the demon slaying cause, including you. Yojiro's face was already half covered in scars, looking exceptionally eerie, yet his smile remained bright as a spring. Haru, in 10 years, can we still sit across from each other like this? Perhaps I will be in the grave and you outside it. Maybe I'll be in the grave too. Then I'll definitely scratch the wooden boards of the coffin every night, making it so that the dead around can't sleep. Haru leaned against the doorframe, slowly breaking into a smile. Yara Kaneo Tsuyuri, don't lose faith in me. After leaving the headquarters, Haruhito thought the postponed mid-year meeting would be held soon, but he did not expect to see Yoza again until 3 months later in the autumn. My lord. The Hashira knelt on one knee, eagerly greeting Yoza. Shimi was the first to respond, looking quite proud, as if he had won first place in the demon-slaying competition among the Hashira. Haruhito was surprised to see the child from the Suki family, Takadu Michiru. His expression was indifferent. No, rather than indifferent, it seemed as if nothing mattered to him. He knelt on one knee, looking up as if counting the clouds and birds flying in the sky. Suddenly his ears twitched, and he turned his head to meet the gaze of the white-haired swordsman who had been staring at him. It was a warm smile, and his misty blue eyes were beautiful. Michiru was momentarily lost in thought. It seemed like his lord had introduced him. There were 3 white-haired men among the Hashira. One was the passionate speaker, a man who looked like a monkey. Another had silvery hair and eyes as fierce as a wolf. The last one was the one before him with eyes as bright as... Who was he again? Forget it, why think about this? It wouldn't be long before he forgot anyway. So he turned his head to avoid Haruhito's gaze and continued counting the clouds in the sky. Oh, how many had he counted? He forgot. Haruhito raised an eyebrow, slightly naturally dazed. Moreover, what was going on with the Suki family? Why would they dress this child in such oversized clothes? Even his hands were hidden in the long sleeves and couldn't be seen. Meanwhile, Yoza accepted everyone's greetings and comforted the Hashira with a voice as soothing as gentle rain. I apologize, my health has been fluctuating during the summer, worrying you all. Thank you for your hard work these past months. No matter how hard it is for us, it is not as important as your health. Shibukawa Akira was silently shedding. Please don't say that. After exchanging pleasantries, Suki no Haruhito pointed to the dazed Muichiro beside him. This is the new mist Hashira Takatu Muichiro, who uses the mist breathing technique. Suddenly the lively atmosphere fell silent, and everyone looked at the swordsman, who was almost still a child, with surprise. He's almost still a child. Kane covered her lips, exclaiming in astonishment. Haruhito hesitated and asked Muichiro, just how long have you been practicing swordsmanship? 2 months. Yoza chuckled and nodded. His growth rate is astonishing. The Hashira exchanged glances, hardly able to speak. Yuzui Tenjin lowered his head, looking incredibly simple. Such a humble child possessed such immense talent, so powerful that it was monstrous. Muichiro had no idea of the thoughts in everyone's hearts. He briefly glanced at Yoza when he was introduced, then turned his head back to count the grass blades on the ground. After the Hashira meeting concluded, everyone walked out shoulder to shoulder. Takatu Muichiro trailed behind the group, silently observing them with his eyes. Would you like to join us for a meal? A gentle voice came from beside him. He looked up to see a young man wearing a tricolored haori with water patterns smiling at him. Kenroji, Tanjiro, seemed to be his name, one of the water Hashira, a man who appeared gentle and harmless like a rabbit. No, I'm going to practice swordsmanship. Muichiro coldly declined. As a new colleague, you should at least have a meal with us. My lord entrusted us to take good care of you. On the other side, Haruhito approached, and together with Kenroji, sandwiched the boy in between. The relationships within the Demon Slayer Corps need to be very close. On the battlefield, you must be able to trust each other with your back right. Everyone wants to get to know you better. Kane turned back and showed a gentle smile. Muichiro was taken aback. Is this real? Oh, it doesn't matter, let's go together. The headquarters restaurant is quite lavish, especially since today is on Shinjiro's treat. Without waiting for him to refuse again, Haruhito and Kenroji exchanged glances and together ushered Takatu along with the group. Before they reached the restaurant, Haruhito suddenly spotted a familiar figure. The person had a head of red-yellow intertwined hair, and from the back, he looked like an owl perched on his neck. It was a hairstyle passed down through the Rengoku family. Considering that Shinjiro would no longer appear at the headquarters, this person must be Kyujiro. Haruhito shouted Rengoku Kyujiro. Oddly, that kid seemed to act as if he didn't hear it. Haruhito rubbed his brow. Could it be he mistook the person? Had the Demon Slayer Corps gained another owl? Until one of the team members nudged him, he finally turned his head and revealed a warm smile. Haruhitosan. It was Kyujiro, and his voice was so loud that Haruhito, walking beside him, was startled. What's with that? Your voice is like that of a grandmother with poor hearing. Kyujiro scratched his head. Is that so? My ears did have some issues during the demon hunt. I encountered a demon whose flute could disrupt the nerves during my first hunt. So did your ears get injured during the battle? Haruhito held Kyujiro's fluffy head, turning it side to check his ears. That's right, just a little injury. It's nothing serious. Kyujiro cooperatively allowed him to check. Not at all, one of the team members whispered. Kyujiro shattered his eardrum with brute force just to kill that demon. Haruhito paused, looking at the boy's enthusiastic eyes. A lump of frustration lodged in his chest. Kenroji and Ju beside him were also stunned. Only Muichiro, who was being sandwiched by the 2 water Hashira, snapped back to reality, looking at Kyujiro. Kampu. Although Kyujiro could hardly hear, he still inferred from everyone's gazes that his colleague said something. Haruhito patted his shoulder heavily and said loudly, Kyujiro, did you slay that demon? Of course, Haruhito-san. I severed its head, just like cutting through those wooden stakes in the training grounds. Kyujiro replied loudly. Haruhito smiled and stuffed the dried apricot jar he had in his pocket into his hands. Shinjiro-san only got one thing wrong. He said loudly, the Rengoku family's conviction will never be severed. You and Shinjiro will both become the spiritual successors of the flame-breathing technique. Kyujiro's eyes sparkled like a scorching sun hanging high in the sky. He watched as the Hashira-level warriors entered the restaurant, opening the jar and stuffing a piece of dried apricot into his mouth. 5 ants. Haruhito-san, you too will also be the best successor of the flame-breathing technique. Due to the significant reduction of pillar-level tasks, Qing Ren found himself with little to do besides patrolling, leading to more frequent travels between the Forging Knife Village and the narrow Mist Mountain. Gang Taizhong-ing was quite annoyed to see Qing Ren in the Forging Knife Village. Is it that the knife I forged has a problem again? It doesn't, but it's very sturdy and exceptionally sharp. Then why do you keep wandering around here? Gang Taizhong-ing looked at him disdainfully. Because I've gained trust and no longer need to carry things back and forth like a recluse, so I can act more recklessly. Qing Ren looked at him blankly. Because I live here. You live? Oh, the irritable fireman awkwardly scratched his nose. Oh, that's right, your home is indeed here. Qingren watched Gang Tai Zhongying turn around and leave with big strides, feeling both amused and exasperated. What's going on? You haven't forgotten that I'm from the Forging Knife Village, have you? 5 he also annoyed by Qingren's presence, had a face that Qingren could easily guess the expression behind the fireman. If you have nothing to do, help me deliver a knife, would you, eh? 5 he said as he placed an ordinary standard Nichiren blade on the deliver a knife. Qingren exclaimed, Master, didn't you stop making knives for swordsmen a long time ago? This is a personal request from Sandaiko Ji Wulong of Takoyama. He has recently taken on a disciple and needs a suitable Nichiren blade. 5 he pulled out half of the blade with a beautiful black and yellow rope wrapped around the hilt. Is this from the former flame pillar, Sandaiko Ji Wulong? Exactly, haven't you always wanted to meet him? Yes, there are many topics to discuss regarding body techniques, such as the breath of the stars and the breath of thunder. 5 he slightly nodded, sheathing the Nichiren blade and raising it to Qingren. Take this blade, tell him you are 5 he's disciple, and he should give me some face. So taking advantage of the free time, Qingren grabbed Xianmi and the master and disciple headed straight to Takoyama. Takoyama truly lived up to its name, with peach trees planted all over the mountains. Now was the season for ripe peaches, and the air was filled with the fragrance of overripe peaches. Thus, upon arriving at Takoyama, Qingren's mood unexpectedly brightened. The sky was clear with not a cloud in sight, and the scent of peaches filled the air. Indeed, it was Takoyama. This beautiful scenery was likely why Sandaiko Ji Wulong chose to retreat and live in this place. Cheer up. Suddenly a furious shout came from a distance. Your actions are meaningless. Zenitsu. Qingren widened his eyes and exchanged glances with Xianmi. That's the voice coming from over there. Xianmi pointed towards a nearby cliff. Avoiding won't solve the problem, it will only pile up more issues. Come down and continue your training. Then came a voice that sounded like a broken gong. No. If I continue this training, I will die. This level of training won't kill you. Hurry and come down, don't embarrass yourself. Grandfather. Call me master. The thunderous voice echoed, followed by an extremely disdainful tch from a young swordsman turned with his sword in hand. He had strikingly thick, dark eyebrows and messy short black hair falling across his face, which was filled with displeasure and contempt. The swordsman noticed them, but remained silent, tugging at the Magatama pendant hanging around his neck and glancing at them before Xianmi was provoked by his rudeness, ill-mannered. Qingren pressed down on his shoulder. Perhaps he is Sandaiko Ji Wulong's disciple. Just an ill-mannered kid, and a cowardly one at that. Xianmi huffed. It seems this former flame pillar doesn't know how to teach his disciples very well. Qingren and Xianmi took a couple of steps forward when they spotted a short old man leaning on a cane under a tree, cursing loudly. His demeanor was unlike ordinary people, and his speech and actions were swift and decisive. He must be the former flame pillar, Sandaiko Ji Wulong. The object of his anger was huddled against the tree, tightly hugging its branches, dressed in a bright yellow haori, with triangular patterns, crying with tears and snot. His black round eyebrows formed a frown, and his face was covered in bruises and injuries. This is also Sandaiko Ji Wulong's disciple. Seeing that the boy lacked even a semblance of a demon slayer's demeanor, Qingren secretly shook his head. Just as he was muttering about the youth, a familiar barrage appeared before his eyes. Yo, witness to a famous scene, brother fan. Zenitsu. Did he dye his hair? Was that a trend back then? Zenitsu is a fine person, just with an unfortunate mouth. The most exhausted voice actor basically shouting all the time. Look at the clouds above, about to infuse the soul, without a doubt the chosen one. Large account is logging in. Qingren looked up in confusion, and at that moment the previously clear sky suddenly filled with dark clouds. Is it really summer? Does severe convective weather just come and go? It was sunny just a moment ago, and the next second it might rain heavily. Wait. Thunderstorm. Qingren looked at the tree where the round-browed boy was standing on the edge of a cliff surrounded by emptiness. It was the only prominent tree in the area. Oh no. Hurry down. He quickly ran towards the two of them. It's thundering. Sandaiko Ji Wulong was still trying to calm the round-browed boy. Stay calm, Zenitsu. Your talent is. I can't take it anymore. Zenitsu's tears burst forth. His body had reached the brink of collapse from Sandaiko Ji Wulong's devilish training, feeling like a dried clay sculpture that could shatter at any moment. A white-haired swordsman was running from afar, shouting something as he ran. Fortunately, Zenitsu had excellent hearing. He was shouting, "It's thundering! Thunder!" Zenitsu looked up at the sky above the leaves where yellow lightning was swirling amid the dark clouds. At that moment, a thick bolt of lightning struck, directly hitting the tree where Zenitsu was standing. Boom. Qingren gasped, feeling his ears buzz from the thunderstrike. Being so close, Xianmi's chicken-like hairstyle was frizzed up from the electricity, looking like a hedgehog. Seeing the tree instantly turn pitch black, Sandaiko Ji Wulong's voice trembled with fear. Zenitsu. He dyed his hair. A strange hair dyeing method has increased. A friendly reminder, don't stand under trees during thunderstorms. First time seeing brother fan scared out of his original drawing. How novel, huh? Can you really dye your hair like this? What's the big deal? The love pillar can dye his hair while eating sakura mochi. The round-browed boy, smoking all over, fell powerless from the tree, caught in Sandaiko Ji Wulong's arms. Qingren stepped forward, speechless. Originally, the boy's soft medium-length hair and round brows had turned from black to golden yellow due to the lightning strike. In the Meiji era, the cost of dyeing one's hair was really high. Qingren never expected that the scene he encountered on the first day at Peach Mountain would be like this. He helped Sangdao Siwalang take the round-browed youth to the clinic at the foot of the mountain, and even more astonishingly the boy who was struck by lightning was completely unharmed. Before long, he was full of energy, crying heart-wrenchingly in front of the mirror at his hair and eyebrows turning from black to yellow. How could this happen? How could this happen? Black hair was already disliked, and now turning so ugly, where am I to find a girl willing to marry? Why was I struck by lightning? Why did I turn into a blonde? Jingren sat on the stool, gradually losing his soul amidst the increasingly loud roars. Sangdao Siwalang sat on a nearby stool watching his old friend's disciple who had come to deliver the sword, his face barely concealing his embarrassment. Shan, although he has a noisy personality, he possesses a steadfast belief in the path of the swordsman. Before he could finish, a series of wails echoed from within the room. It would be better if I just died. Even if I don't die now, I'll die under Grandpa's devilish training. Even if I don't die in Grandpa's devilish training, he'll be killed by a demon on the first day of the final training. Even if I don't die in the final training, he'll be ripped apart during my first demon hunting. I don't want to die, woo-woo. Is this a steadfast belief? Jingren did not dare to meet Sangdao's gaze, fearing that he would see the confusion in his eyes. Sangdao Siwalang's cane came down heavily as he walked into the room, the wooden prosthetic making a dull sound against the floor. The room was suddenly filled with the sounds of wailing and crying, making it hard to imagine how his wife Shan could make such heart-wrenching screams. Soon Sangdao Siwalang came out, dragging the round-browed youth by the collar, suppressing his anger and helplessness as he walked up the mountain. Back on the mountain, Jingren finally made a formal self-introduction and handed the sword to Sangdao Siwalang. I have heard of the name of the Star Pillar, even while living here, slaying the lower moon demons to become a pillar and saving fellow swordsmen in battle against the upper moon. Such remarkable deeds are truly astonishing, even to me. Jingren had heard from Mr. Lin Long that Sangdao was the strongest among the previous generation of pillar-level warriors. Had he not lost a leg in battle against demons, he might still be active on the front lines of demon slaying. You flatter me, it was merely luck, Jingren replied, gently nodding and pointing to Xian. This is my stepson Xian, who has been practicing the art of demon slaying with me for some years now. Sangdao Siwalang examined Xian from head to toe, nodding in satisfaction, a diligent and hard-working child. Then he pointed to his timid disciple Shan. This is my little disciple Shani. Just then a young swordsman pushed the door open with a creak and cast a cold glance at the people in the room. He was drenched in sweat as if he had just undergone a very grueling training session. It was the previously arrogant swordsman. Upon seeing him, Sangdao Siwalang tilted his head up. You are just in time. This is my eldest disciple Kaiyu. Kaiyu. Jingren frowned, feeling that this name sounded somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. Disgusting senior brother. The most unforgivable and hated character in Demon Slayer. The disgrace of the upper moon. Can the Pillar of Rice cut him down now to avoid seeing him angry later? Jingren, you want me to do you a favor and call me Pillar of Rice? Identifying the stone brother is understandable. After all, it was a mistake. But this guy who made a deal with demons caused the deaths of 7 children in the temple just to save himself. Upon reading the last comment, Jingren shivered and immediately remembered this name. The image of Bei Mingyu moving his lips seemed to linger in front of him. Kaiyu, that child's name is. Inaru Kaiyu. It was him. He was the culprit who made a deal with demons, extinguished the wisteria burning incense in the temple, and led to the tragedy that occurred in the temple where Bei Mingyu was. He actually came to Peach Mountain and even apprenticed under the previous Pillar of Sound. Did Sangdao know about the events that had transpired? Moreover, what does the disgrace of the upper moon mean? This young man, would he eventually become a demon? Mr. Jingren, what's wrong? The moment of distraction was caught by Sangdao Siwalang, and Jingren immediately smiled gently. Sorry, I recalled someone whose name is quite similar to your eldest disciple, which caused me to lose my focus. He decided not to tell Sangdao about the story between Kaiyu and Bei Mingyu for the time being. People tend to lean towards those they are closer to, and he did not wish to let this affect his relationship with Sangdao or Sangdao's relationship with Master Wudo. Kaiyu's green eyes fell on Jingren, displaying a hint of displeasure. What's so funny? Kaiyu, this is the star pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, Mr. Jingren. Didn't you say you wanted to meet an active pillar-level swordsman? Sangdao Siwalang said in a deep voice. This is hilarious. If he met the stone brother, wouldn't he be scared to death? He should be ashamed and hit his head on the ground. Will Kaiyu feel ashamed? You think too highly of him. At most he will think that if he had known earlier he would have followed Bei Mingyu, then his master would be an active pillar rather than a former one. Disgusting person. Kaiyu raised an eyebrow. Pillar-level swordsman. A pillar-level swordsman's eyes must be better than this old man's. He would definitely be able to see the difference between him and that useless Shani. Perhaps he would even take him away to be his adopted son. Being the adopted son of a pillar is certainly better than being trained to be the successor of thunder breathing with that useless person. Thus he eagerly cast a hopeful gaze towards Jingren, hoping he would recognize his talent. However, to his disappointment, Jingren's gaze was not on him, nor was it on Shani. He was simply lost in thought, staring at the ground, as if there was a great literary work there. If Sangdao's 2 disciples had to be chosen by Jingren, even if he chose the lazy Shan, he wouldn't choose the hardworking Kaiyu. Actually, he didn't want to choose either. The Nichiren blade that Jingren brought this time was prepared by Sangdao Siwalang for his disciple Shani. Upon learning the purpose of his visit, Sangdao invited him to stay at Peach Mountain. Wudo told me you are a child who loves to eat. Just in time, the peach trees on Peach Mountain are full of fruit you can eat to your heart's content. Sangdao Siwalang patted Xian Yi's shoulder enthusiastically, though he could only reach Xian Yi's shoulder. Peaches are really delicious. Wudo, why does he say everything? Qing Ren descended from the mountain, draping his haori over his shoulders. As he was about to call out to Xian Yi while passing the place where the boys practiced swordsmanship, he suddenly heard voices coming from the peach grove. Peering through the gaps in the trees, he saw 3 young swordsmen, including Xian Yi, coming down the path. Kuai Yu walked ahead with a cold expression, casually eating a peach, while effortlessly stepping over a patch of suspicious-looking grass. Xian Yi followed behind, also noticing the patch of grass. Instead of recklessly stepping onto it, he, like Kuai Yu, easily leaped over. Shan Yi, who had several new scars on his face, lagged behind. As he walked, he sighed and lamented, completely oblivious to the actions of the two in front. Sure enough, that patch of grass was merely an illusion. The moment Shan Yi stepped onto it, he lost balance and fell into a trap. Qing Ren heard a faint sound of bones scraping, and the yellow-haired boy began to cry out in pain. Help! There's a trap here, I twisted my ankle. Tears mixed with the dirt on his face, making him look quite disheveled. However, his senior brother Kuai Yu did not rush to help him as he had imagined. Instead, he frowned, appearing quite irritated. Unable to tolerate Shan Yi's whimpering any longer, Kuai Yu suddenly turned around and hurled the peach in his hand at Shan Yi, shouting, "Shut up." The peach aimed directly at Shan Yi's head was kicked to pieces midair by a foot, juice splattering everywhere. Xian Yi disdainfully glanced at the pulp on his shoes while he faced Kuai Yu with a frown. If you're unwilling to help, you can just walk away without looking back. No one is forcing you to pay him any mind. What does it matter? Kuai Yu narrowed his brows, glaring at Xian Yi. Who do you think you are? Do I have to report everything I do to you? He thought the heir of a pillar-level swordsman would be exceptionally gifted. To his surprise, he was just a useless person who couldn't even use breathing techniques. Even more useless than that waste. Ha ha ha. Xian Yi clenched his molars, slightly lifting his face to reveal a fierce expression reminiscent of the unyielding Kaneo Tsuyuri. I have been patient with you for too long. Bang. Kuai Yu kicked Xian Yi in the chest, but Xian Yi quickly raised his arm to block it, only stumbling back a few steps. What do you think this place is? Your home. Kuai Yu licked his lips with his tongue, his gaze darkening. Oh, it seems a fight is about. Qing Ren did not step forward. Instead, he deliberately concealed his presence. He wondered how much Xian Yi's physical skills had improved over the years, and whether he could compete with Kuai Yu. The battle between the boys was about to ignite. Xian Yi lunged forward, targeting Kuai Yu's vital spots, including his neck and torso, without holding back like he did against Tanjiro. Kuai Yu was no ordinary foe. As a swordsman of the thunder-breathing style, his speed was exceptional. In an instant, he parried Xian Yi's punches and kicks, turning to slash at Xian Yi's face. Xian Yi grasped Kuai Yu's blade, and as they were locked in a stalemate, Kuai Yu decisively drew the long sword and held it close to his chest. The blade glinted sharply, emphasizing the icy coldness in the boy's eyes. Xian Yi paused. You're going to use a weapon. Are you sure? Kuai Yu said nothing, but his hand gripping the sword trembled slightly, betraying his inner turmoil. With a cold smile, Xian Yi tossed aside the sheath and drew a double-barreled gun from his waist, aiming it at Kuai Yu's head. The rooster-headed boy murmured, then grinned. Hey, senior brother, guess which is faster, your sword or my gun? Cold sweat trickled down Kuai Yu's forehead as he fixed his gaze on Xian Yi's face, as though he wanted to swallow. Cool, Xian Yi. Qing Ren watched with amusement as his disciple used a gun to bully a swordsman. Just like that. Why should one rely on others' strengths to cover their weaknesses? As the two boys faced off, the pitiful Shan Yi, who fell into the trap and twisted his ankle, crawled up limping with his swollen right foot to the middle of the two with a sorrowful face. Senior brother Xian Yi, please stop fighting. If Grandpa and Teacher Qing Ren find out, they won't be happy. Whether Mr. Sanjuro was happy or not was unknown, but Qing Ren was quite pleased. Don't call me senior brother. Kuai Yu shouted angrily. You can't even spot the simplest trap. Oh, what right do you have to call me? He tried to sheath his sword, but found the sheath had fallen at Xian Yi's feet, so he could only angrily grip the sword and stomp away. Qing Ren narrowed his eyes, glanced at Xian Yi and Shan Yi, and followed in the direction Kuai Yu had left. Xian Yi, thank you. Shan Yi sobbed as he wiped away his tears and bent down to pick up Kuai Yu's sheath. Are you really going to return the sheath to him? Xian Yi frowned. He clearly doesn't want to see you even for a moment. It's okay, I don't mind. Shan Yi forced a smile and shook his head, indicating he was fine. After all, this is what Grandpa most wants to see. After all, Kuai Yu is his senior brother. They will slowly become special people in each other's hearts and then shine together in the Demon Slayer Corps. If that guy Tanjiro were here, he would definitely say something weird like those who say they don't care need a hug. Tanjiro, who is that? He's the hardest-headed person in the world. Xian Yi brushed his rooster hair. He's my junior brother. Wait, don't get so close to me. Xian Yi, I twisted my foot. Help me. Are we that familiar? Crawl down the mountain yourself? Get lost. Xian Yi. Qing Ren had followed Kuai Yu for a long distance without being noticed, so he deliberately stepped on a dry branch, causing Kuai Yu to turn back alertly. Seeing Qing Ren standing behind him with crossed arms, the boy couldn't help but think of the fierce confrontation he just had with Xian Yi, and his expression darkened. Mr. Qing Ren. He nodded hastily, offering a greeting. The usually approachable white-haired swordsman did not respond to his greeting this time. I saw everything you did just now. Kuai Yu's eyes darkened. Could it be that he wanted to help Xian Yi get back at him? But Xian Yi didn't suffer any losses, so if anyone should be helping, it should be the old man. As thoughts raced in his mind, Kuai Yu still lowered his head. I'm sorry, Mr. Qingren. No, I'm not looking to cause trouble for anyone. I'm not here to judge who was right or wrong in your actions. Qingren shook his head, his eyes distant, as if pondering something. You remind me of when I was younger. It was probably 4 or 5 years ago when I was just 14 or 15 years old. At that time, I met the first pillar-level swordsman who is still active today, and his name is. Qingren leaned closer to Kuai Yu wearing a warm smile. Himejima Gimiai. With a clatter, the sword in Kuai Yu's hand fell to the ground. The wailing of Bei Ming Island resounds in the dark. Bei Ming Island. Master of Bei Ming Island. Kuai Yu always thought he had forgotten this name, just like his own sordid past, which would be washed clean by time and sink to the depths of everyone's memory. No one would remember. No one would remember that years ago a child made a deal with a malevolent spirit to survive. I will return to the temple and extinguish that incense of wisteria. The young Kuai Yu said, softly trembling. And then, oi. He could no longer recall the appearance of that malevolent spirit. The only thing he remembered was the pungent Then, there were 8 children in the room, and only one big blind monk. They had no ability to resist. Yes, that's how it was. That's how it should be said. You did nothing wrong, Kuai Yu. Why did you steal money? The children cursed at him, throwing stones and clumps of dirt at him. Why did you steal everyone's money? They angrily accused him, their expressions utterly ridiculous. Throw him out. Don't let him stay in the temple any longer. This place does not welcome thieves. The older children shoved Kuai Yu, driving him out of the temple. Those people, those children should be torn apart. Meeting spirits was all thanks to them. If it weren't for them driving him out, how could he be wandering outside at this moment? Then the malevolent spirit nodded. He snuck back into the temple under the cover of night and extinguished the incense. The malevolent spirit rushed into the temple and immediately tore apart a child. This is the price for shoving me. Kuai Yu laughed with delight and quietly slipped away before the commotion began. Later he learned that nearly all the children in the temple had died. Master of Bei Ming Island had survived, but was beheaded as a suspect. Unexpectedly, he hadn't died. Kuai Yu's hands and feet trembled as he looked at the smiling Qingren before him, yet felt the coldness in his eyes. Mr. Bei Ming Island is a kind and friendly person. Although he cannot see, his heart is broader than the heavens. But at first I did not get along well with him. Do you know why? Qingren asked him, but Kuai Yu dared not answer a word. Because Mr. Bei Ming Island seemed to always harbor resentment towards very young children. This situation persisted until I grew a little older before it improved. I became a star pillar and stood on equal footing with him as a colleague. Only then did he speak to me about things that happened many years ago. With a thud, Kuai Yu knelt on the ground, trembling like a sieve. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Please stop saying it. The gaze of the white-haired swordsman was sharp as a blade poised at Kuai Yu's throat, as if he could send him to the afterlife at any moment. He could only crawl on the ground, his forehead pressed tightly against the ground, heartbroken as he admitted his mistakes to Qingren. It's all my fault. I was afraid of death. Why is it all my fault? Why is it me that they trouble? Isn't it Bei Ming Island who should be questioned? Clearly so powerful, why pretend to be just an ordinary monk? Why did he allow malevolent spirits to exist around the temple? He indirectly caused the deaths of so many children, and now he still sits in the position of a pillar, brazenly flaunting those trivial matters. Why? Qingren looked down at him with pity. Is it genuine repentance, or a temporary measure, due to being— I really wish I could borrow Tanjiro's nose to smell what kind of scent you are emanating now. Please forgive me. Please forgive. I will dedicate my life to the cause of slaying demons. You can watch me. Of course, I will definitely— Qingren nodded as a matter of course, crouching down to get closer to him, whether outside the Demon Slayer core, or inside, whether now, or in the future. My eyes will always be fixed on you, closely watching you. A disciple falling into a demon. That is the most disgraceful. Even if it's just a simple act of fleeing in battle, it would cause shame to his mentor and fellow disciples. If he truly fell into a demon, then his mentor would probably only have the option of committing suicide by disembowelment. Qingren absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. Mr. Sanmoto, who dedicated his life to the Demon Slayer core and even lost a leg, should not meet such an ending. The threat in the swordsman's words was too strong, scaring Kuai Yu into not daring to lift his head for a long time. He lay on the ground for a while, and only when the surroundings fell silent did he dare to raise his head, but Qingren's figure had long since disappeared. Huff. He exhaled deeply only to discover that his back was already soaked with cold sweat. Damn it. He slammed his fist heavily on the ground, slumping down as he gritted his teeth at the sky. Why is everyone making it difficult for me? The old man is like this, that yellow-haired one is also like this, and now there's a pillar, and his disciple who came from who knows where also like this. Bei Ming Island has become a pillar, and that Qingren is also a pillar, this Demon Slayer core. How am I supposed to stay here? Should I escape? Breath of the Stars first form light of tears. The blue-purple blade light flashed, bringing Qingren's figure to appear before the direction of the swing, shredding the wooden stake before him. So fast. Zenitsu gaped as he watched Qingren practice his sword, only to be smacked on the butt by Sanmoto Towalang with a small stick. Hurry and practice your sword. Grandpa, I just twisted my foot. Don't talk nonsense. If you keep talking, you won't get to eat today. After scolding Zenitsu, Sanmoto Towalang turned to instruct Qingren. Although Breath of the Stars does not belong to the branch of Breath of Thunder, it does have certain correlations in terms of speed. For instance, their first form Light of Tears and Thunderclap Flash are both based on speed linear assault techniques that can produce a burst of quick movement. However, there are also differences. Breath of Thunder pursues ultimate speed and explosive power, while Breath of the Stars emphasizes speed, with an eerie quality mysterious like the stars in the sky. With Mr. Sanmoto's help, Shinrin corrected some bodily errors, adjusting the speed that would slow down his attacks. After 3 days, he found something gradually taking shape in his mind. It contained both the eerie quality of Star Breath and the swiftness and destructive power of Thunder Breath. Huff. Jinya closely observed every move Shinrin made. Although he couldn't learn the breathing techniques, it didn't prevent him from memorizing everything, so that he could tell Tanjiro later or pass it down to future generations. The starting stance still looked ordinary. If not someone very close, one would hardly discern Shinrin's next move from his stance. From a distance, Jinya seemed to see a star leap onto Shinrin's blade. No, it wasn't a star. It was the sunlight reflected off his sword as he held it upright before him. The next moment, the reflection disappeared. The white-haired swordsman's legs erupted with powerful force, propelling him to vanish from his spot. In the blink of an eye, he covered nearly 30 meters, and as he approached the wooden stake, the blade in his hand burst into light, swiftly executing dozens of cuts with both hands, each cut executed in an extraordinarily bizarre manner, turning that thick wooden stake into splinters. Such a powerful technique perfectly fused speed, explosive power, and eeriness. Huff. Shinrin sighed, feeling a bit of pain in his toes after just unleashing all that power. Breath of the Stars' 6th form. What should I call it? The explosive speed is extraordinarily high, coupled with the slash that resembles flowing light. The damage caused is several times that of the bright tears, but the injury to the ankle joint is quite severe. Don't just nod your head. Do you understand or not? Tanjiro stared with his round eyes and shook his head firmly. What a waste of time. Schwami scoffed and turned his head away. This foolish kid. You're a foolish kid too. Haru took out a bottle of golden sugar from his pocket and placed it in Nezuko's palm. How can he understand just by repeating it back to him? I will teach him this move sooner or later. But you, Schwami, why did you turn into a demon behind the mountains of Momotaro? And you scared Zenitsu into unconsciousness. I couldn't even say goodbye to Mr. Kamadu properly and had to hurriedly hand Zenitsu over to him, escaping in shame. Shinma's expression suddenly became unnatural. I just happened to drop the medicine into my mouth when I fell. Maybe you could find a worse excuse. Sorry, I really wanted to give that blue-eyed kid a good beating, but unexpectedly, I didn't see him and scared Zenitsu instead. Schwami mumbled with his head down. Aren't you already in the upper hand? Why go look for trouble with him again? Haru frowned slightly. I saw you aiming a gun at his head clearly. Schwami blinked. Teacher, this is our own business, so adults don't need to interfere. TCH. Haru didn't expect him to say such a thing. I know without you saying. It's just that Koyama bullies Zenitsu, and you want to take revenge for him. I didn't want to take revenge for him. I'm not familiar with him. Why would I help that softie take revenge? Schwami became anxious and shouted in defense. It's just that he curses Zenitsu every day during training, and I've had enough of it. What do their brotherhood matters have to do with an outsider like me? Humph. Haru chuckled, raising an eyebrow. If you want to beat him, you need to seize the opportunity. Once you all join the Demon Slayer Corps, your colleagues, and fighting amongst colleagues is prohibited. Can I also join the Demon Slayer Corps? Schwami seemed taken aback. I can't use the breathing technique. This is the Demon Slayer Corps, not the breathing technique Corps, nor the breathing technique Demon Slaying Corps, and it's not a requirement to know the breathing technique to slay demons. Haru went around in circles looking at his disciple's dazed expression and amusingly nodded. Of course you can. Schwami stood there clenching his fists, a flush of crimson appearing on his cheeks. Tanjiro twitched his nostrils. It smells like joy. Odd joy mixed with some anger. The anger is intensifying. Very frustrated. Schwami roared, Ironhead kid. Tanjiro tilted his head slightly, revealing a faint smile. Indeed, Schwami is still a child. Are you much older than me? Speaking of which, Haru pointed at Tanjiro's earlobe. Didn't you wear those paper earrings today? Tanjiro's earlobes were bare and he touched them, then replied belatedly, Ah, that's right, I took them off this morning because my earlobes were itching badly. Where did those earrings come from? I've seen exactly the same ones. Really? Tanjiro got up to fetch the earrings from inside the house and placed them in Haru's palm. Haru pinched the earrings and examined them closely under the sunlight. Indeed, they were identical to those on the model of the warrior from the Warring States period in the Small Iron family. That's right, it's a model of a swordsman left over from the Warring States period, and it has such earrings hanging from its ears. Some say he was the strongest swordsman from ancient times to the present, mastering the strongest breathing technique in history. Tanjiro, do you understand what I mean? Tanjiro stared at the earrings in a daze. This. My father gave this to me a long time ago, telling me to pass them down forever. Your father? Haru suddenly thought of something, recalling a previously amusing matter that now seemed to take on a different meaning. Your father was a Demon Slayer swordsman. No, he was just a charcoal seller. Tanjiro shook his head in confusion. Did he die unexpectedly? He passed away from illness. No, that's not right. Haru raised a finger. I remember you mentioned that shortly before he passed away he had slain a man-bear. Am I right? A charcoal seller who died of illness slaying a man-bear. Haru couldn't draw an equation between the two. At this point, even Tanjiro himself fell into confusion. Ding. Triggering main storyline. Reward obtained, a memory of Tanjiro. Brother Ribs has an excellent memory. I searched for a long time and found that this sentence was mentioned by Tanjiro the first time he met Brother Ribs by chance. I thought Tanjiro was following a grassroots counterattack script, but unexpectedly, it's the Dragon King returning to his throne. Under Haru's gaze, Tanjiro began to speak. My father, Tanjiro Kamado, was a very quiet person, but he always watched over the children with gentle eyes. Tanjiro Kamado had a small patch on the same spot as Tanjiro, but Tanjiro's patch was from scalding water, while Tanjiro's seemed to be natural. Tanjiro could still clearly remember his father's appearance. He drew in the air with his finger, and the children leaned beside him, as if their father had truly returned. He slayed a giant bear on a snowy night, dancing around the bonfire in the cold night, performing the fire god dance. He murmured, "Fire god dance. I should have thought of it earlier." Tanjiro's red eyes sparkled with light as he looked at Haru, and exclaimed, "I remembered. Fire god dance." Seemingly hearing Haru's puzzled thoughts, Tanjiro quickly added, "That is the traditional dance of the Kamado family, performed once every year from sunset to sunrise." Dance. Haru had heard this term before. This kind of dance for praying to the gods was performed before the forge in Wudo River, but it was a long time ago. Because our family is engaged in fire-related professions to pray for peace and happiness from the fire god, my ill father would perform that dance once a year. Memories surged, and Tanjiro's thoughts became much smoother, no longer hesitating in his speech. I once asked my father why, despite being sick, he could still dance for such a long time in the cold. Tanjiro looked at Haru and confidently replied, "I remember very clearly my father's answer." Tanjiro, that is because of the mystery of the breathing technique. Once you master this breathing technique, you won't feel tired no matter how much you move, and naturally you can dance from dusk till... It was at that moment that Tanjiro very seriously told the young Tanjiro that sentence. "Tanjiro, promise me. You must pass down these earrings, and the fire god dance forever."